You don't meet their eye, you don't care. And out in the night, you see a light. From the cafes, there's more singing than despair. Hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And I'm done. At the bar, too drunk to sit. They're talking shit of what's been before. And the dancing girls, they twist and twirl. They sweat like beads of pearls, scattered before swine. Hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And I'm done. Well, hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And I'm done.
When the world seems big and I am feeling low, I think of all the good things in my life and dream of all the places we will go. No matter where we end up, we're gonna have a good time. When I promise forever, so together, we're gonna shake off the doubts and have a good time. We'll
this heart of stone. I always hoped that I would find you. Now the emptiness is gone, and the winds of change have almost blown through. You're right where you belong. So grateful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars. Always and forever. You'll always be forever in my heart. You're the better part of me, one that I can always cling to. Was blind but now I see. You made a way for all we've been through. I'm right where I belong. So thankful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars. Always and forever. You'll always be forever in my heart. You broke this heart of stone. I always knew that I would find you. You're right where you belong. So grateful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars. Always and forever. feeling, feeling good. I'm feeling, feeling, oh, I'm feeling, feeling good. Wake up with no alarm, brand new kind of charm, and fresh hot coffee in a big old mug. Can't wait to get my face in the morning sun, yeah. Make a list, check it off, doing only what I want. Cause there's nothing better than making waves. I'm front and center in my own parade, on parade, on parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling, feeling good. I'm feeling, feeling, oh, I'm feeling, feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into full. So come and take a look. I'm feeling, feeling good. I'm feeling, feeling. Hold up, windows down, rolling with the classic sound. I spent $5 on Walmart shades. Can't wait to stop traffic in my own parade, on parade, on parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling, feeling good. I'm feeling, feeling, oh, I'm feeling, feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into full. So come and take a look. I'm feeling, feeling good. I'm feeling, feeling. Oh, I'm feeling, feeling good. I'm feeling, feeling, oh, I'm feeling, feeling good. Oh, I'm feeling, feeling good. I'm feeling, feeling, oh, I'm feeling, feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into full. So come and take a look. I'm feeling, feeling good. I'm feeling so good.
Too good to stop, and it's all your fault. Tell me what you did to me. Yeah. Temperature's hot, and you got me caught just the way I wanna be. Yeah. My favorite addiction, you know you are. Just what I've been waiting for. You know that you had me right from the start, and I keep on coming back, baby.
Dream League Season 22 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Good morning. Welcome to day 8 of Dream League Season 22. And that means we had day 7 yesterday. And if you missed it, I will summarize it for you right now. That's it. That happened. We'll talk more about that in a little bit. Let's get started. Good morning. So today we'll talk about everything that happened yesterday, as we will do. But let me just start things out a little bit more relaxed by introducing the people that are in the lounge with me this morning. Good morning, Jenkins.
Heyo.
You're very colorful today.
Thank you.
Very good.
How are you?
Thank you.
It was an objective statement. It's not a compliment saying you're colorful.
I also
Just look at your clothes. You can't say thank you to that.
What's your problem, Shiva?
But no, it's very. I'm just thinking that we're pretty colorful.
Yeah.
Go us.
Look at us.
Yeah, look at us.
If I take my jacket away, I'm camouflaged. See? I really like matching everything.
Yeah,
Jacket
because.
right there, of course.
Well, no, I've seen you wearing a lot of purple as well.
That's right. I brought 2 winter things. One's a hoodie. It's
Yeah.
not enough for this weather.
Okay.
So I'm stuck with this jacket, which
But is the
Still
studio?
smells
And then
fine,
Cheever, the
surprisingly.
other winter thing you brought was his motorcycle, his Harley Davidson.
that's a good running joke that you have going here.
I don't understand it. Oh, it's because of the jacket. Never mind.
He thinks this
I
is
don't
leather.
think. No, I don't. I see. I wouldn't think that. I think that's really strange to go there.
Yeah.
You need to be way more protected on the Harley Davidson than that.
You know what he's trying to do? He's
What?
trying to create memes out of thin air, which is what I usually do, of course. I was the creator, the inventor
Right.
of such things.
Yeah.
It's a meme.
It's because
Andrew, which is
the meme itself.
I idolize you, of
Right.
course.
So
Yeah.
it's your leather jacket thing that isn't funny, and it won't be. And then there's the 2-0 that you keep saying at the beginning of every series, which is now getting hate on the internet. I
That's
actually
not
read a
funny.
couple
That's
comments.
just my actual beliefs. You can hate somebody for their beliefs. That's fine.
50-0.
You can do that in today's day and age.
3-0.
And I'll have you know, I've been correct.
There's only been 1-2-0 in this entire.
but I've been correct about the winning
From
team because I feel strong convictions towards one draft or one play style, and it manifests in terms of a 2-0. But I've been correct every time about who's going to win. So I don't know.
every time.
Hate all you want.
To make a compilation video.
Literal delusion.
No, look it up. Google it.
Delusional.
I didn't even know you were here
Delusional.
until
all I have
you
to
just
say.
sang that.
Yep.
Sindrin, would you mind showing your socks just a little bit more clear? Because there is color on the couch, ladies
Oh,
and
look at
gentlemen.
that. Uh-huh.
Very colorful socks. He's even wearing 2 of the same ones.
Now here's the question. Oh, you made that sound like that's not a recurring thing. Which one is more different colors, this one or Jenkins's?
What, his entire
Jenkins
outfit?
Yeah?
His.
Jenkins.
I don't know. I think
It's not
kinda
even close. Come
I
on.
think it's kind of close.
No.
I don't know. Once you get into the crotch area, it gets very colorful indeed.
What is going on? You know?
All right.
Yeah, cross your
All right.
legs.
But good morning to both of you as well. I'm very happy that yesterday we had to spend some time after there was a 2-0, because there was a 2-0. We spent some time, doing some random Dream League things, and you guys got initiated on.
Yeah, you popped our tomato. That's true.
Yes.
But next time round, because I want to also apologize for not preparing you properly. Next time around, if it does happen, I will basically give a better brief.
I feel like one person acting as the animal would be a lot of fun.
Yes.
That sounded more fun to me, personally. Maybe a suggestion for the future.
Can I talk about something on air
Jenkins
here?
would be too good at the game.
There's a
though.
comment that really bothered me. Somebody on the Reddit thread said that I was very serious during that bit. I feel like the less fat that I've gotten, people think I'm more serious. I don't know what's with that.
You looked very offended. That
I
was
was
very stupid.
So that's why you put on this outfit today.
I was
to look
wearing
as-
something equivalently stupid yesterday.
This is
I look
true.
stupid every day.
I can attest to that.
True.
It's true.
I don't know what it is. When you're not a big fat guy, people think you're serious all the time.
That's right. That's why I got to keep the weight on. I could be
That's why
skinny
you
at
do it.
any point.
That's
I'm actually really healthy. I have really strong abs, a six pack underneath.
that
it.
is actually true. His abs are incredible.
I believe it.
And he genuinely says, and I'm not kidding,
Yeah.
it's because I belch so much. And he's not joking when he says
Of
that.
course, it's true.
You need abs for that.
I just want to be very clear. This is not a character that he's
No,
doing.
this is literally-
This is actual serious sunspam.
This is science. Like if you're belching from deep within, that works out your abs.
You have to understand. I've been doing the gym thing for like many, many years.
Yeah.
And I just maxed out this like ab machine. He sits down, first time ever, and maxes it out, reps 30 like it's nothing. He's like, I could keep going.
And then he's like, I'll do supersets. So he does one and then one belt. And one and one belt.
Yeah, that's the
blinks.
next step. That's the next level for sure.
All right. I want to, because we are going to have a guest on the show this morning.
Ooh.
Yes. And I don't know if they'll be on time, but that's fine.
You know, this person that we're going to talk to actually, not to talk about belching anymore. Shiva, I know you're really
But-
interested in this subject,
Shiva,
but
you really love
he was the first volunteer to be a judge in a belching contest.
What?
But
Okay.
then he realized that there is no contest because nobody can stand up to me.
And he was very.
Unless Unagi himself came here right now.
We have
Oh,
him.
the legend.
The legend.
joining. Yeah. That's
There we go.
good morning, T-Gov.
Oh, T.
Happy Sunday morning to you.
I really wish I could have just belched then. I was trying. For the last 30 seconds, I was getting every bit of my gut ready to just try and rip a big ass one, but no, I couldn't. I really couldn't. So,
Good effort,
hi,
sir.
good morning, guys.
Lack of ab strength.
Gotta do more
Right.
workouts.
All belly, yep.
Oh, all right. So, good morning, T-Gov. I have first got a question that is completely unrelated to the topic that you are here for. It's great.
Sure.
I've been reading the rumblings on the interwebs about there maybe being a patch, and
yes.
I want to hear what's in the pipeline.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, if you
Yeah.
put your Reddit goggles on, you'll realize that, there's Treasures ending soon. There's Dota Plus seasons ending soon. Yeah, all means nothing, guys. Stop being
What?
all so desperate. Yeah, I'd say probably a minimum.
Yeah?
12 days, minimum.
Thought he froze.
Wow.
I thought he.
I had to think of a time. I was really scared
See,
for a second.
when this
Whatever I
patch-
say here could be gospel.
When this patch is bubbling up and you start hearing some rumor, what are you going to do? Because you always do something crazy. You dig your own grave at one point.
Yes.
You do like crazy puzzles. What have you thought about plucking your beard hair one at a time for every minute?
Oh.
What do you
Oh
think?
my God.
Don't do
Just a
that.
suggestion for you.
I have a big old document of all of them, and that is actually on there.
No, it's not.
It is.
I believe him.
100% between when I spoke to my girlfriend, when we used to take some long walks when we were thinking about patch waiting rooms. She was the one that thought about counting rice. I then, retaliated with how about if I pluck my beard hairs? She was like, don't be stupid. I was like, yeah, okay, I wouldn't do that. That was pretty painful because it's going to be pretty sore.
Oh yeah, that would be painful. And if you run out of hair, you're gonna have to find somewhere else to
Yeah,
collect
exactly.
it.
And if someone subs, then I pull out 2, and then suddenly after we could monetize
Well,
the hell out of this.
which one's been
We
the
can
most-
talk after the show? All right, belching and beard plucking.
Yeah, of course.
Let's not do it now. Can't reveal all the secrets.
Which
on
one has
screen.
been most painful for you? Was it the grave?
No, the grave was actually the most fun because worst case scenario, I was prepared. I think. Worst one was maybe watching paint dry. Because there wasn't anything to do.
Oh, I
I just
forgot
had
about
to
that one.
watch
Yeah.
paint dry. There was no action. And then I had these people, like classic Twitch chat, right? Like when they watch DreamLeague, they're like, oh my God, Arteezy, surely he should be able to win this game. It's Arteezy, all this stuff. And it's like, surely it's dry by now. It's been like 3 hours, mate. So I'd have to keep touching this paint, like doing theatrics, like, ooh, it's still wet. And then the entirety of chat would be like, it's wet. I'm like, yes, it is, of course. Why would I be sitting here if it's already dry? I don't know, Twitch chat's stupid, but in a lovable way. So yeah, I'd say watching paint dry was probably the hardest.
Yeah. I don't remember that one, and probably for good reason.
No, please. It was terrible. It was honestly terrible. I have no idea why thousands of people watch this stuff, but I keep doing it because it's now it's like a little mini cult thing. People might say it's been overdone, but at this rate, it's like, I don't care. It's just hilarious.
Yeah,
like,
keep it up.
Do some dumb thing. Yeah, thanks.
You worried about upping the ante too much? Like at some point, you're going to be slowly eating a jet engine or something like that?
By summer, yes, I will be upping it for sure. I think anything in the winter months, my family has vetoed me because of the fact it's cold.
They've used a veto.
The amount of things I've suggested, and like, don't be an idiot again, because this might actually be a little bit risky. You know, I'm no Mr. Beast level of production here. You know, I don't have medics on standby. So yeah, summertime when it's a bit warmer, yeah, I might up it too far. But in the winter months, yeah, I'll be locked into my room doing just very tame things, I guess.
Looking forward to it.
Do you get a
to
heads up?
assume there'll be a patch in the summer.
Yeah,
Like, do you get a heads up, or do you just really like, okay, you know, what if you believe the Reddit, goggles people, and you started now, and you'd have to do it for 12 days straight? Do you get a heads up, maybe?
That's the joy of it, because I think the last 7 or 8 patches I've done it for, there's always been some level of like Valve announcement, which people kind of forget, because in the blog post, they always put like a little date or something in it. This one, I have no clue. I legitimately no clue. So yes, this time around, I'm going to be starting at some random time where my gut, that isn't a 6-pack, like the Belch man on the panel, like yourself.
Respect.
I have none of that available. So I'm really going to be giving it a good old guess. And I could be going for like a week or two. I could be going for like 3 days. So no, I don't really have any assistance. And I really hope that I get it roughly right, because otherwise, yeah, I could be doing it for some time. But
or you might miss it.
It's the fun of the game.
Yeah, what would you do if it
That
drops
would actually
before?
be hilarious. Whew, that would be great. That's my biggest fear, and it sounds so sad. You know, like I could be scared of anything in the world. You know, anything Dota related.
Spiders.
And currently, I'm scared of missing the patch. Like, I want to wait. I want to be an Englishman. I want to stand in my line. I want to have everyone else behind me in this line, and all be idiots waiting. And that's all I want right now. Like this next month, that's all I could wish for. Of course, I could, wish for other things, but that's what I wish for right now, and it's really dumb.
I mean, standing in line is definitely a British ordeal. And while we're talking about British ordeals, T-Gov, what's your plans? What you got cooking next week Sunday?
Yes. I'm so sorry for people who wanted to go to the event and then realized I was going, and I might have changed that. So I'd say, yeah, it's in Meltdown in London. There is a gaming bar, and then it's basically going to be a UK watch party. So we get to watch the grand finals of DreamLeague Season 22. I'll be there drinking all these Dota-themed drinks and whatnot, and making a fool of myself, I guess. But yeah, we're going to watch some good Dotes and in a LAN environment. Like UK, we had 2020 or 2019 Birmingham that was cancelled because of COVID,
yeah.
And then we've not had like anything happen since, really. So we've got Birmingham coming up in like next month. We've got like LAN parties maybe becoming a thing again. So for the scene, for the country, it's pretty cool to have just competitive Dota returning after 2-3 year absence.
So that cocktail list that I saw indeed on socials, did you come up with them?
No, I did not. I would have loved to make a contribution though, because I am definitely terrible at drinking vodka, and about half of them are vodka. So I'm gonna have to be moving to more maybe towards like the Shadow Demons, like the Marcy categories of the cocktails. Don't know if you have the list yourself, but yeah, I'm spooked on the vodka game. Terrible stories. Can't tell them on stream. But yeah, we'll go for other stuff.
That's for your next stream. Yeah.
Because
Next
there's so many different ones. That's what I was surprised about. There's you can check it out on the ESL Instagram. I think they made a post with all of the different cocktails, and there's a lot of them. So if you're gonna be going to the watch party in the UK, check them out. And check the list out before, because otherwise you'll spend the half of the time at the bar reading what's in them. Because it is definitely a lot, and the shots as well. So what are the actual details in terms of times and stuff? Where do people show up? What time? Like, is it open the whole day? Because I know that there's on the last day there's finals, but there's also lower bracket finals as well.
Yeah, it's an all-day affair. So as soon as like doors open, I believe at like lunchtime, and then it's just the whole way through until grand final. So I'll personally be getting there around, I think, about 11:30, maybe a little bit earlier. But yeah, so from then doors are open.
PM.
I'm assuming the alcohol is available from 12. I'd assume, it is the UK. Pubs open, I think, at like 9 or 10. So yeah, I think you're good on that game. But yeah, it's just going to be all day watching the thing. I keep looking down here as if there's any notes. It's not. It's the cocktail list. So yeah,
Important.
But yeah, It's very important. Which one do I want again? Spiced rum. Marcy's a spiced rum girl, by the way. Vanilla syrup, apple juice, and cinnamon sugar. So yeah, all day. It's the good old watch party.
Fragrant.
Yeah, so that would be AM, Jenkins, in case you were curious.
Yeah.
Will there be any snacks as well? This is important before we move on. Snacks?
I have literally no clue, but I will assume there is, because it's going to be potentially 11 hours of drinking at your own choice and leisure, drink responsibly. And I would like to think that it is in a location that there are good snacks, and also they would provide snacks. So yeah, I'm just going to blindly say yes.
Do people, by the way, have to pay to get in?
I'm also going to blindly assume no, because
Thanks for the information, T. Appreciate that.
Free drinks?
based on what I'm aware of my history of Meltdown,
You just
do
go
not
in.
pay to get into the building. Once you're in the building, there are cool events to do that may allow the business to profit and continue staying alive. But I believe the entrance into the building is normally free.
Okay. I just, you're just checking. You never know.
I would like to say yes, but the thing is, I've seen nowhere advertised that there is a payment. And as the person who's meant to be pitching this to everyone, I will happily say there is no cost to enter. And if there is, ESL will probably fire me. So
T-Gov will pay for it. He'll buy you a round of drinks. Show up Meltdown, 11:30 p.m.
AM.
11:30 a.m.
Yep.
PM.
Grand Finals,
Drinks at
Dream
11:30
League.
PM.
Get it going.
You know where entrance is not free? It's ESL 1 Birmingham. Tickets are on
that's
sale,
true.
by the way. T-Gov, how are you feeling about that one?
It's like the best crowd potential. I think like top 3 crowd in the world. I don't
Bias.
know if many people have.
Wait, top 3?
Wait, who's 1 and 2, T-Gov?
Excuse me?
It's within the top 3. Okay, so I don't know how many people have actually been to Birmingham events before, but like I went to Birmingham before I was a Dota coach or a Dota talent. So I was just like a happy fan, chilling, loving life. Then I become talent, worked one event, and it's like both times I went, it's like the crowd is obnoxiously loud. We don't have any pro teams at the event. We have one pro player that didn't qualify for the event, and that was only this year. Since then, we never had anyone. So we are the least biased crowd possible. There's no one team to care about. It's not, if it's like China versus China, we're not going to leave the building. If it's China versus Europe, we're not going to just scream Europe. Like if it's just, we're not biased.
Especially since you're not part of the EU anymore, right? So that actually helps.
Double down. It's going to be louder. We have even more like
Neutral territory.
reason to be screaming. Like
No man's land.
Like yeah. Or are we definitely quiet because we're making a statement? But no. It is honestly, the crowd is infectious. They have not in that way. Couldn't have said that 2 years ago. But they scream out balloons. If you've been to Birmingham, like they scream out balloons. They scream about sponsors. Wait, who's sponsoring DreamLeague right now? I don't know if I want to say their name. Just
US Air Force.
They sponsor it. Perfect. They chant DHL. They chant sponsors. They chant everything. Like it is honestly like top 3 for audiences. You asked about who else was top 3. I think of course SEA is easily up there in contention. I think the UK, I'm not going to say they're better than them because I've not been to SEA, so it's rude of me to say they're better. So I'm going to say they're happily below them. And the other third one, I have no clue. I just said top 3 just to make it sound a little bit more.
I like that. I do that too.
Competition.
It's a good thing. It's good to cover your bases. People always make these like
SEA1,
ultimate
UK
statements. Like, this is the best thing ever. This is the worst thing ever. I'm like, no, it's not. This is worse. Jenkins.
All right. Well,
Prepare
T-Gov,
yourself.
thank you so much for enlightening us about what's going on next week. Make sure to check out the Meltdown Bar in London, UK. And obviously, tickets for Birmingham still on sale. I know the plus tickets are sold out, but they're still select and premium. So, get your online thing going, which is esl.gg/B.
MH.
because it's Birmingham. There you go. That's the one. All right, T-Gov, thank you. Have a good Sunday.
Thank you. Have a good
See you, T.
Thank you, T-Gov.
Choked.
I'm also coughing here. All right.
Hate that guy.
Let's talk about what I started the day with because there was a little bit of that.
What, pillow talk?
There was
Okay.
not pillow talk. It
I
was
did not catch that. We'll just move on.
There you go. No, there was. On one hand, I think it's sad to talk about it, but we have to, Jenkins. There were
Yeah.
throws.
Man, I have to say, I've never seen Reelin be good. And it was good. It was literally game winning.
This is
game.
This is the perfect example of of you losing your voice. It's the perfect example of there's nothing in Dota that's never good, you know?
Yeah.
There are things that are situationally really hard to pull off or find use for, but even... I mean, Real-In has to be the Ags that we see used the absolute least in any situation.
I don't think that... Well, you're talking about the specific skill, because it also lets you cast it on
the
that.
Real-In ability
That's
itself
the main reason
is-
people buy it.
Yeah. They don't buy it
The
for
Real-In is a meme,
Yeah.
if anything.
Yeah, well, the other throw that we saw could not really be contributed to any one ability. It was more, you know what, this is very relatable to a lot of people. You know, sometimes your carry dies, and then other people die as well, and then, you know, you both cores buy back and they want to go back into the fight. But by the time they rejoin the fight, it's not at the same time, because obviously the teleport timers, you know, that takes a little time, takes a little while. And then in the end, everybody goes in one by one and dies, and then you lose the game.
Well, when one person is leading the charge, like Viking mode, which Doracio in this case, Quinn has to follow. Like, you feel obligated to
as a
follow
support,
it up,
I feel that too. It's like if your core goes in, even if you think it's a dumb idea, you go in anyway.
Yeah.
You have to.
Yeah, this was really bad. This was really
I
bad.
mean, sometimes games like this happen and you just call it life. That's Dota, you know.
The thing that stands out, though, is that this feels like something that we would have almost not been able to imagine half a year ago with Gaming Gladiators, right? Like, the story of this tournament for them has definitely been, we're not in top form, the drafts are not fully on, it's not fully their identity that they're getting, but it's weird to see now, because they still have moments of brilliance, they still play really well for the most part, but they just drop the ball sometimes, and this was just another example of that game. Like, for the most part, it was good Gaming Gladiators play, and they just made some really uncharacteristic late game mistakes.
And for the most part, OG was on track to win that game, and then they didn't, and that happened to also be the last game in the series. We can take a look at what that did to the standings. We have, of course, all teams playing 2 series so far. That means 3 of these teams also have 0-2 records, Aurora, OG, and Gaming Gladiators. And also 3 teams are undefeated, with Falcons, Shopify, and Bedboom team. And I think for Shopify, I mean, Falcons come off a tournament win. Great. We were expecting good things from them, and they are doing still very well. They're also the only team to have 2-0'd every opponent, even if it did take a little bit of a throw in the series yesterday. Doesn't matter. I think as for Shopify, this is a great result for them, and this is obviously good. We saw them do good in the group stages, last group stages. And then there's always the question, will they keep up the momentum? Because now people have had more time to prepare for them. But it seems like they're just continuing on.
Yeah, for North America, this is very good. Of course, Shopify has always been very good at winning group stages. So it's quite convenient that in this tournament, there are 2 of them. We will proceed, and I say we because, of course, they're my fellow countrymen. If there's a British team, of course, Cinder, and you would relate to them like I relate to Spotify. Actually, I'll call them Shopify. They're winning. It's the group stage. I'll show them their respect. I can't wait to get knocked out immediately in the playoffs, but at least we'll have achieved top 4. So I hope they can keep it up. They look really good. Theolacore is looking like a brilliant addition to this team, and I think a lot of people probably didn't expect that, because they're like, who the hell is this guy? In NASA, he's always been a name. He's always been a guy people respect, and individually his play is very good. It's just he's been playing on Brazilian ping for 5 to 7 years at this point. So finally, it's nice to see him on a good roster.
Yeah, it's going well for them for sure. We'll see if it continues that way. Of course, a lot of games coming your way today. 4 series, and now we will have Bedboom versus Shopify. Both these teams are undefeated at the moment, so it will be good to see them go head-to-head. One of these 2 teams will not be undefeated by the end of the day. Extreme will face OG. We have Gaming Gladiators and Aurora. So again, this is the flip side of things. At least one of these 2 squads will have a win at the end of the day, and that will be a good for morale. But of course, we're going to start the day with a fantastic series. We got none other than Falcons taking on Team Spirit. So let's get started with the first match of the day. Today we got Team Spirit and Falcons, and on the desk we're joined by Effie and Brian. Brian, every time I sit down, I wonder what they did last night, because I keep edging closer to This seat
That was Neil
Every
edging
time.
away from me on the panel, I think.
edging away.
Yeah, that's what happened. Like
But you were
this-
sitting there.
But I'm saying I was sitting here, so Neil was like moving the seat that way. and
No,
then
but I'm
you're-
going that way.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is you keep feeling
What are
like
they
you have to
talking
come.
about?
Yeah,
Edging.
What's going on with them?
edging over here. Yeah,
Neil's edging again?
yeah. Again.
I see.
All right, no, I wanna hear what you have cooked up for Falcons versus Spirit.
Yeah, so I was looking at these two teams, and the story of Team Spirit so far has always just been playmaking potential, the whole like collapse needing to be on a stun hero. I actually looked at the stats going into yesterday's series. He was 8-2 on a hero with a point-click stun, and 1-7 on a hero without. So we're gonna see a clip from Game 1 against Aurora that I'd like to show, which is going to be basically Aurora up by a massive amount, and you're gonna see Team Spirit still try to make like a pretty sick tossback play onto Sven, but he's just gonna live. And then we're gonna see one more time like this combo of tossing into Grimstroke, into Axe Call. They're throwing the entire kitchen sink at this guy, and he's going to end up living. And this is the type of game where Team Spirit struggles. There's like some guy that they see that they just can't kill, and they're going to try. Like, they're really good at comboing their spells and chaining you with their stuns. But this is an example of Game 3 versus Aurora, where Miposhka, 15 minutes in, they're down by 5k. He's going to get a really deep ward that most teams are not going to expect. Sets up for a later smoke that we're going to be seeing coming out here, where they're going to turn around because they see 23 bottom because of that ward. They saw him show on the creep wave, but they saw him in vision a few seconds earlier. And even though they're down by 5k, they will find lines and they will kill you if you are a hero that is killable. In that game earlier, the Sven, no matter how many abilities you used on him, he was going to live. But in this case, that turned that game around. And I feel like what defines Spirit is there's always a chance for them to come back into the game. They're going to give themselves these type of heroes. They're going to make the plays and chain them properly. And going into a hero or going against a team like Falcons, they don't really play this honest Dota. They cheese you with Bloodseeker last picks. We've seen Huskar coming out twice, so I wanted to show a clip against OG where this is 11 minutes in. You're thinking like unkillable Sven 30 minutes in. We're dealing with a Huskar at 11 minutes where they're going to find Whisper in the triangle, and they're like, okay, we have to counterplay this on the side of OG. They're going to bring everybody. They're going to try to bring down Malrine, but he's going to get disrupted by crit. They usually have some sort of save to back up Malrine on the DKs, on the Huskars, and you can see that like this turns into absolute disaster. We're going to see a minute later they're going to try again because they know how this game plays out. If they don't bring this tanky guy down, it's going to look just like that Sven clip from the other game, and Malrine manages to narrowly escape once again, getting disrupted at a clutch time to save him from the gyro rocket. And this is the type of feeling it is you get when you play against Falcons. And later on, this is the equivalent of the Sven clip where they're down by so much that pure net worth means that no matter how many abilities you cast on Huskar, he's going to live. So I'm looking at today thinking that Team Spirit basically needs to make sure they don't get cheesed, like basically outdrafted in a situation where they see a guy like Huskar, like Dragonite, these tanky cores that Falcons rely on, because they're gonna, if they come out of the laning stage, they just get these free wins. And I feel like Spirit, if in an honest game, has really come out on top in most of those.
So for the first team, for Team Spirit, I believe a lot of responsibility for that is on Miposhka, Effie. That's the player also that we want to spotlight this morning.
Yeah, I think Miposhka is such an exceptional player that doesn't really get his just desserts as anything but a captain. When people talk about him, they're like, he's an excellent captain, he's a great in-game leader, and yes, he is all of those things, but he's also an incredibly high-skilled player mechanically, especially in moments where Team Spirit are clutching the early game. It's off the back of his rotations. I've been seeing Miposhka rotate to mid more often than Mira these days, and he always seems to be positioned correctly, especially on his save heroes like his Shadow Demons. He's in the right place at the right time, and he just doesn't get the praises that he deserves as a high-skilled mechanical player, because he really is that.
Nobody notices the Grimstroke that's not feeding against Storm Mars. Like, that was what happened yesterday. Like, he had really high impact in a game where he's losing against heroes that are meant to kill him. So, yeah, unsung heroes, the 5 positions, Miposhka, God.
For sure. And then on the flip side, when we focus a little bit more on Falcons, Jenkins, we have Malrine that we have to focus on. This guy is also from, by the way, former Creepwave, in case anybody forgot. That is also where, for example, ATF and BZM and Crystallis and Fishman, etc. came from. And this player, it took a little bit longer for him to rise to the credit that he's getting right now compared to the rest, but he's delivering big time.
It did. I think, like, when I think of Malrine, I think back to the original DreamLeague that he stood in for Tundra, where he was doing the Primal Beast mid, cutting creep waves. dragging to camps. He was like level 6 when the enemy mid was like level 4 or something. And then everybody started doing it. And to have this profound of an impact on the meta as a stand-in is really impressive. So that was like the first inkling where people realized like, all right, this guy's onto something. And I think Tundra picked him because he was like literally ranked 6 on the leaderboard or something. But what I love about this guy is just hearing all of the stories about like what he brings to the team outside of his Dota play. Just the vibes. Like this guy has immaculate vibes. I would imagine that he makes it so that they don't take the game too seriously, which is funny because they're also winning everything. But I think
how it works.
It is actually how it works. Like when you're not taking it too seriously, it's really hard to predict what the enemy team is going to do. You're not reacting to pressure in ways that you would if you were taking it seriously. You know, Skeeter is like, yo, I feel like I have a younger brother.
Yeah.
Like
his face lights up when he talks about Mallory.
Mallory has the full package. He's got the skill, he's got the cheese heroes that they can draft around, and he's got the vibes. So this guy's amazing.
I think it's like a chicken and egg scenario where it's like, are they having fun because they're winning, or are they winning because they're having fun?
It's true. Yeah, it's hard to. Who knows?
That's actually a really good question, because often we'll see these teams form and they'll have that honeymoon period where everything is going in their favor. They're playing exceptionally well and they seem to be having a great time. But once they start losing, things start falling apart. Maybe some players just don't know how to adjust to situations like that. Maybe they're not enjoying each other's company as much. And that is something that has occurred more than just a few times in Dota.
Yeah.
I think with
I don't
that,
know if it'll
though,
happen to this team, though.
yeah, because I feel like, you know, Skeeter was on a lot of different teams before he went on Tundra as well. He's experienced a lot of loss. I mean, I would go down the list, but I feel like that's pretty mean. But at the same time, Falcons, every single one of those players has been able to deal with loss and move on at some point in their career. And I'm thinking this squad might not have an issue with that, or at least, you know, should not have an issue with that. Let's put that one
They have a
forward.
good mix of profound experience and, you know, newbie energy, where there's the new guys are bringing the excitement to the team, but then you have the crits of the world that are just stoic and jaded.
Well, the people that have experienced these like downswings that Mira mentioned, it's like they know what to do when that happens, and they know the early signs of like when they look back on their previous experiences, they go, "This was the first indication that was."
And they
brewing.
know that it's normal too.
Yeah, and so what I'm saying is that you need the combination of people like that who are going to kind of hold it off if it begins to happen, but you also need people that are not jaded by previous experiences, that can just operate freely and be themselves in terms of gameplay, hero picks, confidence. And so I think that's why the young gun plus experienced veteran combo is always so...
Yeah, they got the hunger, the fire within.
The passion.
All right, we're in game 1. That's the best of 3. We got Team Spirit on the Dire side, and they get first pick Mars. Falcons will be on the Radiant side. And in terms of bans, I guess the Naga may be the only one that is somewhat odd one out, but targeted, of course.
These might be the most Mars gods teams in history. You have Collapse Mars versus the Amar Mars.
Yeah, but Collapse Mars is actually the one that's getting the Mars, so...
Indeed.
Who did we interview? It was Crit that you interviewed yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, he put some disrespect on the wonderful Mars players in this tournament. Cause
he did.
He said, he was asked by Shiver, do you prefer DK or Mars? And they said they prefer DK, they find him more flexible, but they'll play Mars when it's available to them because they have a sick Mars player. But then he said, but we have an Amar, other teams don't.
Yes.
And he says that in a tournament with Collapse and Whisper.
How dare he? To be fair, though, Amar Mars is pretty signature, and like the thing about Amar is I think Collapse and Whisper, they're more like chaotic team fighters, like their spellcasting, that's what they're known for. Not saying they're weak laners by any means, but Amar is the guy that has Mars and he's #1 net worth at minute 10. You know, like every single game, even though you first pick it.
Yeah, but you have to put respect on this Collapse Mars.
Oh, absolutely.
He actually is an incredible laner. I think it was you, Brian, during like an ESL tournament 2 years ago. You showed us this little weatherman segment. I don't know if you remember, you were working remotely, and this was when Collapse was still making his name in Dota, and he was doing so many little intricacies on the lane where he completely shut down the enemy carry.
I actually remember this,
and you were pointing it out with little red circles. And I remember watching that bit and thinking, this guy is scary.
Very few times do, like, even though I know these guys are higher MMR than me, very few times do I be like, wow. I just can't believe that guy did that. And then, I remember Collapse in his early days giving those impressions, and that's just something special about these players that just makes them top tier. And I wanted to comment on this Crystal Maiden really quickly because it's a hero you don't think of much in the draft, but Falcons is 6-1 with it. Like, they just win games with this hero. I think these guys are so much about efficient laning, trading, independency on the map, but also playmaking. And Crystal Maiden, mana for the team, mana for herself. They pair well with like Skeeter's, like illusion carries.
She does stuns, she has damage.
Yep.
I love CM in these like ganking trios that run around. You can either run around with her and an offlaner or the mid, or even just another support that has like a stun, and she offers enough damage to kill almost any hero. Even these like really cheesy, annoying heroes like Timbersaw, if she can ult on top of like a couple of stuns, she'll legitimately kill anyone.
And even Frostbite, it's such a nuisance of a spell because you max it out first and it's off cooldown so often, and it's very disruptive to a lot of the heavy meta heroes in this patch. You know, these Bat Riders, these Primal Beasts, these
mobility
Lushraks.
based, yeah.
I like the Tiny CM. That's a nice ganking duo. We've been seeing the Frostbite into CM ult, into Avalanche, into Toss. Like, you do the slow combo. You don't play for the tiny damage. You play for the CM ult damage. These two heroes together are incredible.
Also, conceptually, I just really like when two supports cover each other's bases and that you have this ranged, squishy spellcaster in the backline in Crystal Maiden, and then you have this big tanky guy on your position 4 who's going to go in first and going to make these initiations. So it makes it harder to counter supports with something like a Storm Spirit who, oh, look, the Storm Spirit's just going to eat your backlines. Oh, look, this Pango's just going to eat your backlines. It makes it harder to draft against.
Would you also then say like this is guaranteed a crit tiny, or would you like to keep do we keep it open as flex?
Keep it open for sure. That's the strength of Tiny.
Will it ever be a Mar is the question, because he's one of the few people that's done
I hope
Tiny
so.
offlane.
I want to see his build.
We got a Bane join the mix. Oftentimes we see it combined with the Mirana, but I will say I've not seen Miposhka play Bane in a long time. Miposhka is actually the player that made Bane look good about 5 years ago.
Yeah.
I remember him in some random stack TI qualifiers. He didn't make it in the end, but I remember his Bane had made a big impression on me.
I don't know exactly why, but for some reason, Eastern European support players are so good at Bane 5. Like, you have Miposhka, you have Solo, like
the advanced night vision.
I don't know why, but they're the most annoying Vayne players. They really do abuse the advanced night vision. They're buying a Quelling Blade, going through little tree paths, nightmaring you from paths that you're not expecting.
Doing the cheese taunt while they're doing it too.
Yeah, of course.
Like, you see the guy that's like trying to nightmare you, like, you know this Bane's gonna catch you, and if he does, his team's all behind him, and he's doing the cheese wheel taunt as he's running at you as a carry player. It's, you know, I do have
I can
nightmares about
feel
this.
the pain.
I'm like, that damn cheese, I'm gonna die.
They always win lane too. They know how to push the buttons in lane and push your buttons as well, Brian.
They do. Ooh, Sven into that. Interesting. What I mean by that is a lot of single target disable and control. Like, it's hard to hit techies because of the taser. It's Bane good against these like single target carries that he can grip through BKB, Mars. He basically needs to buy BKB because he's against Mars, but then he's against Bane. So it's kind of interesting.
But currently, Bane has the job to control Puck, right? Because I actually think Bane is one of the better supports versus Puck. If you see him in a fight, you grip him, and grip has an instant cast time. The only issue with that is, of course, you have this Tiny in the backlines is going to be looking to disrupt you. But for the most part, I do feel that Spirit have solutions for the heroes that came after their picks.
Yeah, so
quite interesting. But what were you saying, James?
No, I was wondering, like, why would they be confident to pick the Puck into the Bane?
Lifestealer is banned. That would have been an amazing pick, Shiver.
I think Puck is just a very strong hero now in this meta regardless, and if you can just pick it early on, you can like secure it in the next phase of bans, you make sure it doesn't get banned out. It also just gives them team fight and stun. Like, if you look at Falcon's draft, they have Crystal Maiden control, they have Tiny control, they have Puck control, they have Sven control. Like, Team Falcons have a lot of means to just go on a target and kill it. They don't lack stuns by any means, and that does make it easier to take fights, even if on paper you are countered.
Okay.
I actually really like this Luna pick for many reasons. First and foremost, I want to say that Luna versus Sven in a vacuum is not good. Like, that's usually a heavily Sven-favored matchup. But the reason why I like the Luna so much is because yesterday against Aurora, when they had Sven, they picked Void, which is a good carry-to-carry matchup, but it was a issue of net worth and it was an issue of tempo that Sven represents. And I think because I already said Sven's not the greatest against Mars because he has to buy BKB, then he gets gripped if he's in BKB. So it's like they already have the answers to Sven, but what they need to make sure doesn't happen is that the Sven hits this critical mass that they can't deal with because his timings are just faster than yours. So picking a hero like Luna I just think that's like their vision of the macro game that Spirit has, where it's like, okay, we don't really care about the individual matchup. We just know that this is the stage of the game where we would lose, and this hero addresses that. So
I actually really love that point, because if you guys remember last year when the meta was Sven and Gyro just farming Ancients, and it was either those two heroes,
Good
and
times.
the solutions that you would have to come up with are heroes who also have innate like farm steroids built into their kit, and you pick them just so that you're never at a point where the game stagnates and you get out net worth. So people would try to solve that by picking Magnuses and empowering their carry. They try to solve it with picking Lunas who farm with Moonglaves, or TAs, or even Medusas were being picked. So yeah, I like that a lot.
the Underlord ban is some respect for Amar, because that hero, I don't think we've seen it at all, maybe once, but it's like, when I look at that ban, I think now Team Spirit's saying, we don't want your 5-man to be better than ours. Like, we don't want you to have some Darkseer. They might even ban Darkseer here. I don't even know if Amar plays it, but it's like a hero that just allows them to have auras and group up around you, because right now, I think Team Spirit's got the edge in that regard.
Question is, what Laurel hero can Spirit pick on 23?
They banned the Viper.
It's an Amar special as well, right? So.
Oh yeah, and
I'm
it's
thinking
for
like
Luna to get ulted.
Storm looks okay. I feel like they need a little bit more disable, but it's not that great against the disables that Falcons have, like Tiny, Puck.
It looks quite scary, if I'm being honest, if they go Storm. They can't go Wind Ranger because the hero, like Tiny's just too tanky. There are too many stuns. Warcry is very annoying if you're Wind Ranger.
Some early
and you could go
BKB
Zeus.
guys?
Zeus is Zeus is all right. I think there's not great backline jump for Zeus, although I have been liking Puck versus Zeus lately, from at least seeing him in my pubs. Like the current Puck build that does damage seems like it can actually jump and kill a Zeus.
And Laurel's, of course, a Zeus specialist, so if he feels like it's a good Zeus game, they'll go for it. But they're taking quite some time. They got 1 second left. They'll go for Death Prophet.
Huh.
That is a moment.
It's the 5-man thing. I'm telling you, they want to out-tempo this Sven. They just
The
want to
tower
say,
push is looking very spooky.
yeah, it gives them Roche, gives them towers, gives them like high ground potential. They have the toss back as like their main form of taking good fights on their own side of the map on the side of Falcons. So I'm all eyes on Tiny, assuming it's going to be crit. Like all eyes on him to basically dismantle Team Spirit's 5-man so that they can pick up. Like if one of these heroes on Team Spirit is dead at the start, it's going to be crippling for their fights. Like they need all 5 heroes in tandem to like out, almost just. You make this wall that Sven doesn't want to jump into, basically. But if he's allowed to jump in and hit, I think Sven's going to wreak havoc.
I like the Death Prophet a lot with the Mars. Like I feel like if the Mars wasn't in the pool right now, Falcons would pick Centaur right here. But against Mars, you obviously can't run out of the arena. It like just sets the fight in a particular location so DP can get all of her damage off.
Yeah, she also has a good lane versus Puck. I mean, I think I've seen Quinn play it a couple of times, but I saw him standing on Puck's high ground and just pressing Spirit Siphon on the Puck, and Puck just couldn't approach the creep waves.
You could even just siphon creeps.
Yeah, it should be a strong lane, and also the silence follow-up to whichever disables are cast on this Puck. If you can get the Arena Spear combo or just the grip, you will have this extra backup through this DP silence, so it makes a lot of sense.
I think a 1-to-1 counter here Falcons could pick is like the Bloodseeker, but I don't like it that much for the game.
It doesn't do the 5-man problem.
It doesn't address the 5-man problem, but it does do very well against Death Prophet as a hero. She's one of the... She really doesn't like being ruptured.
It also makes the Underlord ban makes more sense now that you have this DP and this 5-man lineup. Like if they just got this Aura builder who gets like a Greaves, it'll be much harder for Spirit to do this 5-man ball, because we didn't talk about the Sven, but Warcry is a really good spell versus DP. Not only is it the extra move speed, but you give your whole team an armor buff.
I think he's gonna do it, guys.
So it's offlane Tiny. It
Oh,
looks like.
yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Purge is really strong here because DP relies on walking around, and it actually cripples her a lot if she ults and then you just ult her. So you run away, and then you also have the Shadow Demon illusions. Shadow Demon against
Luna
and Bane as well. You can
disrupt the
grip. Yeah, this is and Mars is a single target hero as well. Like this is an amazing SD pick actually.
And we saw it like in the clips from previously, like the way that Falcons plays is they rely on these saves to like bail out Malrine or Skeeter a lot. So crits had high impact on Shadow Demon so far.
Also, this Techies hates getting Shadow Demon ulted too.
True.
It's just a really excellent Shadow Demon pick. I mean, the question is, will Spirit be able to pull off their 5-man ball that they want to? Because I feel like this kind of threw a wrench into their game plan a little bit, just having that save is going to make it a lot harder for them to get that 1 or 2 kills that lead into a tower, lead into a Roshan.
The question mark for me is Tiny offlane. Like,
Yeah.
the SD pick, I do agree. It's very good against, like, all of the heroes on the enemy side, but it means that you have a Tiny offlane. And I wonder, what is the build? Is he going to lose the lane and then Luna just completely free farms and takes over the game? Because I've done that before, where you play the Tiny in lane.
You
know,
have done that, yeah.
You get the Blink Dagger, you start going to other lanes, and then it's like, the carry's level 13. I'm 8, no, I'm level 9. You know, it's not the best offlaner in Dota. It doesn't farm that well.
I'm gonna say for traditional Dota's sake that it's just like slightly spirit favored because their draft is more cohesive than Falcon's draft. But Falcon do have a lot of nice ways to deal with spirits heroes, but it's gonna require a lot of outplaying and a lot of key early game engagements. Like they get a few picks, they control runes well, things like that. But in outright team fights, it should be difficult for Falcons.
This is kind of giving me like old LGD vibes from Spirit, where I feel like their draft is specifically tailored to the opponent that they're playing. So I feel like they see that Falcons wants to out 5-man you with this like early timing. They want to basically have this lineup that's unfightable. And Team Spirit, who's been picking a lot of playmaking, ganking lineups, now says we're going to 5-man ball down a lane with Luna, Death Prophet. So I think that's a cool way to address a playstyle.
It's game 1 of a best of 3, so they can just try it, and if it doesn't work, they can try something else in game number 2. But we're gonna find out, will the Death Ball be successful for Team Spirit? It is Sunsven and Synderen that will tell us.
Here we go. Falcons versus Team Spirit in his best of 3. Sunsfan here with Synderen. Wave.
Hello.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, everybody.
Welcome to another beautiful day here in Sweden for DreamLeague Season 22. And yeah, I'm always impressed with, I know that everybody was glowing a little bit for the Team Spirit draft and how they cater themselves to every other opponent, but something about Falcons drafts are just so fascinating to watch. They have so much, like we've seen a lot of teams like switch to this idea of having flex, but I feel like they're just on another level. Like last picking a Shadow Demon, it's such a good game for it. Typically you won't see the 5th pick as a support, but when you have this big of a hero pool for so many of their players, it's so hard to draft against, I feel like.
I think this is something that AUI is a very big fan of. So it's possible that it's part of the coaching here that's coming into play as well with how they prepare their strategies, that they specifically try to find as many heroes as possible that are good in the patch that they can play on more than one player. And then they build everything in all of their strategies around that idea, right? Falcons definitely in this tournament so far do it more than any other team. They just have great flex potential among all 3 of the core players with specific heroes. That's why they like the Dragon Knight so much. Well, every team is picking Dragon Knight, but this team is using it, in my opinion, the best because they play it on all 3 positions very well. And the Tiny, you saw Team Spirit, they started banning offlaners. And Amar didn't really find the hero he wanted, so it's like, whatever, I also play Tiny offlane, and we can get an amazing support last pick. The panel talked about how good of a Shadow Demon game this is. It's flat out just outstanding. And Crit has been playing a really good tournament so far, so expecting big things from him. It is a bit of a clash of styles here. Spirit's lineup is, I'd say, a little bit uncharacteristic for what we've seen them play. Larl and DP is not a player-hero combination that we see very often.
Yeah, I've seen it a couple times, but in terms of like the play style that the hero requires, you're right. It's not the Laurel prototypical.
Yeah. Generally more of a playmaker and initiate style mid with Spirit heroes or Puck. I think in a game like this, it's actually really integral for Spirit's lineup that Death Prophet is very farmed. I think if she does okay, they're going to run into a problem with taking the towers that they want, because what Falcons are prepared for basically is heavy single target burst. They have Tiny core, he's going to have levels. They have the Sven as a carry, which is one of the most hard-hitting heroes in the game. Shadow Demon, which is a flat-out anti-screw one hero kind of guy. And if Death Prophet doesn't have the items and doesn't have the levels, she's just going to get Demonic Purged and killed. Like, Spirit don't have a save for him. They have Nightmare, which is, you know, a pseudo-save. You can be clutch, but eh.
It's not like a disruption, that's for
No, definitely not. And you were very surprised to see the Bane pick. I was surprised too. I mean, Mipushka is an absolute master of this hero, but not a traditional first phase or I mean,
or a hero at all.
Not traditionally picked right now.
Spear from Collapse, and that'll be the first blood going to Mira. He's able to hide in the tree line.
This is a very strong lane. We've seen this multiple times this tournament. Techie's Mars, you play any frail 5 into this, you get caught, you're done.
Feels like Techie's almost anything in this meta has been pretty damn effective, even with the DK just setting up with the Dragon Tail or something like that.
Does a lot of the job himself. Most 4s rely heavily on the core to do damage. Techies has that in spades, especially on level 6, you can sometimes almost solo kill cores if you get the right situation.
And from the Bane perspective, this is a hero that has gotten a decent amount of changes over the years. As so far, Laurel 16 and 7 in the mid lane, 12 and 1 from Malrine. So Malrine losing a little bit at the time.
It's a good DP matchup.
Being.
And this is a good sign for Spirit, right? They put Laurel on DP, which we haven't seen him play too much. He's doing very well against perhaps the, on average, best performing mid laner in the tournament so far. I feel like Malrine has not really lost the lane.
Yeah, I'd say that's probably true.
So if you can get off to this kind of start in a game where it's very important that the DP fares well, that's obviously very healthy looking. At the same time, Collapse is absolutely crushing at bottom. 23 and 3 to the 16 and 0 of Skitter's Sven.
Yep,
Spirit
Collapse owning.
Doing very well here to begin with. And
so talk about the position ones and how this game is going to look like for them. The Sven versus the Luna.
Yeah, this is a less bad matchup for Luna than it used to be in just a vacuum, because your shard gives you some decent protection against any type of melee carry. Back in the day, if Sven and Luna were somewhat even on farm, someone would just kind of overpower you, but I think now you have more staying power. You obviously have the best part of Bane in this game is how good it is against Sven for me.
And blast off onto Skeeter.
Oh,
ooh, the spear will miss.
Rare miss there from Collapse. Skitter wasn't even moving in any unusual way, just moved in a straight
Maybe
line.
he was thinking next level, you know? It's like if you stand still for the hook, you miss the hook.
Yeah, he was thinking, I think Skitter is going to dodge toward the trees against Mars. that would be next level. Oh,
Snaking.
He's in trouble again.
Indeed.
He's just...
Spear will finish him off, so this offlane for Team Spirit continuing to get these kills for Collapse and company.
To follow up on the carry versus carry situation, I think BSJ talked about it in a pretty concise and clear way here. You know, the timing is what it's all about. Luna and Sven both farm very fast, so you don't get outpaced by the Sven, which is important for your lineup in particular. When you're playing around DP, the trap you don't want to fall into is having a carry that can't contribute, right? So you want somebody that gets online pretty quickly. That was not who the spear was intended for, but sometimes you hit secondary target.
Yep, random wolf out in the jungle. And it's only 6 minutes in there, but already 2K lead for Spirit.
This is a position we have not seen Falcons in very much.
Indeed. Mid lane and off lane just really owning it up for Spirit right now. And this lane, Amar basically even with Yatoro. Which, who would that benefit? And the fact that Tiny's getting farm, I guess, is a good thing for Falcons.
Yeah, ironically, this was the lane that Jenkins was most worried about going well for Falcons, and it's the only one that's truly going well. The other two are.
But he's right all the time. That's what he said on.
Yeah, I know. He's somehow going to be right. As
did he say 2-0 someone?
No, actually, I don't think so. At least.
So because I flamed him, he's now self-conscious. Gotcha. All right, Collapse.
He
finding snaking again. Blast off. Does connect. Skeeter gets off the Stormbolt, but Snake King is done again.
They're not even going to use the spear.
Yeah.
Like, why bother? Save the mana for next kill. Snake King is just food in this lane. It's honestly...
Oh, crit. He will end up getting...
It's probably going to kill him too.
His Wisdom Rune, as Miposhka is in a battle
He's done.
that he cannot win.
Pop. This is one of those situations where you look at Snake King as the 5 maiden and you're like, man, he's dying a lot, you know, this isn't good. But you gotta look at the bigger picture. If he is not dying, Sven will have absolutely nothing, right? And I'm not saying this lane is going great for Sven, you can see Skitter is definitely suffering, but it's one of the cases of you gotta take the lesser evil, and sometimes that just means when you're playing 5, you're just screwed, right? If he doesn't draw any attention to himself in this lane, the Sven doesn't even get to hit creeps, so... Snake King very experienced, very well aware of the dynamic there.
Snake King coming in, off the back of the avalanche from Amar. Yatoro's really wanting to kill off crit, gets off the Lotus, tosses there, Yatoro dies. Meanwhile, Collapse kills Skeeter this time, so that offlane continuing to reap rewards for Spirit, but they do lose their Luna this time.
Yeah, speaking of, right? For a moment, Maiden isn't there as a lightning rod. And Skitter gets taken out instantly with that Snake King rotation to top. They knew they could go for it. Miposhka very quick on the Nightmare there.
Yeah, but the Frostbite was just in range. Laurel gets off the silence onto 2. Miposhka continuing to get gone on as the Avatos is there. Laurel finishes off crit, so supports will trade lives.
Man, Laurel is level 8.
Yeah, he's
doing
destroying.
very, very well here. And Malrine, uncharacteristically quiet so far. He's a talkative kind of guy.
That's right. Where's the all chat at?
Not much to write home about right now, you know? Just bit in the jungle here, trying to get some extra farm in along with the mid waves, but as it stands, he's 600 behind the DP. The Sven has lost his lane by 2,000 minute 9. He's level 6 though, so it's time to go to the jungle. Get your farm on. But Spirit definitely coming in well prepared for this game. And this is one of those situations that's really interesting, because you see teams like Falcons, you know, they go on a hot streak, everything goes great. What happens when you throw, how is it you say it? Is it a spanner in the cog? Is that what you say?
Spanner?
Yeah?
Wrench.
Wrench. Didn't we have this conversation another time, and spanner is another word for wrench, and it's the British word?
I don't remember. I've never heard spanner in my life, but it's possible I just forgot because I talked to you.
I could be wrong. Anyway.
So much useless information is conveyed from you to me that...
That is fair.
I just got to release some of it from the brain.
All right. Who of you, who of me and Jenkins is ruining your life more? Very important question here.
I'm going to have to think about that one.
Okay.
3 bounty runes picked up by Laurel. What the hell?
It's quite uncharacteristic that they're all there minute 9 still.
Wow.
We'll get a little extra. I mean, that's another 1,000 network.
Yeah, I was going to say. Their lead is back to 3K. There is a stack here, though, as Crit is playing one of the best, if not the best stacking hero in the game.
And I guess theoretically the best one's Naga Siren, right? But it's almost like inhuman levels of micro if you want to do it correctly.
True.
But yeah, Shadow Demon, the best support for stacking, just hands down. You have super long range. You can stack multiple camps at once. Obviously, can't really take as much advantage of it as you used to because the triangle has 2 camps instead of 3. But that's a long gone change. Anyway, Malrine will farm up the big camp. The Ancients are still reserved for Skitter. And you would imagine Spirit want to try to invade this one actually potentially at some point. For now, they're just going to be pushing out the mid lane with Laurel and the siege creep. Falcons aren't really doing anything.
Even the Techies comes in, put down a mine.
It's just gone. They can't defend it.
And it will fall. So Team Spirit pretty much getting everything they need. Even when they find, even when Falcons finds the kill on the position 1 for Yatoro, it's a trade for Skeeter on the other side. Just at minimum, it's neutral, but mostly it's been positive for Spirit. As Skeeter getting chased again. Collapse.
I'm gonna go out on a limb here.
Being chased by a creep.
This is the fastest Mars dagger we've seen all tournament. Could be wrong.
Into the pit, Skeeter goes. Collapse. He's gonna get fogged out. Yes, for the time being, but now eventually catches up. Doesn't want to use Spear because of the TP potential. Storm Hammer. I called it Bolt earlier. That was from Dota 1, I believe.
Yeah.
It's Mars. It's off the arena now. Mira coming in with the blast off as well. Rebuke back into the shield, and one more mine for the road. Skeeter dead again. Spirit just dominating this laning phase.
He has Bracer, Soul Ring, Phase Boot, Blink, minute 11
Not bad.
on the Mars.
Yeah, pretty
Wonder
good.
if we can get a comparison for average Blink Dagger timing. 'Cause this, to me, feels exceptionally early coming out from that Mars.
It's maybe not fair as well because a lot of Mars have not been going Blink first anyway. It's been a lot of Yules. I mean, it looks like he's going Yules next
but
after the fact.
I mean, he's skipped one Bracer. I guess that's the thing that's unfair, because a lot of Mars go double Bracer, Soul Ring, and then Blink, right? That we've seen? I think so, or do they generally just only get the one Bracer? I want to say I've seen a lot of double plus Soul Ring, but anyway. Fact of the matter is, it's fast. They're doing great. Now Exorcism is ready again. Larl even has a haste rune, which is the rune on this hero. And just freely move around with the Exorcism in the next coming fight. Could be looking for a top tier 1 if they want. They could technically even Roche, I think. But there is that Demonic Purge onto Larl.
Yeah, looks like he's going to be just fine though. Spirit siphoning some illusions. And he has the haste rune. Yeah, not often we see Falcons at a deficit like this early on, but any times we have seen them kind of losing lane stages, they've been very good at extending the game for the eventual late game scenarios. Mira runs into crit. That'll be the smoke dissipated completely. Avatos from Amar, but the Fiend's Grip on the high ground from Aposhka not getting canceled anytime soon as the arena comes out from Collapse with a huge rebuke as well. 4 dead for Falcons.
See ya later.
As Spirit have now taken firm control of this game.
This was the one play that Falcons had waited for. They needed to get the Amar Blink. They needed to get all their spells ready. Malrine didn't get to coil in this fight, so they Avatos. This grip is almost instant from Miposhka. He just jumps in, gets caught, and it's just
perfect arena.
Wow.
That's insane. Yeah, Collapse is a special flower for sure. Very good at the old dotes.
Yep.
Okay, I don't think I've ever seen Falcons in this form. 7K down at 14.
Oh, this is definitely the worst game they've had in this tournament.
Not just this tournament. The last tournament as well.
Since they formed,
yeah,
maybe.
It does feel like their laning stage is typically in their favor. As Collapse getting the initiation onto Amar. Crit is there for the counter initiation as a bunch of TPs coming from Spirit, but they won't be able to connect on anyone.
I think they were anticipating that there was going to be backup coming from Falcons too. Sometimes you just TP as a layer of protection, right? Falcons. And they would be right.
Yeah, they're grouping up. They want to fight despite just losing a team fight. Amar gets the Avatos, only onto the techies. The Falcons will take what they can get right now.
It's something. He had a killing spree, so Malrine gets a little extra bounty. He still doesn't have the Witchblade. It's flying out now. We're 15 minutes in. And Puck is finally getting the Witchblade, which is absolutely crucial for you to be able to find solo kills. This was the introduction of this item really revolutionized this hero for me, let's say, because Puck used to always run into this problem where you get to the early portion of the mid game, and you have your spell combo, and nobody dies, right? Like, that was always the problem. You couldn't really buy Dagon because like the value proposition just wasn't there. The item is better now than it was back then even. But when you get this Witchblade, you really start having a different level of impact, but it's been delayed so much this game. You can see this is very slow. Much, much worse than the average coming out here from Malrine.
Yeah, so for Falcons, if they want to go into turtle mode, how does their lineup fare in that type of scenario? As Collapse will find crit. That's the arena off. There's actually reinforcements from Falcons. Oh, sorry, that is Team Spirit. Never mind. Goodbye, crit.
Falcons are going to send their agent Larl to get rid of crit.
Fake hype.
They found the imposter. It was Shadow Demon. And they get rid of him swiftly. Yatoro going to farm up the enemy triangle. Spirit just in full control of the map and of the game. Just complete and utter domination. Otter.
Well, otters would be a great addition to the game, I agree.
I think it's good for the game we played yesterday. A dominating otter. How would you show that in the shopkeeper game, do you think?
That's a good question, Cinderin. one that I will completely ignore as we move on to the commentary of this game.
Yeah. That's fair.
But back to my original question, which you so rudely ignored.
That's what I do.
Falcons' turtle potential. What'd you say?
I don't know. I don't even think their lineup scales better.
It's not like they have a Naga.
Yeah, and Sven as a hero is very tempo-based. This hero does not play well from behind. It's not like you're going to turtle, Sven is going to farm up, and then he's suddenly coming online and everything will be great. Generally speaking, Sven on equal net worth to a lot of carries is just weaker, and he thrives on staying ahead and farming faster than most other heroes. In this case...
Oh, Malrine. Oh, Amar actually comes in to get the kill onto Mira, so good job from him as they find another support in Miposhka.
All right.
So 2 supports killed.
I think this is the way in to the game. I don't think...
Killing supports?
No, just being aggressive with what you have. I think Falcons are very well aware that just standing back and being defensive is going to do them no good. You can't give the initiative over to Spirit. They're just going to run you over. So you have to try to look for moments of opportunity where you see the enemy heroes spread on multiple lanes.
Yeah, they want Amar. They completely ignore snaking. Now the position 3 Tiny will drop. As Malrine able to TP out, so it ends up being 2 supports basically for the off lane.
Yeah.
And Skeeter with that God Strength just continue to farm. He is going for the BKB next. And, I mean, is that enough to try and fight? Problem is, like, if Spirit's 5-manning, it's going to be really difficult for Falcons. But this is not 5-manning here. Collapse is all alone. Frostbite under the tier 1 tower. Yules onto the Sven as Skeeter gets the Stormhammer off. The TP is coming, so Collapse does fall, but looks like the TP's canceled now.
Big kill. The sequence in which Falcons did this worked out really well. So they forced this fight up top where they kill 2 supports, and then they cross the map down to bottom and find the kills there. And the rotations from Spirit not available. They just had TPs on cooldown, so they can't help Collapse. That is a very nice kill for them. Now Spirit will trade it for the Roche. I think at the end of the day this was inevitable and they were going to get it anyway. Also see Falcons taking the towers in the meantime.
Let's see what the average timer is.
It's quite good.
Be interested. 21:59 still. Okay, great.
Nice, he was below 20 again.
Really cool. Really, really cool. Just don't want my free dinner.
Didn't want it anyway.
Production, you're not getting anything out of this, you know. Okay, trolling.
I'm actually surprised that it's still 59. I thought it would be like 57.
Well, there are other games that we're not casting.
Yeah. Well, the trend in our games has definitely been like a...
Snaking. As they find a Mira.
Yeah, Mira has been shut down quite hard.
He has.
They've killed him like 3 or 4 times in a row.
And you can see it's just a 4K lead now for Spirit. They do have the Aegis. Let's see how well they use it. But Falcons finding a way slowly but surely to get back into this game.
Yep.
And honestly, it's been mostly off the back of killing these supports. And obviously the 1 kill on Collapse, pretty big. Wasn't reciprocated at all from Spirit. Well, I guess in a way they traded Roche for it.
Collapse trying for the Blink Yules, but Malrine instantly into the phase shift.
Radiant's top tower is under
He'll be
attack.
building BKB next. But a smoke from Spirit, they want to get aggressive. They want to defend this tier 2 tower. Malrine with the Invis rune. Collapse. And the scan comes out. Malrine on the high ground. TP. He's fine. Boy, they really min-max it, don't they, these days? I have to say. They are very aware.
Every little edge matters at this level. But yeah, I have to
Except
say,
when it comes to the Roshan banner.
True. But I guess it's not even considered an edge, because if you don't know how to use it, you can't get an advantage.
That's right. See, that is something that, for AUI especially, I'm surprised he hasn't.
Oh, I'm sure
Hey,
AUI knows exactly how to use it, but his teams are just like,
oh, I see.
Shut up, old nerd. This is new tech.
Shut up, old nerd.
Yeah.
That's very disrespectful to a 2-time TI winner. Collapse. Yule's spear combo. Snaking is done.
Finally, Spirit get on the board again. This feels like it took forever. Their last kill was quite a long time ago. I gotta say, really commending Falcons here on a well-played last few minutes. It's not as easy as it looks. They were in a really bad spot, and they they're not back in the game per se, but they've managed to make it a possibility to win this. I would still give Spirit a very clear edge, but, you know, lead down to 3K from 8.
Yeah.
And this was a lineup from Spirit that was meant to just, you know, group up at this point and just run you over with the lead they had, but some of the utility items are starting to come out for Falcons that give them better counterplay. This is Shadow Demon Blink Dagger.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
BKB on Sven completed.
Yep, Collapse with another Yule Spear. This time it's Crit being the recipient of that. He's only at half HP. It's off the Disruption. Miposhka was looking for the Nightmare. And Crit attempting to run out.
Oh, that was a long cast.
Nightmare.
Gotta love that Aether Lens. Everybody loves a good Bane.
Oh yeah, very cool hero.
I love this hero, but it's just not very good right now. But, you know, in the right circumstances with the right strategy, most stuff in Dota can work.
This is true. This is accurate. Yatoro gets a tier 2 mid. I think the issue with Bane has always been, and they've definitely toned this back for like heroes like him and Jakiro, is just the clunkiness. Like the animations just feel like they just take ages to go off. Speaking of ages, we have Luna getting another tier 2 tower with a minute left on the Aegis.
He's very farmed. 280 CS minute 23. Which is kind of bound to happen on Luna when you have this good of a start. Could have had more farm than this, but Spirit were making a decent amount of team moves that Luna was involved in, so it's always going to be a trade-off. And again, that's where Falcons...
Oh, that's a gem. That's huge.
A really big intercept.
Did he just buy that?
I think... Wait,
it was on the courier, so I assume he just bought that.
Well, was he sending it out to Mars?
I don't know.
Because Bane himself is top.
That's a pretty big mistake.
It's an 1,800 net worth swing.
So, Team Spirit, they get 2 tier 2s with this Aegis, effectively. Which, for Falcons, I think that's not too bad. They've cut the lead, like you said, down to 3K. And now they have a gem to work with. See how much value they get out of it.
And the Aegis will expire as well, so...
Yep,
there is a moment of opportunity here for Falcons actually to think about a fight, and they're going to immediately smoke with this Aegis expiring.
Yep, Toro will pop it. Malrine gets the Waning Rift into the Illusory Orb away. Ends up popping most of the smoke as Collapses all alone. Skeeter coming in to try to finish the job, but he gets speared to a tree next to Yatoro as well. Collapse does eventually fall, and Skeeter will be fine as they're going to re-aggress now. The coil snaps, Disruption onto the Luna. As Yatoro is forced to use his BKB, Skeeter continuing on. Amar gets the nice toss into the Avalanche, kills off the Bane. Yatoro super low, does fall to the Shadow Poison. Laurel with the Exo is not going to survive either. And just like that, Falcons bring the game back in their favor.
Man, these guys are good.
Wow.
It just...
absolutely absurd.
This is why wards win games, ladies and gentlemen. Seeing the Mars there, who was trying to go for a backstab. Spirit were trying to set up a pincer move here, where they're baiting out in mid to give Collapse the perfect backline initiation. But that one ward that Falcons have seeing him out in the jungle, they get that kill first, and everything just snowballs from it. He's trying to buy himself time with the Yules, he immediately gets Demonic Purge, they kill him instantly. I think Spirit should have absolutely just called it quits there. Just get the hell out when Mars gets caught.
I thought you meant they called GG.
Okay, relax.
That's what calling it quits is.
You can call it quits on a play. I think.
I guess.
Whatever, give me this one.
It's a little aggressive.
But yeah,
give me that 1 second on the Roche timer, then I can give you that one.
It's not. I don't have to be right for $100. You can't fight without your Mars. You have to just instantly dip. He was trying to buy himself time, wasn't able to. You just got to get out. But it's so easy to say these judgment calls. A lot of the time, you really want to back up your teammates, but that ended up costing them the entire lead that they had. Now suddenly, Stormhammer available for the Sven, the upgraded Aghanims version. Will be able to fly in and break that Mars immediately.
BKB from Malrine will avoid the spear as the result gets the coil off as Laurel dies on the other side as well. So Falcons continuing to get these crazy ass kills. Toss back and Collapse will eventually die to 2 cores dead for Spirit. Falcons are certainly online now. You talked about the Ags. That's another way to dispel the Yules.
I said, yeah, there's the kill. I mean, he's just alone. There's no backup here. I said break. I didn't mean in the technical sense, but more as in he can just completely destroy Mars. He can just Stormhammer in. Mars can't Yule. This is going to get dispelled immediately. So that layer of protection is now gone. And Sven will always be able to get on top of the Luna now from really far away. Or just kill... I think the perfect play for Skitter, honestly, if he gets the chance, is just Stormhammer the Bane. Just instantly blow up the Bane and open up the fight that way. His teammates are going to be able to offer protection for him if there's counterplay from Spirit. You can get Blink disrupted by your Shadow Demon. You get tossed out if it gets really hairy. You obviously have your BKB.
Malrine runs into Mira. Seems to be the recipient of a lot of these just random engagements. They just run into each other. Laurel attempting to run back, but Amar is going to throw a tree at him just for fun. A collapse. Looks like they might find a pickoff here onto Snake King. So again, support for support. But the grip keeping Amar in place. But really the story is Laurel dying again. The footsteps of his base as Amar just blinks away. Nice disruption again from Crit. And this disruptor, this Shadow Demon has been such a, I mean, you guys called it, God tier pick. It has really worked out well for Falcons. Even when it just comes to the Demonic Purge. But the saves have been incredible. Being able to use that on Luna. 2 illusions that will scale as strong as she gets. Of course, maybe not as much with the build that Lunas go these days, I suppose, but it's not like there's a Scotty Butterfly right now.
It's still good.
Yeah, it's still good.
It all adds up in the fight. I'm very, very impressed with how Falcons managed to turn this game around so fast. It is... We knew they're good. We've seen how they operate, but as we talked about, haven't really seen them at this big of a deficit in any game they've played. And despite that, they still find a way into this one, which, you know, it's good when you're behind to have a lineup that can make plays, right? Because that's when you feel like there's hope. If you had a very greedy, you know, we need to farm a lot on multiple cores kind of strategy going, you're just doomed when you're 7k behind minute 14, right? Like, you're just never finding a way back. But they know what their win condition is. They know what they can work with. And it's just been the perfect storm of good moves there. Miposhka, hello.
Okay.
Don't go through the gate on the other players would be my recommendation.
Oh, man. That was actually hilarious. But yeah, the Roche spawning in 10 seconds, so that means Miposhka will have to sit it out if they end up trying to contest right away. As, okay, Crit has an Ags at sub 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
All right, good luck to Mars, everybody. It's going to have a tough time now.
Now there's an actual break.
Yeah.
Falcons, I don't think they have scouted the Roche quite yet.
Laurel finally getting a BKB, so now he has some sort of ability to stand his ground against this massive spell damage lineup that Falcons have going, but does feel like it's still going to be tricky to find the fight, but this has to be the moment you're looking for. Falcons lineup is going to group up around the Roche pit. You can run in with your Exo, but no, it's just kind of dead already.
All right, let's see how much impact AUI 2000 has when it comes to little mechanics like the Roshan banner. But they're going to smoke up, and this might turn into a fight. But remember, the God Strength is going to be dissipating.
Radiant are scanning.
It's already past the half duration mark. Does Falcons want to fight without that? I doubt it. And now the mass TP's out. Skeeter. All right. So who has the banner? Talk about this for the next 10 minutes. My favorite discussion. Oh, he just you. God. All right.
Shan, what if...
Curtis, you need to get this shit together, man. You're the pioneer of all these little mechanics.
All right, let me entertain an idea here. What if all the pro teams are better at this game than you? Do you think that's possible?
Yes, that is possible.
Okay.
But it also gives them overconfidence because they're better.
Right.
Cocky. So you're saying this is a good usage. That's what you're implying right now.
I personally am with you that saving it is... I like the idea of saving it until barracks come into play. I think that's a very interesting idea. But in the face of overwhelming evidence, we may have to eventually concede and just accept that the banner is just there.
Shiver was interviewing Toronto Tokyo about it, and he admitted they don't know how to use it yet. So there's some counter evidence, if you want to call it that.
I see what's happening here. So BetBoom win the group stage, and therefore they're the best team. So every other team copies them, and they don't know how to use the banner. So everybody
could be
just does it wrong because BetBoom does it wrong.
Yeah, I think
that would be really funny. Like, imagine you have this image as a team that you are infallible, and other teams just copy relentlessly, and you just...
Mira, you have died.
He's not.
Good effort.
Get away from this. You're doing so well. You're like, you're in a position in the group stage where you don't need to win all your games. You just put out a red herring. You just literally invest.
So it's a long game of using it like absolute shit, and then when it really matters the most, you pull it out when the Rax is actually down.
Yeah.
Incredible.
You start first picking a hero and nobody else is playing. They're like, why do they think this hero is so good? And they don't. They just
happen to win with it.
They want it to catch on for the other teams.
Yeah, that's truly next level.
Yep.
Can we click on those creeps in the mid lane? Do they actually get the buff that late? Oh, too late.
They're dead.
All right. Oh, it's already gone.
I think somebody broke the banner, right?
It hasn't been 5 minutes.
I would think so.
Oh, God, dude.
Oh, it was Manta Illusions killing the banner.
Right. Okay, yeah.
Nicely done from Yotaro.
I mean, they're going to buff the banner enough that you need to sit somebody on it to defend. That's the goal.
I heard the panel talking about some capture the flag the other day, where you could carry the banner with you.
Oh, okay.
I think it would be a very interesting idea.
So wherever you are, the creeps are stronger.
I don't know what the banner would do, but it's something like where you kill the hero who's carrying the banner, and then you can get it. Kind of like a gem.
Okay. That's interesting.
That actually be kind of cool, to be honest.
We love mini games, and we have the Monkey King killing like courage and whatnot. As we're going to see the silence on a Malrine.
Oh, very close.
Going to have to use the BKB, and he blinks away.
Wow, Miposhka was, I want to say, 90% through the animation of grip there.
I'm a little surprised. Maybe not.
Super close.
I'm a little surprised he's not going Lincolns on Puck, but I guess he's just very confident that his team will be able to cancel out anything like that.
I mean, especially if they give him the Aegis. Then.
Yeah, of course. Maybe that's exactly why then.
But you're right, Lincoln's is obviously one of the great items against Bane. Forces you to use Enfeeble first, and it gives you that reaction window.
Yeah, it takes so long to cast anything on Bane. Smoke now from Spirit as they find themselves in a 6K deficit despite them being ahead for most of the game.
Opting to look for a fight with 50 seconds left on the Aegis is a quite interesting choice here. I don't think the conditions change much in the next 45 seconds.
Surprise tactic, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe you can catch Falcons off guard, but if they are tight together, you're effectively just fighting at a major disadvantage. And it doesn't look like they're going to find anything here whatsoever.
Yeah, Malrine. Still 30 seconds to go, so not a good target to jump.
I'll allow them to place a ward here in mid, but unlikely the fight is going to happen around where Miposhka just put this. More than likely going to be further up on their side of the map. But Yotaro will force them back here, so perhaps this ward can get interesting now. As Falcons will need to start heading back toward their base unless they're going to just concede this tower. Okay.
Aegis gone.
TP. Malrine is very apprehensive about hitting this wave, just gonna cast spells from max range and not get involved in the creeps. Scared of getting gripped.
And this is just gonna turn into the third Roche type of game, it looks like. Crit now. Looking for his shard. How good is the cleanse this game? Can he dispel Enfeeble?
Yeah, DP silence.
Oh, we have the break on Mars. Not tanky at all as Amar pops his BKB. But Pipe's actually going to save him for now as Lara going in really deep to try to silence the Shadow Demon. The Bane will fall. Shadow Demon is the trade, but now Skeeter, all his scythes are set onto Laurel, but the Eclipse coming out from Yatoro. Skeeter pops his Satanic, staying very healthy indeed. And now Yatoro's gonna get bursted down, gets off the Manta, but eventually the right clicks will be too much to handle. And Laurel now stuck in a corner. Triple kill for Skeeter. And now they will likely go high ground, and that's 2 cores dead for Spirit without buyback right now. There's still a tier 2 bottom, so they'll have to focus on mid and or top. Perhaps they're waiting to get healed up on Malrine before they truly go in. Obviously, they don't know that these buybacks aren't there. Is Avatos, Amar, going for the kill on Collapse.
The damage is so insane.
Not enough, though.
He didn't even have a tree.
Yeah, that's the phylactery.
If he hadn't farmed this jungle camp, he would have killed him.
Oh, it's actually a full Conda.
Yeah.
Oh my
the
god.
Conda damage on Tiny is out of this world, but you know, if he had the shard there, he would have killed him. I'm actually surprised to see Amar not buy that. Amar known to be a very farm-intensive player.
Right.
So you're playing offlane Tiny, not getting the shard, but maybe just doesn't think it's worth it.
Skeeter and Mallory kind of pushing 2 lanes at the same time, and even if they had buybacks, they know that Exo's down, they know that Eclipse is down.
Yeah.
But the fact that they've spread out means that they haven't really focused on one set. Now they will onto the top lane as Laurel comes back, but it's too late. So Falcons, too late for Falcons that is, as they will back away. So they get 2 tier 3 towers, but no barracks. But now with a 14k lead, still in a very, very good position, and Roche 15 seconds away from being able to spawn.
Aghanim's now on Malrine as well. The advantage mounts.
Yes. Oh, it's a really late Roche. 2 minutes 45. Plenty of time to farm away to your heart's content.
Skinner with these 2 connection items, both the Harpoon as well as the Ags, will not struggle at all to get on top of targets. So it's a matter of, can Spirit somehow get tanky enough to survive it and kite him? Is it like, you can still, even when Sven has these items, he is somewhat countable or kiteable if you have like 4 staffs and BKBs, you buy time, his BKB runs out, and then you turn and kill him. But as we saw in that previous fight, Yatoro's just not strong enough to be able to full out stand his ground for long enough. So I feel like Miposhka is the guy who can win this game for Spirit. I think it's the only one. Needs to somehow find a grip on the Sven. And in order to do that, the Shadow Demon needs to be out of play. So it's a set of things that need to happen for Spirit in the coming fight, which is very difficult to accomplish for their lineup, but I mean, you got to play for that one move, right? I don't think there's anything else that I can imagine them winning a fight by than killing Shadow Demon. It's just...
I can see how far Spirit are away. They're looking for that steal of a Roche, but we can see, of course, that it's a late one, which means their top lane dies.
Okay. Yeah, Sven and Tiny are pretty good at taking racks. All right, that's a lane
They
and a
are
half.
trying to push bottom, though, at the same time with Luna. They might be able to trade here, but it's 2 sets already in favor of Falcons. There's a fortification. Do they back up, though? Laurel with the BKB. Exo as well. Mars coming with a nice arena onto 2. Into the blast off, but the disruption saves again onto Skeeter. Now he can pop the BKB and reign supreme. Gets off the stun onto the Luna. The Eclipse will follow as Amar will pop the BKB and run away. Skeeter getting a little bit low, but here comes Malrine with the waning rift. He's found his distance, and they will back away. So it looks like the bottom set was taken out by Spirit, but Malrine going in very deep. They get the kill onto Laurel. 3 dead for Spirit. Mira using the blast off in an escape mechanism, but it ain't happening. GG is called. Falcons. What a great comeback.
Damn.
Terrific execution for them after a super rough laning stage.
What's it gonna take for this team to lose a game in this group stage? Yesterday against OG, they got mega'd. And then they fight this one little moment of opportunity to turn that around and win that game at their own fountain. And in this game, they get absolutely trashed in the early laning stage and the early part of the mid game, just so far behind. and they find opportunity after opportunity, just flat out. There's not really much to say about it. After minute 15, Spirit just got giga outplayed the whole game. Like every move, Falcons are superior. They make the successful rotations. They get the right item timings. They play around each other's spells really well. Panel was unsure about the offlane Tiny. I think Amar played an outstanding game as well. We were talking about the Shadow Demon a lot, not so much about the Tiny, but
I will say, he's not really having very many bad games.
he ends the game doing more damage than his mid puck, right?
Yeah, not bad, not bad.
It's scary when a team can look this rough in that point of the game and they just swing it around so fast. It's giving you, ironically, it's giving you Spirit vibes, right? Spirit was this team that's unbreakable, far behind. They find a way. Falcons are really able to do that right now.
All right, so Falcons with a 1-0 start to this best of 3. Studio, break it down.
We will break it down. Falcons a 1-up in a best of 3. What else is new? They do that every time. We also know that Team Spirit they may have experimented a little bit here with going for the Death Ball draft. And they did get a little bit of a lead, Effie, but they weren't able to turn that into a proper Death Ball.
Yeah, they got a really great lead, actually. They were 7K up at some point. They had an Aegis. But Falcons, man, this team is scary. They just played the macro game better than Spirit did, honestly. Even though they were behind in net worth and they were playing against an Aegis, they dodged Team Spirit so well. And that's really the issue of Death Ball. You're always collectively trying as a team to put your 5 heroes together on one lane. But Falcons just split their heroes across the entire map. They had, 2 heroes in the triangle, 1 hero farming top. They had this puck who was very slippery, just running across the map, low committal, killing these waves. And at some point, Lorinov snipes the gem. Mipushka buys a gem so that they can try to just...
Lorinov? Malrine?
Oh, Malrine, sorry. I'm watching too much Dota these days. My bad. I got my EU mid players.
Yeah,
Malrine snipes the gem when Mipushka just sends it out. Because that gem would have been a huge deal, by the way. I feel like it wasn't talked about too much, but just gets bought. He's like in the area cutting a creep wave, sees the Bane courier, gets it. And at that point, if you have this gem versus the split push draft, you can kill all of their wards and make sure they don't feel safe playing 3 lanes. But in that moment, they got that gem, and Amar on this Tiny, man, he capitalized on every little opportunity he could. Once he got that Blink Dagger, he was killing those supports over and over, and those key pickoffs are what led Falcons to eventually, taking that team fight that swung the game around.
Yeah, I'll quote Jenkins off panel. He says, Tiny's a great offlaner. He does everything an offlaner does except for lane and farm. And that was kind of what happened that game, which was like the laning stage didn't go so smooth
He's
for
just
Falcons.
a slightly more farm support, to be honest. But it's so fun. It still feels so good.
Yeah, and you see later, Mars impact with honestly not that much net worth compared to what a lot of offlaners would need to have that impact.
Yeah, you don't need
was
much.
Immense. So yeah, that Conda, that's 500 damage, base damage for Tiny, before the Conda proc. It's just insane damage, absolutely.
Shout out to Crit as well. I feel like he was making a lot of these little micro plays in that game that were really solid. In every fight, he was disrupting the right guy. He was using his ult on the right guy. SD is honestly one of the most boring heroes in Dota, but he makes it look fun with the little mini games that he's playing because he always plays them right. If you were to watch a child play Simon Says, and they were just a normal child. Children are stupid, right? So you'd be like, this is boring. But if you were to watch a Simon Says expert just hit everything, and it's 10 in a row, it's wow, how do you remember that many colors? That's how I feel watching Crit play this SD, is that he takes a really boring thing, and he makes it just look superb.
Can we do a content piece with Crit playing Simon Says?
Crit's playing Simon Says.
Yeah.
I think he'd really like that. He likes comedy.
Yeah, he'd like that.
Yeah.
We'll ask him next time.
Very specific analogy, Jenkins. I wonder why you thought of Simon Says.
I don't know.
Anywho.
Good question.
No, I really think Falcons were able to find farm on that map really beautifully. Even at some point, you see Amara and the Tiny just farming the outer camps, the mighty mines, whatever they're
Yeah, that's the mighty mines
that's
up there.
the mighty mines.
So when
Yeah, he would know. He's a carry player.
he just did the walk down the mighty mines, and he got away with that for a couple of minutes. And everywhere they could find an opportunity, they did, and they dodged all of Team Spirit's smokes effectively after that Aegis. It just feels like everything that they had to do to win, they did.
Yeah, it was a very, very solid game. I feel like, the start went the way of Team Spirit a little bit, but at the same time, because it was so obvious what Team Spirit was going for in this game. I mean, it's like, you see this draft, you know what's coming. It also felt like Falcons kind of felt comfortable, even if when they were behind, they kind of felt comfortable the whole game. We did go for a head-to-head for this game. We went for the carry players. Effie, we got to go for the carry players. Sven versus Luna. We're showing here last hits because there was a lot of farming to go around. What did you make of the carry matchup?
Yeah, so the interesting thing about this matchup is like Luna is not a good hero versus Sven for multiple reasons. Brian mentioned on panel that he doesn't like the individual matchup, but he likes Luna for what she does for her team. But when you look at Luna versus Sven, she's a mixed damage carry, and Sven is good against both of her sources of damage because he's a BKB buyer, he'll always BKB, and he has Warcry for just her right clicks. So in both ways, there's no point where Luna wants to get on a Sven and try to kill him. She's playing with her team, and they're going to try to play around him and save him for last. But Spirit were never really in that position just because of how well Skeeter and the rest of the team played them up and played around it. And there was one key fight where I felt like Luna was at a mass where maybe she could have won the game for her team if they were able to like combo Luna spells on the Mars arena. But because Collapse on the Mars got picked off right before the fight started and the rest of Spirit were trying to connect in the mid lane to their Mars died before they made it, and Luna was just running straight in, got caught out of position because the whole team was just scrambling to save him, and they all died one by one there, and the rest was history after that.
Yeah, and when Jenkins talked about little things that Crit did well, Brian.
Is that my cue?
That is your cue.
Yeah, here we go.
Yeah.
Yes. So I have a little clip from Crit that I would like to show, and one of Jenkin and I's favorite memes in all of Dota 2 is Advanced Night Vision. So a lot of people know about heroes like Slark, Night Stalker, Luna, Sniper. No, Sniper's not full. These heroes have full nighttime vision like they have normal daytime vision. But there's heroes like Sniper and Bane that you see their nighttime vision is 1200, right? So what I see here is if you go to a normal hero in Dota, excuse me, gotta get up my clips here. If you go to most heroes in Dota, like Shadow Demon, they only have the 800. So that is a significant difference in nighttime vision. And you're going to see how this plays out in the next clip. So what happens at the 7-minute mark for the bounty runes for the wisdom runes, is that Crit is going to TP. And he knows that Miposhka has advanced night vision. So he's going to take this path that Miposhka can't see him, place a ward so that he gets vision on Miposhka, just to get a good idea of like Miposhka's perspective on this situation. We're going to go to his fog on the rune. He looks like he's going to get this rune all fine and dandy. He doesn't even see Crit at all, gets disrupted. Crit takes the wisdom rune and ends up killing him afterwards. So this is a portion of the game where they're already down 3-0. 2K net worth lead in favor of Team Spirit. These little plays are what I think really make or break these pro players, knowing that Bane has that 1200 vision, knowing that if Bane sees him first, he will get slept and lose the wisdom rune, and that turnaround is key part of like keeping Falcons close enough in the game to make that comeback.
Yeah, I mean, I was in a green room when this happened, and yeah, these people were literally
we pogged hard, dude.
nerding out.
No, I was so impressed. Honestly, even just watching that in retrospect and seeing that, I assumed that what had happened was that Miposhka knew that he was there, but just still lost the trade anyway because of the tree line and because he committed the ward. But the fact that he did it so perfectly that he didn't show in vision once is that's just the icing on the cake right there, is that Miposhka, he got jump scared by Crit in that scenario.
Yeah, Crit's been on fire this group stage. It feels like he's just back to top tier form, and honestly, it's really nice to see after a year of stagnation from here. Not multiple years, not just a year.
Yeah, no, it's working out really well with the whole squad. I mean, everybody on fire. We talked already a little bit also about going into this game. I will say, I want to talk a little bit about the draft still, because we did say Sven should beat Luna, Brian, correct?
Yes.
And that's kind of what happened. Are we back to what we started the entire tournament with, saying, it's all about the carry matchup, or no?
Yeah, I think it is a lot about the carry matchup. I said during the draft that I liked what Team Spirit did in the sense that it made so much sense about the way Falcons has been winning, and they wanted to beat them at their own game, but they did jeopardize the carry matchup in favor of doing that. So I think it was a trade-off that they consciously made, but it's always hard to know exactly how Dota's going to play out. But it is a matchup where I've experienced it many times myself. If one or two really big things go wrong, like Mira mentioned, the fight with the Mars getting picked off, then Yatoro getting picked off, it's like that just spells the end of it, and as a Luna player that the game's going to be really hard from that moment forward. So that's a spot that I prefer based on that game, but also just knowing team spirit that they don't put themselves in again because they always will make a comeback if their lineup allows it.
Well, we're going to find out if we'll have a different carry matchup for our upcoming game, because game 2 of Falcons versus Team Spirit right around the corner. We got game 2 coming your way of Falcons versus Team Spirit. It's the best of 3. When we talk about Falcons, they have so far 2-0'd every series they played. Team Spirit has made it a 3-gamer every series they played. And we saw yesterday they tried something out in that first game of the best of 3. Didn't work, but then they came back anyway. Which of the 2 trends is going to continue? That's the question we'll have answered as we are joined by Jenkins, Effie, and Brian. And because Jenkins and Brian are completely out of breath for some reason.
No reason at all.
I'll head over to Effie first. Effie, what changes would you like to see in game number 2?
Changes.
Yeah.
I think that Team Spirit have always thrived the most when Yatoro is on a hero that can carry the game, and that wasn't the case in the last game, so they very much pigeonholed themselves into a strategy that's very one-dimensional, and it looked good at the start, so I can understand why they wanted to do it. They succeeded at some point, but it fell apart way too quickly, and they didn't have a plan B. So I think the Mars opener is great. Collapse played an amazing lane. He crushed that laning stage entirely alongside Mira, but let's look towards a different carry this time around.
So the draft so far are the same except for the Mirana. The Crystal Maiden was last game, so Falcons the team that won, switching it up. I'm wondering if Spirit's gonna ban the Sven here, because they banned Kunkka Doom last round.
Yep.
And I feel like they're having some issues against Sven. Like, they lost against Aurora with Sven, and now they just lost to Team Falcons with Sven, and they tried 2 very different approaches, so it's not like they ran back the same novel and lost it the same way. So I'm wondering if Team Spirit doesn't really have an answer, because that was like an exposed Sven from Falcons last game. Like, they had the carry matchup to pick against it, and weren't able to figure it out.
But it also could be that the thing that you said during the draft or towards the end of the draft, that it seemed like Team Spirit just had this idea of how Dota should be played against Team Falcons with a death ball, and they are like, okay, let's try this. So it could have not had anything to do with this Sven. It could just be they had this plan in mind beforehand and they wanted to execute it.
That's absolutely the case, or possible that is the case, and I prefer to just oversimplify things because as an analyst, it makes me look more competent.
I feel like, yeah, you have a good point that their track record against Sven these past couple of days is not great, but Yatoro does have a hero pool that can respond to Sven, right? They can always, like, default to his Lifestealer or his Void or his Troll Warlord even, so it's not that big of a deal. I think they should probably just look towards making sure that their draft ticks a lot of boxes instead of just one. And I understand why Falcons wants to take the Mirana instead of the Crystal Maiden, because they don't want to give away the Mirana. So if you have this Mars plus Mirana combo from the offlane, your gameplay can become a lot simpler, because then you can play for pickoffs, right? Techies at some point was just getting completely shut down, like annihilated every single fight, and would not have had the same impact as a Mirana plus Mars.
It wasn't as explosive.
It wasn't as explosive, no. He was getting avatossed every single time. So he was exploding.
Yeah.
But his enemies weren't.
Yeah. Exactly.
No, your guys' arrows point in the right direction here for sure. I think the Mars, if you can get a hero that on a low cooldown makes the spear like a guaranteed kill, that feels really nice. Like, one of the issues with this hero in the past is when they increased the cooldown on his ulti, they reduced the damage on his ulti. It became less of a, you just press Mars Arena and then kill somebody, like every time it's off cooldown, low cooldown. It's more of like a team fight ulti. But I kind of feel like you go back to old Mars when you have an actual combo with them, which is why people are picking the Techies, why people are picking the Mirana. I think Mirana's a little better, but Techies is good as well. So is the CM, which is still in the pool, by the way.
Yeah.
I think I would prefer a Hoodwink or a Batrider, something like that, coming out of Mira this time around, where it can still provide a lot of damage alongside the Mars, but it also just gives them macro, split push, pick-off potential. Because that's always where Team Spirit have thrived. They are a team that is often used to playing from behind, and they have to play the map. So if Falcons want to play the map, Team Spirit can easily amp up their gameplay and match that level.
I would be very shocked if Falcons did not pick SD here. I feel like Spirit might just try to take it from them. It's good with the Mars. Mira has been flying it. Then I picks it from Falcons. SD Mirana is really nice.
Well, Falcons are 3-0 with Shadow Demon, and Team Spirit's 1-2, so a little bit better usage of it on the side of Falcons, so maybe that's a consideration going into this draft. I will say both these teams, Team Spirit spent like a minute and a half of their reserve time to ban that Kunkka, so they might have been deliberating the Sven. Maybe there's something else going through their head. And then Team Falcons, they also spent a hefty amount of time thinking about that sniper, so... interesting how much thought is put into those last 2 bans in the second round.
I mean, Falcons could just want to play their puck again.
Yeah,
and
That's
why they
probably
take
why,
this
right?
route.
Yeah, for the sniper.
Also, this Tiny is very interesting because after that last game, now you're wondering, is it Mallory playing it? Is it Amar playing it? Who's playing it? Is it position 4 Tiny? So there's an extra flex that you have to consider now when you're Team Spirit. And that's the cool thing about Falcons. They've been doing these really interesting offlane flexes. Like they flexed the Pangolier yesterday, they flexed the Tiny today to Amar, and a lot of teams just didn't see it coming.
Yeah, Mar's not known for his flexibility, but this guy's been doing some yoga or something because Tiny Pango.
He's definitely been hitting the gym. I think, like, I remember right as soon as the Group Stage B started, we were all kind of thinking, like, oh, they're kind of 50-50, first picking Amar's heroes or flexing them, and that's interesting. Now it's like every single draft, it feels like Amar is being flexed. This just seems like what they want to do now. I mean, they're winning. They haven't lost a game since they started doing this. So perhaps they just feel like it's, until somebody beats it, they're going to keep repeating the cycle.
So are they going to go the puck, like Mira mentioned, like the sniper ban kind of telegraphs that, but they also picked like the instant stun from the Lion, the follow-up from the Bat, so they kind of preemptively addressed it. Is it still worth it for Mallory?
I think now Spirit do have the tools to deal with puck, but they did last game as well, so if they're comfortable and confident in it, it does free up a lot of draft space for them if you're Falcons. But the Hex is always going to be annoying. You're always going to have a means to catch this hero that's notorious for being uncatchable.
Yeah, what's so interesting about like the fact that Malrine can play Huskar, for instance, is I don't think Spirit could 3rd, 4th puck against Falcons because Malrine plays Huskar and Sniper, so you don't have enough bans to protect the puck pick. But now Falcons is kind of scouting out like, yeah, Laurel, have we ever seen him play Huskar? No. So, like, we can just ban Sniper, and that's good enough to protect it. So they just run it back. The only difference in their draft is the Mirana to the CM we mentioned earlier. Otherwise, everything is the exact same.
I think they should just look at Lifestealer.
Yeah, I was going to say, Lifestealer's not banned. It's a great infest target with the Bat. It's great with the Mars, also an infest target. Good with Lion and Lane.
Heck, I love Lifestealer.
Also, Yatar popped off on Lifestealer yesterday. They were playing at a 6k net worth deficit, and he just was paired with Collapse on a Primal Beast, I believe, and they just found the good fight. They found the good engagement. It blew the game right open.
There it is.
I mean, I just really like Spirit when they play on Yatura's matchup. This kind of player is a player that wins you games, and you have to make sure that he's put in a position where his hero can do that, and that's the primary difference in this draft compared to the last one.
Yeah, the difference between Lifestealer and Luna is that both of them are kind of hard for Sven to burst, but Lifestealer can turn the fight on you much better, and he will prevent Sven from ever running away. So Sven, it's much less comfortable for you to ever commit into the fight as heroes like Sven, because Lifestealer's got that built-in Scotty with his 3rd spell. And I will say, though, even Maposhka kind of flamed his own carry yesterday. Like in the post-game interview, he said, like, I think we should have won that 3rd game faster, except for our Lifestealer died twice in the laning phase against Mars, which shouldn't really happen.
No way.
So I will say Yatoro, Dota Plus, he's like master tier on like most of his heroes. He's silver tier Lifestealer. So not the most mechanically difficult hero, but like it's not exactly a Yatoro special.
But I like that he died twice in a lane that he shouldn't have done, because he still won the game, which is obviously great for Spirit. But then it shows that he's pushing the hero to understand what it can and can't do, and he probably learned a key lessons about this hero's laning capabilities that he can apply to today's game. So that is honestly the best way to learn as a carry player, is to just die a few times.
You think you're fine, and it was close both of the time. So like you said, he probably thought he was safe, and those margins are things you learn over a course of a lot of games, and you have to play according to them, even if you're not too familiar with exactly what they are.
I feel like here, by the way, because of the Lifestealer, you cannot Tiny offlane. This is a absolutely miserable matchup. I really like the Slardar ban from Spirit, because not only would it have beat the Lifestealer in lane, I think it also turns the matchup of Sven versus Lifestealer so that it is actually Sven favored, just because that's what Slardar does. He makes you win the carry matchup. A lot of Amar's heroes, like honestly all of them that are still in the pool, are not good against Lifestealer, especially with the Tiny as a 4. Like the only Centaur's bad, Tide, I mean Bloodseeker would be really scuffed. Like,
a lot of teams would pick like Enigma here, I think. Like a lot of teams would pick some ranged right-click
with
guy
the Tiny,
in the lane. But yeah, Mar, as far as I know, does not play that.
Razor obviously would be amazing, but it's first phase banned.
Yeah, Mar will not get Razor.
Like Amar plays the Lifestealer counter hero, so they're already banned because they're just specialty banning
Is
him.
he like a Venge offlane player? I feel like Venge offlane for Falcons would be kind of sick. Swap against the bat.
What would Faith Beyond say to that suggestion, Brian?
I don't know. I feel like it's a pretty good pick here.
Very color-coded here for
That is the most
Both
red
sides,
lineup.
actually.
Yeah.
Red versus blue.
red versus blue.
We're gonna need Vengeful Spirit
What's
for that
the blue hero?
lineup.
Yeah.
Or you
please.
get back to the Darkseer, but that's not that good, but it's somewhat blue.
This is honestly, I'm just saying, it's a pretty sick Venge offlane game. I don't really
It
like
is
this.
blue as well.
This is a really good Spirit draft. I feel like this is an incredibly hard last pick for Falcons.
Seconds remaining.
Because you now also have to address the Lina, which is not properly addressed. I mean, I suppose Sven's okay against it, but Sven is answered by the Lifestealer.
You know, be really good for Falcons is a hero that can displace you, potentially reliably, break the coil.
Oh,
Pudge.
a Pudge.
Yeah,
something with
yeah.
a slow.
Yeah, built in.
Yeah, really good against Lifestealer.
Yeah, really
Notorious.
good. Really good.
Why is Tiny not viable for Amar anymore?
It's just offlane against Lifestealer is pretty miserable
not
for
good.
Tiny.
The Lifestealer would have the absolute freest game in the
Okay.
world when his game is already very free against these other heroes.
Can you Bloodseeker here if you're Falcons?
It's like it feels like one of the only good picks. It's better now that there's the Lina because she's actually a good rupture target.
And you have
What?
the Rupture target in Batrider, but how does it lane against Lifestealer? Brian?
I'd say it'd go about even in lane,
Fine.
but Lifestealer is one of
Yeah.
the few carries that can move during Rupture, and it feels bad because you also infest the guy that gets Ruptured.
Press
so it's-
R.
Yeah. So it's not generally a good game matchup for Bloodseeker. The lane would go fine, though.
Like Tide is the only thing that I can think of. Then you have a Tide Tiny lane against Lifestealer. You're really relying on hitting the Ravage, killing the Lina in that, or bursting the Lifestealer, which I suppose with Sven you can, but it just means the lanes are a bit scuffed
They
for
want to take
Falcons.
Venge so bad, I can see it.
Yeah, Amar's just
It's like
begging for Venge.
chomping at the
Amar's
bitch.
like, no, please.
Yeah,
I just said.
that's not the saying, Brian. I don't know what they say in America.
It's a Centaur.
That is a comfort pick. That's all. That doesn't make much sense against Mars, against Lifestealer in
Lifestealer,
lane.
yeah.
Like Centaur is actually pretty good against Lifestealer in lane if you have a ranged 4 that like follows up your stun, like a Muerta we saw yesterday against Arteezy, something like a Hoodwink where suddenly you burst him down, but that's just not the case with Tiny. So I think Yatoro should pretty much free farm here. I think Team Spirit's got a heavy outdraft.
I think Falcons just got worked in this draft. That
Yeah.
was like one of the biggest outdrafts I've seen in a long time. If they can win this is a truly impressive team.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the ways that Falcons can win. I think that I would actually have to look at Crit the most, because if he can do a couple of tossbacks on lane, maybe make the impossible happen there, rotate to mid, get
Yeah,
a
he
kill
could
on the
disrupt
Lina,
that.
because Tiny is a good hero to gank Lina mid. He can just toss her back. If they can get a few key kills on this Tiny in the early game, it'll put them in a much better position. So lots of pressure on Crit to just pull off a miracle here.
I
He's been
agree with
He's been killing it lately, though.
He
so
has.
if there's anybody who can shoulder that pressure, it is him.
Yeah, agreed on all fronts.
And-
Favor Spirit, but I think that's their win condition on Falcons.
For Spirit's win condition, it's pretty obvious. You just win your lanes and you farm on your Lifestealer, and you have better scaling, you have strong lanes. They're very comfortable in this game.
And at least overall, if you look at the two carry matchup, this time Team Spirit has the better one with the Lifestealer versus Sven.
Yes, if Amar somehow has a good game here, I would be really surprised. Like, I'd be more so impressed with him than anything else.
It is Amar. He is the one guy that can be like fully countered and
Yeah.
still somehow have a good game.
Yeah, I'll
So
watch this replay back.
This is going to be a really interesting one.
We've seen XXS have a fantastic game on Centaur, so there's definitely something about the hero
Yeah.
that people really appreciate and really value.
Yeah, I think that was like a first pick Centaur that then was enabled by the rest of the line with like Grimstrokes and stuff to back it up. The problem with Amar's hero here is I also don't think he's really enabled in lane as well as like in
It's
game.
an awful game for him.
Could
Yeah.
they like swap supports, make his lane easier? Does Mirana going with the Centaur make it easier? And
I
then
don't
the Tiny
think that
going
makes
with
it
the
easier,
Sven?
honestly. I
Yeah.
think that just griefs the Mirana when she could have a good lane.
That kind of griefs the Sven, I think.
Yeah, like she could have a good lane elsewhere. That just makes it so you have two bad lanes.
Yeah, this is weird. I'm curious to see how Falcons makes it work.
I'm also curious to see how Falcons makes it work, and we're going to find out what's going to happen in game number 2 via the Puck Jam Panda.
Game number 2 has made its way over here for Cinderin to cast with his co-caster, Suns Fan. Team Spirit, Team Falcons. 1-0 start for Falcons here, and the panel picked Spirit to win game 1. They lost. They now say this is the biggest outdraft that they've seen against Falcons. Do you agree?
I definitely agree with a lot of the points they made about what... I will say straight up, I agree, actually. Let's make it simple. I think Spirit's lineup is better against Falcons than vice versa, but it's always going to come with the asterisk that is the previous game, right? Like, it's not... It clearly wasn't enough for them to get ahead and do well in lanes in the previous one. I think the primary difference here is that the carry-to-carry matchup is better.
Laurel.
But
Stormhammer start, collapse there with a good rebuke.
Good rebuke.
Arrow will connect on to collapse. As Yatoro wants to fight, Impale comes out onto 3 from Mira. He's on the back line. Amar is going to get first blooded. Mira gets credit for that one. Panel is talking about how hard this game is for the Centaur. Snake King looks to be next. They'll give this one to collapse, though, eventually.
Yatoro stayed around and watched. That's funny.
A hard game for Amar, and it just got harder.
Yeah. So, the Centaur lane is obviously what they spend a lot of time talking about. Curious to see how the Puck versus Lina matchup is going to go. I think this time around, Malrine will probably do a bit better in lane than he did against the Death Prophet, but we'll see. And despite struggling in lane last game, he still found massive impact. Nice stuns here from Laurel. Good harass. Yeah, I'm just going to be a bit cautious with counting Falcons out, even if things don't go too well early on, because they seem to have a very good eye for how to make comebacks. Small sample size, of course, but, you know, they just won a tournament as well. Yeah, they're definitely playing at a very high level. But I will agree that Spirit's conditions are just exceptionally good here. I really like the way they targeted Amar in this game in particular, with the way they picked and banned. The bans in the last phase of the Slaughter and the Viper to protect Yatoro, and identifying what was even left for Amar. So they countered the Tiny in lane as in case that was a core flex. Still doing some good damage here. Lifestealer is a pretty trash level 1 hero.
Yeah, and this is kind of what Centaur has to do early on, because once this Lifestealer has a few levels, it is so hard to lane. You just right-click with the little frenzy, and Amar won't have much else to do than die. But how much can Crit help out in that regard? I mean, he has the toss, he has Avalanche, but there is the Rage eventually to come for Yatoro.
And there's also the fact that this is a good Bat 5 lane, right? You're playing against 2 melee heroes that will be expending their stuns largely to try to...
Oh, boy.
Well, that is very well done. He can't keep him up there, but...
Can't, but forcing out a TP, pretty nice. Yatoro is relatively low right now, but gets the Rage level 2. Just to... I mean, a lot of players would not do that. Showing some respect, does not want to give up a kill to the likes of Amar.
How much Bat 5 have we even seen, actually? I feel like most teams we've seen play at 4.
Yeah, it's mostly 4.
So that's an interesting approach here from Spirit, putting that onto Miposhka this game. But yeah, as mentioned, it is a good lane for it, so... I think Batrider has some shortcomings as a 5 compared to 4. I think the net worth on the hero is really valuable, but the game is good enough. Should be fine. Lane so far going pretty even.
Yep, in the mid lane, you can see Laurel sitting on 15 and 2, 11 and 3 for Malrine, so a little bit in favor of Laurel so far again. Amar is leading the way on CS so far, Cinderin.
Yeah, the first few levels for Centaur are fine in this lane. Gets really bad at level 3 and 4 on the Lifestealer. He gets more points in the Frenzy when he gets Rage, so he's going 1-1-1 here. He wants that defensive point just in case. And this can get even more awkward for Falcons if pulls start coming out, but I mean, so far so good, definitely. And perhaps if you have this good of a start on Centaur, you can still float the lane.
Yeah, it's possible.
We'll see.
Really interested. So he does get 1 in Retaliate, and I do wonder how much kill potential they even have. He might just end up putting more points into that so that he can eventually go to the jungle and actually get the farm off his lane support leaves. That leads the opportunity for Crit to get the Ava toss into the hoof stomp, so a good amount of damage done on Yatoro as Snake King was taken out by Collapse. Skeeter left alone for the time being with no mana. Little pull shenanigans here. We'll take out a couple creeps as a result. This is the kind of stuff that, oh, nice fake out there. Yatoro forced to use his rage, so that's going to be on cooldown for a bit.
Yeah, Crit was thinking about an Ava combination there, but...
Oh, they're taking the gate, so Yatoro's actually alone, but they don't know for sure yet. Blood Grenade, okay, they seem to know. Toss is there, Hoof Stomp as well. Double Edge to follow Yatoro with the rage, but he dies. So Falcon's mega aware that he was alone, and they fully committed, and it works out.
Yeah, and Sven is already off in the jungle, so... Just a clean play call from them. They knew this was coming. They don't miss a beat. Sven obviously has the luxury of being able to do this super early, so even if you are rotated on, you can get a plan B at the very least in the jungle.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Snake King.
attack.
Just trying to keep these creeps in a state where Skeeter can clean them up. Does take tons of damage in doing so, but does a good job overall. Skeeter's back in lane now. Malrine, look at these creeps just all over the place. Maposhka
Radiant's middle tower is under
will force
attack.
Malrine back into his triangle. Crit has to re-aggro creeps, but Laurel coming from the other side. He has Laguna Blade as well. If he gets a little bit of vision, it's like the LSA. Laguna will be acquired or applied to Crit instead. Not dead yet, though. The Flame Break brings him back. Couple more right clicks will be enough. 4-1 advantage for Spirit. They had a bigger lead last game at this rate. Surprisingly.
But as mentioned, it is a very different type of game lineup-wise, specifically because of the carry-to-carry matchup. And this time around, Laurel not playing the Death Prophet, but rather playing something that's more assassination-based, more artillery. And he has amazing front line for him. He has the Mars, which is one of Lena's best friends. They go way back. The Batrider is nice to play with. You have one of the best heroes to just burst in a lasso. Lifestealer can frontline for you. So, this is a very good Lena game in terms of the lineup he is with. Snaking will come in and arrow the siege creep. That will stop the push, but tower is already so low that Laurel will probably find it anyway.
No, Malrine denies it. Here's Maposhka. 7-minute wisdom. Hoof stomp from Amar into the avalanche. Maposhka might just get out though. Amar did go for the max out of, okay, he actually does get Stampede.
Oh, nice try on
the double edge. Crits there with the slow. Blood Grenade on top.
I missed.
Yeah, they don't have a ton of damage because of this build from Amar, but they get the kill nonetheless.
Yeah.
But this lane has gone way better than we were anticipating. Top net worth is Amar in the game right now.
Yeah, I'm impressed. I didn't think they were going to do it this well. I will say I'm not shocked that Centaur can lane quite well here, but for him to just straight up win the lane by about 1,000, that's crazy to me.
Malrine, stun lock, Laguna Blade. Phase shift is there, snaking with the arrow. Might be enough. Malrine very slow though as Laurel continuing the chase now, but won't dive any further. Toss back on top of the coil, but Poshka's the one that's punished. Crit is the trade. Spirit getting very aggressive, but it ends up just being a 1-for-1.
I wonder what the mindset is for Laurel behind the 1-1-4 build this game. A lot of the time we see Lenas get more points in Dragon Slave if they're playing a ranged versus ranged matchup.
Is under attack.
Obviously the puck will escape there. There's so little damage coming out from Lena's spells aside from the Laguna that it's rather insignificant.
Amar likely will try to force out the rage here with a hoof stomp as Crit is shadowing. That's one thing that was changed with this matchup, the Tiny versus Lifestealer, is before you could avalanche and you could still rage because the stuns wouldn't last long enough. They were all layered, essentially, spaced apart a bit. But that's been changed now, so it's effectively just an AoE stun.
True.
Crit. Oh, Bounty Rune will still go to Maposhka. Falcon's not able to do anything about it.
Dire's top tower
And the build from Yatoro is going to be the Armlet Radiance SNY, which has been kind of the standard we've been seeing as Yatoro He's hitting like a wet noodle right now.
Oh, stomp miss.
Yeah. That's one of the nerfs to that spell is the AoE. Yatoro actually thinking about chasing, but will back away. Coil, though, only onto one as crit comes in. Focus is on the Lina. They snap the coil. And Laurel, arrow does miss this time, but it matters not. Big kill onto Laurel for Team Falcons is pretty much even up the net worth discrepancy.
A prize.
10-minute power rune here. Melrine will find the Amplify Damage rune.
Middle tower is under attack.
Do you think that's ever going to catch on?
Dire's
Nope.
top tower
Okay.
Absolutely not. Arrow, not dodged. In fact, just eaten. Crit will get the toss back. Mira's dead, but Collapse coming with the first arena of the game. And Snaking will be the recipient of that. Crit, TP out.
Not going to make it.
Ooh, close though.
Oh,
Now a
that's
stack for Spirit.
That's a fat one. That's some nice cash.
What kind of build is Malrine gonna go for this game? It's gonna be the Witchblade. Do you go Witchblade into Maelstrom sometimes or no?
I don't think so. There isn't really. I mean, is there a point in this game to go Maelstrom?
No. Just curious. I didn't even check if it was good or not, you know.
Okay, I'm not going to make a blanket statement that you
The
don't.
only reason that I'm asking is because I want this Centaur cart to work, but I'm really
okay.
stretching.
All right, that is.
Because it would be for a right-click puck, not so much a Sven.
Let's start from the beginning. Will Centaur buy Axe? The answer is no. So then you can follow up with your puck question after if you want. But
Taro, he's going to get ganked here. Stampede. There's the Waning Rift with the coil. Toss back will not break it because they have enough damage anyway. Crit gets credit for it. Taro dead. Falcons just executing at such a high level in this series. A Veil of Discord on Amar. We'll be going the Blink and then finishing the Shivas after the fact. He's only 100 away from that Blink. You can see Collapse's
Radiant's bottom
top net worth in the
tower is
game,
under
so
attack.
both offlaners just crushing the laning stage.
yeah.
The prize is mine.
The thing here, though, is the carry differential is starting to become a problem. Skitter is 2 full levels ahead of Lifestealer. He's going to farm a big stack now of Ancients, so while Yatoro may have a better matchup this time around, the laning stage just did not go that well for Spirit in their safe lane. He's 0-2-2 against the Svens 0-0-0, the Merlini
Dire's
stat
top
line.
tower is under attack. Triple fire.
He'll now almost have the Echo Saber and Mask of Madness. Sven is not inherently a terrible hero against Lifestealer.
No.
Lifestealer just has good matchups in this game in general, but if Sven is ahead by a few thousand net worth, you can overpower Lifestealer really fast. So I think it is concerning for Spirit that safe lane went this poorly. Nice rage timing.
Get gone on. Lasso is there.
Can he TP out?
He can try. Spear will cancel it just in time. Does require 3 members to take out Amar, the raid boss. But that opens up the mid lane for Falcons.
He would have made it out. It was actually important Collapse was there.
And Collapse will now be mid.
Infested.
Arena.
Dire's bottom tower.
Oh, the orb.
Illusory orb is used. They're going to go for it. The coil comes out. Spear is there. Here comes Yatoro with the right clicks. Malrine able to dodge out spells, get to the high ground, but there's the arena. Should be enough.
Okay.
Indeed it is.
Dire's bottom tower.
Damn. Collapse with the double pump fake on the Spear to try to bait phase shift, and Malrine just didn't fall for it.
Yep, more pump fakes
Very,
here.
very clutch
Dire's
from both
bottom
sides,
tower
but the
is
arena
under
will clip
attack.
him in the end after the escape. Malrine definitely not looking too hot on the net worth this game, but saw in the previous one that despite him losing the lane to Death Prophet, he was still able to combine with his teammates very well, and that is something that Falcons have basically in the same way as last game. Their skirmishing power with 2 or 3 heroes, and even the team fight is there. They have 1 billion stuns, they have killed Lion.
Tank the gank. Malrine will get an invis rune as well as Poshka just jungling away. Okay, it won't be the finish off of the Shivas, it looks like, for Amar. It will be Eternal Shroud instead. Great item for Centaur Cinderin. You can activate the extra magic resist yourself with double edge. The beauty of hurting yourself.
Yeah, love myself some
benefit.
self-flagellation.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Underappreciated art in the modern world.
You're also a fan of self-flatulation, but we'll keep that for another day.
Actually, also an underappreciated art in the modern world, yes. Here's a smoke from Spirit. We'll try to get active with Collapse as well as the two supports. Going to Yatoro's lane, assuming that the next move from Falcons will be coming in that lane once again, and they would be kind of right. They're just a little bit off on the timing, so the question is if Falcons will, now that their Moonlight Shadow's expiring, end up walking into this trap or not. Crit will
Crit
find Mira.
Gets instantly hexed. No avalanche to come. Spear. They have the damage. Mira with a stack now for Finger.
Nice defensive play from Spirit there. That's good. They could have ended up costing them their carry if they weren't ready for this rotation, but they end up... I wouldn't say they made the first move there. Crit kind of walked into them, but immediate response from Falcons here, straight into mid.
Yep, and the arena comes out with the instant hoof stomp as well onto Collapse, but Skeeter, he's the one that's super low, trying to run away. Flamebreak will bring him back into Death's arms. And just like that, Spirit, with the counter initiation, trying to defend that tower. They get the spear now.
He will be
Illusory Orb, oh, the lasso though, into the Laguna. Finger and Laguna available at Spirit's disposal to burst these heroes down. So 2 cores dead for Falcons. And now Miposhka as a position 5 Batrider with a 16-minute blink. Not too shabby.
Yep.
Oh, that was beautiful. Spear into Impale. And another kill goes the way of Spirit with a 4K lead now.
Impressive stuff, how fast they responded to mid. It's despite losing tiny bottom, Falcons are like, okay, we can still get something out of this in the mid lane, just try to put the pressure, but Spirit were immediately rotating over and killing off the Sven as fast as possible. It looked for a moment like Skitter might escape, and then it wouldn't have been too bad, but they got on top of him. Now Amar actually might... Oh, a bit slow from Collapse there, uncharacteristic.
Yep, crits in the vicinity as well, though. Flame Break. No Stampede. Impale. Nice avalanche from Crit. Avatos, in fact, the arrow will not find a connection. As now Miposhka is the one on the run. Mira still shadowing, though. It's turned into a very awkward fight. So the coil is going to be used just onto the Lion. Instant Hex. Miposhka. Avalanche finally finishes the job, and Mira eventually gets run down as well. So good response from Falcons. Does take a while, but they get both supports from Spirit. And they almost have a blink on Mira as well, so they're going to have tons of ways. I mean, they have great Infest Bomb targets. Like, literally everyone can be an Infest target in terms of just initiation.
I'd say Lina is maybe not the best.
Tower is under attack.
But aside from that,
yeah, that's true.
The other 3 are good. Don't think we're going to see Laurel get a dagger in this game. I think he's just going to play backline the whole time and not try to initiate.
Oh, the toss back into the avalanche. Yatoro's in a lot of trouble. The arrow finishes him off, but here comes Collapse with the arena.
Nice sidestep from Skitter
they
there.
Get crit to start this out, but the Moonlight Shadow will provide cover of darkness for the likes of Falcons. So it ends up being a net win there for the Falcons side.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Collapse still hunting, though.
He smells blood in the water up here. Skitter will know now. You good old Watchers. I feel like we never talk about the Watchers. They're
We do
actually,
not.
They are more important than you'd think
Is under attack.
in a lot of situations. Wonder how the game would play if they just weren't
they didn't
there.
exist?
Yeah, like how teams would map control. If it would favor the winners or the losers of the game.
That's the Blink Dagger reveal, but the coil to try to counteract this. Miposhka unable to find the kill on the snaking as a result.
All right. BKB
double BKB for Spirit now.
Huge timing. They can make a good smoke move, maybe get a Roche.
I think they wait for Yatoro's Radiance, though. He's got the Sacred Relic.
Yeah,
Looks like it's
I mean,
on.
it has it now.
Yeah,
So
basically has it.
yeah, this is lining up really, really well on the side of Spirit to make a power play. This is about as strong as an item timing can ever get in a game. All 3 cores getting big items at the exact same time, more or less. if you were to find a good smoke move around bottom, you could maybe get Roche, or you could get the tower plus Tormentor, which we know Spirit love to do. Now they are split out, but here comes the Infest. Onto the Batrider. Never mind, it was onto the
Mar already used the blink. Inside the arena he goes. Stampede's not going to get you out of that one.
Yeah, Roche is spawning, or Roche is bottom in 15 seconds. Amar's dead for 40. There is a possible play here. Lina can kill Roche relatively well with the type of lineup she's with, so they could think about that. I don't know if they're going... If they want to do it, they have to do it immediately, and they're not going to. So, rather looking to maybe do some damage to the bottom tier 1. Malrine will get a damage rune, and Skitter will get a tower rune.
That's a powerful one. Miposhka, though, ooh, instant avalanche from Crit, basically canceling out the last, though. Oh my goodness. They were ready. And looking for more, since that God Strength is still up. Laurel.
This would be big, but not quite ready on the dagger on Tiny. 1 second off.
But they're going to still go for it. They forced the BKB out. It's going to cost Crit his life. Now Skeeter on the run. As Malrine is spotted on the high ground. It's off the Waning Rift, the coil to try to get away here. Illusory Orb as well. Phase Shift should be fine now, although Collapse can try to continue the chase. Amar ready to help out his comrade if needed. I was thinking, what's the difference between comrade and compatriot? Is it just synonyms?
Wouldn't know.
Okay.
Don't speak English.
Yeah, we've noticed. Speak British, though. You refuse to do the accent. I don't know why.
You're just going to be disappointed. Sometimes it's better to not do it, you know?
Yep.
You know, when people build up the hype around something so much, you can only disappoint.
That's true.
And the fact that they build hype around it at all is troubling. There was no reason to draw attention to this whatsoever, but DreamLeague just loves to dig up old clips of a time past when I was young and beautiful and had aspirations in life. Skitter is in trouble.
He is super dead. Huge kill for Spirit.
Yep.
Falcons were smoked up.
Okay, no.
Laurel
go quietly.
Back, coil, but Collapse still has the arena to work with. Laurel does fall, so that's a huge kill for Falcons. Ends up being a 1-for-1 to start things out, but Malrine dying does not make it worth it for Falcons. Crit will be next.
Isn't it fascinating how the map is so big, but it feels like the teams are always close?
Yes, it is true. That's not how it felt the first 6 months or so, at least, with the big map.
I think we need the map to be even bigger.
Like World of Warcraft, where you had to, to be able to get to another region, you have to load in.
We need to start having quest givers around the map.
Whatever that is.
Oh yeah, what's a quest?
So they give quests?
Yes.
Okay.
What else would a quest giver be?
I don't know. It could be sexual, honestly, but we'll get to that another day.
Yeah, that's very World of Warcraft. There's one thing it's known for, a very sexual game.
Well, to some, maybe. I mean, you do spend a lot of time in your room alone with it, so...
Some nice role play in the Goldshire Inn, Shannon. You would fit right in.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
Yep. All right. So, a couple of big kills here for Spirit. I don't know if they can open up a path to Roche just yet, so we're probably going to be looking at one in the top half of the map, which is concerning, because the average time will be pulled up now.
That's true.
And you are obviously very much in favor of that. Honestly, it's quite beautiful to watch these teams play each other, and the thing that really stands out to me the most is, as weird as this might sound, it's just the reaction time. Like, the players are so quick. It's almost like they know where the enemy team is at all times, and not only with their spell casting, but also TPing, making counter moves, immediately punishing the smallest mistake or minor movements around the map, any information. Got to really be on your toes in these games. Not much is given away for free. Collapse with the Infest.
Toro inside. Ooh,
gonna
Rebuke misses, and that'll break it up.
All right, the Spear missed more.
Yes, it did. That was a just in case someone's trying to do something weird.
Yeah. Or he was tilted.
No, Skeeter. Poshka spots him. Moonlight Shadow, though.
Dire's middle tower is under
Will
attack.
get away as a result. Is he trying to get his Echo Saber back? Is that what he's building here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Dire's middle
400
tower is
away
under
then.
attack.
Has the Ags. Does that dispel anything this game that matters a lot? There's no Yules right now.
It doesn't dispel anything.
Huh?
It doesn't dispel anything, I think.
Dire's structures
Force staff?
are fortified.
I guess if you catch them mid-force. Yeah. Just strictly getting it for the mobility. Right with the smoke on the side here.
Yeah. Falcons trying to get the jump. Collapse has been on top of this as Laurel. They'll break an avalanche onto both heroes here. And the Bat Rider is dead. Collapse is next. Laguna Blade upon Skeeter. Able to run away as the coil will snap on Yatoro. He's getting kited by Crit. Laurel able to TP out. Yatoro left to his own devices. 1 versus 5. Who wins this? The 5.
This is what I mean. Like, both teams know what's coming, right? They know where the fight is going to happen. They're set up and they're ready. And Crit just initiates blind. He just blinks in an Atlas and just goes for it straight away. It goes so fast. Look, he's going to smoke break, so he knows that they're here. Zero hesitation. Just straight in there. And a really great fight for Falcons. They get 3 kills, of which 2 are cores. And they get you good old Roshan in a moment.
Yep, so Aegis and Cheese will be on Falcon's side this time. I assume the Cheese does not need an instruction manual. Wait, is this the first or second Roche?
It's the first
one.
one.
It's the first Roche. I'm so used to being so much earlier. All right, so
That
just
would have been
Aegis.
very early.
Yeah. All right, what's the average time here on Roche?
It's going to be down to
Keep track
58
here.
now, surely.
Probably.
The jumping fish, a classic.
Yeah. Arena it will be used with Snake King. No, it's going to
Yes.
stay alive a little bit
Oh,
longer.
he missed the
Does.
rebuke.
Doesn't
Very
matter.
important. I think Lion didn't get a finger stack because of that, actually.
Yeah, that took quite a while.
Did matter a little bit.
It's
I was just
not
gonna,
been updated.
I was gonna say I have a theory that whenever it's 22:00, they don't show it when you ask. That would be amazing.
It would be just a purely inside joke. So what's the point?
It's not an inside joke. It's saving me money. I'm invested in this.
So you have something on the side then, huh?
I may have
Side
made
hustle?
We may have made a side bet. You never know. I mean, I did promise on stream that if they kept it from 22, even if it were that, I would take them to dinner instead of you.
Yeah,
so.
but you know that's not going to happen. Cinderin is definitely not going to follow his word on that.
I'm known to lie a lot. I'm a very dishonest person.
Yep, that's right. That's why you got into Dota.
That was a lie, you see? It's kind of meta.
Dire are scanning.
God, you're so good. You should play Mafia sometime.
Middle tower is under attack.
Oh, Mira?
He has Aegis.
Yeah, this will be
free one though.
A free one right off the bat.
I think
TP
Spirit
coming in. I
Spirit
don't
just
think
hard disengaging, just taking that freebie. Very nice.
Yep. A bit of a mistake here from Malrine. And it feels like this is a game that he should go. Yeah, he's going Lincoln's. The Hex is just the worst. Blink, instant Hex, no time to really react.
There is a world where you could buy Eon Disc even because of how bad the game is for Puck in terms of getting burst. Because there's also Lasso. So there's one way of looking at it is, can I block the key spell that I need to block? And if yes, then it's fine. Against Lion, he can just blink, Mana Drain, Hex you instantly, right? Like the Lincoln's is not a guaranteed protection. Whereas with the Aeon Disc, you're positive you're going to get your spells off. So we saw Mar buy an Aeon Disc on Mars the other day, which is a very rare sight.
Yeah, that is strange.
And we know as a matter of fact that Malrine and Amar think in the exact same way. They grew up the same way. They play the same heroes. They have the same interests, which is playing this video game.
And all chatting.
All chatting.
Yatoro is building the item that I've been craving, Cinderin. The Aghanim Scepter.
Yep.
So this does a lot of things. I think, namely, obviously you can infest enemies, but it disarms them, which against Sven is incredible.
Yep.
Goes through BKB, I believe.
Think so.
Pretty sure it does. Yep. And you heal a lot faster inside, and it lowers the cooldown. It does everything. And it increases the range, I believe, the cast range of the spell itself.
Yeah.
So absurdly good Ags that has been buffed so many times because it was so bad initially.
Yeah. It needed a lot of love to even be picked up.
Radiant are scared.
And I can't say in hand on heart that it is still one of the best, because there are a lot of really good scepters. But in given matchups, such as this one against the Sven, it's obviously going to be amazing to have. But you're always... The thing that's tricky about it on Lifestealer is I feel like this hero inherently just really craves damage items, right? So you are getting it instead of an AC, for example, or a crit.
Yeah, but you're doing damage to them.
You are, but
you're doing, what is it, like 3 hits while you're inside them?
It's
Something
not
like
much, and Sven has Warcry. So in that matchup, like, your Infest isn't going to deal much damage, but it's going to cause confusion. It's going to buy you time for Rage to come up again. The Disarm for your team is particularly what's important.
Oh my!
He really wanted this one.
Oh my!
Do you think that was a misclick?
No, he wanted to show off the golden aspect.
It wasn't even a rhetorical question, actually. I think he... There's a real possibility that he was worried.
Oh, okay.
Like, he was going for the rune. He might have had second thoughts about it because all the Falcons were missing and he just wanted to protect the rune. I don't know.
I'm going to say no, because he's infested.
That's true.
Collapse will get the shard.
I feel like he could still just die even though he's infested. If he gets jumped by the whole enemy team out in the middle of nowhere with no backup except the Lifestealer to help him out.
Except for the top net worth on their team.
Yeah, but he can't come out and disarm the Sven because he jumps out of the Mars, right? So he would have cooldown.
This is true. Yeah, it does make the offensive infest a little bit more awkward. I mean, it does lower the cooldown, so maybe you could use
it's 20, right?
Fight.
When you have eggs, it's 20 seconds.
So if you have like an elongated fight, it could be good. We're going to see the offensive version again.
Oh. That is if they find any opening. Collapse still has cooldown, 15 seconds.
Smoke.
Oh, just barely outranging it, actually.
Yep. Maposhka, though, he's spotted, hoof stomped, destroyed. Could buy back and TP to the tier 2 as the fight will start with Collapse and Yatoro teaming up onto Crit. They'll get him, so it's a 1-for-1 to start things out. Coil from Malrine comes out as Skeeter Superman mode, gets instantly sheep though, but Mira does fall in the end. Lara with the BKB run away. Yatoro will have Infest relatively soon.
I thought that was going to potentially end really, really poorly for Skitter. He didn't BKB on that initiation, but was right to save it. Spirit were not able to counteract that with the Lion Hex. Nobody could follow through.
All right.
They're still going to look for something 3v4 here.
Infest bomb again.
Snaking with the Leap Shard.
I mean, the other aspect of this Ags that's interesting is the fact that you are hitting for free. So it's all about getting pure damage, not literally pure damage, but just like raw damage items, like a Daedalus, because you can crit on it, which I think he's going Basher, which also same idea.
Yeah.
Oh boy, Laurel hoof stomped. The Force Staff is there, Collapse. They're able to surround the Centaur, Amar. Laguna Bladed, Gleipnir destroyed. So bit off a little bit too much.
I'm not sure what the plan was there. He didn't have backup, did he? It was just him and Mirana. They can't kill Lina.
Yeah, Snake King not AFK'd, but retreated pretty much immediately.
Was there some miscommunication there? Because I didn't see the Puck or the Sven nearby, and I think Centaur and Mirana can do everything perfectly, and they still lose 2v1. If I had to guess. So it's a bit surprising to see.
Yatoro picks up Open Wounds Shard now, so very, very good against Centaur. Pretty good against Sven as well, but any type of percentage-based damage against these strength heroes is going to be very valuable.
There's the Nemesis Curse as well, which I guess is nice with the Ags, because you're, like you said, you're
that's true.
Invincible, so the downside to the item doesn't really exist while
Of course, we have yet to see the offensive Infest once.
Yep.
And probably won't for the rest of the game.
Yeah,
probably just got it
so
for
far,
the
this
cooldown.
Ags has not been worth anything.
Well, that's not true.
I guess he got one more Infest off on Mars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what's the cooldown normally? Isn't it like 40 seconds or something? Maybe even longer.
It might be 60. I can't see that. Okay, I have to go out and check.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
A tooltip issue. Very even game here in game number 2. We're going to see the Infest
50.
bomb again. So 50 to 20. Okay. Pretty damn good. Collapse. Ooh. Warcry to give the extra move speed. TP's canceled by Snaking. But he just rejoins the old-fashioned way with Sagan. And Collapse and the rest of Spirit will just take the tier 2 instead. Both teams playing at such a high level.
Yeah.
It's almost as if they have the same vision as us. It's so insane. And now the high ground attempt. Fortifications popped. Breaking some trees with the LSA, Malrine. Trying to push out a little bit. He changed. Oh, he actually did go the Eon Disc. So this is a game where Nullifier becomes really good now for the Lifestealer.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Takes off Warcry as well.
Yep. True that.
And again, Infest Bomb, offensive capability.
I guess it doesn't take off Warcry when Sven gets Shard.
That's true. Undispellable at that point.
Which it will eventually happen, but obviously Skitter is not going to make it a priority. I feel like it's still... You know, you remember when I think it was Kataomi that was playing for Sven a lot with Entity? They were running this strat with Pudge Sven, and Sven just rushed Shard as a support and gave his Pudge like 20 armor.
Yeah.
I still think this Shard is honestly good on carry Sven. It's a lot of value for your team. You just give them 6 armor aura, right?
Yeah, not bad, not bad.
So, I mean, this is not the particularly greatest game for it, but maybe a little bit underappreciated in some games for Sven to buy this.
Roche is up in 1 second. This one will have the cheese as Collapse seems to be aware. Both teams aware again of each other. Malrine in the trees now. Mira. Impale will miss. There's the initiation from Amar. The Infest Bomb is there. The coil onto several heroes, but the BKBs are popped. Arena only onto Amar now. No follow-up as finally Laurel comes in. Yatoro and company. Mira does fall first to the right clicks of Malrine. Amar will be the trade. Now Snaking on the run, but the Avalanche Bite crit. Tossed onto the Lina, but the arrow will miss, so no true follow-up. They do take out Miposhka, who buys back now LSA onto 2. Spear onto Skeeter. There's the offensive usage of the Infest, and that's going to lead to the kill for Yatoro. Snaking's going to get open wounds as Malrine focusing on Laurel, but doesn't have a whole lot of backup now. LSA is going to connect on the Tiny in the meantime. The right clicks will suffice for Laurel.
Wow, I cannot believe Spirit won that fight. I actually think they were so far behind because they're getting these buybacks out, which are obviously going to help, but Skitter never BKB'd. Okay, I really want a replay of this because if you're looking at the position of the heroes, I hope we're going to get this, but let's first see if Malrine can get out of here. I think they're not going to...
They're not even going to go for Roche. They want to force out these buybacks instantly.
I don't think they will.
He's thinking they're Roshing right now, but now he's going to see that they're knocking on his door. Yatoro Infest up again. Has the Basher on the way. Tower goes down. Fortifications up again. Will they use it on these racks? I don't see the point. Okay, they're actually going to back away.
Now it gets a little bit interesting because now they're not guaranteed to get Roche in time. I think.
Yeah,
the other heroes are going to group up instantly on the side of Falcons.
We're just going to see a second Roche off potentially here.
Could. They don't have a smoke, do they? At least they haven't used it. They're just going to walk out normally.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, they find the initiation. They find 2 initiations, in fact. And that'll lead to 2 kills in all likelihood. Both supports dead for Falcons. That's going to be the buyback, though, as Amar comes in with a Superman Skeeter. That's a lot of damage being applied. Yatoro is dead. Collapse is dead. Laurel as well. All 3 cores for Spirit take a tumble off the back of 1 buyback. Incredible execution from Falcons, and this should lead to the Roche for them now.
This is
wow.
This is effectively how I thought the previous fight would play out. I don't know if we still have the replay. We're probably going to get the one of this fight, right? So they jump on crit and on snaking at the same time. They kill snaking off. Crit will survive for a little bit with the Yules and then ultimately get taken out. But the main difference in this fight is that Skitter gets to BKB jump in and swing 3 times. In the prior Roche fight up top, Skitter never BKB'd. He was like caught in awkward limbo, and then he got chain stunned by Lina into Hex and ended up dying. And that was after Spirit were kind of... They were really caught in the Roche pit, right? In that earlier fight. I know I'm referencing already, but I are referencing it a lot despite being like 3 minutes ago at this point. But that was the most uncharacteristic mistake of Falcons I've seen, I think, in this tournament, that they didn't convert that fight to a major win. Now, they do get it later down the line, and they should be happy for that they get this opportunity. Now they're going to... This is why the Axon Sven is so crazy, right? Is that if he just keeps his cool, waits for any hero to be out of position, he has so long initiation range and just blasts them and opens the fight wide open. And credit to Spirit in the previous fight at the pit for even identifying and finding a way to win that from that position. It is very, very difficult. They did manage. Now they will be fighting into Aegis and Cheese, though. Let's see if Amar knows how to use the Cheese. Like,
initially,
pro players
Skeeter
are a
had
lot
it.
better at using that one.
Yeah, getting good value with the thickness that Amar has.
It's like the equivalent of Cheese usage to the banner usage we're seeing, according to you, is to Cheese as soon as you take damage from a neutral camp.
That's right.
It's not happening. In this initiation, Laurel instant BKB.
Yep, they forced that out. Can they get out with Crit's life? No.
Very quick reaction. If he gets a toss back there, that is a disaster. But Laurel's fast on the
Stampede for the getaway on the rest of Falcons, knowing that Crit can't get back in this game. It's effectively a dieback on him.
Yeah.
By the way, Ghost Scepter on Amar. Very unusual to see that on a Centaur.
Yeah. But
I mean, back in the day, maybe E-Blade was a thing, but he's getting it just for defensive.
Well, if you look at how the fights are playing out, he's initiating and he's taking tons of focus from the Lifestealer and the Lina. So I can see it.
Oh, Skeeter.
Aesthetics cap, BKB TP out. Ooh. Lasso in range. No lasso in range.
Very close. Yeah, and this, I feel like with all these items that have been coming out from Falcons, you got Yules now on Crit, of course. You got Eon Disc on Pug. This has to be Nullifier next for Yotaro. What is he building?
You'd think so, right?
It has to be. It's going to be AC. It looks like he's going to finish the Abyssal, which makes sense. But I think you do need Nullifier. As Team Spirit are going to finally get this melee rack, so one set for them. Falcons are fine giving that up. One lane is not the end of the world here. As Laurel now has a Satanic. So Daedalus, Gleipnir, Satanic, Pike, BKB, Boots of Travel.
He's more or less maxed out here.
Doesn't have much room to grow.
But yeah, this game is dead even. And it's not just about the gold, it's about like the opportunities in the game. It's just about who gets the right initiation and has the angle. If I had to give the edge to someone, it would probably be Falcons, even without the Aegis and Cheese, specifically for the reason you mentioned with the defensive items. I feel like if something is going to be the X factor, it's the fact that initiating for the side of Spirit, they need to get through one more layer on specific heroes that they could want to go on. So Falcons is a little bit more straightforward. My god, Laurel is farmed. Now he's going to get the Shard.
Yep.
30k net worth on the Lina.
Not bad.
Yep. So how does he improve his build? I mean, obviously he can get Moonshard. He's going to go for Wind Waker, it looks like, and that's when this gets absolutely crazy and kind of completely unpredictable for both teams in fights, is when the Wind Wakers start coming out, everything just descends into complete chaos.
Yeah, that's true.
You can't even counter this item necessarily with Nullifier, because if you're BKB'd, you can't get Nullified. So depending on the hero that has it, it's a full-on guaranteed save on yourself if you're BKB'd. And then you can start theory crafting the hard counters like Chronosphere or Black Hole or whatever, but even then your teammates can still Wind Waker you, right?
Tier 2 tower taken out. A collapsing company in the cover of darkness. The smoke still up. Looking for someone to pick off. Obviously the puck is very difficult with the Eon Disc. And obviously the Aegis, so you don't want to expend too much regardless trying to take him out. The cheese is passed on to Crit, apparently. But the BKB there
Radiant are
for Amar.
scanning. Shadows.
Double arena available for Collapse, as see the Moonlight Shadow now from Falcons as Collapse is spotted. Trying to force out his BKB. They do so. Now trying to back away is Miposhka. He's infested. Gets the lasso off onto Skeeter, but zero follow-up whatsoever. Looks like Spirit now on the run, but Collapse ends up getting taken out. The Stampede giving extra move speed as Yatoro jumps out. Malrene's Eon disprocs. Yatoro attempting to TP out. Will be fine. Miposhka likely will be chased down eventually here. Forced to the low ground. Trying to TP out, but it's not to be. The gem drops to the deck. 2 dead for Spirit with no buyback, and now Falcons can try to get the racks of their own.
You can't break formation this late. That's just a flat-out mistake from Spirit, right? They're just not, they're not connected. Falcon are playing super tight, and you had Collapse and Miposhka out far away from 2 members of their team. Sure, you have an infested Lifestealer, but I really get that Yatoro doesn't want to jump out of that, because that would have been a terrible fight for him.
Yeah, Mira trying to keep things at bay. Here's Malrene, has to use his BKB. He's going to get Abyssal Bladed, but there's a Force Staff to save him. The Rack's still alive, but again, still 2 dead for Spirit for quite a while.
Falcons don't know there's no buyback, so they would be way more aggressive here.
That is fair.
But they might buy the information. If they go on Laurel here, it's... Oh, okay.
Avalanche onto Mira, but the Glimmer Cape to keep him alive. Yules now for Crit. Finger of Death is there. The coil onto 2. The Stampede to follow. Mira is dead. Laurel looks to be next. Double Edge. Right clicks. It's enough. And out comes the Lifestealer. Yatoro left in a 1v4 situation. Doing quite a bit of damage. Has the open wounds, of course. Finally, buyback comes out from the Batrider. And now Falcons want to kind of retreat a little bit. Lasso onto Skeeter. Getting extremely low. Warcry won't save him this time. Down goes the Sven, but along with the racks of Team Spirit, Amar able to TP out successfully. Arena from Collapse will find 1 residual kill. No buyback for the Sven. On the Falcon side now.
Ah, yes, the 1v4 defense we all expected from Yatoro there. No surprise whatsoever.
And there's a double, or there's a damage rune in the bot.
Oh, I hope we get a replay of that. He stayed alive forever.
Collapse takes it, okay.
And then Miposhka bought back and came in, and they ended up overpowering the Sven and actually holding. That looked like the game could have just been over.
Yeah.
I think Lina didn't have buyback at the time, and Lion didn't either. Now they both have it again. I don't know if it was time or gold that got them across the finish line there, but you can see here, literal 1v4. There is no buybacks on the
Batrider gets one there.
Miposhka gets it now. He's just tanking all 4 of them. Literally just Supermaning it.
And when Skeeter goes down, 2 people get buyback from that kill.
Damn.
So now,
what
Spirit
a crazy game.
Trying to turn this around on Falcons. They get the tier 2 mid. Now we're backing away. And they know that Roche could be up in 5 seconds.
Radiant are scanning.
And it ends up being a 30-second Roche. So all 10 will be alive for this. And now it's all about the buybacks. You got 3 on each respective side.
Yeah.
The Lifestealer is 2,000 away, so it's not about the cooldown.
Yeah, for him it's about the gold. He finished the AC here.
There's a Moonlight Shadow now from Falcons. Gonna try to group up. The 48-minute rune is bottom. It's an invis. Not gonna change too much in all likelihood with all the sentries that both teams have. And Yatoro into the pit. But, BKB from Miposhka, misclick, trying to use his wards. So this will be a Roche for Spirit. Falcons were banking on the fact that it was not going to be a fast one. That's going to be Aegis, Cheese, and Aghanim Scepter, which Laurel picks up for now. See if he consumes it. And Falcons don't get anything out of it. I thought they maybe were trying to trade racks, but just weren't expecting such a quick respawn of Roche. And the Ags was taken by Miposhka. So potential double lasso.
Yeah, there's a really good chance for finding that too. When you look at the enemy lineup, like Tiny and Centaur, Sven and Tiny, Sven, Centaur, they're gonna leave themselves vulnerable at some point where they initiate on the same target.
Yeah.
But I really think he has to save the lasso for Sven. I don't think there's any, like, initiating on a support as he's done in a couple of fights back to back, I don't think has the same impact as just reserving that lockdown for the one hero that's going to kill the Lina. Especially because once Skitter does go in, he will be stacked with someone, so even getting the lasso on the other target that you might have wanted regardless. So let that fight develop a little bit and look for the counterplay is probably wiser. It's a big buffer for Spirit to have this Aegis. Gives Yatoro a lot of freedom. We talked about him not having buyback. Not really that important now.
Dire are scanning.
That is accurate. He's going to end up consuming this Ags at some point. I mean, he still has a decent amount of room to grow. The Aegis right now is taking the slot of his boots, which he doesn't even necessarily need. And in some ways, the Ags is mobility in a way.
Yeah, that's fair.
Maybe not as good as other mobility spells, but
it's something.
It's, okay, Octarine for a
Octarine Centaur.
Yeah, classic.
Gonna have, let's see, what's the cooldown on his stun now? 9 seconds.
A little bit surprised. Oh, we're gonna see the lasso onto crit. Finger. Arrow is there. Mallory goes in with the coil. Falcons looks like they want to fight his crit. Is actually going to survive through this, surprisingly. There's a Bat Rider getting really low. They don't have vision, though. Mallory already used his BKB as well. So no kills either way. And there is the nullifier for Yatoro. And I think that is a game-changing item if used on one of these items that we mentioned earlier.
If Puck doesn't have BKB, he's in trouble. For the
well, I think if you cast it before BKB, I don't think you can BKB it off, if I'm not mistaken. Am I wrong?
It doesn't pierce.
Yeah, but if you apply it first and then he BKBs.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. I think even if you apply it prior and then someone BKBs, I think they can still Wind Waker.
Can you?
I think so.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure. I don't think
it definitely didn't used to be the case. Maybe it got changed though.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, for the Puck, this matters for his BKB disc. And obviously, we've talked about the Centaur Ghost Scepter, which he got rid of. I don't know.
Oh, really?
He just changed his mind. He's like, nah.
Yeah, well.
Been there, done that, I guess.
Yeah, he got Rattle Cage. Good enough.
So what are you really nullifying at this point, since this isn't there? The Sven has Shard, so you're not removing Warcry. You're
so 2 Yules.
2 Yules and a Force Staff. Sounds like a sitcom. I guess that's it? Really?
Let's think about that.
And I mean the puck Eon, right?
But I think that's the big one. Is Eon
but again, that depends on the timing, right? If it works the same way as BKB Wind Waker, then
yeah. If you're correct on that mechanic, then yeah, not as impactful as maybe I was thinking.
Okay, just 1 minute left. It is so difficult for Spirit to go high ground. Falcons just keep their calm. They know that if Spirit try to go and hit a tower, they can go for some sort of blink tossback play with coil and just build the fight from there. So Yatoro's Aegis would effectively just be forfeit almost instantly, I think, when he goes up. Would have to use Rage for every single tower hit.
Yep. Laurel getting closer to Wind Waker. Obviously wants to maintain his buyback as a sneak Roche from Falcons on their own, or sorry, sneak Tormentor onto their own Tormentor because they're stuck in their base just for the money.
Nice monies.
Oh, Courier. Centaur Courier. Ooh, Rebuke will... Okay, there's nothing on it. Very exciting. Does die to an invisible right click from Miposhka. What was he trying to get over there?
He's trying to get in position for...
Overwhelming Blink, maybe? No, he's going...
Vanguard.
Oh, he's building Vanguard? What?
Does he want Abyssal? I don't know.
Huh. We'll find out eventually as the Aegis is gone, which of course means Team Spirit now wants to fight. Makes a lot of sense. Also allows Yatoro to have that extra slot, I guess. As long as he's not afraid of dying. Gleipnir onto 2. Double lasso is there with the arena. In addition is Laurel trying to do so much to this Centaur. Skeeter is dead. Amar as well. They still have their spells though, and they double buy back. Now the coil onto 2. Skeeter with that God Strength onto Laurel, so they do get 2 in reciprocation. Can they force the buybacks? Collapse with the BKB TP is fine. They have to force these buybacks or else that is a big win for Spirit.
Yep.
And the God Strength, I mean, that's the one worry about Sven. You use this thing, Eventually runs out and they don't hit nearly as hard anymore. Transformation hero in some regards. Into the bottom lane they go to try to get the second set.
Yeah, they need the mid wave to reach first. And I think they're going to be a little bit cautious for the exact reason you mentioned. No buyback on the Sven, no God Strength. If he gets caught in the enemy base without buyback, it's probably just the game over. So I think Falcons are not even going to try this in a 5v3 situation.
Yeah.
The risk-reward just isn't
But
good
not
enough.
even 5 because Crit has to be defending.
Yeah, and it doesn't even matter if you get the racks. I think a second lane is more or less completely irrelevant at this stage of the game. So what would you really be doing it for? They're just going to back off. But that was the moment, right? Eventually, they're going to slip up and get caught in a double lasso. And it was on
Ooh,
2 cores.
okay. Well, Malrine has a Divine Rapier. So, gonna put this Ags to work. Do they have the damage now?
He is stacked.
Yes.
Which item is he going to swap out? He can't decide. He's going to put the rapier. Oh wait, he
What do you
already
mean?
did. No.
It was the gem that he had.
Never mind.
Now, likely just an upgrade for the Blink to go, and then
yep.
You backpack refresh. I don't even know. Backpack something. For another rapier, of course. Or you could go Daedalus, I suppose.
Yeah, it's probably more damage, right? You'd think.
All right, so this likely comes down to one more fight.
Yeah.
If it's within these buyback timers.
I would say advantage Spirit now. Just
yes, for sure.
You know, they didn't have to use any buybacks. The Roche will be early spawn is in 20 seconds. You have a very clear... It's also when you get to late game, sometimes a really big advantage is just knowing what to do, right? I know that's going to sound ridiculous because these players play all the time, but in super late game situations, it's very hard to keep an overview of what exactly is the best way to approach a fight and what your objective is. But for Spirit, it's clear cut. Ooh. They know what heroes don't have buyback, so they go in with an information advantage of if we kill Sven and Centaur, we know that we're going to outnumber them.
This is a Butterfly is a really good item this game. Lifestealer, Lina,
yep.
No MKB.
Yep.
And this is good. He's going to eat his Ags for Skeeter, I assume.
Yeah.
He still has to farm up the recipe, so needs to be delayed a bit more. But this is such a good Butterfly game. We're getting close to 60. I see you, production. I know. Believe me.
An easy shot.
Oh, Roche? Can they take this?
Yeah, I have a rapier puck.
But they're back
scared,
away.
And they, with good reason.
Collapse is coming. Yatoro inside. Boy, that sounded really bad saying that out loud. As Malrine. Still Moonlight Shadowed. Uses his blink. Actually scares off Spirit for the time being.
In the meantime, Crit is mid, but he is going to TP top here. This boots of travel.
And Maposhka is probably the scariest person for Falcons. Oh, Lasso already used, or sorry, Coil already used. Divine Rapier doing a decent amount of damage. There's the Gleipnir counter initiation. They get this stun onto the puck. Eondis is available though. Collapse with the first arena. Eondis procs onto Amar now. As Malrine able to clean up Maposhka eventually. Still on the low ground, second arena to come. Yatoro taking tons of damage from Skeeter. Will end up dropping. And now Mira gets off the impale. They're stuck in this little pathway. And Laurel is going to take the brunt of the damage from Amar. But look at the damage from Malrine. It's a triple kill. Maposhka just bought back. You have to be careful. Arrow will not be there, but the damage is as the Divine Rapier working out for Malrine. Ultra kill, and now the Roche will go their way. Unbelievable. I thought he was going to get stunned. Malrine was in that initial initiation from Spirit, but his quick fingers really working out.
They're just so good, man. It's really beautiful to watch. Probably the best game of the tournament that we've cast for sure.
Oh, yeah.
There's just the level of play across the board is so high, and you know, you imagine at this point that they're probably going to be able to push down mid 5v3 here.
Yes. Consume it. Consume it. We're going to get it in 3 seconds. Warhorse is there. We've done it.
God.
59 minutes as well. 1 minute away from the dream. The Centaur cart will be used, Cinderin.
And the best part, he will not cast it until the game is over.
That's a lie.
Okay,
First
we'll
of all,
see.
they made it way better so you can actually use it just to give yourself Stampede at any point. You don't have to use the cart.
Yeah.
Cart is optional.
True.
Falcons now, the high ground is theirs. Only one buyback for Spirit, so this is a 3 versus 5, not including Cheese, not including Aegis, not including Cart, which counts as a unit, of course. Ancient fully exposes Malrine.
Oh, he used
He's
it.
gonna get stunned to the Ancient! He's dead once! Can they do it again? Snake King and company continuing on here. There's the arena. Skeeter going in really deep, able to take out Clubs. No, gets off the Yules just in time. Stun up onto Yatoro as Collapse will finally fall along with Yatoro and along with Spirit's chance to win this game number 2. Falcons win in incredible fashion. This team is a beast.
Wow, what a crazy good game this was. That was super enjoyable.
Did he use Cart?
He did. He used it on himself.
Oh, okay,
He
good.
gave himself a stampede and instantly blinked in.
Good job. Good job.
It was used. It was very good. Best item of the game for sure. Yeah, what a game, man. It's crazy to watch both teams play at such a high level. Falcons will come out victorious, but honestly, for me, a really big upside for Spirit in this game is that I feel like they've leveled up, right? Like they've been a little bit hot and cold in this tournament, but I think if they have this level going into their future series, I have very high hopes for them of still being able to make top 4.
Yeah, it's not often
This
you
was
go
against
0-2.
the best team,
You
right?
go 0-2, but you played really well. Actually, it was impressive to watch still.
This was such a good series from both teams, and as long as Spirit can draw the right conclusions, like obviously they're gonna maybe feel a little bit bummed out about the last game, game 1, where they had a big lead and probably could have snowballed it even further and probably won that game. But just the overall levels that is played by both teams here is really inspiring. And wow,
Yeah, itemization. Malrine with that Divine, that's when things really started to tip in their favor. It was such a close game, though. Let's go to the studio so they can try and break this one down.
We'll do our best, Shannon and Cinderin. We'll do our best for sure. It's a 2-0. Falcons takes the series. This is the 3rd series in a row, by the way, that they're able to 2-0. But yesterday and today, the 2nd game is very clutch. I wonder how they find themselves in situations like this. But I also know that Jenkins, we all were thinking that Team Spirit had an upper hand in the draft. How did this game turn out to be basically this?
Falcons is just good, man. They just outplayed. Amar was top net worth coming out of the laning stage. I know that was 60 minutes ago. By the way, this game ended at exactly 60 minutes on the dot. So we couldn't see those delectable tier 5 neutral items. But yeah, just an outplay, understanding the hero extremely well. The Centaur. But to me, Malrine is definitely the MVP of this one. He clutched in the late game, because even with the early game going decently well for Falcons, still the game was completely in control of Team Spirit for the whole game. But Malrine was able to dominate the fights with his Aghanim Scepter, and then eventually picking up the Rapier, not losing it, killing crucial heroes in the fight. He also had Refresher Orb, so he's getting the double ult in there. Just superb puck gameplay. This is one of the first heroes we saw this kid on when he came into the scene, and I can understand why people hold him to such a high regard with puck.
Grandmaster tier.
Yeah.
I mean, he played an incredible game on puck, but also the coil into tiny tossback, we didn't really talk about, but that I think that was a really key factor in why they were able to win so many engagements pre-minute 15. Like, there were a couple of times where they just coiled the Lina, snapped her back, and she died. And I think that Lina, while having really high net worth the entire game, could never really pop off in these fights. Like, we saw that when Lina got on top of a target, that target exploded, but Falcons never gave Laurel the position where he could take advantage of his net worth. Like, they definitely worked him in terms of positioning. It felt like a very hard game to pull off. Also, with how well Falcons played aside, I do have to comment that I think Lifestealer needed a BKB. It's pretty wild that played that game for that long and didn't go BKB. I think Yatoro will probably be looking back at that game and making the same conclusion that BKB was necessary. Maybe the Ags could have been skipped for that BKB. So yeah, it felt kind of, I think Collapse played an incredible game, but I think there was a bit of a lackluster performance from the other players on Team Spirit today.
I think so too. I mean, we talked about it in the green room with Brian as well, who's a lifestealer expert, who I'm sure will have something for us.
Yeah.
The Ags, the theory on it is understandable. It's very similar to the BKB. It's just so that you can kite the fight. You use it on the Sven. It disarms him. It's like just another way to stick on the Sven, but it doesn't protect you. There was a lot of times where we saw he would use his Ags infest, and then he would use the enrage to get into the fight, and then he just gets simply avalanched, and then the avalanche gets followed up with the Sven stun or something like that on him plus one other target, and he just kind of folded like he's paper, which for a lifestealer with that much net worth, that is not what you would expect.
Nope. It definitely is not. Overall, Falcons just outplayed, I feel, Team Spirit here in this game number 2, and therefore they deservedly get a 2-0. And because we have Falcons winning, we also should have, there we have it, a winner's interview. We are able to talk to none other than Snakey. Well, I am, guys. You guys are not. Hey, Snakey, how you doing?
Hello, guys. It was a crazy game, so it's a bit stressed. The adrenaline's still kicking in, but overall pretty happy.
How does this happen 2 days in a row?
I don't know. I mean, I think I played pretty poorly overall this series, so I think mostly it got close because of that. And I think, these every game has been crazy. These past 3 games we've played, every game has been some 50-50 coin flip. One mistake on either team, and the game can go either way.
Yeah, it was a pretty close game. Incredibly entertaining to watch. I'll give you that. You guys are making a lot of fans all around the globe. I am very curious for your team. You obviously been together for maybe 2-3 months now. 4 months, maybe even almost. Math, yeah, great. And I'm curious how it is in your team in terms of dynamic. I know you in Tundra were a pretty big voice. How is the balance now in this squad? Both inside and outside the game.
I think the structure is overall pretty similar. I think AUI and me are mostly responsible for the drafting, and then other people will chime in when they see fit on when they have some good ideas. And in terms of in-game, I think obviously me and Crit are calling a lot of the early game rotations on how we should play, and then once the mid game kicks in, the core should take over. And I think that's kind of the format we had in Tundra. It worked really well, and it's working now in this current iteration of Falcons as well. I think everyone is playing very well.
Yeah, it's showing in your record. For this series in particular, Game 2, draft was done, and panel was like, well, it kind of looks like Falcon got outdrafted this game. Do you look at something like that from that perspective as well, or were you confident all the way through that you had a game plan and you could win it with that?
I think the draft was pretty even overall. I think both sides got the comfort heroes they wanted. They got their Mars and Lifestealer, which is some of the Yatoro and Collapse's best heroes and most comfortable. They've been winning a lot in pubs and had great success in competitive. And for us, we're pretty similar. I have my Marana, which didn't play that well this game, but then we have the Puck, Centaur, Tiny, a bunch of level 30 heroes on our team. I think Skitter is pretty close to Grandmaster as well on Sven. So, everyone's kind of on their comfort heroes on both sides.
Yeah, because the last pick Centaur from you guys, was that mostly to go for comfort for Amar in terms of how the hero fit into the draft?
Partly it's comfort, and partly it's because it's really good versus Lina. All gap close heroes in general is good versus Lina because she's generally a very squishy hero until she gets BKB, and even then, she can die to 2 hits to Sven. So I think for majority of the game, we just need to look for openings to, as soon as we gap close on the Lina, she will just explode.
That definitely happened. We also have Brian standing by. I would love to ask you some questions.
So, Snake, first question, with core players like yourself, even Aoi 2000 back in the old days, and then Toronto Tokyo moving to support, I tend to see you guys playing a lot of farm-heavy supports. You're a Marana, Crystal Maiden specialist, and I'm wondering, in your opinion, how much your former role, or the one you started as, plays a role in what supports kind of appeal to you?
I think it's not so much about what supports appeal to me. I think partly it's having better mechanics. I think people see supports as being lesser skilled, doesn't need as good like last hitting mechanics, aggro mechanics, or like hero understanding. But I think being a core player transitioning support, you get a different perspective, which allows you to understand what a core is thinking and how you can best help them to succeed in the game. And also, you generally have better mechanics as like traditional just straight POS 5 supports or POS 4 supports who maybe are not as refined in last hitting and the laning. And I think these things add up. I think when you're at the top echelon of Dota or any sports in general, all these small things will make a huge difference in the overall long term.
So you think it's your mechanical skill playing previously on core that enables you to make these heroes successful? Because Mirana is a hero that I feel like when in the right hands like yourself, the win rates are really high, but other teams are struggling.
I mean, I think partly is because it's literally one of my most played heroes. So, and then other people are trying to copy and emulate instead of trying to figure out what works for them. I think that's the bigger issue, because I see a lot of people just try to copy and paste drafts, like picking some gyrocopter carry, even though like the hero's like unpicked on ban before we started playing it, and then same with this Mirana and Crystal Maiden. So I think it's just a bit of a lack of understanding and just trying to quote unquote play meta, and it's not working out for them. So I think if you want to play these heroes, you just need to have a good understanding of what they do for your team and what they're supposed to do in the game. And if you grasp that, then you can pick these heroes. Otherwise, like, you should just play what you're most comfortable with and what you're confident in.
Okay, I've got one more question about drafts, and then I want to take you into the game for a clip real quick. But so you're talking about people kind of emulating what you guys are doing in the meta, and I'm wondering if you feel any difference when, like, so Falcons, you guys started off a little bit slow in your events, like, but now you've quickly ramped it up to getting in the top placements in a previous tournament. And now you're looking really good here. Like, when you were on Tundra and now, do you feel like a lot of teams are more often copying you, or do you feel that in your pubs, in your scrims, in these tournaments?
I mean, I think that's any team that's having success. I think like when Spirit won TI, everyone's trying to be mode collapse, picking Magnus off lane, even though they probably never even touched this hero before, or like Mars. And I think it's just people see success and they want to just play it and emulate it and try it out themselves. And I think it's common for top tier players who are winning at that given patch to be copied by other players. And people are very fast to learn and copy these days, which is actually a good thing because it improves the meta. It makes it so then like people figure out the weaknesses and strengths of all these heroes a lot faster, and not just one person or team can just keep abusing the same strategies.
Yeah, awesome answers, man. We got a clip for you from previous game. You were talking about how intense that game was. Was wondering what's going through the team's communication and head during this last team fight. Take us through it.
I mean, sure. In this team fight, Maudrin is pretty much saying he'll take control of all the fights and he'll start fight first. And then he needed reveal, so I blinked in. Everyone blinked in to try to help him out a little bit. But once their BKB ran out on Radiant, we knew that like we can just CC them till death, and it's hard for them to fight. So they kind of committed their BKBs pretty early. Now that they don't have their BKBs, we still have ours. It's going to be a really hard fight for them.
So pretty much everything is the Puck needing vision to go in, and the main communication that you guys had is enabling him to do the damage that he needed to do?
Yeah, Puck will be first contact, and he'll just kind of bait the enemy to commit BKBs and do everything, because he has Refresher and A on this. He can't die. That's
really cool insight, man. Thank you.
All right, got one more question, Snake, before we let you go. Tomorrow, you guys are facing off against Bedboom. At the moment, Bedboom is also another team that, well, they've obviously not played their series today, but they are 2-0 right now. Do you have any hot predictions for the series? And maybe I don't know who your scrimming partners are, but maybe you have some insight.
We've played Bedboom a good amount in scrims, but not recently. I think we play a lot of them in the Bedboom Dacha before that tournament, and I think they're a very formidable team. It's going to be a pretty close series. They're in very good form right now as a team, and they have good understanding, and we have actually a lot of overlapping heroes. Like Toronto Tokyo plays very similar hero pool as to me, and Miro plays very similar heroes as Amar. So I think there will be a lot of heroes being contested, and we're going to see like some sort of weird meta happening tomorrow.
Ooh, some sort of weird meta. I'm looking forward to it, Snake King. Congratulations, of course, on a flawless record so far, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Falcons sitting at a 3-0, and not just 3-0 in series, but also undefeated in games, and they're the only team that has so far had 2-0s all the way around. And they weren't all the most clean 2-0s, but they were all 2-0s, like even an impossible game yesterday, Jenkins, where they made a comeback because they could They could. Oh my God, I forgot the name. The reel in from the Naga.
Right.
You know?
Hugely impactful.
Huge.
These, I could tell you if you ask Snake King, like these don't count as 2-0s. They just don't. These are like equivalent to a 2-1. I know they're going back to the drawing board.
I mean, you already saw Crit and AY standing in the backline just hovering over the computer.
Even Snake King said like I didn't play well this game. Like he's not being humble. I mean, he is humble, but he's not being like intentionally humble for the cameras or something. He legit thinks like if this game goes to 60 minutes, I played like shit. That's just how it is in Dota. Games are not supposed to go to 60 minutes if you're playing correctly. And I can see why he's, shouldering some of that blame. It's just what he does as a player. It's what he would probably do in his pubs as well. It's why he's 12K MMR. So back to the drawing board. I mean, it's good that they're winning. Like winning is better than losing for sure. But in another universe, in a parallel universe, Spirit wins that game and then they win game 3.
Yeah, but you got to be that self-critical, Effie, because otherwise, if the moment you're starting to get complacent, people will catch up, right?
Yeah, that's how you become the best and stay the best, is you're always assessing yourself and you never allow yourself to coast or stagnate. And it was really pleasant to listen to Snake King's answers. Honestly, he's a really good communicator.
He is.
And
Very good.
You want someone like that on your team. Even the way that he was laying out and describing his thoughts and concepts, I was thinking to myself the whole time, this is probably how he talks to his teammates, huh? And I mean, he's such an asset to have on any team. Even if he had a bad performance today by his standards, that's still better than many, many other players in this tournament.
He's so to the point. My content brain was on when he was talking. I was like, this is a YouTube
video.
This is a YouTube video. I know all the clips I could be putting up when he's talking about this stuff. Because it's just a waterfall of information from him.
Which is really
Makes him
cool.
a great captain.
Because he's been in the scene for like 14, well, in Dota 2 since the start. I mean, obviously, Pot and Bottom is, I think, the team that a lot of people that are old school will remember him from. And he's still playing Pot and Bottom. Actually, he was top this time because they were dying.
Like the Magnus Carlton of Dota.
Yeah, what? Who?
Carlton?
Yeah, he's just been here.
He's just been here.
Popping off. Since day one.
He's popping off. We can see the proof of that in the scores as we have the standings for you guys. Falcons 3-0. Now, they're also the only team, together with Team Spirit, that has played 3 series. So we'll see. Maybe BetBoom or Shopify will join them today in a 3-0 score. But it's... Wait, are they facing each other?
Yes.
All right, one of the two will definitely join them on the 3-0 score. I was like, hey, that's yeah, cool. So that's definitely going to be a shared first place by the end of the day. But overall, I mean, I think as Team Spirit, can you really be mad at a result like this? I think, Effie, this is just a big learning experience for them because they're also very self-critical.
I think they're pretty livid after this series.
Livid,
I'd be pretty mad.
Oh, no.
That series does not feel good because that game one, they were like 7K net worth off with an Aegis. If you lose a game like that, you could have done so much
Every
better.
Dota player feels that.
And in that game too, like, not to hyper focus on it, but that was... Lifestealer needed a VKB. I mean, I think there's no way Yator was happy with that performance.
Well, I hope they can recover and then come back stronger tomorrow,
They will. It's Spirit.
Adaptation is all needed. And we're also adapting because, well, actually, our time schedule is not adapting because we have a fixed schedule, no adaptation there, which means our next series doesn't start until 14:30, I believe. And that means we have something new in store for you guys. Of course, this time around, we will make sure that Sunsfan and Synderen will be properly educated
Not that it's gonna
on
help.
what's to come.
Yeah.
It might help, but if you want to find out how much it will really help, you got to stick around. We'll be back after a break with content.
Shot, new kid on the block. Currents running strong like a solar wave. I feel electric. Locked, plugged into the socket. Watch me burning hot, yeah, I radiate. I feel electric. Coursing through my veins like a power surge. Call it misbehaving the way I burn. If you're gonna wait, then you miss your turn. Charged up and ready, I'm going steady with you. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, got that future shot now. Future shot, future shot, future shot. Future shot, future shot, future shot. Breathe, feel that energy. You can change the lights from red to green. See, I got what you need. Sparking a connection, go VIP. You feel electric. You feel electric. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, got that future shot now. Future shock, the future shock. Once we started, there's no way to stop us. Like a rocket, not for static hearted. Once you got it, you'll go supersonic. You know you want it, you know you want it, you know you want it, you know you want it. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, got that future shot now. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, got that future shot now. Future shot, future shot, you know you want it. Future shot, future shot, you know you want it. Everybody stop, got that future shot now.
We found love out on our own. I took it for granted. I should have known. You were crying out.
Hey, welcome back. You're watching DreamLeague Season 22. And we have some content planned for you. It's going to be called Packet Loss. And if you are a DreamLeague veteran, you'll know what game it is. But these two don't.
Because they don't watch.
They don't watch our content, even though they're in the literal show.
I've seen this one. I know this one. You don't know anything. You are worthless.
Hello. You're going to get really warm, by the way. You might want to take off your jacket.
This shit again? I'm freezing over there. You guys get this nice set. It's nice and warm. I'm in there in the freaking dungeon.
We're casting in the cooling room.
All right.
Either way,
it's really fine though. It's just
no, it's fine. You'll
if I have to move, I'll get warm.
You'll get warm really
He's
soon.
from Arizona. Any well-tempered room is cold for him.
So we're gonna do a little bit of a practice round. I gotta stand here because otherwise you guys can't see me. Apparently, we're gonna do a little bit of a practice round, and I figured these two are not participating in the practice round. This is going to be me, Jenkins, and Effie or something like that. We're going to be very fast with it. It's going to be a fake one. And it's just to really show what the game is like so you guys at home know as well. It's a variety of telephone charades. So just so that's an extra reference point. You ready? Pandas, you ready?
All right. Would you like my prompt?
I have a prompt in my head. Otherwise, you have to start.
You want me to start?
Do you want to start or do I want to start?
I can start.
Okay, go for it.
I have a really good one.
Wait, do we not have like coordinated prompts already?
Yeah, we will, but this is the practice prompt so that mostly
Can't see the
Sunspot sees
PGM,
what's
so I don't know
happening.
where.
I'm allowed to watch.
That, right?
Am I?
Yes.
Yeah, you have to
I'm
watch.
assuming
Is it
I'm
the
visible.
camera with the red light or the green
Okay.
light?
But actually,
round, but you
wait.
don't
Effie is not watching.
Wait, so who is watching out of all?
I am-
Nobody's watching.
So basically, in theory, right now, you
Turn
guys
around.
are all not watching, but Effie is the other person. We're now playing it with 3 people.
Yeah.
Effie's not gonna watch.
But
That's
in the
happening.
normal round, we'll play with all of us.
Yeah, in a normal round, everybody
Okay.
apart from one other person that is playing, which in this case is me and Jenkins, will be turned around and not facing what's
So
happening.
we can watch for our own sake here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta go. This one's for you, Shannon. Okay.
Okay.
That's it. Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Mira.
Are they all that long?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
It looks really tiring, actually.
Yeah, that's why you should take the coat off.
Really take this leather jacket off.
Oh, sorry in advance.
I'm supposed to go over here.
I'm in heels, Javer.
That's it.
Can we do it again?
No, we don't do it twice.
Okay.
And then the last person, in this case, Effie, you don't have to do it again.
Oh.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Thank
The last
God.
person
She
that was
got
in
it?
row, like if there were other people, they would have basically done
Yeah,
the same
yeah,
thing.
yeah.
But now the last person has to guess what it was.
Which you should be thankful because I did not remember what I just did.
Is it some guy motorcycling?
You're
Is
right.
oh, sorry.
Right.
I thought we were a team working
No.
this.
Some guy's riding a bike, drives it, gets off of it.
Is somebody very specific?
Rides the bike to work because he's typing on a computer and yelling at somebody.
Yeah, what is he doing on the computer?
He's typing in, like writing an email.
No.
He's doing something.
He's shouting.
Wait, I'm saying he's writing something and then yelling at somebody at work.
Yeah, into the microphone.
He's yelling at the microphone and then finishes his shift, gets back on the bike, goes home.
But it's not about, it's a Harley Davidson.
Shannon, what is it?
All right.
It's me going to work on a fucking motorcycle, casting a game, and then leaving with my leather jacket.
You do that?
All right. That bit that I said was not funny ended up being funny. It worked.
That is it.
Good job. Piece of garbage.
Sinner, do you think you now have enough information to be the first one? Or would you rather Brian does it? One more.
What's easier, actually? It's probably
feel
easier
like
to start.
I feel like I feel like it's both equally
probably-
difficult, just in different ways.
I'll start. It's fine.
Just grab one card out of
Yeah.
the envelope. Don't show it to anyone. Don't show it to Twitch chat. Don't show it to YouTube chat. Don't show it to the camera.
Don't show me.
Don't show anyone. We are going to make sure that we are all turned around facing social corner over there.
That's where Cinderin is, though.
Social corner is where
This is not a beginner's card.
You'll be fine. You'll be fine.
You'll be fine.
Just trust yourself.
Trust yourself.
Just follow your instincts.
I will sit in the social
Wait,
corner.
so
all of
who's
them.
going to be our final guesser? It should be somebody
No,
who's
that
experienced.
doesn't matter. Once
Okay.
Cinderin is gonna basically we're gonna turn around. Cinderin is gonna tap one person on the shoulder to be the second one, and then it goes all around. You tap someone on the shoulder that you're ready for to do it, and then obviously the last one will be
Do you have a question?
yes.
Do we get any repeats or do you only get one time to see it?
One time to see it, unless you're the last one, in which case sometimes you can request the first person to do it. But generally, you only do it once. If you really think you need twice, then you can ask for a second.
Okay.
I see the preview monitor. What? This social corner is not a good idea.
Just turn this way.
Yeah, I'm turning this way.
Okay.
Oh. But sometimes you gotta do it in the speed of the band.
Okay.
Oh. Brian, please. I watched you on the shoulder. I have no idea what I
Wait,
did.
isn't he supposed to go over there now? Isn't
No, but he can watch. Oh, you can watch from
Oh,
there.
sure,
if you
okay.
want.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Okay.
You're gonna be on that side, please. Apologies that wasn't part of it.
Okay. I'll do Jenkins. Jenkins, get over here.
Oh, jeez. I was really hoping I could guess this one.
Oh my gosh.
I apologize, just like Shiva did.
It's
So
alright.
can I show you the card now, or should I not?
No, not yet.
Does it matter? Okay.
Maybe at the end.
All right.
That's it? Oh, shit. Okay, this will be funny. Oh my god, I don't remember.
Sounds like a lot of exercise.
I don't
You
remember.
might want to take off your jacket.
I actually don't remember. All right,
Finally, you get your wish, Cheever.
you ready?
Through all this time. Yeah.
Okay, ready? Get down, dude. That's it.
Okay. Here's the final one. Enjoy.
I want to see Shannon actually act it out.
Yep. That's if I remember. Okay. Ready? Aren't you supposed to do it with me?
Aren't I guessing?
No,
Oh,
she's
she's
guessing.
guessing.
She's the
Okay.
guesser.
Just do it on your own.
Do you want company?
No, it's fine. That's it.
That was horrible. Do it again. Do it again.
So easy.
Can you do it again?
Sure.
Okay, Shannon's
Okay,
gonna
wait
ruin
a
this.
second. Maybe
Somebody-
Cinderin can do it unless you have a good guess.
If I'm far off, then Cinderin can come do it.
I
but,
think I think you guess, and if it's far
okay.
off, then we'll try.
All
again.
right.
All right. If you
somebody-
guess a word from the prompt, you get a point
Okay,
based on that.
okay.
Any point,
in
any
this
word.
arbitrary point system, I don't win anything.
That's true.
Okay. Some old lady stomps her way to her her way to her cauldron. She stirs the cauldron, and then because she's an evil witch, she like
Pretend that I was on the ground. That was part of it that I just refused to do. I ended up on.
See, now you sabotaged me.
I'm on the ground and I'm rolling.
Oh, you roll away.
Yeah.
So you're not an evil witch. Hang on. Oh, there was some pot stirring going on for sure. But why would you roll away?
All right, maybe Sin just does it again as well.
No, I think it's good enough. You got cauldron, so that's fine.
Really?
Oh, really?
What was it?
While cooking in your kitchen, you see a mouse run across the floor and try to trap it to remove it as it moves erratically, scaring you.
That's close.
That's close enough.
You got cauldron.
Yeah, that's good.
Cauldron.
All right.
Well done.
Right.
Well done.
Honestly, not a bad act out from
Yeah,
Shin on that
that's
one.
pretty good.
Amira, because you were last, do you want to be first this time?
Okay.
The envelope's over there.
Oh my
I don't
gosh.
mind
Oh, I'm
being
panting.
last.
I didn't get on the ground.
Yeah,
That was a workout.
that's what she said.
Okay.
Very
Just
good.
face away from the monitor.
Oh yeah.
Too fat to do that one. Trying to give me a heart attack.
You can choose a person whenever you're ready.
I'll speed run this one.
I'm formulating. Okay.
Oh boy.
Oh no, it's gonna get ruined on the first one.
Starting out with a disaster first, huh?
You're about to sabotage everybody. Okay.
You're fucking kidding me. Are you kidding me? Okay. Okay, easy. Go ahead.
Oh, oh no.
Is it that order?
So let's see. There you go.
I feel like I lost a pack. Oh no!
Can we take it back? Can we take him
You
back?
chose me.
Return him
You
to the store. I want a
ahead.
refund. I want a refund.
I just got my pack back on. There we go. All right.
I have a feeling this is not anything like what Mira did at the start. Your pack is
Is it?
it's open.
Oh no.
There you go. You're good now.
That's part of the act.
Yeah, part of it.
God. Packs are coming off. That's not good.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Good job. That was dead on. Dead on. It's like watching me out there. That's perfect. This is dead on. Oh, so good.
I'm not.
So good.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, the walk, of course. Tired? Yep. In the desert. What? That's so short. Why did it get short? I swear, when she did it at first, it was like 2 minutes. I don't know. You're like walking in the desert. You get winded. You get hit by a bird. You get knocked over. You get up. You fucking keep going.
Is it anywhere close?
Somebody's definitely walking.
Hey!
Wait.
I don't know.
I mean, kind of.
Do you want to do it
Yeah,
over?
I think you acted out at the start. Just see what he gets.
It was kind of close.
All right, let's
Okay,
see.
based on what... Okay, if you guys were doing this, would you choose me first? Just watch. Would you choose me?
No, I wouldn't.
Mistakes were made.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Backpack. I'm still fucking confused.
What happened to this?
Whatever.
Some sort of backpack you had to take
It was
off.
so long ago. What did you say?
So, it's some sort
He
of.
was trying to
Are you-
carry Jenkins in a Dota 2 match.
Yes.
What?
Oh.
Why is that a prompt?
What was your guess?
You're walking across a tightrope. Tightrope.
Tightrope, yep.
Tightrope?
Shut the fuck up, dude. You've ruined this whole thing. I have no idea. It's like you're walking,
Taking it
backpack,
so
you
seriously.
fall down, and then you take the backpack off, you get back up.
Yeah, because she no longer has baggage. Takes a backpack off.
Let her read the prompt. What
That's
is
close
it?
enough. Good job, Jenkins.
What is the problem?
What is it?
You fall over while on a hike and struggle to stand because of the heavy backpack you're wearing.
Oh, that's actually what it
Eventually,
was.
you were able to unclip yourself to stand up.
Oh, that was well acted out.
I thought I was
Mira.
completely wrong.
Not
What
you,
about me?
Fan. You were terrible.
How dare
I
you?
don't know why you dropped to your knees gracefully. And
That's because I'm too fat to do anything else.
Oh,
By
I'm
the
standing over
choice.
here.
Gracefully
Which one would
dropped
you
to your
prefer?
knees.
just his knees, and then
Did
instead
you
of falling, he just.
prefer yesterday's game
No,
or
this
today's?
one is
Following
fun
my
because
arms.
you control. I didn't even do it on purpose. That's just physical limitations, let's call it. But next time if we do this, I have some plans.
How about you? Then
This is good.
this is better.
Yeah, it's fun.
That was fun.
I think the shopkeeper one is fun if one of the people is the animal.
Yeah, we've already put that suggestion.
Yeah, okay, but
in the box.
it used to be that that there was only two people, one shopkeeper and one.
I see. Okay, yeah,
thing.
yeah.
And then we added with two because otherwise sometimes it just took too long for people to guess. So we now have assistants. You know.
If I have it with a duo, it's fun if one person is the animal. I think.
Yeah, the other person's returning them.
Mhm.
Yeah, that'd be good. Good suggestion.
Good job, Shannon. I think you did great.
Yeah, that is a
Well,
good idea.
that's about all we had time for over here, and that means that Dota 2 is around the corner, so stick around. We'll be right back with some Dota.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I know later today we'll have a match with two teams that are undefeated. Wow! We just saw Falcons and they're undefeated. Wow! There's always another side of the coin. That's right, our upcoming series is between Aurora and Gaming Gladiators, and both these teams have not won a series yet. But for one, it's about to change. Let's find out who. Versus Gaming Gladiators. To be fair, it should be a really good match because both teams have had fantastic moments in their series. It's just unfortunate that they haven't been able to win a series yet. For this change up in teams, we also got a little bit of change up on the panel. Purge, hello, how you doing?
Hello, doing good. I was laughing my ass off in the backstage
Very
watching
good.
Suns fan be atrocious at that game.
Yes.
He's fitting a pattern here. He's not so good at the free games.
He doesn't seem to be. Maybe he just needs some more expertise, more time, experience. You know.
I'm really glad he's there. He makes it a lot funnier.
Very good. But it is fun. But you know what? Dota is fun as well. And Brian is going to tell us exactly why this Dota is going to be fun.
Well, am I? Okay, so,
I hope so.
Well, what I would like to say about this series is, at the end of the day, these are two top-tier teams. They have had a lot of good results in previous tournaments in the recent history, but sadly, they are both 0-2. So I wanted to highlight a bit of what I believe is making them 0-2 so far in the group stage 2. So we'll start off with Gaimin. So with Gaimin, we're going to go and jump into some clips here where what we're going to see is a lack of execution in fights when they're winning. So this is their game 1 against Shopify. Yesterday, you see that they have a sizable net worth lead, 5K, 16 minutes into the game. We're going to see Quinn get isolated in the back, and basically they overextend and get chased where they're leaving Dyrachyo behind on a hero that's a squishy ranged carry Arc Warden. And then we're going to see the next fight where it's like a similar story. They overcommit a little bit onto the Kunkka. It looks good for them at the start, and then Shopify is going to turn the fight back on them. Quinn overcommits a little bit, gets focus fired by Arteezy on the Wind Ranger. And this has kind of been like the case in point of what GG's games have looked like so far. And when we look at the side of Aurora, so we're thinking which game, and they're likely going to get off to the lead. They're going to have a good laning stage. That's what they're still doing. It's what they're doing in terms of translating that into the late game. That's kind of their issue right now. When we look at Aurora, I want to pull up a clip where they are losing in the early game, and it was against Team Spirit from yesterday, where it's more so a problem of overreacting to things that are going wrong in the game. So if we want to go and pull up that clip from Jabs on the Razor, so what we're going to see is his carry getting dove. And if you look at the CS charts, Razor is at the top on the net worth and on the CS. So he's like having a really good lane top. So he's going to end up TPing bottom as a response to this Team Spirit dive. And it seems a little bit slow, right? It's already too late. He TPs in, gets 1 kill, and then he over chases Collapse about 20 seconds later and ends up getting caught by 3 heroes and taking the #1 net worth hero in the game and basically feeding his life away with no teleport scroll. I call this the Jenkins. So, sorry, I didn't mean to put that. But at the end of the day, both these teams, like, there's these little nuances that at the end of the day, they're top tier, but they're going to need to clean these up. That's preventing them from winning these series. And I'm going to keep an eye out for Gaimin being in the lead, coming out of the lanes, and just exactly how they translate that, while how does Aurora respond to the early movements.
Yeah, and there's a lot when you're talking about that comes down to experience, I would say, to play in these high-pressure games. But to be fair, experience-wise, all players should be good, potentially apart from one, and that leads us to the Wisdom Rune, sponsored by the US Air Force, and we have got Lorinov featured here together with the squad that he is standing in for. In terms of Tier 1 tournaments appearances, Lorinov is the most inexperienced player here, so he is the only one that you would accept having some issues potentially, but he's doing fine.
Yeah, he's been doing really good, exceeding expectations, much like their team has, despite them not being that different from the Talent squad last year that had really respectable results consistently. But considering that Aurora came off the back of a rough tournament, and now they have this more inexperienced player on their team, they're doing much, much better. I think that's impressive. Yeah, they haven't won a series yet in Group Stage 2, but I think in a lot of their series, they looked really solid and competitive. They had really good games in some of those losses, so I think they have a really good shot today.
They should have a really good shot today. And speaking of Lorinov, we also wanted to feature Lorinov for the Spotlight player for Aurora FE. This is the player that, before this event, we know of him. It's a name that sounds familiar, but we haven't seen him play like this in a long time.
It's like you hear the name around the grapevine. He was no stranger to high MMR pubs, and he is a relatively young player. He's only 21 years old. He bounced around a lot of tier 2 teams, like, Gambit and PuckChamp and things like that, but he got his big break, so to speak, or his, not a big break because there's no more DPC system, but he has been playing with Team Tickles as of this year. And
Love that name.
Yep, that was the former Gaming Gladiators, but while he was playing with Team Tickles 2 days ago on this tournament, this is very interesting. I saw this just now. Team Tickles disbanded, like 3 of them or 4 of them went to Mouse, and they didn't take Lorinov with them. So I wonder what's going on here. Did somebody poach this player? Did this team poach this player?
And
a lot of questions.
Yeah, I also know that the players, like for example, I know that for the Mouse squad, the mid laner, Supreme, is currently on trial. So it's not even set in stone. So it sounds like they needed to find a mid laner for reasons, but we don't know the reasons. All we can do is speculate.
I would love to speculate.
Yeah, maybe Aurora is like Lorinov's mistress, where he got a taste of a better team atmosphere that fits him better, and then he, was questioning the current relationship he was in, or vice versa.
And he's really non-committal right now. He's
he's kind of in his experimental
phase. At the same time. He's like, all right, maybe this Aura team thing is going to work out because it feels good right now. But if it doesn't work out, he might be left dropped without a team. But this is his best shot to jump to a tier 1 level team, I think.
But maybe it's not him. Maybe it's them that really want him, because he honestly has been playing incredibly well. And he's a very Malrine-esque style of mid laner. They share a hero pool. He's very stylistic. He's been winning a lot of lanes and elevating Talon in terms of how they're gonna, transition into the mid game with their greedy players. So he fits them like a glove, or he did during Group Stage 1. They looked impressive. They ended 9-5 with the other 4 teams that placed top 4.
Yeah, I don't know how long men can take maternity leave in Southeast Asia. I'm sure that it differs per country, and maybe Armel is just out for, I don't know, a year like they do in Sweden. That's what they do in Sweden. So
Think players
who knows?
have rights. Think players have rights.
Yeah,
good one.
Let's assume they do for now. I mean, so far for Lorinov, it's obviously working out great. The team has been doing a lot better than what a lot of people were expecting, especially considering them playing with the stand. And that being said, they're 0-2 right now in terms of series. So we'll see if they can shake it up a little bit today. We hope the same from their opponents, of course, because against Aurora today is Gaming Gladiators, the best team of 2023, and I now have to add that to the list, or maybe even second best team, because obviously Spirit won both Rehab Masters and TI, and so they could be considered the best team in the world there as well. But Gaming Gladiators did win all the majors, and they did really well. They didn't change the roster, and we have to figure out what is up with them. We're going to focus our attention on the mid laner. He's the most vocal player of the squad purge in Quinn. And I want to spotlight him. Is it the mid lane where things go wrong?
For Gaming Gladiators, not necessarily. I mean, I think they're picking some slightly weird heroes compared to other teams. Their Magnus match was kind of a cool one against Shopify with the Void's Pyramid. They didn't lose that one though. They played quite well. I don't know, for whatever reason, they're just slightly getting outperformed in team fights. Another aspect of the weird heroes, we actually saw one of the Brian's clips with the Snapfire. I felt like they have supports sometimes that can die individually a little bit too easy. That can be a lead to you just kind of losing as well. So it's a mix of like small issues. I haven't quite identified if there's like one overarching problem yet, but definitely watching, because everybody wants to know why Gaming Gladiators isn't the best team in the world right now.
I have a theory that I was telling Brian in the green room. I mean, it doesn't encompass everything that's going wrong, but I honestly believe that when we saw Gaming Gladiators dominate last year, it was consistently they were destroying their lanes, and they were coming out of the laning stage with a net worth advantage, and they've never really had to be put in a situation where they had to win by out team fighting it's not that they're bad at team fights. Of course, they're good at team fights. They won so much last year, but they didn't have to learn to team fight the way that Team Spirit did. You know, we often saw Team Spirit come back from these crazy deficits and pull off like these incredible smokes and position themselves perfectly well. But Gaming Gladiators, they dominated the entire year without having to play like that. And now that it seems like with this C patch, every team has caught up and every team is good at lanes, they don't necessarily have that laning advantage where if they don't strategize and team fight in position as well as other teams, they're going to win.
Yeah, that was part of why I made the clips that I did, because I feel like that's the difference we're seeing, is that the laning stage leads that they're getting are still there, but they're not as insurmountable as before, and they're showing in those mid-game team fights.
Is that something you can fix by just trying to put yourself in the position that you were before, aka draft to have the strongest lanes?
You know, if I want
planet?
to whip out Philosophizer SJ, I'd just say that most problems, you know, the reason you solve them is because you need to. You know, it's hard to solve a problem you don't know you already have. And so now they're going to see like, oh, this seems to be a part of the game we're struggling with. I'm sure they'll nip it in the bud as quickly as they can.
So the question is how fast can they adapt? And it's been, I mean, they scraped by in the first group stage. They made it through the tiebreakers, and they are in group stage 2. So if they want to make it to the next phase, we're at day 3 right now of the second phase of group stages. I mean, of the 8 days, 7 days in total, but potentially 8 if there's tiebreakers. And this is really the part where you should start to win if you have changed something for the better. So we're going to find out what is, well, Wiredor starts with the draft and what they're going to draft against each other, because I will say every time I see a draft against Gaming Gladiators and then ban out of Pango, I'm like, yeah, that's unfortunate for gaming, because they're so comfortable on that hero. And I feel like normally when people are down in the dumps in terms of results, they go back to comfort first and foremost, and it's just very hard to do that when your comfort just gets banned.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they're comfortable on lots of heroes, but the fact that it's comfortable and it wins often for them is definitely special. And I'm very curious to see like what it could be about Pango that's so fantastic. Is it like the chaos of the team fight? Is it like the Magic community reliability? Does it just fit Quinn's playstyle better? But they definitely are willing to experiment with some slightly different heroes. They played support Morita yesterday, which ended up being kind of good, kind of mediocre. I like that they're trying new things. They just haven't quite won yet. And they did lose to Shopify, which is a bit unfortunate for them, but losing to Team Falcons, I think, is just one of those things that's not that unexpected. So they still have lots of time to bounce back.
Yeah.
Also, watching those Shopify games, I remember watching them with you, Mira. Like, it feels like GG should have won that series, maybe even all 3 games. Like, at some point, they kind of just, I mean, we saw the Dyrachia throw, you know, it's just is what it is. Sometimes those late game scenarios, when you have a player like him, high risk, high reward type things happening, and you end up losing games you shouldn't. That's not something we often saw from Gaming, even though we do see Dyrachia tend to take those higher risks. But at the end of the day, if things aren't all working, I feel like, you know, one domino falls in a team atmosphere, and even if the team's well composed, experienced, you lose that little bit of confidence, and it feels like those things tend to happen more and more often at all stages.
Yeah, I agree. And yesterday, when we talk about the game 3 that they had, versus Shopify, where, you know, everybody saw how Alchemist went in and didn't get a stun off, and 2 heroes died back. Even before that, if you watch the game, they were losing fights that they shouldn't be. Like, they were bleeding in places that they shouldn't. And honestly, looking at the state of the game and how their early game went, that net worth lead around that moment should have been around 30k and not 17k. So even before Dyrachio made his big mistake, there were throws and unclean plays.
Yeah, right when he hit like the Blink Radiance timing that game on Alk, there was a fight where Gaiman literally fed 1 by 1. Like, it started with, I think, Quinn getting caught out, and then it ended with Dyrachio being the 5th of final hero, blinking in with the Radiance and dying. And those are the type of plays where you're up by 5k, suddenly you're up by 1k. And then what we saw, and we see this consistently from Gaiman, is after that fight, they were only up 1k. But when no fights are happening, the lead suddenly was 4k in their favor. Like, the way this team macros the map and the way that they just out-farm you and kind of position 1 or 2 heroes together, supports guarding cores or making them kill threats, they still do that at like a stellar level. It's just a matter of, can they make sure those 1 or 2 team fight fumbles don't happen? Because that's what old Gaiman did, was they would win that one fight, then it's an 8k lead, and then by the time the next fight happens, it's 12k, and then the game's over.
It just feels like all the games are really close right now, and complex team fights are going to happen with these high-level players, and whatever team executes slightly better is going to be the one that wins. So maybe Gaming not able to catapult their leads as hugely as they wanted to before, add in a couple self-stuns. Dyrachio did have an abundance of them that game on the Elk. It just leads to you losing.
And And I think for that reason, what I want to see out of Gaimin in today's draft is a very simple way to team fight. Like, by having this Magnus, you already know, Brian, you talked about how good they are at farming in the mid-game and just catapulting in net worth, but I also want to see a very simple execution. So just pick this Magnus with a typical melee brawler, just farm, have two backline supports that can protect you, one that protects you, one that spellcasts. Like, simplify it for now and see if there's any improvement based off of that.
Yeah, it's interesting. I like that they picked Ace's hero early because I don't really consider this like an Ace meta. We're not seeing like the Greaves and the Pipe and the offlane ball-up items, the Darkseers. And he's only played Mars once this entire tournament, which is kind of shocking when you consider like they've banned the hero 13 times. So that alone can make drafting really hard in a meta when everybody's prioritizing this hero absolute overall first pick. It almost makes me wonder for Aurora's side if it's worth taking the Mars on first pick, just because Gaimin's kind of proven they're not going to take it, but at the end of the day, it is that reliable of an offlaner. Jabs played it pretty well yesterday, but it's just something that I wonder, how much thought goes in there.
Yeah, when I watched Gaimin's lane yesterday with the Magnus Plus, I don't remember their second support or their support was, but he laned it quite well, and it does fit his playstyle pretty well. So the teamfight impact, the buffing his allies aspect, it does fit them really good, but it is abnormal. They don't play Mars.
Unusual hero.
Yeah.
First Winter Wyvern of the day.
Yeah, we haven't seen much. I think we've seen this at least once before.
We saw Bach play it offlane.
Yeah, okay. But I don't necessarily think this is not going to be an offlane Wyvern. It's a Wyvern that's playing into Magnus. So when you pick Wyvern into Magnus, it's just your combo breaker. It's your counter-initiate hero, right? Magnus comes in, or he blinks in to skewer back a target. You can instantly curse him. Or if he actually manages to land the RP off, you can just curse Magnus and make sure the team that's rallying near him doesn't have any counterplay to that. You can also just heal any targets that gets solo RP'd. Like, Wyvern provides you a lot of scenarios in which you can play against Magnus.
They just... I think there's a reason we haven't seen Wyvern support all that much. It just feels, I think, as a carry, I don't really want it as my 5. We saw like the Coddle 5 from OG like 2 or 3 days ago, and my issue with the heroes, I'm like, as a carry, I'm probably going to lose my lane if I have a Coddle 5. I think the same thing about Wyvern. They also haven't revealed their 4 yet on the side of GG, so I guess I'm just a bit concerned for the Aurora safe lane. It's like in-game, in team fights, this Wyvern already makes sense. You already mentioned the combo breaker against the Mag, but getting past that stage of the game is exactly what I was concerned about, so...
Yeah, I actually think Wyvern's a little bit underutilized right now, so my theory is Wyvern as a lane support should be strong versus the heroes in this meta because of Arctic Burn being percentage-based damage. Like, you could honestly opt to just max it on lane and have incredibly high impact if you're playing versus Magnuses and Centaurs and Mars, and even with one Splinter Blast, even if you don't put levels in it, that's enough CC, slow, and damage to set up for an aggressive kill. Kind of similar to Crystal Maiden, but not as effective in terms of locking them down. Still a lot of damage output and a potentially aggressive support. So it's nice to see it come out. I don't like it with Nature's Prophet, though.
Why?
Because there's no reliable stun. You're depending on the Winter's Curse from either of your supports. Also, I feel like these two heroes are countered by the same archetype of hero, which is...
Storms and shit?
Yeah, heroes that jump on you in the backline. Storm Spirits, Ember Spirits, Void Spirits, whatever it may be. If both of your supports are countered by the same thing, then you're very dependent on your cores to be able to counter the hero that's countering your supports. And that doesn't always happen.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to me that they picked Prophet there. It hasn't been touched much this tournament. It's 10 picks. 12 bans, basically 50% win rate on both, something like that. Or maybe my numbers are wrong. 12 picks, 22 bans, something. It's no, it's 10, my bad. So its win rate is just okay. It got nerfed a lot in the last couple patches, so surprised to see them pick it in this position when it doesn't obviously counter anything.
I was actually looking at the gyro. I was hoping for Gaimin to go for the gyro. It can be support or core, and it's like a lot of magic damage against Wyvern. So I like it a lot in the sense that you're going to get the Cold Embrace, and we need to make it so that Cold Embrace doesn't keep people alive. And that's why I was nervous about the Wyvern this early on, because if you see like a carry like Troll, for instance, you know that Cold Embrace is 4 seconds of just immunity. But against a hero like Gyro, not so much. It could be core or support.
And it's just good at counter push, too.
So they go for the support Gyro. Void, in theory, is like bad against Wyvern, like because you can curse the Void in his chrono, you can Cold Embrace the person that's getting chronoed, but it kind of works in the way of if I'm Void, if I have to chrono immediately, like if I feel rushed, there's like a Lion plus Lina on the enemy team, and if I don't BKB chrono, then it's going to be tough for me to play fights. But against supports and cores like Mars and Prophet, who's locked down, you can just time walk away from. I think Dyrachyo should be able to, in theory, be patient. You know, Dyrachyo, I don't know if that's necessarily his forte, but with the way he utilizes Chronosphere here, and like Mira mentioned, I think they'll have to just pick a Quinn hero that disrupts the backlines now, and Puck would have been great for that on the side of Gaiman, but now it's, you know, Aurora has the Puck.
I was thinking that Puck needed to be addressed a little bit because, I mean, Gaiman couldn't take it on 17 because then they just get like 18 Huskard or Snipered or something like that. But if you have a Void, you're always going to have a means to catch this Puck later on because Chrono is a very good tool at killing Puck. And Void, when he itemizes, he doesn't struggle a lot versus his hero. And now this can open up for a potential Spirit for Quinn. I would love to see Void Spirit again. I think this is a great Void Spirit game. It's good versus Mars Arena. It's good versus both of these supports. And it's good versus Puck. I mean, people debate it, but it's a pretty 50-50 matchup.
It's bad versus Puck if they have immediate follow-up burst, but they don't have that.
But they have picked it before with Magnus because you get him power damage. It's a nice way to make it even. Like when Quinn played yesterday, he had a really rough lane. He got majorly outlasted. He caught up easily with kills and with empower. So it is a good game for this. Brian, I have a carry question. So they nerfed time dilation. The cooldown reduction is way worse with only one skill point, but I still saw Voids going stats over it. Would you argue that it's worth it to level it now? Like lose the damage, the HP in exchange for the skill to be really effective?
The issue with Void is that most of his early items, like we're seeing Mask of Madness, Mjolnir, SNY, BKB, if you hear like all these items, none of them give you mana. And then if you level Chronosphere, it goes up a lot in mana. So the issue with Void is that they did nerf his time dilation level 1, but it's really hard to actually have the mana to cast it. But he has Crystal Maiden on his team. So in this specific game, I would like to see him max out the time dilation for that exact reason. I wasn't as much about the fact that the hero needs the stats and the damage. It's just that it didn't even matter. You just run out of mana anyways. But with Crystal Maiden, that's probably a different story.
Okay.
Good. That's a good question, though. I'm curious to see what he does. Because if he still goes stats, then it's more to it than what I'm saying, because Crystal Maiden should alleviate that problem.
Yeah, all of them have very spammable spells on the Aurora side. They're all like sub 10-second nukes, basically, so it would be a good game for time dilation.
You got Sniper as the last ban, yeah.
I love how Sniper's only role in this patch is to be a Puck counter.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sad because I missed the original game where the Sniper beat the Puck, and now it just keeps getting banned, and I'm like, I just want someone to let it through so I can see how dominant it is, please.
How important is it for Gaming Gladiators as last pick to be able to also do damage in the Chronosphere?
Not that important because you have this empowered Void who's going to do damage himself, and you have the follow-up from Gyrocopter and Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, it's most important that they disrupt the backlines. I really think that the Void Spirit Storm is the hero they'll elect to go for. So they go Slark. Yeah, this is just a weird lineup from Aurora. Slark's, I'm going to confirm this, but I'm pretty sure his third worst matchup in the game is Crystal Maiden.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, the other aspects look good to me. Dark Pact against Homing Missile is great. Against Magnus, if you type or cast it right, it's great. Obviously, getting Chronosphere is a bad time, but...
I mean, in theory, Slark has counterplay to these heroes, but in practice, I don't feel like it's the same because he doesn't necessarily have stuns backing him up on his team outside of the Coil and Mars, but it's not always going to go that way for him. And his supports are really weak, and I don't feel like he has that much of a means to protect them.
It's more like 15th, but at the end of the day, I don't like it against lineups with a lot of ground damage, and that's what Gyrocopter, Crystal Maiden, and Mag all have. Like, the idea of Slark is you don't want to go BKB against a hero like Void that already stuns you through it, and then, like, if you think of the way Slark operates, it's like he uses his ult and then you can't hit him because you know where he is, but you can't target him. And if you look at Void Spirit's abilities, all of them hit the ground. If you look at Gyro, other than Rocket Barrage, they all hit the ground. If you look at CM, other than Frostbite, they all hit the ground. And then in terms of Magnus, they all hit the ground. So I guess it's just... I think it's going to be really difficult for 23 to get the game that he wants. He will have a pretty good lane, I think, against Ace, but I did concern with I guess the Nature's Prophet might be leaving his... I just don't know how Aurora is going to make their Puck and Slark be able to live long enough to, like, the long fights that they're going to need to rack up the Essence Shift stacks, just get those Witchblade procs on the Puck, and abuse the low cooldowns. I just don't see it happening.
Usually what I've seen is that the Mars player on the team is the player that anchors their mid game. They TP mid, they'll get like a good arena and try to pressure the mid tower. Then they're making all these plays. We saw, even though Team Spirit lost, we saw Collapse do that, and it was the reason why his players were able to farm. But I don't necessarily see Mars having the same kind of impact this game. I think it's very difficult because there are a lot of reliable ways to kill him early on, and his lane isn't like a great matchup for him or anything like that. And it's a really good Void Spirit game. I wouldn't mind if he went first item Ags. He has so much damage follow up from his supports, so
it's a great game for him diving the back lines. If he gets on top of Prophet or Winter Wyvern, it makes the game really hard. So Nags would be great there. What we saw a lot in last patch when Nature's Prophet was popular was his ability to teleport to a side lane and basically kill the enemy support. It's going to be a CM, very squishy. If he shows up when she's out of position, forces 2v1s or 3v1s, she could die a lot, and that could give Mars a really easy game and then allow freedom for the other supports to go help the other lanes. So the rotations are really important for Prophet.
Yeah, because for it's going to be Q on the Nature's Prophet, so I think he's playing the 5, right? So he'll be the 4 rather. So he'll be already up against Crystal Maiden, but you'll want him seeing teleport to other lanes as well, basically leaving the Mars alone. That's fine.
As long as you're getting kills and then coming back relatively quick. Like if you just pop in and get a kill and then back out and they don't know where you are, yeah, it's spooky.
Yeah, the thing is with Nature's Prophet, conditions have to be met for your TPs to be successful. Like, these aren't easy supports to just TP on and start the engagement yourself. Like, they already have to be brawling with the side lane, and then you come in from behind after they've cast spells. But if you're trying to make the fight happen and you TP behind a Crystal Maiden or a Gyro, they're going to nuke you, and then you're just going to die really quickly. So I feel like Nature's Prophet depends on his side lanes already brawling a lot and creating those advantages for him to come to. And I don't see that happening, but hopefully I'm wrong. Hopefully it's a good game.
Let's see if Aurora can prove you wrong, or let's see if Gaming Gladiators will get off to a good start in this first game of the best of 3. We're heading over to Sunspan and Stinnerin via the PogChat panels.
Welcome to game number 1 of our second series of today. Second group stage as well. Sunsfan here with Cinderin. Gaming Gladiators versus Aurora. Don't think we've cast Aurora yet.
Nope.
And both of these teams are winless in this second group stage, but it is still early on. What is this, day 3 question mark?
Day 3 of the second group stage, yeah.
So lots of games to come still, but of course the big story from yesterday is Gaiman, Dyrachyo specifically, having a very good chance to win that series, but end up not doing so hot. Of course, we've gone over that very much so. We don't need to beat a dead horse, as they say.
But it is worth keeping in mind that in a group stage with 8 teams, the cutoff for top 4, which is what you're looking for, is probably going to be 4-3. That's the most likely 4th place score. And with these series losses that Gaming Gladiators as well as Aurora have had right so far, whoever loses this series will be on 3 losses. So then you're basically backs against the wall after day 3. That's not a pleasant position to be in, so this series I think is extremely important for both sides. As far as the drafts go, it feels like we went into a time machine for this one compared to the previous one we just watched.
Yep.
I feel like I'm largely watching a draft from the previous letter patch. We've got Nature's Prophet as a position 4. We've got the Wyvern, which was mainly picked when a lot as a core, but sometimes support as well, going Mage Slayer, which was nerfed heavily. We've got Slark that we haven't seen too much of in this tournament either. And on the other side, Void Spirit has not been particularly popular. That's going to be played by Quinn for Gaming Gladiators. So yeah, a lot of change-ups here, and compared to the previous series, interesting to see how this is going to turn out.
What do you think of the chrono damage for Gaiman?
Yeah, it's a bit of a concern. I guess Gyro as a support is one of the better ones. You've got the 3 call-down strikes plus the homing missile. At the very least, that's quite good damage. Void Spirit can do damage in chrono if it's placed correctly, but it is always going to be a little bit conditional.
Astral stepping to one side from another?
I mean,
is what you're referring to?
You can step across.
Yeah.
So, and you can also hit Resonant Pulse. If the hero isn't, even if the hero is perfectly centered, I think you can still do the damage.
That's a wombo combo right there. Chrono into Resonant Pulse.
Well, you asked what I thought about the damage.
Yeah, underwhelming.
It's not the best, but it's also not completely terrible. And CM is a bit of a wild card in that regard as well, because Freezing Field can be outstanding with Chrono, but it can also be a little bit of a miss, depending on the the placement. Decent pressure down bottom from both sides, really. Q getting forced back by Celery. Celery going the 1-0-1 build, so early point in Aura will be very helpful for the other two the other two lanes. The Void himself, not going to benefit too much though. Doesn't really matter that much to have the mono region here.
I feel like I can't get rid of this old habit where when I see Magnus, I think of empower targets.
Yeah.
But it's not like it's in the laning stage. Like by the time you're using it on Void, I mean, it's not like it's not going to help, but it's not the same as it used to be. You know what I mean? Like before, it was actual. This is how you get your farm early on.
I think about empower for teammates as like a luxury. I think that's the way you should think about it. You shouldn't be like, oh, they're picking Mag to empower Void. They're picking Mag because they want what he offers in the lane and what he offers in terms of teamfight and catch, but the empower is a secondary concern, at least I would think so. It's been nerfed so much on teammates now that a maxed out empower is 40% bonus damage and 40% cleave, which still sounds like a lot, and it definitely is very good, but it's not the old empower, that's for sure. Obviously still great on himself, so he will be leveling it. It's also the way Magnus stays very farmed if he's having a good time, which so far seems to be the case. 19-2.
Yep, not too bad. And despite Quinn getting harassed to a very low amount of HP, he's leading the way in CS. Couple ahead right now of Lornoff.
That is a good matchup for Void Spirit in general, the Puck one. You're one of the heroes that can catch up to Puck when it orbs away. If you buy Ags, you have a very reliable silence ×2, which Puck hates. In terms of the laning stage, you can offset a lot of Puck's poke with the Resonant Pulse. That's also going to clip the Puck. It's very hard to phase shift. So, quite good. They picked it for a reason. Skewer.
3 Savage gets skewered away. Has to pounce though, as Tofu will be taking the death here. But we can see 23 Savage did die first.
That's an amazing, amazing result for GG in this situation. Nature's Prophet's early rotations are extremely integral to the heroes of position 4. These need to be favorable trades. You need to get ahead. It's what the hero's all about in the support position. So if the lane you gank ends up getting first blood and you trade 1-for-1, it's a net loss. Of course, in the bottom lane, then Mars will not be having the best time 1v2. Tofu is straight back to lane with full resources, and he's just going to lay into this Slark.
What's the main reason? And you're talking about how these lineups are kind of like the old letter patches. Dyrachyo, he's getting very aggressive. He has to be careful here. We'll eat a Lotus, and we'll be able to walk away as a result. But like the Nature's Prophet, I'm trying to remember all the nerfs that were applied to him.
I think he lost 3 base damage, first of all, which is a pretty big deal when a hero's played as a support. I'm looking for it right now. -3 base damage, Sprout damage reduced on all levels except level 3 and 4, so... Are actually untrue. It's only reduced on level 1 by a bit. So scale's a bit better, but it doesn't linger when you leave the trees. If you remember, you'd still take some damage there, and it would also be way better for clearing creep waves and farming the jungle. And then the teleport cooldown has been increased massively, especially on level 1, up from 60 to 75. It's the same on level 4, sitting at 30, so it scales down, but...
What is this lane?
It's barely even a lane, I think.
It's going to end up being a double wave for 23 Savage. But he's been pushed out a good amount by Gaiman. They've done a very fine job. In fact, we'll be missing potentially a couple more last hits on this original wave. So he's bottom CS for all cores in the game. And what is the reason for Slark dropping off a bit? Because the previous letter patch, it was like almost every game it felt like this hero was contested in some fashion.
He didn't get changed much. He just got an extra 2-second cooldown on Pounce. So a lot of the time... Hang on. Let's see if this turns into anything. Don't think so. A lot of the time, heroes like Slark are quite polarizing. Their success in a patch is very much dependent on what is meta. And if the meta shifts around him, he can just fall off with 0 changes. Because it's a very matchup-based hero at a pro level. So if the heroes that are popular in the core positions are not good matchups for Slark, you're just not going to see him. The hero inherently isn't good enough to just be grabbed in any situation.
That's Q.
Yeah.
TP basically right next to Celery. Will take a Frostbite for his trouble. Sprout will be returned. Celery, man, look at the even the 3 base damage nerf. He's still hitting like a truck, it feels like.
Yeah. Those stacks from teleport level 2 do a lot of damage. He barely gets across. Gets the kill. He even misclicked on his teleport in and aggroed the wolf camp on himself. I think they didn't shout, because if they did, I think he wouldn't have got the kill.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
So
is that the ability name, Shout?
No.
As you scramble to look for the name?
It's called Intimidate.
Oh.
That's a quite good word for it, actually.
It is.
I don't know if they ever cast it if you don't deal damage to them.
Oh, God. Don't ask me neutral questions. No more.
I wasn't asking you. I just said I don't know. I wouldn't be dumb enough to ask
But
your
then
opinion.
you looked in my general direction, which is implying that you want me to respond in some way.
I think it's wishful thinking.
Which I did respond technically, so should be happy with that. 23 Savage.
Got him.
Continuing to get pressured, this tier 1 top.
Yeah.
He's going to take some rocket barrage damage. Still not level 6, as Ace is, so...
He's even far off.
He doesn't have RP, but I'm not sure if he's holding a point right now.
Unusual rotation here. Duracho with a level 5 Faceless Void Gank.
Very powerful. Tofu going in very deep to try to get this kill.
They saw Ollie.
Duracho, there's the time dilation onto Ollie. This is probably what they're going to have to settle for. Puts the Seeds of Serenity, but looking for the deny now. Not happening. Hey, that's a pretty early Empower, actually. Maybe that's why he came through. Give me quick Empower, I farm.
Maybe he wasn't feeling safe bot, but he's TPing back, so it does seem like an elaborate movement specifically to kill, and he will be in time to get this double wave, so good timing.
Oh yeah, that's nice.
It is a game in Gladiators Classic to gate from safe lane to off lane with Duracho's hero, but I didn't think he was going to do it on a 5 Faceless Void, but looks like it doesn't even matter what hero he plays, he just wants to outnumber.
At 23 again.
Oh, he used his Dark Pact already.
He has Pounce, Dark Pact
maybe
in 1.
He will have it ready again. Oh, well, he turned into a pig, so now he can't do it.
He's perfectly fine as the arena comes in from Jabs as Q TP's in as well. The Chronosphere is only going to catch 1. Q just on the outskirts as Tofu winning the 1v1 battle against 23 Savage. At Duracho, he's taking a lot of damage from that Winter Wyvern, has made his way over. Cold Embrace onto Q. Quinn also rotating. Eventually 23 Savage does fall. Still level 5.
Where is Larnoff?
And now Q gets hit by the Aether Remnant. Quinn looking to clean up as see rotation coming in now. He's from Larnoff.
Finally arriving. He must have had no
lot
resources. I feel like this was a play call from Quinn that started all of this, saying Puck doesn't have resources, you can go top or something, because I think this play from Gaming Gladiators, first of all, the Chrono wasn't good, right? If Puck has mana, this is really bad, but yeah. Nothing in the tank for Larnoff makes this work out okay for the Gladiators here. As Void Spirit was able to rotate. Turn that into an okay trade for them.
That looked a little bit more like the Gaming Gladiators that we're used to seeing as well. Just getting very active early on. And typically they're the ones that come out with the better trades and then just mount this, I would say, this pretty early advantage that they can snowball eventually.
Coil.
Coil onto Quinn. Pop the Resonant Pulse. There's no follow-up at all for Lornoff, so Quinn is...
Oh, he's going to go for it.
Okay, gets off the Astral Step. Lornoff, though, will jaunt as Quinn. He really wants this. Astral Step will not hit. Neither will the Aether Remnant, and Quinn will get the kill somehow. Okay. Very nice. Stone-faced. He expected it all the while. Very nicely done.
What in the world? He
missed basically every spell, but it was the last one that mattered.
I'm trying to wrap my head around who deserved a kill there. Probably the Wyvern. What was that? All right, well. So first off, this coil from Larnoff, he has an Invis rune on the Void Spirit. You can't do anything with this coil, and then he still somewhat sticks around for the range for Void Spirit to connect. But then overdives. Wow, that was a bit of a mess, but I guess at the end of the day, advantage gaming because of what happened on the map and forcing the TP rotation from Wyvern. But it is good news for Ollie that he's already level 6 now. Haven't talked about his build. Quite unusual here for the Wyvern. He's 203. Guess that was a kill we did not catch on camera.
203 on Wyvern.
Yeah, so he's maxing heal. No points in Splinter Blast. It's not a particularly good Splinter Blast game, but it's obviously the way that Wyvern as during downtime can find farm. So if you don't have any points in that, you're not going to be particularly effective at pushing out waves and getting information that way. And I wonder why he is valuing the heal that high here. It is an outstanding spell against Faceless Void, but the thing is, it has the same duration on all levels. So if you're using it for a physical damage block, it doesn't matter. So it's mainly about the heal and the cooldown.
Oh, we have the first curse of the game as this rune battle is coming. Lorinov takes the regen, but Jabs comes in. Spear into the arena. Quinn is dead.
All right, that's more like it from Aurora. That was more coordinated. They bring the numbers, they set the trap. And yeah, Lorinov getting that regen rune. He's going to feel good about that. He's about to get the Witchblade as well. Be the start of a ramp up in pacing from the side of Aurora.
Yeah, Ace is the story right now. Top net worth by a pretty sizable margin from the gaming side. That's effectively the net worth difference. Although it is actually quite even now that I look at it.
It seems to happen a lot. Ace is very good at farming and laning. So this is not particularly surprising. I also think the lane matchup he had was quite good. Slark Wyvern is just not a good lane. And they were trying to solve it by bringing this Nature's Prophet, as we talked about, to be able to outnumber. But even when they outnumbered, they traded evenly. So that is just going to lead to a very farmed Ace. Now, the big winner on Aurora in terms of net worth, the reason this is a close game is Nature's Prophet has 2,000 over the gyro.
Oh, first RP, Ace. Gets it onto Jabs, who just throws out a spear, but will fall shortly after. Good coordinated gank from Gaimin this time.
Yep.
Likely will try to turn this into a tier 1.
Wonder what Prophet's going to go for to try to take advantage of this big amount of gold he's been he's acquired.
Oh no! Dyrachyo having trouble finding his target. Bash is there, but the Cold Embrace onto 23 Savage. He still has Shadow Dance as well, as the curse will be used just in case. Quinn making his way over as well. I wonder... Oh, might not be over. 23 Savage.
All right, that is...
Doesn't have mana for ult. Now he does. Homing Missile will hit. Now he needs mana for the pounce. He's going to get time dilated and skewered back, so eventually they get the kill they wanted. And 23 Savage's game is pretty garbage right now.
What an absurdly elaborate kill that was. They effectively used Chrono to buy time for gating. A very,
well, to be fair,
strange.
When he chronoed, he did waste about a second and a half or so trying to find him.
Yeah. And then the heal came in from the Wyvern to fully delay the play. Ironically, the heal might have actually killed the Slark because of the additional stun time.
Right.
You generally speaking want to heal instantly when somebody gets chronoed, so you stun them the shortest amount of time. Then the 4-second stun from the Cold Embrace will be eaten by the 3.75 of chrono level 1. But Ollie was not in range, so it took him a while to get over and eventually get the heal off. Well, fortunately for that, wow.
Keep it up.
Gleaming Gladiator. For Gaming Gladiators, fortunately they managed to pull that off. Wow, I'm actually having a stroke. That's good to know.
Flaming Gladiator.
Yep, it's been good. So I was talking about what's Prophet going to do with his net worth. He has the Spirit Vessel and is eyeing up a Shard. So the Vessel, obviously very good against the Faceless Void, and the Magnus it does a lot of damage to.
Celery gets pinned.
The best kill. Some valuable information here for Gladiators they can just get out.
Dyrachyo. 700 away from Maelstrom. As Ace going in for a very aggressive skewer into an RP inside the Mars Arena, but the curse for the potential disengage, but Quinn has made his way over as well inside the Sprout now, and now the coil will contain him. And Quinn still with the Spirit Vessel applied will have to dissimulate away.
Now Lorinov still has an Arcane Rune running. He really wants to fight here.
Okay. Actually gets the Sprout, now the Spirit Vessel onto the gyro. Tofu falls, and you can see Quinn get destroyed by jabs on the back line as Aurora getting a lot out of this, and they will get the third in Ace. Celery shows up, gets the freezing field. Ollie's going to Cold Embrace himself, and eventually the Wolf will die in addition. And Dyrachyo died to 23 Savage. What? Okay, full team wipe, Aurora. I don't know how that's even possible.
Yeah, nice.
Has
All right.
Chrono too? I'm really confused.
So obviously a really big part of that fight is the selection from Aurora to take it with the puck Arcane. Laurenov did a ton of work in this fight. And also the initiation from Gaming Gladiators, or rather the initiation onto the Mars didn't really work out particularly well. If Wyvern is nearby when Void plus Mag try to do a combo play, the Curse and the Cold Embrace is just way too good against these two heroes in particular. Both of them running more or less exclusively physical damage. You can just press one button and negate them entirely. That's where you need that Gyro in position. That's where you need that Void Spirit to burst during the RP, but the call down missed, I think, and Void Spirit wasn't there, so very disconnected from Gaming Gladiators. Gets punished easily by Aurora, and they just went from being 1k down to 4k up with that one move.
But Ace still leads the way.
Yeah, barely. Now, as for the mid kill, I cannot tell you how 23 soloed the Void. I
genuinely cannot think of a scenario unless he's just low and gets pounced from like the trees.
He might have been low on mana from earlier down at bottom, because he was a part of that play, and 23 Savage has the defusal, so maybe he just caught him off guard with a pounce and then burned his mana and just ran it down.
As Ace will get pounced on now. Q coming in, gets off his Wrath of Nature, and that's the top net worth down.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
30 seconds of no Ace.
Okay, he has more net worth than Quinn now on the Prophet.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Q is owning this game. He's 5-0-6.
Yeah, the couple games that we've cast with the Nature's Prophet this letter patch have looked really bad. This is by far the best.
Yeah, he's having major impact. He's solving a lot of problems. He's in 11 out of 13 kills. His Vessel has done a ton in these fights for securing kills and running down heroes. And he just keeps the ball rolling. Obviously bought the Curse of the Old Growth as fast as possible as well. And if you're fighting in an area like that bottom tier 1 tower, there's so many trees to place that Curse in, so really momentum-based build, and he is making the most of it.
Curse of the Old Growth.
This will fall off over time, of course, but for the time being, his combination, it's just so much damage. You put this dot on them with the Curse, you put the Vessel on them.
And he's rushing Aghanim Scepter, so his ult will root.
That is god tier, this game. All 3 enemy cores are mobility-based. They hate being rooted.
Yeah, which means they have to itemize now for a position for Nature's Prophet.
So
not only do you need a Quelling Blade, but now a Dispel soon.
So Void Spirit will usually like buying, at least a build that was popular for a while was the Echo Saber Manta, right? But in this game, Quinn is rushing the Ags to counter the Puck and the Slark. So he will have nothing against this item when it comes out.
23 Savage wants to go in deep. Waning Rift onto the Void. That's enough damage. Durachio's dead. Right off the bat, Ace kind of stuck on the low ground now. If they can spot him, he will likely fall as well. Coil on him. Spirit Vessel as well. And that is the death of the Magnus. No longer top net worth. In fact, the top 3 in the game are all on Aurora's side. They are looking so much more coordinated. So this is a team that I feel like started this year really poorly.
Yeah.
In the last tournament that I cast, Dacha Dubai, they just got stomped. And they look like a totally different team here. Laurenov with the damage rune. Yules, jabs. Can he get the spear off? Indeed, down goes Quinn now, as Gaming Gladiators are getting stomped all of a sudden by Aurora.
Yeah, they have to be the ones initiating. They need to find some sort of an opening with a Blink Skewer, and then they need to solve the Wyvern problem. Now that Ollie has Dagger, the Faceless Void Magnus combination I find to be very greedy in this patch when you look at how other teams are playing and what they're picking. There's so much overlap between what these two heroes do. It's these two AoE spells, it's the physical damage component, it's the slow build-up for both heroes that Aurora is just exploiting here, and it's the cooldown reliance. So I think this is a bit too one-dimensional for gaming this game. And Quinn is the one who's meant to, you know, bring the tempo, but you can only do so much when the heroes you're playing around aren't online, right?
Yeah, it does feel like one of those double bubble strats, which has been effective in years past, but like you said, the Magnus, I mean, it's a physical presence. It's not like an Enigma, right?
Yeah.
You're not going to have, and Enigma's played as support now anyway. As the Tormentor, Gaiman will get this relatively early.
This is, okay.
Will this be the Celery clone? Indeed.
They will survive. The Seeds of Serenity and Tranquil Boots were enough to keep Celery alive. I thought he was actually going to die there.
Regeneration.
Good amount of regen there.
Well, the Ags is there for Quinn, so this item is insane, but like you said, they have to be the ones to aggress. The double silence now attached to the Resonant Pulse. But if they get initiated on it, it's not really going to help that much. Surprised we're not seeing like I mean, I guess the Ags is, like you said, really good on Prophet, but just used to seeing Orchid like literally every game on this hero.
Yeah. Orchid would have also been good this game. I mean, Void, Magnus, Void. Yep, there's 2 Voids.
2 Voids.
That's not confusing.
One's faceless, though.
Yep.
Void Spirit, VS, not to be confused with Vengeful Spirit.
Yep.
So Aurora will take their Tormentor now.
No, they'll just look at it. Okay, there we go.
They will go for it.
It seemed like a little bit of a tourist attraction at first, but they actually do go for it here.
It is a building, after all.
Yep. I wonder what sick fuck architect built this. Imagine designing this.
What, a cube? I could do that in Unity right now.
No, a building that you get close to and then it burns you. It's quite masochistic.
Yeah, true.
And when you touch the door, you get electrocuted. Kind of relatable for me here, actually.
Yes.
That's a very internal joke that nobody will understand. But
now you're going to have to explain it.
Shout out to you guys in the green room. You know what's up. All right. 8K the lead for Aurora.
The Orchid was just revealed by 23 Savage. Not able to find the connection, though, so... Aurora still sporting that 8K lead like you literally just said.
Yep. It didn't change in the last 5 seconds. That's a good sign.
It happens. Sometimes, though.
Instant smoke after the TP in. So Mars, Wyvern, as well as Puck will try to connect with the Slark. And this is a major upside to Nature's Prophet. We talked about this the other day with Dawnbreaker. You're always there. So he can play the opposite side of the map. He can keep pushing out waves. And he will be participating in any move. So Gaming Gladiators realize that this is probably happening. They will smoke and run the other direction.
Yep. Jabs was about 1 second too slow to pop in that smoke. And he's the one that benefited from the shard, so the spear will now damage over time. 23 Savage showing himself. There's the silence from the Resonant Pulse. Call down as well, but he gets off the pounce eventually. And we'll get out completely as there's a Chronosphere. Dyrachyo finds literally nobody. Q is on the outside. He still might die. Aether Remnant is there. Ace gets the RP onto 2. Jabs is likely to be next, but the nice cold embrace for the time being is 23 Savage will get saved by the curse now. Still trying to get some SS shift stacks right now as the coil onto 2. Rebuke Spear are there, but 23 Savage is dead. Dyrachyo looks like he might actually survive this as Lorinal, he actually gets taken out by Celery of all heroes. As Ace will kill off Jabs. Quinn is the survivor of Gaming Gladiators along with 3 other members. I don't know why I worded it that way. That's kind of weird, but a full team wipe on Aurora's side. This game is so back and forth right now.
How did Gaming win that fight? They initiated with all of Void Spirit's kit to just force Slark away. They chrono the ground. They didn't combo anything. And then they win 5-1. Like, what's happening?
I don't know.
So, okay, so the spear from
misses.
Jabs misses. That's obviously a big problem. So Dyrachyo gets to reset out. Nature's Prophet is... Okay, Puck is late. So they were outnumbered. The Curse only catches Maiden. Slark is in with no health. Okay.
Speechless.
Yeah, genuinely speechless, because I feel like the way Gaming Gladiators initiated that wasn't good either. So if they want to jump the Slark with their Void Spirit, that's completely fine, like getting these silences off and getting the catch, but where was the follow-up? Like, they could have chronoed off that, they could have Blink Skewered off it, they could have, you know, Blink Harpooned at the very least, but I think the other heroes were not on the same page and they weren't there at the same time, but regardless, they get a huge win out of that. I'm just so confused because both of these teams, we've seen some really good games from. I mean, especially Gaming Gladiators, we've seen good games from for, you know, a year and a half or 2 years to just consistently, absolutely elite level. And it's just uncharacteristic for them how discombobulated the fights are. And then Aurora in this tournament have looked great. And then they show up to these fights and everything is just, I don't know, that just For both teams, I feel like that was a very poor showing, and Gaming Gladiators team wiped them.
especially after that last series that we just got.
Yeah, that was super clutch last games, but
Spirit versus Falcon, and then we're just seeing the difference right now.
I think Gaimin and Aurora might just be warming up. Maybe they're night owls, and this is an early game.
Well, I think from Aurora, they're obviously ahead at that point, but Gaimin perhaps playing so chaotic forces you to play kind of chaotic. And it just snowballs. They bring you down with them.
I mean, at the end of the day, this fight was about numbers, right? Puck was late. Nature's Prophet needed to teleport in first. Gaming Gladiators were closer together, so they did get a bit of an advantage on the opening of the fight, and they got ahead. But it feels like this is the type of fight that Aurora should not allow to happen. They have Prophet who can globally TP in. Puck needs to play with the team, and the moves are just going to be clean, right? But maybe a little bit of a vulnerability. It's easy to say from the spectator standpoint that should be avoided, but perhaps what Gaming Gladiators were exploiting was that Loranov showed mid for a moment, and they take advantage by bringing numbers and getting ahead like that. But that was, I think scrappy is the perfect word for what that was. Slark now going to pick up Ags. This will be a big help for 23. He's also closing in on level 18. And we should keep in mind this is an insane shard game on Slark, so that will be a big item. They will have 2 saves, they will have the Wyvern heal, and they will have the Ghost Shroud. That's not what it's called. Depth Shroud. For any teammate that gets chronoed or gets RP'd. So 23 can play a hybrid role where he can also save. And of course he can save himself.
Yeah, one of the strongest shards in the game.
Yeah. I feel like
anytime you can shard on your teammate, Cinderin, things are going well.
I feel like the Slark shard has to be like one of the single best shards in the game, but it's just because of the hero it's attached to, you don't really want to buy it because Slark really wants to spend the net worth on getting stronger himself, but it's just that good that you still end up buying it after 2 or 3 items here on him.
Well, smoke from Aurora. They're going to be connecting with each other to try to they actually scan out as well. You can see their pathway will potentially lead into Gaimin. And the Wyvern, such a good hero to just keep in the back, give vision potentially with the Arctic Burn, the Curse, and Cold Embrace, 2 potential saves.
Yeah, speaking of vision, it's worth keeping in mind how good nighttime is for Aurora, right? They have Slark, and as you mentioned, the Arctic Burn extra vision. It would be a nice time for them to fight in general, to try to focus on making aggressive moves at nighttime, if possible, to really play to their strengths. But it feels like they got the wind knocked out of them a little bit from that last engagement. That, I don't know, was a little bit of a head scratcher for them too, I would imagine. You generally don't feel great if you survive the initiation and the enemy team misses one of their absolute key abilities and then you still get wiped when you are ahead.
Yeah, that was really strange.
It's gotta be weird. They will go for the Roche at night time. Seems like a wise choice. Gaming Gladiators seem either unaware or uninterested in contesting this. Despite having all their spells ready, they're just gonna give this one away for free.
It would require everyone to take the gate.
Oh, it would require foresight and being up here already, right?
That as well.
It's possible they were banking on Aurora not doing it. I mean, this is close to 30 minutes to be fair, right? It was about to go bottom.
Oh yeah, speaking of which, 30 minutes. Wonder what the average Roche timer is.
Top tower.
Right, they're not.
What? What was that?
No
What
way.
was that?
That's not.
Show that again.
There's no way that.
Show that again. Look, 22. You see that, Cinderin? Huh? That's a $100 meal right there. Can't tell if they're trolling me or not. This is real. 22 exactly. We've won.
God damn it.
We can go home now, everybody. Thanks for joining us.
Wasn't it 21:59 the last game, and then they killed it before 22? How is it 22?
It just is.
I bet it's a scam. I don't believe it. All right, congratulations, Shannon. You've won yourself a dinner.
Thank you.
For
Thank
an
you,
outstanding
everybody.
prediction. If you guys are tuning in and have no idea what's going on the first day of this tournament, Shannon said, I think the average Roche time for Roche number 1 is probably like 22 minutes. He just said out of the blue, and I was like, that's probably kind of close. You're probably within 3 minutes. Then it was 22:20.
That's right. Thanks for
And
giving the lore.
And I said, if it's ever 22 exactly, I'll get you dinner. And you were right. We got
Not just any dinner, expensive dinner.
Now, you didn't say which one.
I had to stipulate that.
I'll take you somewhere that you don't like, and I'll eat it myself.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past you. Aegis on Aurora, 23 Savage. Only a 2K lead now, though. And now that we're getting close into the mid/late game territory, Cinderin, is there a lineup that you think is easier to execute? I mean, we talked about the awkwardness of a Void and a Magnus kind of together in a way, but we've seen this combo work before still.
I wouldn't say either lineup is particularly easier than the other. It's a lot about getting the initial catch. Mars has been great for that this tournament, of course, but you can blink, harpoon, skewer someone and start it off. So
23 Savage already using his Shadow Dance. As Jabs is looking for a connection, but he's going to get skewered by Ace after the harpoon, and Jabs now with the BKB, basically stuck alone. We'll just throw out a random spear onto Quinn, but it's 23 Savage versus Dyrachyo. No winners. But BKBs were used. The skewer, nicely done from Ace. Again, harpoon, skewer, very strong. Coil now, called out. 23 Savage is going to pounce away. Ace, another harpoon. Can't find the skewer this time. Dyrachyo gets the chrono onto 2. Looks like Ollie's the first to fall. Can they get the puck? Silence comes in from Quinn, but the BKB from Lorenoff keeps him alive. And Q. Actually, Ollie's the one that bought back here. Celery stuck inside the Sprout, and now we have a pause. That's why he's stuck. Has the 4 staffs, so actually could have gotten out of the Sprout earlier. And what the horse happens now?
So
perfect music for this.
So the setup for this fight was already kind of strange. So Nature's Prophet was top the entire time. He has just TP'd in. So this fight went on for a good 30 seconds before Prophet showed up, who can show up at any time. Maybe at cooldown. Maybe he just TP'd up to farm top. I'm not sure. The initiation... First of all, they lost the Aegis without using any save spells, I think, on the side of Aurora. They didn't even coil before it either. So effectively, 23 just went in front and kind of threw his Aegis away. And now they want to fight.
Yeah, the crazy part is they still have Curse. Look where Ollie is.
Yeah, I think that is the hardest spell to use. I think he... How to say... It's not really his...
Put it on Quinn. I want to see his cam. Is he laughing? No. Okay, that's disturbing look, if anything.
That's a funny comment, though. So... The... I don't think it's Wyvern's job to solve this problem. I think the Puck and the Slark and the Mars need to play together and find a pick. Just need to break open the fight. Wyvern cannot show and cannot be involved. Your job is combo breaking. You're waiting for Chrono, you're waiting for RP. That's it. You're not randomly going to go in and use an offensive curse to try to set up your Slark. You have 2 other teammates that are better for it. You have the Prophet follow through. So the fact that Curse is off cooldown right now is a good sign for Ollie. I think if he would have used that too, it would have been even worse.
Oh, he did get jumped, and then he bought back. And now he's back here. But yeah, biding his time.
The whole thing is just confusing. I know I'm painting a rather negative picture, but it's because I have really high expectations for these teams, and I feel like neither team has really shown up in this game so far. It's been very messy and uncoordinated, and I don't know if it's because of the nature of the lineups or if I'm missing something about how they have to dance around each other and not really go for standard engagements. But I can't really put my finger on what's going on aside from just very all over the place fights.
It's definitely chaotic.
Ollie has picked up the Ags and the Prophet. I'm not sure how recent that one was. It's 20 seconds cooldown. Will be a really big spell to have in this fight, but it probably won't be ready until this fight is
I feel like these
over.
Chaotic fights, they benefit Aurora. They play on SEA servers, Cinder, and I need to remind you. That's as chaotic as it gets.
I think lineup-wise, chaotic fights favor them too, because Slark...
That just happens to work out.
Slark and Puck, they're going to poke and prod. You're going to catch a spear here or there for jabs. You know, things just need to get started, and they need to be together and play around each other. Whereas for Gaming Gladiators, it's mainly will Ace skewer someone. And he's done a good job this fight. I think he found 2 or 3 skewers back-to-back. It's really what has given Gaming Gladiators this position. He still has RP ready. See if he can... He just blinked in on jabs here, right? He blinked on Ace, so he wants to RP here.
Yeah, he might have to. I'm not sure. Does he have vision?
He will get Yule.
I wonder if he has vision of Ollie right now.
He doesn't see Ollie, but Jab sees Ace. He will Yule him. This will be very awkward.
Peculiar position.
Yep.
Yeah, this is a true classic pause, I would say.
All right, let's
All right.
see.
More stuff from Celery as well.
Yule.
Yes, he's out. Okay, everyone just runs
Instant
away.
BKB. All right.
Okay.
Yep. That is the most coordinated fight of the game right there.
So the answer
after the
was
pause.
D. Everyone runs away.
I don't know. It's just ironic to me. Like, this is completely chaotic, and then when we have the pause, people come back.
Yeah,
it's
because
super, super structured disengage from both teams. I mean, not that it's particularly surprising that you're going to use a pause for strategy. I mean, what are you going to do? Not talk? But
imagine if every second of the game was like that. You could plan out every second.
Yeah.
Pause every 10 seconds. So basically any bet boom game in this tournament.
All right, that's exaggerating. Objection, pandering.
Oh, God. Good old bet boom. And jabs, Wind Waker. Wind Waker seems to be the item of the tournament. This, I don't think, am I crazy that nothing has been changed with that item in this last patch?
I think you're right.
Because
Let me just double check.
I mean, we saw it in the last tournament, in the Bet Boom Dacha Dubai tournament, but it's risen in popularity even since then.
Yeah, it did not get changed.
Like, we're seeing, if the game goes 40 minutes or more, we're seeing 1 to 2 minimum every game, it feels like.
I think it's a combination of players realizing how powerful the item is, but also other items got nerfed, right? This patch didn't really... It buffed a few items, but it nerfed a lot of the popular ones even further, such as Shiva's Guard. Not that the two items perform the same role, but you're just more likely to invest in a build path that used that previously. And now you will be looking for a
interesting.
different avenue.
Dracha going SNY, not the most common item on the Void. It's going to get that status resist for... I mean, the Curse is the big one, I suppose, but there is a lot of stuff that you benefit from. But, yeah, definitely not a usual pickup.
And there's the Manta now for Quinn. We were talking about this earlier. This hero can buy Manta to deal with the Nature's Prophet Aghanims.
And now we have, I believe, 4 BKBs in the game, 2 for each side. As Octarine will be next for Quinn. But top net worth is Lornoff on that puck. He's had himself a game and a half.
Yeah.
So Witchblade, SNK, Blink, and BKB for now.
And as we've established, if you're an old school Dota player that took a break and came back recently, and you're like, oh, Aurora's in trouble, this puck is going to fall off late game. No, puck is a hyper carry.
That's right.
Welcome back. This hero has...
That helps too. An injection of 1,400 gold.
Effectively no weak phase of the game. It's a pretty good laner. It's a great ganker and team fighter, and it scales into an insane late gamer. So, quite the hero if it doesn't get counterpicked. And in this game, it hasn't really been. It was only the Void Spirit.
Yeah, but all it takes is 1 chrono, 1 RP.
1 opportunity.
Jabs. Spear. Quinn already at half HP. Coil is there as well. He's going to Manta. Gets the Resonant Pulse off as well, but it's not enough. But RP comes in, but the counter curse is there on top of a chrono now. All over the place. And 23 Savage is the one that Dyrachia wants to hit. Skewer onto 2. The BKBs are running out now as Ace tries to run away. They've only gotten the Nature's Prophet from the perspective of Gaming Gladiators. Oh, a little bit deep for Lornoff. He's going to get Frostbit, but they're running away from him. This is the top net worth hero in the game. Celery goes down to some casual phase shift right clicks. Lornoff still leading the way, but the rest of Gaimin now disengaging completely. Although, looks like Tofu gets caught off guard. Left by his team to die. 3 for 1 in favor of Aurora.
That is the type of fight that I was expecting to see more from Aurora. They're all there together. They get the first, you know, they're poking and prodding here and there. They get the initiation with a coil. And when Gaming Gladiators try to go for a counterplay with their Magnus and Faceless Void, the Blink Wyvern just solves the entire problem. There we go. Like, that's the kind of stuff their lineup is made of and what it can do. So that was a very well-executed fight from them. Gaming Gladiators, it's always going to be tough when Void Spirit gets caught. I just think taking fights will be very difficult. These are the one hero that can kind of break the fight open and doesn't have to hard commit really big spells. But when he's the initial target and you kind of have to go for that RP, Ollie's job is just clear cut.
Yeah, it was really strange because even after all that, then Dyrachyo comes in with a Chrono. I think it hit 2 teammates and 2 enemies, if I'm not mistaken.
And one of the enemies got frozen.
And then he targeted somebody outside the Chrono during the Chrono. He just left it immediately.
Yeah, I think the target he wanted to hit in the Chronosphere got cold embraced, and he has to pop his BKB to even run next to Magnus because he's cursed. So it's just a really awkward situation all around, but that's these 2 heroes together right there. That's the type of weakness that they will have. Larnoff will get the Illusion Rune. He also has an active Shield Rune. He is insanely powerful right now. Now he's going to start working on this Aghanim Scepter.
Oh, yeah.
Would you agree that this hero is just not getting banned enough? I feel like
that's probably fair.
I feel like every game you and I cast, Puck seems super good.
You know, I'm not complaining. I think Puck's very entertaining to watch, though. Is Wind Waker now there for jabs?
It is very entertaining.
I feel like there's just so many other heroes to ban, though. Like,
it's just, if you think about it, this is a meta right now where one of Puck's greatest counters is a first pick and often gets banned, which is Dragon Knight, right? So you take DK out of the pool, which makes Puck better by extension. Puck uses the buffed items really, really well, and Puck scales, and it bridges the gap between early mid-game pacing into late game. So I just think it's just such a high-value pick. But
smoke pops for Gaimin. They know Quinn. He's going to get silenced on the high ground. Will Manta it off. 23 Savage focusing on Celery for now, but gets force staffed away. Dyrachyo looking for a target, finds the Nature's Prophet, but the Cold Embrace saves him for now. Has the Chrono, of course, but it's just a lowly Nature's Prophet. Although he is quite farmed. Q dies, but has buyback and can always get back into the fight very quickly.
And this is exactly what Gaimin wants. They want Quinn to jump first, give vision, find some sort of opening, some weakness that they can build upon.
Now they've actually just switched positions.
Yeah. Oof.
See if the south works out this time for Aurora, and into the pit, Gaimin will go. They scan it out, so they're certainly aware.
Yeah. Aurora needs to be careful to not stack their heroes incorrectly here. You can send in Slark first, perhaps. Getting that vision, getting some sort of a start to the fight. You could also send in the Puck with some good spell casting.
Yep, the orb goes through.
He instantly BKB'd that. Quinn baited that out.
23 Savage already used it. And now the pit. Okay, the skewer in onto the Mars. There's the curse, though. Delays this a bit. Jab's already used his BKB.
Now they don't
Aurora
curse,
might
but
just
the
have to
RP.
back away. Dyrachyo and company want to continue to pursue, despite Roche being relatively low. And yeah, 23 Savage TPing out. They'll find a Wyvern, and the Roche should go to Gaimin.
Very nice from Gaimin.
Although Roche is relocating.
He has built a new house. Or moving to his summer house, that is.
Oh, the buyback.
From Wyvern.
Interesting.
Okay.
I mean, Roche is low.
They still have RP and Chrono.
Yeah.
So you're not like
no
in
curse
the clear
for 40.
Here. This
and
is
Roche.
Not happening.
I think they're just going to get it. Although 23 Savage is going in deep. He gets out the pounce. Dyrachyo gets the Aegis. And they get the Roche. Dyrachyo gets the BKB off in time as well. 23 Savage inside the Shadow Dance. He's going to come out now, get silenced. Cold Embrace does not save him this time. And this is a dieback onto the Wyvern. They even find jabs in the trees, trying to TP out. Gets off his arena, but the RP comes through for Ace. And jabs will pay the ultimate price. 3 dead for Aurora, and Gaimin get everything. They blow this game wide open now. They have the Aegis, the cheese, and they got 70 seconds to push.
Yep, they just weren't really able to string anything together there. Wyvern buys back and connects to the fight, but doesn't have the curse to begin with, and then has to just heal the Slark, who is going in to try to get information and buy time, but just keeps getting essentially just forced down to use all of his defensives because Wyvern can't curse. They didn't manage to find any good arena to open it. They didn't manage to find any Puck engage for the Slark to take advantage of, and yeah, Gaimin has definitely stepped it up. That little... the pause, maybe they just needed a slight mental reset. Feels like after the pause, they've been playing way better.
Disconnect
Woken
for the
up
power.
a little bit.
Second fortification comes out. Should be able to get this set at the very least.
Probably heading top right after. Maybe not. No, they could show some respect here. They don't have RP. They don't have to rush this. Probably settle for this and head back
So
out.
mid lane for Gaimin, and yeah, maybe the tier 2,
Bottom tower is under attack.
so that they can go for megas eventually. And Dyrachyo just got delivered his butterfly,
Dire's bottom
He is
and he is just about to hit 25 as well, and he does. See if he takes the backtrack talent, which seems to be the common pickup.
Yeah.
And he does.
Especially because this isn't even a particularly good chrono game, as we've already established, right? So I think you should focus more on the other aspects of your hero, but you're seeing it there.
88% pick rate. It's pretty crazy considering 140 AoE on Chrono. Chrono is like one of the most powerful ultimates in the game. Adding 140 AoE, it doesn't sound like that much, but when it's that big already, it's huge. But 12% only.
Yeah.
At what point?
I mean, backtrack is just insane.
If backtrack is 20%, right?
Yeah.
If it was 15, then what would the percentages be?
Similar, I think.
10. 10%.
How about 0?
Well, this is how you balance games, Syndra.
I mean, that is true. Imagine that as a 25 talent, though. 25 talents are meant to be like these really cool ones. There's like 10%.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
If the Chrono one's not nearly as good, apparently.
That's a good question. What would
You know
it
what
take
they
for
should
that to be,
change
like-
it? Okay, since we have a pause here.
Okay.
This is from Heroes of Newerth, okay?
All right.
This used to be the Ags for Faceless Void.
Mm-hmm.
So what if instead of the AoE on Chrono, it allows your teammates to run in Chrono, okay?
As a 25 talent?
Hold on. Let me just explain the whole thing.
No, I'm asking.
You're judging me already.
No, I was asking if that was going to be the talent.
25 talent. They're slowed to the point where they can, let's say they're like 100 move speed.
Yeah.
Okay, so when they're inside, they're really slow, but they can move and they can cast stuff. Do you think that people would ever take that?
Over backtrack?
Yes.
Yes.
It's really good, right?
Yeah. That's really good.
Would you like to see that in the game?
No.
Would you like to tell Ice Frog to add that to the game?
Absolutely not.
Why?
Because I don't like it.
Why not?
Because it's too good.
But it was in Han, and it was balanced.
That is not an argument.
Sure it is.
But it was in Han.
Yeah. If it was balanced.
Yeah, but was it balanced in Han?
Yes, it was.
Really?
Yeah.
You said it was an Ags. So you had to
Yes.
buy it. Here you get it for free.
Well, you get it for... You get a lot of stuff for free in this game.
Yeah.
Just kill a Tormy. Those shards are worth more than 1,400. I'll tell you what. A lot of them. Oh, blue screen. Very unfortunate. Gives us time to talk about the great game Heroes of Newerth.
Remember when I said earlier when we were talking about the banner, how teams had learned from BetBoom how to use the banner, and they're just mimicking them because
Yeah.
they were the best team? I think Gaming Gladiators have learned from BetBoom how to disconnect and pause, so they're also mimicking that part of the strategy too.
But I think the difference is when BetBoom does it, they lose.
Oh.
Gaimin, they got powered up.
But Gaimin is a championship winning team though. That's because once they figure it out, they're just better.
Oh.
And they figured out
They
BetBoom's-
perfect it then.
Yes.
Okay.
They took BetBoom's strategy and now they're taking it to the next level.
If that's the case, then I can't wait to see their Roshan's banner usage.
That's fair.
They've seen a lot of teams use that very horribly.
Arguably, them not using it would be the ultimate unlock, right?
Okay.
In your perspective.
Well, yeah, of course. You're just
So you
feeding
said you
200
can't
gold.
wait. You said you can't wait to see them use it. What you meant to say was I can't wait to see them not use it.
That's right.
All right.
Or at least delay using it.
Mhm.
Maybe a better way to put it.
Okay.
Ace working on his Wind Waker now. Jabs the double arena looks to be next for him. As there's another Wind Waker, this one by Quinn.
The Quinn Waker.
Yeah, that's true.
Shout out to Lacoste. I don't know if you've ever said that, but every time I make a bad joke, I think of Lacoste.
Yeah, and that's the forced laughter that comes after. Lacoste is a good clean boy.
Yes.
Oh, this is a little early, don't you think? Lornoff?
Nah.
Going for the Divine?
Why not?
Okay. But
Play-
not 7K, it's not that much.
That's
but,
playing to win, baby.
all right, well, he's not very far away from it. All it takes is one chrono, and
Oh,
as we
okay,
see
that's
right
a
there.
good one.
Hey, see, that's a little early there, Dyrachyo. He's going to be able to get the kill onto Puck and Ollie as well. If only he had just waited for the Divine to be purchased at that secret shop location. Could have been really exciting. There's a buyback for Lornoff. Ollie, not so much.
Radiant are scanning.
And it does feel like Ollie, especially for this high ground defense, is extremely important.
Yes.
So, Gaimin, to the top lane they go. 1 minute. Okay, they swap positions. Very awkward. There's the Resonant Pulse silence. Yule's applied to 23 Savage. Gonna try to turn this around onto Quinn as Jab's going in pretty deep. Arena goes off, number 1. Buyback onto the puck. Lauren off. Trying to get in here as Wind Waker is used by Quinn Waker. Jabs getting right click by Dyrachyo. Little time walk towards the Nature's Prophet as Jab's taken out in the face of the tier 4 towers. And they're gonna be able to take out Q as well. There's the RP onto 2, but there's the curse to follow it up. Looks like Lornoff's able to get back to base. The coil only onto 1 right now, and the racks are starting to melt. This is gonna be 2 lanes for Gaimin as Ace just casually skewers away.
And with all the dire spells on cooldown, the question is if they can just end it here.
That's possible. 23 Savage has to be a bit careful. Glimmer applied there. Still 53 seconds of no jab, so 5v4, not including the Aegis and the cheese. And now Mega Creeps on the menu for Gaming Gladiators. Pounce, 23 Savage, but they just have... These Wind Wakers are so hard to deal with.
Yeah.
Dyrachyo will get the range racks. You can see the Aegis has been consumed now. Another Wind Waker for Gaimin. This won't be for Tofu, as Quinn. They're going to be able to take out Q very easily here. And now the Mega Creeps will come to Gaimin Gladiators. That is going to be 4 Wind Wakers for Gaimin. The item of the patch for sure. The tier 4s now standing in their way. Not going to have their Nature's Prophet for Aurora, so they'll have to try to defend 4v5 if Gaimin continue.
Wind Waker is also just an outstanding item against Puck, right? When Puck has Ags and is going for this right-click damage-style build, you can just get everyone out of the
Okay,
coil.
we have the Chronosphere from Dyrachyo, but the Cold Embrace will stop it in its tracks for the time being. 23 Savage is going to pop the BKB, but he's getting melted. Finally gets off his ult. There's the curse onto 2. Essence Shift stacks are starting to be there for 23 Savage, but he's getting pretty low on HP, so has to be careful. The coil connecting on basically everybody from Gaimin. But the Wyvern will be lost. 23 Savage forced to pounce away. Nice spear, but Jab's going to be surrounded here very shortly and taken out one last time. 23 Savage is actually going to survive, but he gets skewered out of his fountain, silenced, and finally brought down as the GGs come out. So Gaimin take game number 1. A bit shaky from both sides. Aurora started off with a pretty good lead, and then Gaimin brought it back, and then it got really sloppy for both sides, and then eventually Gaimin able to find their footing.
Yeah, this was a... We've had 4 games today, and 1 game was not like the others. We've had 3 games. My mistake.
Okay, good
Unless
job.
you want to count our little games on stage.
The
as a
charades?
game. I don't know if I want to count that as a game. But yeah, Gaimin do pull through and get this one done. They, like you said, it felt like they found their footing eventually in the game after a bit of a shaky start in mid-game. Then things started coming together. I think a lot of really good catches from Ace, and then finally Dyrachyo with a couple of really good chronos toward the end there to seal the deal. Ends the game with top damage on Faceless Void, which actually very frequently doesn't happen. This hero, a lot of the time it will be the mid hero that does the damage in the chrono, maybe sometimes even the offlaner, but this time with Empower, he really got the job done.
Yeah. So, Gaimin take game number 1. Studio, talk to us about this one.
Well, as my panel said in the green room, a win's a win! That's what we're taking here for Gaming Gladiators. They won the game, and after the draft, we did say that they had the better draft of the 2, but I will say Aurora made them fight really hard for this one. It was very back and forth, and I'm here with Effie and Purge. To break the game down, Purge, this was not an easy victory for Gaimin.
It wasn't. The game was very close for about 40 minutes there. Prior to that Roche fight, they were even on net worth, and what we kind of saw from both teams for the first 30 minutes, there was a lot of kind of misused spells. Things were a little bit difficult to execute, but they had a lot of counterplay as well. So there was a lot of Chronospheres and RPs and Winter's Curse to offset that, and Dream Coil. So it was a lot of stopping the enemy team from doing what they wanted to do. That led to that. I thought the Nature's Prophet was better than I expected it to be, but I expected it to be underwhelming at the start.
Okay, because it was underwhelming at the start.
It was, but Gaming Gladiators typically does this like slow the game down, farm the map, and Nature's Prophet allowed himself to at some point be the same net worth as the Void Spirit, which I was like, okay, as a 4, you will get a lot more net worth than other supports would, so maybe that's what they were thinking there, but as the game continued more and more, I was kind of like, Prophet's there, but I don't see his impact, so, yeah.
I mean, I thought Nature's Prophet did fine. It's a nerfed hero. TP cooldown is really long, but I mean, there was that TP top where they unfortunately missed first blood on Aurora. They traded a kill, but it doesn't feel good when you're not getting the first blood on the first Nature's Prophet TP. And there are some moments where like they just grouped together, not grouped together, but he TP'd, they fought as 3, it was like chasing down the river. I can't remember, it felt so long ago in a game like this. But it looked fine. It made it so that Aurora actually came out of the lanes slightly advantaged. I was really surprised because I thought that their lanes would be worse than Gaming Gladiators, and that's what I want to praise them for, because this was not an easy game to win if you're Aurora. A lot of conditions have to be met for you to take the fights, because you're playing against Chrono and RP and a Void Spirit. So the resources that you have at your disposal are the Dream Coil and the Winter's Curse that you're thinking about in like the greater picture. So like you need to press the Dream Coil on the Void Spirit, but if you're doing that, then you're kind of setting up for either a good RP or a good Chrono. So we saw that a couple of times where Quinn would get coiled and then Ace would come in and get a 2-man RP or something like that. And then the Winter's Curse was the counterplay after the RP, but then that's where the Chronosphere would come in. So it did seem harder for Aurora to take these fights because they had less at their disposal than Gaming Gladiators did. And eventually, to me, that's what it felt like happened. They had better team fight, they had more spells to cast, and it got them the win, but there were some missed executions, if I'm being honest. And I think Duraccio, all things considered, played really, really, really well, but he's such an interesting player because in the same fight, he can miss a Chrono and self-stun by snapping Coil, but then do some really ballsy play that leads to them winning the game. And then in the same game, he can get these really sick Chronos and deliver. And he was always BKBing before the Winter's Curse. Like when the Wyvern is about to apply, he BKBs. There were so many situations where he could have just killed his teammates in Winter's Curse, but his reactions were on point. So yeah, kudos to that guy. Very intriguing.
Very intriguing.
There's not many players like that.
There are not many players like him indeed. And with that said, I'm also very curious who Brian has chosen for our head-to-head.
Thank you, Shiver. And as Effie has kindly alluded to, the head-to-head for Ace of Predator today is going to be between Duraccio and Durachi Throw. As we see 7 kills coming out for Duraccio in this game, and only 2 deaths for Durachi Throw in this one. So looking like a win for Duraccio. And we're going to check out some clips of exactly this dichotomy of the same individual. As in this first one, we're going to see a Chronosphere on a Slark into a little bit of a dance. Slark ends up living, gets cold embraced. Little bit of a Durachi Throw to start there. Gets cursed up, and then Slark disengages. Now, we're going to see one of the clips that Mira was talking about where he chronos absolutely nothing on the side as he then proceeds to play the fight with low HP. He's going to be Spirit Vesseled, and you're going to actually see him have the presence of mind to stay in the fight and then time walk in here in a second at low HP. So he breaks the coil, and then he's going to time walk in with low HP onto the puck and ends up locking the kill and surviving on just a sliver. So Duraccio comes right after the Durachi Throw, and here's the Chronosphere onto 2. BKB's to dodge the curse. It's perfect. No, he stops hitting within the Chrono to go on the Slark, ends up netting him absolutely nothing. So really good BKB there, but questionable Chrono. And then we see the Roche secures it for his team. BKBs just to make sure no abilities come out. And then we're going to see some more Duraccio coming up here as the fight's going to go the way of Gaimin. And we're going to see a little bit of fancy footwork coming out from Duraccio as they chase after, as there's going to be the Mars Spear that he time walks past and then reverse time walks back. So it's a little back and forth with this guy. It's quite a mental roller coaster if you ever watch from this guy's player perspective. And for the last one, you're going to see the Winter's Curse come out, the BKB right before. Like,
perfect.
Just, there's so many beautiful moments, and this is really Eternal Envy on steroids, I think. That also gets like top 2, top 1 in all these tournaments, so it's something to watch.
Something to watch for sure. I have to make it a serious point though, because obviously in games like these, it's very obvious that it's, on the edge basically, and we always know that Duraccio is a player that plays on the edge. That's fine. But we also said at the start of the series that normally gaming comes out ahead in the laning stage so good that they steamroll off the back of that. Maybe he was always this on the edge, but normally it wasn't that noticeable because the rest of the team was more farmed.
Yes.
Can that possibly be a thing?
That's possibly it. I also think this is one of the, like, Void's a hero, you know? Definitely a polarizing all or nothing kind of guy. And if I had to say Dyrachyo for, like, consistency, like, when we look at him playing Terrorblade, he's 4-0. Like, that's a pretty, like, consistent, get its farm kind of hero.
Very
But when
good.
we see the Alchemists and the Faceless Voids, maybe not so much. So it's just one of those things where at the end of the day, it's entertaining Dota. He is obviously an amazingly high-skilled player, but you can't help but kind of laugh at the fact that one team fight can include such amazing but also questionable plays at the same time.
We live for entertaining Dota, so entertaining Dota is where it's at. And with entertaining Dota come entertaining people. And the person that is sitting on a social media corner is going to do exactly that. Hey, Jenkins, what do you have for us here this afternoon?
Speaking of extremely useless conversations, we're going to continue that here. Of course, on social media, there has been a lot of banter going on with regards to what should be done with the Roshan's banner.
More banner.
Yeah, and computer, can you pull up the two idiots that started this whole conversation, the whole smorgasbord? So here we have, this is Sunsfan, Cinderin, the casting duo, that's Roshan's banner there on the left.
There's two Suns fans.
So that Roshan's banner, what it does, of course, you drop it on the map globally, and then that's going to buff the creeps for 45 seconds. And so these two brought up the fact that apparently the pros are not using this correctly. If we could move on to the next picture here, computer, and get that going. So there was this post that was on Reddit where a beautiful gentleman suggested these spots for it and said that when you want to place this, is when you're about to go high ground and you're using the creeps in the other lanes to cause some pressure somewhere else, or you put it behind yourself so that way your creeps are even stronger. We'll go ahead and computer, we'll check out some of the comments into this thread. So someone said, Suns fan is proud of you. That is salty AF. So there's the average Suns fan here. And then doesn't banner also give vision. So this person is using it as a global ward. That's how fucking useless this item is, Sheevers. This person is in their pubs using it as a...
give vision?
Yes, it gives vision. Not reveal, though. I did check that out. And then so what I wanted to do is I asked somebody who I'm in close contact with. I've been harassing him, of course, on the panel computers. Sent him Discord Nitro. He did not accept that. I asked Owie69000 what to do with the banner. And we can go ahead and get that message on here just so people can see that I am in contact with him as coach of Team Falcon. So I said, hey, what do I do with this banner? And then his response, he said no, he's not going to give me that information. So Falcon's keeping that one on lock. This is probably why they are 6-0 in this second group stage. I think in the third group stage, they're probably going to go 6-0 again with this banner usage. And back to you, Banana.
I have absolutely no follow-up to this.
No, I mean, we also saw the worst banner. I'm sad that you didn't put that one down because that was the shortest banner duration ever.
I think the best banner usage is in the enemy fountain for bad manners. I think you just put it in the fountain and
send a message.
It instantly dies. Like, this is how much we're winning. Or maybe that sends a message to Valve.
It's global. You can do that, potentially.
Yeah.
It's like, here, you need extra gold. Good luck. And then don't put it in the fountain. Put it, like,
right outside the fountain so they can farm it.
Outside of tower range so they can actually farm it. It's like, here's a little bit of extra something, you know?
That's really good.
Maybe someone will do that eventually. Ironically enough, I do think it would be Amara that would be the first one to do that.
He would.
On the side of Falcon. So perhaps there's a little bit of Falcon's banner strat right there. But Falcon's not playing. That's right. Aurora and Gaming Gladiators are playing, and they're going to play game number 2 after a short break. We are ready for game number 2 here. Game Gladiators and Aurora, and you're watching DreamLeague Season 22. And first game, we thought Aurora was significantly outdrafted. They held for a very long time, and they had definitely a very good game. Despite that, that means that the next game could potentially be an easy one for them to draw, but maybe Gaming Gladiators winning that game 1 was the little boost they needed in order to get their game plan back on track. We'll find out what's going to happen. Both of these teams, of course, without a series win in DreamLeague. It's group stage 2, that is. It's pretty bad. One of these two will have that changed. We're in a draft. We had got Gaming on the Radiant side, Aurora on the Dire side, so that stays the same. I believe we do have the pick ban order changed. However, let's just quickly check that to be sure. Yeah, because now we have Gaming Gladiators overall last pick, where that was, I believe, Aurora previously.
Mag is still in the pool here, so we could see a little bit of a draft run back, with the exception of the switched draft priority. Saturn Mars, those are still in the pool, and Marana's being added to first phase Bansu, so quite a few differences.
The Timbersaw in the pool, actually.
And DK as well, so they're gonna have to make a choice here between DK and Mars, I think. But either you have to pick one of these two. They're too good to pass on.
Yeah, Gaming hasn't picked DK in a while, so last time they've had first pick, even when both of these heroes were in the pool, they did go for the Timbersaw. So I think the idea behind that is because Timbersaw is good against DK. So you take this one as a cover to the other one. Timbersaw doesn't usually make it through the first round, and Gaming has lost the last 2 times they first picked this Timbersaw. So I'm curious, like, what makes it worth it for them.
And they did play it on Quinn yesterday mid, and he got TA'd by Yopaj.
They were winning that game, though.
They were, but then they lost.
He was also against a Wind Ranger too, so it was like 2 sources of like high physical damage, and that's kind of what I thought is like they had the right heroes to beat the Timber.
Yeah, take him down.
So they go for the Mars instead of the DK, and it's really interesting to see which teams prioritize which heroes and why, because when Shiver talked to Crit yesterday, he said that they value DK more highly than any other hero, but that's because they flex it comfortably on
All 3 roles.
on 3 lanes, and maybe that's just not the case for Aurora. Maybe it's not a hero that they like to play on 23 Savage, so it definitely loses value, whereas Mars is consistently going to give you that team fight, that strong lane presence, that map threat.
Charming.
Is this a Discovery Channel?
They're wild animals.
That's them in their natural habitat.
Very disturbing. All right.
I do think that Jabs' Mars is excellent though. Like feels so good on this hero. He's landing all of his combos basically. He's doing slightly wacky stuff. He gets to buy his Wind Waker pretty fast too. Uses it effectively.
You want to know when he misses his spears though? When Duraccio time walk dodges them.
That's true.
You got to keep that in mind.
You can't predict the Chaos player, dude. It's too hard.
They do ban the Void themselves though, on the side of gaming. And the TA, they learned their lesson from the previous series. Last time they had Timbersaw first pick, they banned Doom Elder Titan. So those are the heroes that are now in the pool, as opposed to last time against Shopify. That was a different series, different opponent, but you have to imagine like Doom is worth considering as a support, maybe? It kind of ruins Timber, to be honest.
I mean, yeah, I think you could still look at Doom as a potential offlane if you're willing to still flex Timber to mid, but Doom as a support, I would have to veto that just based on how heavily he's been nerfed this patch, and the level 1 Doom doesn't feel as good, Midas doesn't feel as good, it's just way too slow.
Okay, they go for Rubik. That's like kind of a way to kill Timbersaw, because you can take all of Timbersaw's spells, which are good against him, and I don't even want to talk about whatever the hell.
Who's going to get fed the most this game?
Yeah, who's going to get fed? Timbersaw or Jenkins more? What do you think, Mira?
I think I'm trying to not look at them.
It's really hard to look away, though. It really is a nature documentary here.
Is it even good popcorn?
Depends, because I saw in the kitchen, I saw a pack of just straight up corn. It could be fresh popcorn.
Oh.
Who knows?
Important questions to be answered here in the draft.
The Rubik makes the reemergence.
Very good.
At the start of the group stage 1, I really thought this was probably going to be the highest priority support for a lot of teams, but after a few Doom games, realizing that hero is not what it used to be, you don't necessarily have to plan a Rubik in your draft or pick it early on to potentially address the threats. So a lot of teams are still opting for the Bat Riders and the Hoodwinks and the Crystal Maidens and whatnot, but Rubik is still quite a good hero, very strong on lane, has the displacement. If you pair him with Mars, like, they should be able to threaten any hero that steps out of position. And Timber Chain is a great steal, Chakram is a great steal. And Gaming Gladiators follow up with Vengeful Spirit and Techies. Any thoughts, Kaz?
I really like the Rubik Mars as well. I don't remember what game it was, but yesterday I watched a replay of a game where Mars used Arena and the carry was like slightly outside of it, so he stood close to like cast spells, and then Rubik just like lifted him and put him in the arena as well. So there's like other cool combos you can do there. And yeah, the great lineup for the spells you said that good against the Timbersaw. They have solid stuff for gaming. I think it's a good opening, kind of covers a lot of bases. You know, just being able to swap save against Mars is always great.
I'm a bit concerned about their reliable lockdown on the side of gaming though. Like they have a lot of soft lockdown, you know, Venge Stun, Techies follow up, but usually the creme de la creme offlaners that do that job for you have been getting first round ban. We see the Centaurs, the DKs, etc. So just wondering like how gaming's gonna give themselves a lockdown that they severely lack. Yesterday they picked Slardar for Ace. Obviously it didn't end up working out, but that is a type of hero that I'm looking for.
Yeah, that's a good point. Gaming are in a position where they could get pucked or stormed or even morphlinged.
Or morphlinged, yep. The idea is to take all of your spells and use them against you.
Yeah, they're on the right track there.
Now we need a Lotus Orb buyer.
Does Morphling like morphing into these 3 heroes though? I feel like they're kind of mediocre.
Timber's okay. I think the other two are not so great. Yeah, Timber's fine. But to be honest, like, Morphling just doesn't use his ult very much anymore. Like, I feel like the new Morph is more about the Conda and being being like a waveform adaptive strike, and if anything, your ult is more of a double-edged sword of getting you killed because you can't attribute shift during it.
Oh,
But
of course. The Phoenix Mars.
yeah.
Some teams prioritize this first 2 if they do get Mars, so I'm surprised it took this long.
Like the carry that comes to mind against the 2 supports in the offlane for Aurora would be Lifestealer, but it's a really bad matchup against Morph. So I think that's part of like why they picked Morph here. It's always a concern of like what's the carry go-to going to be on 18, so you have to preemptively counter it somehow. I might even be willing to still pick Lifestealer because you need some guy that hits the egg, and they don't have any BKB piercing stuns right now on the side of Aurora.
Yeah, you definitely need an egg hitter if you're playing against Phoenix and Mars together. You need some hero that can just BKB run in and eliminate half the threat of the team fight. But none of the heroes on Gaimin are good at it. And also Sunray, we've talked about it quite a lot already, but versus Timbersaw, especially if this Phoenix can get an early vessel, he can output enough damage to potentially even kill this hero with 1 stun.
How about for last pick for gaming? How about a hero like a life stealer? Because basically, you don't want to wait until he has BKB before he can run in to kill the egg, right? You can maybe just have a built-in one like life stealer does.
Yep.
Maybe Jug.
Well, or Jug, but Jug is bad, no?
Yeah, reject hero for sure.
Yeah.
His win rate in Herald though was 52%.
This is true.
Oh,
We
wow.
talked about that.
Sand King
We
at?
talked about that yesterday.
You know why that is, Brian? It's because Herald players don't know good skill builds, and then the game's kind of a wash the first 15 minutes. Eventually, you're just forced to have the correct skill build because you hit like level 15.
Yeah,
That's what it is.
True.
That's true.
Eventually, you'll just buy items and buy items.
It's tough to buy Yule Scepter and Ghost Scepter as well against Jug. It's a tough item to buy.
You forget that you have them, and even if you do, you don't necessarily press it in 3 seconds that he Omni slashes you.
Yeah, it's true.
Very powerful in Herald, yeah.
These are good points, Perch. Thank you.
Yep. There's the obligatory I pick puck, I ban sniper.
Yeah.
Kind of a taxing pick, frankly. You gotta pick and a ban just for 1 pick.
Yeah, but it's also you only have to ban 1 hero to really protect it proper, no?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like what this is teaching people at home is that if you want to win MMR, just get good at puck and just nominate sniper at the beginning of every game.
50-50,
and then you'll just, so every 50% of games, you just get a free win. That's what professional players are saying to us.
Okay, so they take out Sven and Alchemist, which are heroes that would have fit well into Gaming Gladiator's overall lineup. They still need to address the issue of the egg, so Faceless Void was taken out on the side of Gaimin, so what's basically left is Troll or Lifestealer. That's what it looks like.
They have 2 options. They can go for the egg hitter like that, which is where we've all, like, I agree with you. Or they could just say, we're going to pick a hero that buys BKB, high tempo, like Luna or something, and then just leave when the egg gets used. That's like the other option, because I think the reason they banned Sven is the tempo aspect of Dota, because Morphling, at the end of the day, doesn't really love 5-manning, and he is a bit slow to come online. He needs several items to feel really powerful, so if you pick a carry that hits that 15-20 minute window, the Alk and the Sven, then Gaimin has that potential to just run away with it. So I wouldn't be surprised if they go that route as well. Or like a Weaver, but the gear against Rubik, so probably not that. But I just know Dyrachio likes these early aggressive carries.
They ban out the Huskar.
That's the complete opposite of an early aggressive carry for Dyrachio. I nailed it. As
well done, Ryan.
Thank you. What is their mid looking like for Aurora here, guys? What are you thinking? They see Puck. You're Lornoff against Quinn Puck.
I got no clue.
And Sniper and Huskar are taken out. I assume Tiny is taken out as well.
Nope. Still in the pool.
Maybe Lena.
He
He
is
likes his
taken out.
Lena.
I think they need more than just Magic Burst, because otherwise they're not going to have enough to kill Dusa later. Like, they need some, like...
Wind Ranger
Some
for
like
the
very mid.
Diffusal buyer.
It's nice. You could Invoker. It's been a minute since we've
Oh,
seen one,
Invoker.
but Invoker
Okay.
pairs nicely with
kinda
Mars,
like
and
that, yeah.
EMP could be a very good tool here, but he does suffer by getting coiled.
They go for the Leshrac.
I don't generally like Lesh against Dusa because he has a tough time running in. I think the Wind Waker build is making these matchups better for Lesh, though. He didn't used to have any way out of anything. Like, he once he was in, he's in. We've been seeing Lesh win lane against Puck, but I think the early game goes his way, but the late game goes towards Puck, so I think this is almost the reverse of last game, where I think Gaimin's, like, got to get past the laning phase, and they have the late game secured, but Aurora has more of the tempo here.
Yeah, Aurora definitely have to play on tempo. They need to take advantage of their early Lush, kick Dusa out of her lane very early on. That's going to be really important. And they need to make sure that they do get an advantage coming out of these lanes, because even though you mentioned, Brian, that their lanes seem, they have to weather out the storm and go to late game, their lanes still seem pretty strong to me, especially their side lanes in Medusa and Timbersaw. It's going to depend on how well either mid laner rotates, in my opinion, and how they play the first 20 minutes based off of rotations. But overall, I would favor Gaimin's draft just slightly, because I think that late game Medusa, if she gets a good lane, which she should win versus Aurora's heroes, but Aurora do have really good team fight.
Isn't 23 considered to be the best Morphling?
Self-proclaimed.
He says so,
I was
yeah.
going to hype that up. Self-proclaimed best Morphling in the world.
Best Morphling in the world. But what do you think as a carry player?
I mean, he's pretty damn good at Morphling, so
there you go.
That's sold. I got it. Aurora 2-0.
I'm kind of worried about Gladiator's ability to initiate if the game is close, because they've got a Timbersaw and a Dusa cores. The third one is what? I can't remember their third one. It's actually a good jumper. But they have a Avenge as well, so it's like they're...
Puck, Medusa, Timber.
It was Puck?
That's a good
Okay.
point.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
Puck and Venge are the initiators on their team. They don't have much other than that. Maybe techies, so they might struggle to find catches in late stages of the game.
Yeah, I think, like I mentioned, I favor gaming slightly, but the drafts both just look a little odd. I feel like they threw us off. Just the Dusa threw us off, and then the Lush Rock threw us off. Those don't fit in as naturally as you would think they would in the drafts, but I will just have to wait and see what happens.
There's going to be like a huge volley of spells in the first 2 seconds of each fight, the arena, the coil, and everything. And it's going to be the items like Wind Waker to get out of these that like both teams are going to reset and then re-engage, and it's going to come down to who has the better version of that, basically.
Who has the best version of the post-team fighting potential? That's what we're going to look at here in Game 2 of the series. We're heading over to the game via the Pokemon Pandas.
Aurora, game number 2. Suns fan reclining casually. Cinderin stuck up as always with your very good posture. You think you're better than me with your posture?
I know I'm better than you.
Well,
that's different.
Lucky you got that right that time.
Yep.
You've been wrong a lot this tournament. That's why you owe me a $100 dinner.
Damn it.
Can't wait to cash that in. As Aurora versus Gaimin game 2. So Gaimin, like we talked about, last game was just kind of all over the place, very chaotic. I want to say the first half of the game, honestly, it just felt like both teams were getting warmed up. It was not the crisp execution that we're used to seeing at this level of play, but eventually things got a little bit more normal. But Gaimin were able to finish it out.
I think we're expecting higher level of play from both teams this game. Despite Gaimin, you know, they were definitely warming up, and I want to say after the half-hour mark, things got a lot better for them. So if they can carry that momentum into this game and show that, in particular in the laning stage, that they're a little bit hotter now, that would be good to see. For Aurora, it was almost like the opposite. I feel like they started out quite solidly, and then just from my perspective, just really kind of dropped the ball on that game. This time around, they won't have the same ability, I would say, to get early advantages. I think their lanes are a lot slower and a lot weaker. They don't have the Nature's Prophet that can open up the map. This time they're playing a more Phoenix safe lane and a Mars Rubik. Mars Rubik is not nearly as strong as something like Mars Techies that we've seen other teams run and find a lot of kills with. Obviously Aurora are capable, but they opted for this.
Yeah, the one team that actually got Nature's Prophet to work, it feels like, in this ladder patch, and they still lose the game, but had a huge impact on the early stages.
Yeah.
Not seeing it this time around, though. As seeing a lot of Phoenix this tournament as well. It feels like Techies, Phoenix have gotten quite a resurgence.
Yeah.
And the Venge, I feel like it was getting banned a lot more in the last letter patch. I believe it got nerfed since then.
It got nerfed quite a lot. Level 1 Wave of Terror went from 85 to 60 damage, for example. That wasn't the only nerf. There was one more, which I'm forgetting off the top of my head right now. But it wasn't just that. Gaimin will get their hands on Timber this game, which is a hero that has been does it have almost 100% contest rate, I think? It's like 97,
Is
I
it
believe.
really only 97?
I think so. I think it was 96 the other day. The 100% was Chen. That was literally every game. I don't think Timber was
I'd
was there,
love
but it
to
was
find
close.
out what teams ignored Timber entirely.
Yeah.
But yeah, banned for a reason.
Scanning.
And Gaming will be able to see if it's still broken or not.
Ace is very good at that hero. I think he's one of the best in the world on this.
Is he not good at any hero in the game, Cinderin?
Well, I mean, that's a fair point. He's just a really skilled player overall, but you know, he has this... I think the panel talked about it. Ace's signature playstyle is very aura-centric and team items.
Yeah.
Timbersaw doesn't really build like that. But so among the heroes that aren't really teamfight initiators, I would say this is probably his single best one from that offlane. Obviously got very renowned for his Underlord that isn't particularly good this patch. He plays a great Centaur. He has not been playing Mars, which is honestly a big surprise for me that he's only played that one game. I think the panel said before the first game.
Yeah, that is surprising. He's also...
You would think it would be quite good for him.
Is Tide not a hero right now? I feel like we've seen a lot of that.
His Tide is great as well. But
Ollie?
yeah, not the biggest pick of this tournament, to say the least.
He's going to TP out to the tier 1, so...
This is such a free Timber game. Timber lane, I mean. I don't see more Phoenix doing anything to him as soon as he gets the helm. The Phoenix is going to tickle him. Timber is one of the heroes that actually cares the least about getting Fire Spirits on him in lane, because he can still CS with a relatively cheap spell, cost efficient. And this gives a lot of flexibility to Tofu. It always feels great laning with Timber. And a big part of the reason this hero is as powerful as it is not about its own lane. It's about the fact that the map opens up. You can just leave Timber alone because he's borderline unkillable already. And it means your position 4 is now free to create a power play across the map by gating, can gank mid, can go contest runes, whatever they want, they can stack.
Yeah, I think from Gamon's side, just having Puck and Timbersaw in the game when there's a Medusa is actually a perfect complement. You have two heroes that should be running around, doing tons of damage, creating a lot of havoc, and then you just have this Medusa that can get, I mean, the Medusas have been getting a little bit more involved. It used to be like 4 or 5 slotted before you start to actually fight. Now it's like sometimes second item, but usually third before you're ready to start going. But I feel like these heroes create a lot of space for that type of a carry.
100% agree. I really like Gamon's lineup. I think just on paper, without even knowing the opposing team, it just looks nice in his...
Oh, the blast off. Don't worry, we got that on camera, guys. You guys just blinked. Great job from Tofu. Blast off from the tree line.
23 Savage is pinging out a lane board
that isn't there. It is 5 minutes in the game, and there's a 2K lead already. As Ollie, will dodge the sticky bomb.
Yeah, it's going to get bullied
Still,
away, though.
This lane is rough. Ace, level 4 now. I assume he takes a level.
Oh, I like this rotation from Celery a lot. If this works out, 23's game is toast.
Yeah, he's attribute shifting right now. Now they're going to know.
All right.
The wave of terror.
I liked it a lot until he wave of terrored him and showed him he was there. But maybe, I guess he just assumed from the movement from 23 that he knew with that ward that it does turn out they have here. But just with his limited knowledge of what's going on at this exact time of what vision they have, I really like the idea from Celery to go here this quickly.
Oh.
Didn't get the outcome he wanted.
And that's going to force a TP out as he stuck around a little bit too long. Telekinesis back into tower range. Tries to deny himself, but Q gets the finishing blow. So good job from Aurora trying to stem the bleeding. Already this early on, we're talking about a net worth lead that's kind of significant for Gamon. Good trends in this direction. It's going to be a lot of trouble for Aurora. Mid lane we haven't really talked about, but Quinn 29-4 to the Lorenoff Lash 30-10.
Yeah, it's a pretty even lane on paper. I think Lace are slightly favored, so this is going the way you would expect, pretty much. These heroes are obviously inherently very different in nature when you reach these levels now. Puck is a lot more of an initiator and setup, and Lesh is an absolute brawler that needs somebody to set him up, which means he's way more reliant on the Mars having a game and on the Rubik having levels to catch. Whereas Quinn can kind of set up either of his side lanes extremely easily in this game. especially Timbersaw plays wonderfully around Puck. The coil allows you to land your chakram, it allows you to land your full combo, and it's just way too much damage. And you can easily commit into any coil as Timber too. You're not really scared of the repercussions if there's multiple heroes defending the target, because it's inherently extremely tanky. Keep his early, very major lead here, we should say. He's 1,000 ahead of the Morph.
Yeah. Once he gets 6, do they just, like, can they continue to lane, or does he just take over?
I guess Morph in theory is one of the carries that does the best because he can keep resetting his health, but you still got to be careful with the burst. If Tekis is off the map and you're playing the lane on, say, this much health, you actually just get one shot. So, got to be really cautious. But Morph going jungle minute 7 is just not a thing, right? Like, that surely cannot be the way to win this game.
You know, another reason not to keep talking about how much we like Gaiman's lineup. I like Medusa on Dyrachyo quite a bit because it kind of contains him, his aggressiveness, let's say, because it is a siege type hero as Quinn.
What's that called? A straight jacket.
Quinn? Ooh. Diabolic Edict, not enough from Lornoff, but Quinn's gonna have to go back to base.
Yeah. Top rune will be claimed by Tofu, so it will.
But you know what I mean, right? Like.
Oh, I know what you mean.
Accelerate. Gets the magic missile off. Tofu trying to help Celery out, but will eventually drop.
Wisely chooses not to go in, but then he does walk right back into them.
He has a damage rune, so he's very, very confident as he runs away.
Some
and
good
23
space.
Savage is making his way over as well. Will Timber chain as he turned into Timber to be able to finish that kill. That worked out for 23 Savage pretty nicely.
Yeah, they do get Tofu, but that was a 4-man chase for like 30 seconds to kill.
Yeah, Dyrachyo is just left,
so not
all
too
alone.
great, really. But it's something.
So what is the build on this hero right now? Is Manta into what?
I think it depends. We've still seen some players go Conda sometimes, I think.
Really? Oh, that's actual late game. You don't get like an early phylactery.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you could get it second, but usually Medusas will just go stat items, right? We'll see what his mindset is in this one. I wouldn't necessarily mind. Oh,
Blast off is there. Attribute shift, giving a good amount of HP for 23 Savage. Timber chain, sticky bomb latches. Eventually they'll find the kill, and they do.
He needs his level 1 attribute shift.
Yeah, very slow.
He needs help. Cannot play this lane 1v2. Absolutely impossible. And in the meantime, Dyrachyo, if they want to kill him bottom, it's going to take more than just the Mars. It's probably going to take 3 heroes minimum.
Jabs is tickling
Maybe Lesh
him.
Mars could do it.
Radiant's middle
Little
tower
tickle
is under
action.
attack.
So 23 Savage. Actually, you can just see the top 3 net worst in the game from game inside. Typically, when you see this just ends up snowballing. But we'll see if Aurora can find a way back. I mean, the last game was so back and forth that I am kind of expecting this to reverse at some point. But so far in this game, Gaiman are definitely executing.
Yeah, the thing to keep in mind is that the Aurora lineup is very one-dimensional in how it fights, right? It's all around the arena. It's grouping up, fighting as 5. And Gaming Gladiators have the perfect frontliner to play against that. Literally just park Medusa somewhere. If they're going to have to go through her, she can get swapped. Alternatively, you have Timber. So I really think strategically the Gaiman lineup just has some really, really good tools for dealing with the type of fights that's going to be coming their way. So I think for Aurora, the job here is try to kill the Medusa before she gets too big, get that bottom tower, open up the map a little bit, give 23 something to play with. As he's extremely contained in this game so far. Ace will take the top tower alone. 4K lead.
Yeah.
11.
And this
Aurora
is
aren't
more
really-
reminiscent to Gaiman of old, where they don't necessarily even have to find a lot of kills. They just find more efficiency in the laning stage.
Yeah, way more.
And this was the thing. This was basically their bread and butter from the last year. They won basically every tournament.
Yeah.
But we've seen that the laning stage isn't everything. Sometimes it can be, but
Dire's top
What can
tower is
Aurora,
under
like,
attack.
at what point do you start grouping up and trying to force things for Aurora? There's got to be a couple items that you're looking for. Or perhaps a level, specifically.
Oh, they got Phoenix 6 now.
Kaya for Lornoff, it's on the way.
Yeah, maybe that's enough. I don't know, I feel like if they're just going to chill, there's no inherently obvious timing. I think you're going to have to start looking for fights and looking to outplay. You're definitely going to need to defend towers like this. If you just let game and take this for free, the map is going to shrink even more. They will glyph it for now.
Yep, Jabs showing up, gets off the arena. Tofu's the only one contained inside. They will clean him up. Oh, Rubik steals the mines. That's pretty nice.
That could lead to something. It would help them push. It would help them find fights in the arena next time. If you can hold on to these on Q.
Now, from 23 Savage's perspective, do you like the Conda on position 1 morph? I guess that's what everybody's going for now, anyway. Because it started as a mid-morph build, but it feels like you don't really play mid-morph much these days.
It's such a good item on the hero, so I don't really think it matters. As long as if you're going a carry route, no matter which position you're playing from, I think Con is just part of the build. But I don't know if you should buy it first. I think he runs the risk here of getting kind of owned without a Manta.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Or Linken's, like either defensive item. The alternative way of looking at it is, well, if you don't have Conda, you're actually killing anyone. Because Gaming Gladiators lineup, it's a given now that they are going to get really tanky. He will get the Manta first, though. It's his final decision.
And Ace working on, I believe that's the Eternal Shroud, and I feel like at that point, he is so hard to kill. There's basically only magic damage right now for Aurora.
That is, from my perspective, a quite big problem with their lineup is that Morph needs to get huge before itemization becomes a challenge for Gaimin.
Yeah. Lornoff picks up the Invis, will be taking a half HP for his troubles. You can see the mines being placed by Q now. Hoping for someone from Gaimin to pursue, but it's not to be, because they are just waiting for, at the very least, the Eternal Shroud, but Dyrachyo has his Manta already. But obviously, like we talked about, that's a hero that just wants to wait for at least the second, probably third item. And it will be a second item, Scotty. Used to be an item you purchased literally every Medusa game, and now it's dependent on game, I suppose.
Yeah. I think the most common Medusa build is probably Manta Butter, right? I want to say. That's actually overtaken Manta Scotty as the standard. But again, with what we talked about, the makeup of the enemy lineup, the Butterfly is actually not that good. But the Scotty is a ton of EHP. And it also lines up nicely with... Oh, okay. That's a difference.
Yep, goodbye, Mr. Ollie.
It lines up nicely with the timing of the other heroes in the team to have Scotty. Oh, that's a...
Gwen? Okay.
He is playing with sound. Okay.
It's already at half HP. They need to clear these mines one way or another. Coil onto the Rubik as Ace will be the one to tank it instead. And he basically takes no damage at all. Will Timber Chain in melee range, but now all these heroes here, Ace actually will be taken out. So those mines really serving a great purpose. Leads to a double kill for Lornoff as Celery is the second to go.
It's one of those moments where Gaimin clear up 3 mines and they're like, all right, the mines are gone. And then there were another 6. They just kept going in. Timber lost half his health to mines. And that's a really good response from Aurora. That was kind of gifted to them, honestly. I mean, they set it up for themselves, right, by placing the mines, but Gaimin chose that. They kept going in despite being spotted by the mines, and they get punished. 2 heroes and a tower. And what was a very avoidable situation is going to hurt quite a bit.
That cuts the lead in half, pretty much. So, great job from Aurora.
Definitely needed that.
Question is, what is the next order of business for them? By the way, how does Eternal Shroud work on Medusa? Does it even work properly?
How is it this is again?
Q. Getting gone on by Ace. Waning Rift. Blastoff is not going to hit, though. Ace goes and tries to finish the job, but the egg comes out just in time. Swap out now. Can they kill the egg? Yes. They get it just in time as the Chakram now onto Jab, slowing him to a crawl. He's the second to die as the coil reserved just for Q. So it looked like it could have been a decent fight for Aurora. They end up losing 3 and getting nothing in return.
And that's the entire lead and more back the other way. So you did say it was going to be swingy. You were right. All right, they have a feeling. Lauren off.
He's out of mana. Oh, that hurts. That hurts.
Yeah,
4 dead now.
He's pinging the ward that isn't there. It was just a full-on read for Gaimin when they saw his movement trajectory with this ward that's at the top right now.
Yeah.
They knew, all right, well, if he's running there, he's definitely farming the camp, so...
And that really opens it up. 7K is huge at this point. And Ace going for the blink next, wants to keep the aggression going. Celery's actually working on an Ags very early. He's really farmed, actually.
Yeah, wow, okay.
Comes into Ags.
Yeah.
God, it's just... I just cannot get used to supports being this farmed this early, just in general. Like, he's bottom 3 net worth overall, but that's still quite a bit.
Yeah. If you're on the winning team and you're getting a lot of bounty runes and getting in some skirmishes, it will compound pretty quickly. Quinn versus Ollie. I know who I'm choosing to win this battle.
Yep, uses
Let's
coil.
go, Ollie.
And he places the ward right in Quinn's face. Not sure if they spotted that.
Doesn't look like Quinn noticed. At least he didn't ping the ground.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Gaiman's starting to run away with this, and this is without the Medusa being involved in any capacity other than farming.
Yep. Which is debatable whether that's involvement.
Okay.
That should help.
Your word's not mine.
It's involved in the game.
Okay, that's
not in the fights.
That's good.
Thoraccio pops the Manta. Will use the Stone Gaze as well. Gets put onto the low ground. Looks like he might want to fight as the rest of his team tries to connect. There's the jump in from Ace into the blast off onto 2. The egg is placed in time. Tofu's going to be the trade, so it's a 1-for-1 to start.
Nice Arena.
Arena with the spear only onto Ace, but the egg will proc. He's still very healthy. See if he wants to chase his 23 Savage, left with basically no mana. Quinn will finish off the Phoenix again. And Jab's likely the next on the list, trying to go for Celery, but it's not to be. Ends up being a 1-for-4.
That could have been even worse for Aurora, because that was at least a good Egg-Mars Arena combo where they protected the Egg with the Arena on the outside. They just don't have enough in the tank, and they can't kill Ace. That's that lineup problem we were talking about with damage, right? Like, he's literally just going in there and tanking basically everything. He's sitting alone in this arena getting pounded away on by Morph for 5 full seconds. Mars is using everything. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
He's too big. And Quinn will clean house here, with the exception of 23, who will manage to find a way out.
Jab's trying to run down Celery. The state of affairs not so good for Aurora in this game number 2. So Scotty is there now for Thoraccio. And considering the lead, they can probably just take all these towers without even going for the Aegis.
Yeah, that's a possibility. Question is when they're going to make the high ground call. Thoraccio looks to be going for Diffusal. When you do this on Dusa, you generally finish the full Disperser after. Maybe Disperser into Roshan then high ground?
Roshan?
I don't know what's happening today, man. I'm having some... I promise I'm okay. Ish.
You know, instead of Roche traveling to the other side, what if it was...
Hey, come on. You got what you wanted, okay? This was your idea.
I know.
You can't...
They could make the lore a little cooler. Like, what if Roche burrows during daytime, and then his sister, Roshana, could also be his wife?
Okay.
Depending. I mean, if you're in the south, I guess it's both anyway.
Okay.
But his wife resurrects from the other side. They can never be alive at the same time.
Oh, that's a curse.
Yeah.
Okay.
You like it?
What does she drop?
Banners, like 5 of them. And they stack.
All right, that's the bigger curse.
Game design is fun.
Cursed to a life of existence. You're only awake at daytime, and all you can do is put flags on the ground.
Yeah.
What a life. 11K the lead. I don't know. So, okay, so if you think about how Aurora has been playing this tournament in general and what this team is known for, it's playing super late game, it's playing team fights. They are generally not the most aggressive mid-game team. So now that they're in a position where the enemy team is going to be owning 60 to 70% of the map, you kind of have to rely on that team fight prowess. You can't just turtle this game. It's not a winning strategy. So the question is, what are they going to try to find here? Dyrachyo seems like a very ambitious target. And so does the Timber. Man, it's just such a checkmate, honestly.
They're
like
so tanky.
What do you... Oh.
Coil expended by Quinn. Dyrachyo. Yeah, they could swap if they wanted, but they're just going to give the kill to Dyrachyo instead. Just so casual, so easy. 23 Savage turns into Puck. We'll be able to get away as a result. And now the Shiva's online for Ace. Yeah, I mean, the only thing I can think of is, I mean, obviously the split pushing and whatnot is something Aurora needs to do, but once this Conda comes online for 23, to try to kill off some supports. But the other two, at least from, I mean, all three cores are just way too hard to kill at this current point in time. As Ace will show himself. That Chakram is stolen. That's something.
Oh, he stole Return Chakram.
Oh, you can steal Return Chakram? Oh.
Yeah, but you still get Chakram.
Okay.
But he did steal Return Chakram.
That is funny.
I think it was actually a bug at one point that you could steal the return, and then you just had a spell that didn't work.
That's awesome. That is.
Yeah,
they should have kept that in the game. That's actually so cool. Like Return X is a separate skill. So X never actually works.
I mean, imagine how many spells Rubik would struggle to steal. Anything that's toggleable, you would steal the untoggle of it.
If he was OP, then that could be a way to nerf it, right?
Steal and Pulse Nova.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh.
And Q, yeah, this is what they have to do. Just try to go deep into enemy territory just to push these waves, just to delay. 23 Savage is spotted, but it's going to TP out. Dyrachyo almost has his disperser now. Just the recipe away.
Imagine they would just go Roche and try to end, honestly. Like, it's not like they have to, but they must be feeling...
I mean, with this patch, do you think they have even with this lead, do they have good enough high ground to do that in one Aegis? As 23 Savage is spotted, bursted very low. Lornoff, though, with the backup. I mean, even if they don't get the kill, it's just forcing them away from any potential farm.
Yep.
It's basically a win for Gaiman.
And
Ollie dies casually to some mines. Jabs jumps in, wants to fight. Rebuke onto 2. Lornoff gets a nice split earth off. Tofu's dead. Ace, they're ignoring for good reason.
Yeah.
And now Jabs, no more BKB for you. There's the disperser officially for Dyrachyo.
To answer your question about the high grounding, what risk are you taking if Dusa has Aegis and she goes and hits a tower?
No, it's not about the risk. That's Jabs. Okay, he's all alone and he dies. They actually use the Stone Gaze as well just in case. That's 45 seconds without Jabs. It's more that the high ground, you can just, it feels like you can delay so long as the team that's behind that you can kind of force them to have to get a second Aegis, you know what I mean?
I get what you mean, but Medusa hits pretty hard and there's going to be a Venge Aura and... You can't really go on the Medusa. She can just get... If you spear her into the base, she will use Aegis at the absolute worst and otherwise just get swapped by an Ag's Venge.
Yeah.
So I struggle to see Aurora's path into this aside from fighting outside the base. Like, if Dyrachyo's going to go and start pushing the tower, you need to flank them. You need to find the backline. Opening on Medusa is just a recipe for losing the game, I think, so... Finding Venge, killing Venge twice is... I mean, who do you kill? Tofu is the guy who can kill in this game. And that's what they've been doing. He has 4 deaths out of 8. The Venge even feels like a bad kill at this point.
Yeah, it does.
You have to do it twice, right?
Yeah. Quinn spotting a lowly Rubik, but 23 Savage is also here to help out his teammate. Quinn, he's not scared. Going for the Parasma next.
He's chasing here. He saw him on the lane ward.
Yeah. Coil expended for just a Rubik, but the rest of his team going for Roshana.
Wasn't that at daytime?
I don't know. Depends on the lore. We can choose. Okay, this is Roshan.
Okay.
Roshana is the bottom one.
Do they have different abilities?
Yeah, probably. We can think of those as time goes on.
This sounds really stupid. I'm sure it'll be in the game in a year.
Oh, the Waning Rift. And 23 Savage. If Ace was there a second earlier, that's a kill. And he's chasing. It still might be a kill, potentially. That is the Conda now. You can see how little damage it does to Ace. Game in just full control of the map. Next item is the butterfly for Dyrachyo. Interesting. Nemesis Curse for the Mars. So Jabs wanting to go all in on somebody.
I mean, they need damage.
Yeah,
so.
any little advantage you can get, you got to take it, even if it's going to be at your own detriment, since that will do more damage to him in turn.
Any damage is what they need. I mean, whatever you can buy to have the chance of killing heroes. They're very much...
Aegis for Dyrachyo.
Cornered in their base. Don't see them getting out anytime soon.
All right, so you think they're going to get racks here?
Yeah. I think they're going to win here. Well, let's see.
Okay.
Let us see if they can pull it off.
Something else. Smoke is there for Aurora. Wanting to push these waves.
So he got, was that 40% of the tower in one wave? They can do better, though, Aurora can. I feel like they let him get too many hits in here.
Yep, Split Earth. This is the shard as well, so more annoyance. Dyrachyo. Oh, that's not the shard, actually. Although that would be really good. Honestly, just for this base defense, I feel like that's probably worth a purchase.
The Lesh one?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's also more damage, so could be a thing.
Yep, as the illusions are spaced out completely. And the tower, one more go around, not even needed. Tower down. Now Barracks next. Dyrachyo getting a bit low on mana. Of course, Aegis obviously still intact. I assume you wait to use Stone Gaze until Aegis is used, if it even is.
Depends. I think you want to use it during Arena.
Royal, Quinn going in very deep. Dyrachyo inside the Mars Arena now. Jabs trying to take out the Vengeful Spirit. Remember, this is the Aghanim Scepter. Actually uses the swap onto Quinn to keep him alive. Beautifully done from Celery. It's going to cost him his life. We'll buy back instantly, though, as Jabs takes a tumble. And Dyrachyo now, he is out of mana, so he's actually susceptible to dying this first time. 23 Savage looking for one more adaptive strike potentially to finish the job, but it's not to be. So the Barracks will go the way of Gaming Gladiators. It's still 2 minutes on this Aegis if Gaming want to reset after this. There's the burst potential, but the Manta going to disrupt the combo. Splitter
that's
hit.
A good snake. 900 mana.
Yeah, that's
lovely.
Quite a bit. And slowly getting towards his butterfly, which will eventually be delivered, I'm sure, during this push. Just has to dodge these fire spirits for maximum damage. And Aurora, they have to defend at some point. Jabs is back now. Dyrachyo will take a Conda. Barely feels it, though. As 23 Savage turns into Medusa. But the second set. Okay, that is the shard now. As Ace is brought back into the fray. There's the spear into the tier 4. Do they have the damage, though? Jabs is already dead. As Dyrachyo still on life number 1 of 2. So this will be 2 lanes for Gaimin. As 23 Savage turns into Medusa. We'll have to go back and heal very shortly. Dyrachyo still not done. 1 full minute on the Aegis. As a sheep is picked up by Ace. Gonna be a sheep reveal. There's the Aegis finally used. And now expect potential Stone Gaze to come. Splitter's gonna connect, but just like that, 23 Savage gets bursted. Has the buyback, though, as the Stone Gaze into the blast up, but Lornoff able to shrug it off thanks to the BKB Bloodstone. Buyback comes through from 23 Savage. He's already in the front line as Jabs gets a nice arena. That's the Venge life number 1 of 2. So many lives to get through to be able to do anything in this fight. As the egg is placed along with the Sunray, Ace He is getting quite low. They do have the damage to take him out. So, I mean, they get Celery, but his illusion is still up, of course.
Yeah.
But Aurora now down 23k. They technically force Gaiman back, but they lose 2 sets
Dire's
in the
top
process.
tower is under attack.
I think he's going to get Enchanted Quiver now on Duracho, and the Butterfly, probably just a formality at this point. Wait for every hero to be alive and go top again. Don't think there's any reason to wait for the Aegis. They can, obviously. It's going to make the game even safer, so understandable if they don't try to finish, but Aurora has already proven that they're just struggling so hard to kill this Dusa and to chunk her down, and I don't even think they're playing these defenses that badly. It's just, strategically, this is just a bit of a checkmate game. When it gets to this, not even to this point, just halfway to this point, where their lineup had to get more done in the early game. They weren't able to. Gaming Gladiators won the laning stage and just kept snowballing with a lineup that is very well crafted. To me, this is one of the more one-sided drafts of the tournament. And I say that against a team with Mars Phoenix. But, you know, the surrounding pieces matter just as much.
Yeah, just so much. Not much hybrid damage. It's mostly magic. Now that the Cont is there for 23 Savage, he's starting to pack a bit of a punch, but it does feel a little bit too late.
And it's also not just that. It's not just that they don't have that much hybrid damage. It's also you give away Timber, right? Like, this hero demands countering in the game. And I don't think they counterpicked him with a single hero. So that they also didn't really respond particularly well to that first pick. And a big part of the reason the hero's getting banned, aside from being mega strong, is that counter picks aren't really... There's not that many to choose from. It's a strong laner. He can itemize very differently depending on the game. He can buy magic resist if he needs. He can buy offensive items. In a great game, Timber buy Blink. We've seen that sometimes. He can technically even buy auras. There was a phase where Timbers were going Greaves Pipe. Looks to be chill for the time being now for Gaiman. They're not going to force it.
Yeah, no reason to. Damage rune spawns top. Let's see if they spot that. And we'll find out about Roche in the next 50 seconds, and that will likely be... I mean, Aurora's going to have to defend. Or not defend, but, well, yeah, they have to defend their base, but they have to go for that second Roche. Whether it's trying to sneak it in somehow, which seems very unlikely, or just trying to fight in the pit. I mean, looking at their lineup, like, you have Arena, you have Egg, you have Split Earth with the Shard. Like, it is a good area to fight, theoretically.
Yeah.
And I feel like that is just their best chance, because if you give up this Aegis, and that banner, of course, it's just over.
Let's see if the Gaiman wait for it. They are posturing very aggressively up top, so...
I'm honestly going to be... They do have damage runes, so maybe that'll push it over the edge. But based on Doracio's last series, let's say, yesterday, maybe they play this ultra safe.
That's fair. Even if it's not necessary, it's probably just a comfort thing. Like, you just want to, you know, have a feel-good game. Oh. Everything went well.
Yep, Q. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Positioning himself to at least be around for... Well, I guess Roche is going to be top, isn't he?
Yep. He's positioning himself well to TP back to Fountain.
Yep, good job. Well done.
Reporting back from his scouting mission. There were trees.
Yep. Definitely accurate. That means stay away from them because Ace does more damage.
Yep.
There's a neutral you left on the ground there.
Well,
that's a tier 3. Okay, I mean, has other things on his mind.
Is he going back for it?
Okay. Wait. Having a staring contest.
I don't think you can see it.
What do you mean? Isn't it his?
Yeah, but I don't... oh, yeah, of course.
You can see it through fogs.
Yeah, of course. What am I saying?
All right, well...
he actually just...
Quinn is going to see it now.
Oh, nice.
Let's see. Oh, he... I guess you can't open it, can you?
No.
In the olden days, you could. Back in my day...
Do you remember right at the start when you could have them as slots?
Multiple of them, yeah.
Oh, Huskar was great then.
Tofu will be a consolation kill, as Roche still a minute away, so nothing really lost for Gaiman. Ace now going for the coup de grace, aka the BKB. 9-second BKB in a late game situation like this against all this magic damage.
Yeah.
Good freaking luck, bro.
How much resistance is he going to have during BKB?
Well, it's multiplicative, so it's always very difficult to...
What does he have right now? So he currently has 62. Yeah, okay.
Close enough.
He's going to have like... What's that, like 85? 90?
Yeah, go ahead and do the math. You have time. As Gaiman waits for this Roche.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Syndern's taking out the calculator now.
I'm not.
You know, it's great. I can just say stuff that you're doing and people will just believe. Syndern's starting to take off his pants for some reason.
Oh.
Not sure why.
Yeah, that one's true, though. Starting to metagame each other with what we think people, what we think we would be embarrassed about, and we're just going to own it, you know?
Yeah, that's going to be, that's a really hard game of chicken when two people just don't give a shit. We would probably go so far. Into the pit, Gaiman goes. They get the Aegis. This is second Roche, I believe. So Cheese should fall. Also, one of the best Cheese heroes in the game in the form
Both
of the
these
Medusa.
Two. Great on Timber as well.
He doesn't need. He's got BKB now.
Oh, well, he is the one to carry it because Deuce has the Aegis, so.
Jabs has Refresher. I mean, he's been doing, honestly, a not that bad. It's just, it feels like they're just lacking the damage still. It's really up to 23 Savage to pack a bigger punch here. Like, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, I feel like this is a rapier attempt.
It should be going
for the Morphling, but it's going to be a BKB instead.
That's not going to work.
I don't think so. As the tier 3 goes down, and the Mega Creeps are next for Gaiman. Aurora, you got to do something here. Jabs misses.
No, not that.
Yep, he's going to have to pop the BKB and run away in shame. Range Rax is dead. As 23 Savage will go in, turn into Medusa, pop his BKB, but he is losing this battle. Or is he? Doraccio, life number 1. And there's the arena to follow as Ace pops his BKB, so he's virtually unkillable. Blast off. Nice Phoenix Egg comes out onto Lorna, popping the Bloodstone as well. Doing a decent amount of damage in all this. They only get the Phoenix for Gaiman Gladiators. Now the fortification comes through. And this will be Mega Creeps for Gaiman. So despite Aurora actually having it was an okay hold. Just still lacking the damage to get a second kill onto the Medusa.
Yeah.
As Ace going in, Sheep, and Doraccio, the siege tank, will likely just continue this onslaught. The Cheese is on Quinn, a little bit surprising. As the Splitters continuing to be spammed out by Lornoff, the ultimate delay tactic. But Doraccio can hit buildings, he can hit heroes, he can do both at the same time. Arena coming out from Jabs as Lornoff stuck in no man's land. He's dead for 75. Doraccio, the Morphling, tries to go in for one last-ditch effort, but it is not to be for Aurora today as GG's come out. And Gaiman, they completely stomped this game number 2.
A 40-minute stomp that was, in reality, for the most part, they kind of coasted this one from minute 10, if I'm honest. Like, the lanes just went way too well. Their lineup is way too invincible against the Aurora heroes. And for Aurora, I mean, it's looking rough now. Let's look at the big picture here. It's one thing to lose the series. You're now 0-3. You came from first place in your group, and you're now at the bottom with 0-3 in a group stage where 4-3 is more than likely going to be the cutoff to get top 4 and get to the final stage, the playoffs. Aurora will have to go back to the drawing board and essentially start winning out. For Gaiman Gladiators, this is a bit of a... They get a little bit of breathing room with a 1 and 2. Still a lot of work to be done. I think a lot to learn from today, especially game 1. But for them, the second game has got to feel great because this felt more like classic Gaiman. You know, good lanes, didn't really miss a beat for the most part. Could have maybe cut a couple of deaths, but the macro was much better than some of their worst games.
Couldn't agree more. So Gaiman take this series very easily, especially in the second game, 2-0. Let's go to the studio.
The
they do take a 2-0, their first series win here in the second phase of the group stages. It also means Aurora does not have a series win yet. They'll have another chance tomorrow, of course. But our attention goes out to Gaming Gladiators, who in this game, Purge and Effie, I feel like for the majority of this game, Effie, this felt like one of the more controlled games that they have played.
Yeah, this one looked like a typical Gaming Gladiators win, the kind that we got used to watching all of last year. And they dominated the laning stage, then they just proceeded to translate that domination into map control. And really, to me, it just chalked out to doing great in lanes. And then once that Timbersaw hit its timing, it got the Eternal Shroud, level 6. There weren't really solutions for it. You saw that Ace was just running into their triangle constantly. He was doing so much damage output early on, and Aurora early on didn't really have any defensive capabilities versus this Timbersaw. They didn't have that much to shut it down. Like, potentially you could talk about Leshrac as a means to shut down a Timbersaw, but he would have to rotate him on lane with the backup of stun supports. And when you have this Timbersaw just throwing his body at you over and over, and your supports are Rubik Phoenix early on, and you didn't win lanes, there's not that much you can do but just try to not lose too much of the map.
And he's really amplifying his team as well. I mean, the Veil has been nerfed a little bit, but in terms of the attributes it gives and the armor, and maybe the regen, I can't remember. It's like Force, but it's still not a bad item on Timbersaw because it amplifies all the damage you do and your teammates do by 10% when you use it on your opponents. So it's amplifying puck up. It's amplifying everyone else on his team that does magic damage. Techies, who also amplifies magic damage. So it's just very synergistic when he can be in the front there, bullying those supports, and it makes it easier for his whole team to play. And Eternal Shroud also got nerfed. It's still a pretty good item if you buy it in the right circumstances. So it just made Timbersaw look really good this game.
Yeah, it's a hero that we see banned frequently, right? Was it a surprise to see it be let through, or are people experimenting with it a little bit?
I mean, I'm a little surprised, I guess. But it seems to me like we see so many games where the first two picks are like Dragonite Mars or Initiator Mars. So Timbersaw is a very different kind of offlaner. It can body really well, much like the Mars and the DK can, but the delivery mechanisms, what it does in the game is just different. But he definitely tanks better than those other two heroes.
Yeah, and Gaimin did lose the last 2 Timber games that they played, so maybe Aurora, when they were doing their draft prep, didn't really factor it into the list of threats that they would worry about, or maybe they thought that their solution in the like Morphling plus Phoenix Sunray would be enough, but that wasn't the case. And Gaming Gladiators is a team that you can't really count out, even though they've been performing badly. People still have to remember that they were the most dominant team of last year. And yeah, so while they were taking advantage of how strong they were off of lanes, that 4 of Gaimin's heroes just play together, farm aggressively, constantly run at enemy heroes, making them so choked out on the map, whereas Durace was just farming up a storm the entire time. He was 17k net worth when the next closest net worth was Ace at 13k net worth. And that's typically what you want as a Medusa. You want to see the rest of your team completely destroying while you're just happily farming it away. And a lot of that is due to Medusa having such a good lane too. That lane versus Mars, he went completely unthreatened. Mars plus Rubik could not touch him, and Leshrac could not rotate his way bottom to try to help in any capacity because he was so preoccupied with Quinn and how well the Gaimin supports were playing around mid too.
Yeah, and guess what makes, in this case, Daracho farm nicely against the Mars? Guess who does that? It's the supports. And I get to talk to none other than Celery for that as well. Hey, Celery, how you doing?
Hello, pretty okay.
Pretty okay. I have to ask though, I mean, I come from the Netherlands as well. We don't have internet drops that often. What happened?
Yeah, I also have no internet drop, just the PC crashed.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah. That happens sometimes. That happens to the best of us. It can happen. I'm also curious about the Dota 2 art in your background. What is it?
It's a map I got after Berlin. It was the first map from when they expanded the map. That's the first big map.
Do you use it, or is it just nice and pretty?
No, it's just pretty nice. And no one else could take it. Some artist made it for us in Berlin, and I was the only one going back by car. So it was very easy to take.
Fair enough. I mean, it looks cool. You should probably hang it up on the wall at some point.
Yeah, it's a bit random right now, but yeah, it looks okay there as well.
It does. I'm happy it's in the background. All right, I have obviously a couple questions, and obviously congratulations on the victory here, but I do have to go back to yesterday. And
Oh, nice.
oh, nice. Well, I want to know from your perspective, like what was that? What happened? And how did you guys deal with that?
I mean, it was pretty entertaining, I think.
You're in the losing team in that scenario. You're not supposed to find it entertaining.
Not for me, but that was a bit weird. From my POV, I'm just dead for 40 seconds. And then by the time I respawn, we lost. So it was interesting. Very interesting moment.
In situations like that, obviously you have a couple players that are very hot and cold. How do you deal with that as a team, or is that just take it in stride, go next? Obviously, go next in this case in terms of series. Like, how does the team deal with situations like that?
Oh, first, everyone's just kind of mad and sad, right, in the moment. But then you just need to... We just look at what can we actually do better. But we're not going to look at this moment for 2 hours. Like, shouldn't have used buyback, bro. So,
I mean, that's an easy lesson there.
So maybe we probably learned more than we would have if we won, because we just looked at all the other things. But in the moment, you're just sad, right? Finally, it feels like finally we're going to get a nice win. It's been a while. I think you don't get it.
Yeah, and I have to ask about that as well, because what's up? Where's the wins? Where's the wins at? Have you guys been able to like figure
when you're
something
good
out?
enough, right?
Sorry, say again.
You'll get the wins when you're good enough. It's
yeah.
No secret. It just comes. Ace always says it when we lose. Like, we're just not good enough. It's nothing to worry about.
And how are you guys trying to fix it? Because it's very different from last year. When like, do you feel like it's the patch, or what's not gelling? And how are you fixing it?
Yeah, it's definitely the patch doesn't help. I think they just somehow they cannot balance the game right now. Please send me a message on Twitter. But besides that, it's just all these small things that add up. Not moving on the map properly, not understanding where to go. And like last year, we also had these periods, but we just figured out the meta better than everyone. So we all drafted everyone every single game. So then it didn't look that bad. Even when we played a bit worse, we already won from the draft, and that's not the case right now. So just trying to improve everything a little bit game by game. Today was already a bit better again than yesterday.
Yeah, for sure. It showed. I do have to ask also about the meta a little bit, because I don't see Enchantress or Treant anywhere, and I hope that you had a little bit of a take on that.
I mean, I don't miss Train Protector. This is the good times when they called me Mr. TP when I played it every game. I miss Chen, but it's so weird. They buffed my hero too much, so now I can never play it anymore. And the other hero doesn't feel good enough. So just pretty sad.
Enchantress is just not good enough. That's the read.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think that it was picked like 10 times and it has 7 losses or 8. It just got nerfed a lot, and these other supports got buffed. So it's a bit weird. I need to pick my hero, and then I can pick a Venge or a CM and be very strong in lane and have nice spells. Or I have to pick this Eng. It's just not the same right now, unfortunately.
Fair enough. I also have Brian with me who'd like to ask you some questions.
Hey, Celery. First question I got is, okay, so you said it's a new meta, it's a new patch. You're thinking, like, what heroes are good for us? Enchantress, one of your favorites, not that great. Like, how many games for you do you feel like it takes on a new patch for you to be confident one way or the other that a hero is powerful?
Kind of confident all the time, but then sometimes I'm wrong. Not sure. Not sure how else to put it, to be honest, because you try to figure it out and then you think you're right, but then sometimes someone shows something or you see something even in a random, like from a random player, and it looks pretty good. You just copy it. You cannot figure out everything, right? You have to be confident all the time that you're right, but then another day comes and you might realize you are wrong.
Yeah, I remember talking to you last year about when you guys were winning literally everything. It's not like your recent results have been anything to scoff at, but when you were winning everything, you were saying that everyone's watching you, stealing your strats, copying you. Do you feel like you guys are doing that to like teams like Falcons right now, or what's the process like on your end?
No, it's definitely a bit more chill, yeah. Now it feels like we get to take some strats from others at some point. But the drafting feels a little bit sad right now with Chen and Timber and a few heroes being a bit too strong because they are just perma-banned for most teams when they're a second pick. So that makes it a little bit boring, to be honest, when a few heroes are just always banned. I think Chen is almost 100% ban rate, probably like 95. And Timber banned a lot as well, some other heroes. It's just a little bit boring. It's nice when you can be more creative. Like, one team likes to play Treant and Ogre, you can just ban it. But right now it feels like, can we really do that? We kind of want to ban the Chen, maybe DK, maybe Timber. So that I hope that would change a bit. That's always a little bit boring. It's nice when you can be more creative.
So do you feel like these metas that have more of a flow automatically for them or for the draft are unfavorable for you guys in particular?
No, I wouldn't say so. I just think it's less cool. There's less. You just see less heroes when it becomes more automatic. Like it was a bit like this last year with when you have first pick, or when we had first pick, we first pick Lesh, Brood, or Lina every game.
Don't sound too excited about it.
A bit more mixed.
Hey, that was a pretty clean game you guys played in game 2, and we've been talking about pretty predictable drafts, but there was one moment in that game that I wanted to talk to you about that was probably not the smoothest moment. I just want to hear what's going through your guys' mind as you're wrapping behind this tier 1 mid with all of the techies' mines. Can you take us through that a little bit?
Yeah, I remember I said he has mines. Be careful, you're running through the mines. They keep running in, and yeah, we died to the mines. And I said something a bit angry, like, "Come on, guys, we know he has mines."
So, was there any return communication from the cores that were running through the mines?
Not really. They kind of realized they also ran through the mines. The good news is that we cleared all the mines there I saw, so we did some nice mine sweeping.
Yeah, it was good. You got to play an extra mine
sweeper. It was a productive walk through the mines, I guess.
Yeah, thank you, man. Sorry to have a little fun with you there. Congratulations on the 2-0.
Thank you.
Before we let you go, Celery, quick question, because of course tomorrow you're playing against Team Spirit, and it's a best of 3. And is there anything there in terms of trying to get them back, or how are you looking forward to that one?
They need to get us back, right? We won the last time 2-0.
Yeah, okay, but I'm thinking a little bit further back at TI.
Yeah, I mean, they are mortal enemies for the rest of my life, so we'll try to win tomorrow. Hopefully they're gonna regret being alive tomorrow after the games.
Okay, harsh words. Thank you, Stellar.
As Quinn would say.
That is what he would say, absolutely. Thank you for channeling your inner Quinn. Appreciate that. Congratulations, of course, on a clean series, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. And here at DreamLeague, we are nothing but not prepared. Is that how I say it? The double negative, make it positive? We are prepared. That's what I wanted to say. We are nothing but not prepared.
Nothing if not prepared.
Nothing if not prepared.
Nothing but prepared?
Nothing but prepared. We are prepared! There you go.
There we go. Now I understand.
We are prepared. We have prepared the group stage standings. I actually don't know if that's prepared. Group stage standings, as we do now have, I believe, only 2 teams left without a single win to their name. And Gaming Gladiators, of course, now have their score at 1 and 2. And we do have that prepared. We're just don't have it right now.
Preparing to prepare.
Oh, I just threw production under the bus. I'm so sorry. But we are very much prepared for other things, because we are aware, and so are you probably, that our next series doesn't start until a little bit from now, and I have no idea what time it is right now. But it is about 5 p.m. So we have about 45 minutes to entertain you guys. We got something planned, so stick around. We'll be right back with some content. Welcome back to DreamLeague, Season 21, where in between games, we have time to do random stuff. So for this episode, we will be playing Who's That Death? Yay! I know, my contestants don't know yet what this game is about. I brought some paper. I will put it down here, but it will be needed in a little bit because basically, my contestants are going to answer a couple of, well, they're going to write down a couple of hero names. We're going to listen to sounds, and we're going to hear deaths. Mind you, there's no hero voices in these deaths. So, you know, if, for example, BetRider doesn't say, come on, girl, whatever he says. But
like cries of pain?
They all moan.
There will be no hero voices in these sounds. And you can write down 2 answers for 1 question.
Okay.
Like we get 2 guesses, you mean?
You can get 2 guesses, but you have to write them down.
At the same time.
Don't cheat.
Okay. Perch.
Right? And
got a big advantage point here.
There will be 10 sounds, so 10 questions. You can get 10 points with this total. And we'll see who is winning. Mind you, this quiz is hard. Play along at home as well, as I'm sure this is going to be pretty tricky. There's, of course, also the scores on the bottom shown there. All right.
Nice.
Can we listen to the first sound? Again. Again. We can listen to as much as we want. Again. They're thinking.
Let
them think and write for a second. I forgot my pen.
Hey, we get a second guess for free, right? Like we might as well put 2.
You can write down 2.
Okay.
Everybody's done writing. Let's show the board.
It's the first one. It's Enigma.
It looks like 1 point for Brian.
I didn't get it. I put
actually, not
Tinker
Brian.
Gyro.
1 point for Perch and Effie.
I put
Can I
Tinker
get 2
Gyro.
points, Cheever? Because I was
Do
so
not
confident.
get 2 points. No.
Wow,
That was
Enigma.
good confidence.
I need to play more supports.
It was Enigma.
That is any role you want it to be, Brian.
Except for carry.
No.
Are you guys gonna be
You're
good
right,
with?
actually.
You can
Home
remove it with
Dominator
the back of
AC.
your thing. But
Get
if you
creative.
want, I also have a tissue.
Thank you.
It worked great.
Seems fine.
Well designed.
Okay.
It sounded like a machine to
It's
me,
the
alright?
erasing. The erasing.
Sounded like a
function.
machine.
Yeah, it sounded like a machine.
I mean, it sounds very similar to demonic conversion. It's a very similar sound, actually.
Ready for sound number
Obvious.
2?
Obviously. Yeah, we're
Yes.
ready. Come
Play
back
sound
time.
number 2.
Does that sound like a robot to you or a machine too?
No, I mean, it obviously sounds like a donkey.
Which one is it? They're riding.
Can I get
thinking.
one more?
Once more. One more.
No, I'm fine. No, stop. No more.
I don't know what else to put. Okay.
One guy.
You can give 2 answers.
I mean, I put the second one just in case. But the
Okay.
first one.
Almost ready with writing.
Oh wait, no.
Okay.
I now realize. I now
Reveal
know.
it. Hurry.
No.
Cheever, force the reveal.
I will let him revisit
I
his answer.
might have saved this one. Okay.
All right, show your answers. Ooh, all 3 correct. It's the Keeper of the Light.
Okay. Keeper of the Light was my first answer, but I'm like,
Oh,
there is
okay.
another
Me
horse
too.
hero.
I put Centaur. What did you
I
put?
put Chaos Knight. I realized
I
there
didn't
was
even
another
think of a
horse.
second one. I just put CM for fun.
Dude, I put Cuddle and I erased it. Then I put Centaur and I was like, what if it is Cuddle?
Wait a second. The scores on the board are incorrect.
BSJ has
is only
4.
1 point. No. Yes. Remove it, please.
That moment of
Thank you.
brilliance. Yeah,
Very
it's
good.
gone now.
Very good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the 3rd sound. Again. All right, they're writing.
Okay, I'm done.
Can I get one more?
One more. Perch still writing. Brian done.
I'm done.
Ready, I think. I don't
Effie done.
Not
Ladies and gentlemen, the big reveal.
Can you read my handwriting? Is it too small?
Wow. Only one person has it correct. It is Luna.
What the heck?
I'm back. Let's go.
Oh, it's her. Okay.
And therefore, the score is tied. We're 3 answers in.
That's a
3
carry
questions
hero.
in.
That is a carry hero. Was that one really obvious to you instantly?
I knew it was her cat. Yeah.
All right, remove your answers, get some space, and get ready for sound number 4. Here it comes. I don't think we need to hear this multiple times, to be honest.
I put in
A lot of writing is happening. but,
there's like a few heroes this could be.
Really?
Only 2?
I guess there could
You
be.
can write only 2 hero names.
I don't know. This is tough actually. Can you play it one more time? Oh my gosh.
Can I have 4 guesses?
Yeah, I need like 6 guesses for this one. There's so many water
All right,
heroes.
you guys stop writing right now and show
Okay,
me what
I'm
you have,
done.
what you got. Yeah, you all got it. It's Morphling.
Okay.
Why do you think
I
so
almost did
hard?
put morph because I thought it might be Kunkka. It kind of sounded like a boat, like
Or it
washing
could
the
have been
shore.
Slardar, you know.
Yeah,
melting into a
It
pool of
sounds like
water.
Riptide, though, doesn't it?
I
Very
thought of
similar.
Nagas.
It sounds like the Morphling that's like flubber.
Yeah, I mean,
wobbled
Morphling
out.
was the most obvious first choice. Like,
Yeah.
if we didn't have Morphling, we would have been bad, but
But it was so obvious.
Well,
it
I
felt
was
like
almost
a trick.
bad.
It felt
Really?
like a trick. It felt like we were
wasn't
trying
a
to
trick?
trick
Too
by
obvious.
deduction.
Yeah, I thought
Too
morph
obvious
was a
to
We
bait.
don't do tricks here, Mira. Let's find out our 5th sound.
never heard that one.
That's the sound.
I've never heard that
I've
sound
never
my
seen
whole
a
life.
bigger question mark on Brian's face.
One more time.
Should I write bigger?
What?
Should I write bigger words?
You can if you want to, but you don't have to.
that's not right.
I got some guesses. I'm not confident.
I have no guesses. Go ahead.
Let's see what the guesses are. Brian is the only one that has it correct. Is Razor.
Yeah!
I will give you guys a comment. This was the first one that I got correct when I was listening to the sounds. The rest I all had wrong.
Like the first 4 you had wrong?
Yeah.
Wow.
Actually, I think maybe I had Morphling right, but
Okay.
Razor was definitely for me the one that came to me easiest.
Yeah, I didn't even think about Razor. Good idea.
Let's listen to the sound of number 6. Again. All right. Write down your answers.
One more time.
My panel was very worried that this quiz was going to be a knowledge quiz.
Okay.
It is a knowledge quiz.
I'm totally guessing.
You guys don't
Like a
study the wikis.
mechanics-based quiz.
Press all the sounds just in case this moment came.
I'm going for it. I don't know what it is.
All right, let's find out what they wrote down. Ooh, not good for any of you guys. It was Sand King.
Oh, I would have never guessed
That's
that. I put Slordar too. We were on
That
the same-
sounded wet to me.
Yeah, I
Thinking
definitely
is not
thought
wet.
water. I thought water for sure. That's
No
57%
water.
win rate.
Don't discriminate against Sand King.
Got no fluid.
I definitely thought there was water in there. I'd win Slordar Slark.
No, if you listen very carefully, there's apparently a little bit of an insinuation of like
a
the one
burrowing
thing from
sound?
the epicenter in there.
No, it's not there.
Whatever.
That
Kind of
sounds like
sounds like
water
when he
to me.
shakes his tail when he epicenter.
I could see that. Yeah.
A little bit.
It's like it's what you call it, scorpion sound.
That one's. That's
Definitely
That's
scorpion
a
sound.
tough one.
That's a really
I
hard
can
one.
see how like the bug squashing sound
Oh,
kind of.
yeah,
I
it's
could
a bug noise. I think you're right.
I could kind of hear that.
I thought it sounded like large footsteps. So I wrote the big heroes.
I think Brian's right. It's bug squishing a bug. That's what it is.
Okay, let's find out what is behind door number 7.
I've heard that sound so many times.
I'm pretty sure I got this one. I'm like 90%.
You can guess 2 heroes.
Yeah, I did 2 just in case,
Okay.
but I got the first one. Like I'm pretty sure it's on lock.
It's only Effie that's still writing, or do you only have one
I'm
so
ready.
far? You're
I'm
ready?
ready to flip, but I'm not
I don't
confident.
know.
You're ready but not confident.
I feel like I
I'm
have
not
50%
confident
chance to
either.
get it.
Well, let's see who was the best one for this one. Show your results. It was Timbersaw.
No! Oh, I got Timber. That was my backup.
That's what I got.
I did Gyro first. I thought it was Gyro.
Yeah, I thought I heard his.
But I put Timber as my backup.
I thought it was the sound of like glass breaking, so I was like, who has mirror?
Oh, Arc Warden. Yeah,
Right, so
that
I just
makes-
put Arc and Dog. I was like, those are mirrors, right?
Oh,
we
yeah.
are 3 questions away from finishing the round. We do have a tie potentially, if like a tie question if needed, but I can tell you the scores for now. Ladies and gentlemen, in 3rd place, it is Effie. Oh, sadness. I don't know if that's not big enough. There it is, sadness. In 2nd place, Purge. No! You're happy with that? Good. Happy with 2nd place, Brian. Give us the biggest smile. What? That's not a smile.
All right, where's the camera?
There's a lot of cameras.
Right there.
No, the red
It's
light
like
on that
over
one
here.
doesn't
Yeah,
work.
yeah.
So
Oh,
It's over there somewhere.
there.
No, it's there. It is. It's just it's just
the-
no, it's that one. That one that's
Literally
zooming
the
right
red light.
It's
there.
the high. It's yeah. It's
This
just
joke's not fun.
in
Let's
front
move
of
on.
you.
yeah. It's
Let's move
really
on.
it's
Right,
really
right.
butchered now.
Ladies and gentlemen, sound number 8.
Oh. Actually, I don't know if that's correct. One more time.
I'm ready. I got 2 good guesses.
2 good guesses. You're pretty confident on this one.
Pretty confident.
You were not confident on the timber one.
One more time.
I was not. Could have been a different robot.
Place it on me. I hate
I'm gonna
this.
start making noises.
Get out of my face.
The extra sounds.
I don't know.
I know. I'm pretty sure I know what it is.
I don't know.
Or I think.
All right, show me your answers.
I might have it.
I repeated the same two answers.
It
'cause
is
sounds like
Crystal
glass.
Maiden.
Wow,
Only Purge has
Crystal
the right
Maiden.
answer.
It
Good
sounded
one.
like trees at first, but there was a little bit of glass breaking.
Yeah,
and
when
I
the
was
glass
like-
breaking, I'm like,
It's
alchemist?
when she turns into crystal
Yeah,
and
and
then
then
falls.
that's
Ah, that's true.
That was a good one, Purge. Nice.
That was a good one. 2 answers remaining, and that
Bring it home,
means, Effie,
Fever.
you have to have it correct every time from here on out. No pressure, though.
No pressure.
All right, where are the fire sounds?
Let's go for sound number 9. I know Twitch chat gets this one real fast, I think.
Really?
I think as an isolated sound. I believe. You got this.
May I have a repeat? Just like.
Is that water?
No cheating
No,
mirror.
that's fire mirror. I'm pretty sure it's fire.
It sounded like grass type to me. Last time I thought it was water. It was
Purge, you
a
done
bug
writing?
splatting.
All right. Oh, wait.
Okay, Purge copied me.
Write it.
Don't look.
And show the answers.
We all answered the same thing.
You all thought you heard water? Come on, it's clearly a tree falling down. It's tree and protector.
No, it
ladies and
isn't.
gentlemen. Yes, it is.
No, I need to use my last answers.
That's what I thought at first, but then I was like, nah, there's.
All right, there is one more question remaining. At the moment, Purge and BSJ are on 5 points, with Effie on 3. And let's find out if Purge or BSJ
Well,
is
this one's
gonna
worth
be...
3 points, I think.
Is it?
Yeah, let's make it worth
Okay,
3
let
points.
me worth 3 points.
I'm
Mira?
not winning this one. Take
Hey,
me out of here.
if you get this one, you
If
win,
you get
Mira.
this one, you win. 3-pointer. Let's go for
Three-pointer.
the 3-pointer.
All right.
Sound number 10. It's a tough sound.
Can we do it again?
I had this one correct.
You got this one.
Yeah. After very long thought, and it was like, must say something. But it was tough.
One more time. This is worth 3 points.
I feel like I only have one guess. I don't even know. I can't even think of a second.
A 3-pointer. Winner takes it all, unless multiple people have the right answer, in which case winner does not take it all.
I don't know. Okay.
Hang on.
Write down something.
That's actually probably wrong.
I can't even think of a second one.
You gotta write down something. Come on, it's 3 potential points. If you write the right
Can
down
we
the right
play
answer.
it one more time?
One more time.
One more time. What the heck is that?
That's a tough one. I'm trying to think of why Shiva would get it.
Don't try to metagame this. There's no reason why I would get it. I will give you a hint. It's not a hero I play.
No. Okay. Well, I was gonna erase it and put one of your heroes. So
No, don't do that.
that's fair.
That would be the wrong move.
If it's one of your heroes,
I'm ready.
Shiva, I'm
It's
gonna
not.
be betrayed
I'm
by
ready.
you.
Let's do
Oh,
I'm
Mira
not
has
ready.
nothing written down. Mira,
I'm not ready. Just give me 2 seconds, okay?
I like Purge's second.
we are running out of time.
Okay, whatever. Random hero. Let's go. Most random hero of all time.
All right, show me your answers. It is Weaver.
That was the only thing I could think of. I thought of it.
Because he does the little twitchy thing.
Yeah.
always like that. He's
Honestly, when I saw his answer of Weaver, I'm like, that's probably right.
twitchy
I'm
thing.
not gonna change
Do you know
it.
what I heard? I heard like wings flopping or something.
He's
But
got
then, yeah,
wings
Weaver has
sometimes.
the taunt where he like flips upside down and does that sound, so it actually makes sense.
I heard wings flopping. I was like, who has wings? Like, well, it can't be Phoenix, certainly. It's like Jakiro. Then I started writing down Jakiro, and then she was like, it's not a hero that I play.
Well, I saved you from that one. Weaver
I
definitely
had
hero
fun.
that play. Yeah. Well,
That was so fun.
congratulations, Purge.
Congratulations, Purge.
Thank you.
And thank you for playing Who's That Death. And that also means that that's all we had time for now. We can't do anything else. No second chances. But there will be Dota on the menu after this one, which will be Bedboom versus Shopify Rebellion. Stay tuned.
Well, you just got 4 quick games, but when you come to the night shift here at DreamLeague Season 22, strange things start happening, like 3-game series. At least that's what I'm hoping for. And our first series on this second half of the night is going to be Bet Boom Team taking on Shopify PogChamp Pandas. Let's get to it. I'm off, hiding in the distance. Please, come to me. Come to join me. And Kazu.
And me. It's just you and me, baby.
It's just us two in a very intimate setting. Kazu, how are you doing?
I'm doing, pretty good. Apparently, did we fire everyone else, or what happened?
Very lonely, but
I guess they all suck, so we got rid of them.
Oh, okay. I prefer that approach as to the fact that everybody hates me and left, except for you, Kazu.
I mean, I didn't want to tell you.
But
now you figured it out on your own.
You'll stay with me forever, right, Kazu?
Yes, I will, baby.
Well, your hands are very cold.
Yeah.
I like that.
It's cold in here.
It is cold in here. Perhaps with our energy combined, we can summon 2 new people to join us on the couch. Please welcome Cap and Avery! Woo!
You to know.
Tell me. What would you like me to know?
Don't lie to him.
We absolutely did
Hate
not
you.
leave you alone here because of your company.
Thank God.
But
it was because of Kezu's company.
Oh, okay.
You just didn't want to hang out with him.
That's fine.
Let's talk about whatever he wants
Kev,
to know.
come on, man.
Quincy crew.
Quincy crew, round 2.
Kezu, tell me what went wrong.
I already did that last time. I don't know. I don't think we have to rerun this.
What went right?
What went right?
That's probably not a long enough
Yesterday
segment,
was
yeah.
what went wrong.
That won't be a very long segment, so I don't know if that will be enough to fill.
All right, Team Secret, Kezu. Let's go through the stages of your career.
Viking GG Kazu.
What do you guys want to know?
Who was your least favorite player to play with?
Yeah, there we go.
Such a dumb-ass question.
You can say me.
Who was your favorite player to play with?
My favorite player to play with has to be
Popon,
Yapstor or Cinderin.
Okay.
Because they're not only like... Okay, on top of everything, they're just very funny, both in-game and out of the game.
Okay. Now, who is your, 10th player? Favorite player to play with?
Move down the list.
No, let's go with
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Wait, hold up. Okay, I would say either Weeha or Tomato, because a long time ago when I played with them, they couldn't manage to wake up on time to play scrims.
Dude, I hate gamers like that.
I was playing in mid or feed, and Tomato was living with Weeha to facilitate him living in Europe. And that would be like, oh, it's great, because then Weeha, who's obviously older and experienced, second place TI, whatever, he can help Tomato wake up. No, they just both oversleep and can't manage to do anything. Needless to say, that team was garbage.
Wait, who's the best roommate that you've had out of all the lands that you've gone to sharing hotel rooms?
Best in, be more specific. Funniest or just
Which one you had the most compatibility with? How about in terms of hygiene? Kept the room clean.
Hygiene?
No
one.
Didn't
hygiene. Did you ever room with Avery?
I did not room with Avery.
Okay,
sadly.
Avery's very clean, from what I can tell.
Yeah. I mean, I'll probably just roll with Cinderin. We would slide our phones underneath the bathroom when the other guy's on the toilet and just play memes.
How cute.
Yeah.
That's not where I thought that was going. Okay.
No, Avery, relax.
Weird things going on in those team rooms, I'll tell you that much. We were trying to plan strategies and win, but
that worked out well, didn't it?
Should have been sending memes
Should have
under
been
the bathroom.
sliding my phone under the bathroom door, according to Kezu.
Tell me something about your teams, Avery.
Yeah, who's your
10th favorite
Who's your
player?
50th favorite player to play with?
Quinn. Easy.
Got him.
You think that was going to be hard for me? He is second through 50, but he's not number 1.
Who's the number 1?
My boy, you are.
Yeah, of course
you
are.
Y'all are just too funny.
That is true.
In a
People
way
don't know
that tilts you, it makes you wish you hadn't played with him, but That can be good. You know what I'm saying?
Can you explain the? I saw the Knoxville tweeted out recently. He talked about players who got last pick in the draft the most.
Right. In terms
and
of
Yowar
priority.
was on that list.
Really?
Yeah.
Was he number 1?
He was like fourth
He was in the middle,
or
I
something
feel.
like that. But he was like one of the top 4 players to like get his pick last.
I would not have guessed that because to me, I feel like that was not really the case.
Yeah.
He doesn't. It's not like he asked for it, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, I only remember him asking for it once. There was also a period where he played mid, and we first picked this hero every game. ATF style.
Yeah, because I could see it going both ways. I could see being last pick as being like, where everything else has been banned out, your pool is wide, we can save you for the very end, as opposed to we gotta jam your hero in at the beginning of the draft. Or I could see it being like, everyone has counterpicked you.
Yeah.
Please figure out something to win this game.
No, because in the Quincy Crew iteration, I feel like it was all over the place. Like there, you just last pick whatever was needed, like for the draft. I never heard. I feel like it's very rare anyway to hear a player be like, "I want last pick every game." That's a miracle treatment. You want this guy to carry you, but I don't think that's the case. But Avery should know better.
Wait, so then you're saying that last pick should always be viewed as a privilege? That if you are reserved last pick, then you are a very, very important person on this team?
I mean, I would say so generally.
Okay.
Yeah, like let's say you have last pick. If you feel like the pool will be open enough, I would want to give last pick to whatever, like Miracle, Yatoro, like whichever is going to be your win condition, which generally right now is the carry.
Yeah, first pick usually just means that you're going to get screwed over the most.
Yeah.
So
That's
yeah,
why
but you
I
get the most meta hero, though. Like, you know, Mars in this tournament is getting picked all the time. Is Mars getting screwed over the most? Or is your offlaner like, hell yeah, I get to play Mars?
I mean, your game should be the hardest, but, you know, sometimes
That's why
that's just patch dependent.
First pick an off meta hero. Think about that one for a minute there, Neil.
But then why would you need to first pick it?
Because you're a Giga Chad. You want to prove a point, you know? Like, what if we go in this next
First
game?
pick Underlord.
Yeah, somebody's first pick's Underlord. First pick Lich. You're sitting there like, what the hell is this guy? He's insane, dude.
Yeah, I mean,
And if he wins, if you win, that's what you're doing. You know, if you lose, who cares? First pick the Lich. Not on
Just
me.
go next.
Yeah, go next.
Second
But if you
game.
win, you are defining the meta.
They're sitting there in the second game draft like, guys, do we need to first ban the Underlord?
They won with it. Of course we need to ban it.
you know, Amar might do it, but he's the only one. But yeah, first pick Lich, we'll see it soon, I'm sure. Good call, Avery.
Thank you. I was inspired by that Cinderin clip.
The dual mate against anti-mage?
Yeah.
Oh, the English
Where Cinderin
accent
was
Cinderella.
bragging in an English accent about beating an anti-mage mid with Lich Viper in a 2-on-1.
Yeah, and in an earlier segment, Ted took us back in time to see what it was like when Cinderin had an English accent, which was around 2011 era Dota. And Cind was very proud that he managed to beat an anti-mage mid with a Lich Viper duo.
He 2v1'd him too. It's not like he 1v1'd him with like any hero. They double tagged this guy.
Yeah, we smashed that anti-mage, man.
The
He
scale
could
factor.
not play the lane at all against our Lich Viper lane. We just, you know, we're just better. Just built
I
different.
guess Dota was very high skill back then, huh?
This is how people are going to look back at, like, see, like, all the Wilt Chamberlain era of basketball. Everyone's all like, oh, it was all farmers and plumbers and whatnot. 2011 Dota, it was...
Then nothing. Cinderin's beating up some guy who like has 3 jobs and who went mid with anti-mage. Just like, I
Poor
think I'm
guy.
gonna enjoy some Dota and Cinderin's in here, tier 1 tournament style, just dumping on him with Lich Viper. Proud of himself.
He probably first phased those picks also.
I wish I knew Cinderin back then. This accent alone, because I've seen another interview of him where it gets even a little more absurd of what he sounds like. Because I thought Ted was going to play that clip. There was like some post-game interview also at some DreamHack. There's more.
I've seen it. Was that the one where he's like outside?
Yes.
Yeah, I've seen that one. He was very
That's
British
a
in
banger.
that one.
That's the best interview of Cinderin of his life.
That's the prep for Birmingham Major, is he has to get back that accent.
I hope so.
I hope so too.
I hope we just get a taste, just a little taste of the British Cinderin.
He still has it in him. He just hides it now.
It's true.
I'll tell you what we have today, though, Avery. Still more Dota ahead of us. It's been a bunch of 2-0s, but we're going to do the real competitive series here on the night shift. Right, Cap?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bet Boom versus Shopify. That's definitely not going to be a stomp.
It's not.
I think Bet Boom's going to 2-0 him.
2-0.
You weren't convinced from Shopify Rebellion's win last night?
guy's
not quite.
got to be on Molly or something. I don't know what kind of take that is, dude. Like, what the hell? It's Arteezy. He's owning.
He's back.
He's back. I don't think that's a 2-0. I think it's a 2-1.
2-1.
I think it could go either way, honestly.
I think it's a 2-1 as well.
Yeah.
4.
But you're both still saying Bedford.
No, I'm saying OG.
Well, that's our last series of the day, Avery. It's Extreme Gaming versus OG.
That's right. Seb's going to make a special appearance.
He will.
In the series before. Set him up for the fall. And close the show as well.
Okay, well, I can't promise that, but what I can promise is some action right now, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get into our first series of the night shift. Well, we heard it from the peanut gallery over there in the lounge, but Lacoste and Purge, tell me, are you as confident that this Bet Boom Shopify series is bound to go Bet Boom's way?
I'm not necessarily as sure. Am I plugged in?
Yeah, I think you're plugged in.
I think I can hear you. You're just very quiet.
At the start, it was.
Speak
Okay,
up.
you're good.
Speak with confidence.
I'm confident that it's going to be a juicy series. I don't necessarily know which way it's going to go, but it's definitely the one that I care about the most, for sure.
Because
Do you want to explain why?
You tell me why. Were you hyped up on Shopify from the very beginning? Were you seeing their performance during this tournament and you're like, oh, they're actually pretty good? What's your stance on Shopify Rebellion?
I think going into a tournament that Shopify's playing in, expecting them to do well is a really good way to be disappointed.
Correct.
And thus, I'm having a great time right now because they've
makes sense.
exceeded expectations. They had a lineup that didn't have that much obvious star power on paper, even though we know that the players are good. And thus, the fact that they made it to group stage 2 and now they're 2-0, that's pretty good. That's an overperformance without a doubt. They had some really clutch games that they won. Traditionally, something that Arteezy people will say chokes at.
They had some
Hasn't
games
done it.
that they won and also the other team lost.
Like yesterday night, yeah.
Did they win that last game, Kevin? Or did
sleeping at
Oh
the time?
no, I watched
he
those
wasn't.
replays. I don't watch them
Big Eddie
live, but I was
fan.
like, I
he was
gotta,
in
I
the
gotta look
group
at
chat.
this
He was
juicy
just
stuff.
like, what? Didn't you see his tweet? He was just like, wow, some really exciting games during group stage 2. Hashtag Road to Riyadh.
Yeah, I mean they won them though. There's a W. They're 2-0.
They are.
I mean, they lost one of their games. BetBoom, same score line, 2-0. BetBoom did beat Extreme Gaming and OG, argue maybe better teams, but I think this is the juicy one to watch because this is going to solidify. Like if Shopify do manage to win this series, it is so big for group stage 2. It's such a higher chance of them getting top 4 of this group and actually getting towards playoffs. Like that's a big performance for them.
And we had an interview with Arteezy where he was talking about like what's going on, like what's going through their mind at this particular moment. He's like, we gotta end this game. We just killed Doraccio. He's dead for 2 minutes. Let's buy AC. He asked Yopaj, does he have enough to buy a Divine Rapier? He did not, so he bought Deso, and it just gave them enough time to close out the game because he was spawning in the like 25 seconds and they needed to go all in.
Now this was very clutch still. Like obviously, Gaimin and Doraccio kind of handed it away, but it's also on them to turn it into the right thing. But I agree with Kevin's point about Shopify. I would say that today is the first time that they get tested, at least in this second group stage. Because, they played against Gaimin, who I feel like didn't fully show up. They played against Aurora on day 1, who definitely had an off day. So today against BetBoom, definitely their toughest opponent so far.
And upon reviewing these clips, I also want to give some more praise to Theolacor, because for as much as some self-stunning was happening on Doraccio, there was also instant Rubik telekinesis, making his life very, very difficult. So Theolacor was, to me, actually probably the most unpredictable acquisition for this roster, and he has slotted in flawlessly.
I think of their team, I think he's the one that's impressed me the most. His Lion games and stuff like that, it just feels like he's constantly setting up kills where like they get a kill somewhere on the map, the observer pans over and he's already like halfway to setting up the next gank. Anticipating these movements is very difficult to do, especially against the best players in the world because they're trying to double anticipate where you're going to be. So if he can get there in time, land his stuns, secure secondary kills after the first kill, it just catapults your team so much stronger. And he's the reason that that's been happening. So he's been impressing me a lot.
Yeah, and he's not a greedy 4. If we compare him to, let's say, some of the Chinese position 4s, these Jinkyus, Babokas, he plays a completely different style of Dota.
He plays normal Dota.
He's just playing Dota, he's playing for his cores, even though he has core in his name. He doesn't tend to farm as much as other position 4s. But great player. I've seen some, Dota coming out from him in the past years, but he was never under my radar. That like the guy's gonna pop off, and I'm really glad that Shopify gave him an opportunity because sometimes it's all you need. And I think this particular roster gives him what he needs, and he's actually shining as a position 4 player.
What I think is kind of interesting actually is that this feels like one of the first seasons that they're actually grabbing exceptional SA talent.
Yeah.
And it feels like this was the season where they're like 2 seasons ago they were grab these good C players, pull them into top teams. This is like the SA one. We've got Whisper and Theolacor. There's been a lot of other tryouts certainly with like SA players going to NA, but it feels like it's a level up this time in some way. It's like the pattern is there, and these people are getting slotted into really good teams and finally getting to show themselves and their talent.
As opposed to a region that stays pretty insular, Eastern Europe. Sometimes they'll export players, but I'll rarely see other regions come into an Eastern European team. And right now, they don't really have any incentive to bring anyone else because Eastern Europe is a very strong region right now. BetBoom team, the other team that is currently undefeated right now in this group stage 2. How are they striking you right now, Kazu? Are they matching your expectations post-Dacha or what?
I think so. I mean, I expect a lot from this team. We all know that they're very good. They generally get like pretty high placements, especially online, but also at lands, like, you know, top 3s, top 6s. I would say that now with Miro, they just seem like they're a little more stable. Nightfall was also saying that he feels he has more space in the game to talk.
Yeah, I wonder why. A lot of more space on the map as well, because you're like, you know, they've been switching between position 1 and position 3, so you basically had 2 position 1 players on the team.
But like when I look at BetBoom, I'm really looking, I mean, actually similar to Shopify, a lot of their early game comes from like their support duo. And I feel like Save's laning with Miro is always on point. And if people can try to pay closer attention to Save's gameplay, he a lot of the time will like go in, bait the enemies, and then still get out on like 5%, 10% HP. And this is like the top of the top level gameplay. And once you see the pattern, trust me, we'll see it in this game as well. Like this guy knows his stuff.
Absolutely. I can back you up with some of the stats because in terms of assists, Theolacor and Kitrak are on the top of the board right now. Then you have Toronto, Tokyo, Snaking, and Save. So it's going to be a lot of movement early on. Both supports on both teams do like to rotate early on. So it's going to be 6 versus 6 starting at 6 minutes.
Wait, is this the stat from every single team in DreamLeague right now? Or like between these 2 teams, these are the players with the highest assists?
DreamLeague.
Wow.
Yeah, they're really good.
They're owning. Yeah.
So then both these teams put together, like it's going to be musical lanes constantly. Everyone's rotating around trying to get kills on each other.
Pretty much, because I was doing like a lot of stats for this one, and Shopify and BetBoom, they're on every single top 5. They have a member. Maybe we can, you know, do some head-to-head to see, you know, some of the comparisons as well, because Nightfall, he's breaking a lot of records. He's really popping up this tournament. I mean, he's been popping up for a really long time. It's just that maybe they were overshadowed because they didn't have the results. You know, they were not winning any tournaments, but they were really, really good at just getting, as you said, top 3, top 6. But after seeing at BetBoom Dacha, there was an interview with Save who got like really emotional, and I kind of feel that they are really hungry to win this one.
There's like one thing about Nightfall I want to add, where there's been a meme over the last few months where the move is called the Nightfall. You press your BKB, you TP out. He's gotten like a lot of flack for not really like joining enough fights or not being aggressive enough with his net worth. I feel like over the last like 1 to 2 months, that has gotten a bit better, because I feel right now they just look like a very good unit, like all together. It's not like one guy is doing more than the other. I think now, for like the first time ever, I feel like it's all 5 pieces of the team where everyone really brings in like equal amount of work, and at the right time they all step it up to like give it then 10% more when they have been set up to do so.
Which are the ingredients that I'm specifically very encouraged by from both teams is the offlaners. Saberlight has been knocking it out of the park ever since his stint on Liquid during Kuala Lumpur. He seems reinvigorated. And I had question marks on Miro for BetBoom team. I thought just slapping in a random offlaner isn't going to be an instant recipe for success.
I think it works in this case because their team is so high skilled. Miro is so high skilled, and because he plays a conventional offlaner. It like I think taking those players that are kind of unique, like the 3-3s for example, very talented at what he does, but it's weird. It like if I think of standard offlaners as like I want you to lane well, and then I want you to blink stun and start a team fight. That's like the standard, and Miro fits that perfectly. So if you take that perfect example and slot him into a really high skilled team like BetBoom, that's like the best grab you can get.
No, for sure, because I would also like to go back to the Nightfall point. I don't think he loves to always go in first. Like when, let's say I compare him to Yatoro, I feel like Yatoro is more on the money when it comes to, I know that I need to go in first, so I will go in for my team. Whereas I think Miero helps both GPK and Nightfall very nicely to like, you know, subconsciously like help them be like, yo guys, it's time to fight. I'm gonna go in for you. And he like makes it very easy for not just Save to lane, but also for his 2 cores in the game. So I really agree with Purchit. I feel like Miero, he's on the money for this team right now.
Seems like things are going to be quite mirrored then. Both the support pairs like to rotate a lot. Both the offlaners like to help enable their mid laners in carry positions. Then I guess, Lacoste, how about the mid lanes? How does GPK against Yopaj stack up? Because that's really the only difference that I can think of between these 2 teams.
Yeah, I think Yopaj, he needs to be shut down. He had some of these deathless games yesterday, particularly when he was playing OD. I think they figured out that they need to rotate on him early on, because if they leave him alone, this guy pops off. He's on top of the KDA. Yeah. He's like, as I said, in a lot of different stats that just shows his strength. Like, he's playing pretty much the similar style of Dota when he was popping off on Boom on that squad. Neon as well, I don't think they had like that great of success outside the Southeast Asia region, but yeah, he needed a new team, new squad, and we talked to Bulba, we talked to Arteezy, all these new ideas, it's coming together, so they needed, you know, a little bit of more leadership so that everything comes together.
Yeah, like Yopaj's spell casting and movement and positioning in teamfights has been, I would say, close to flawless. So it's not even that easy to shut this guy down, but it should be on the top of your priority list of what to do in the game.
He also has the highest hero damage per minute, so he tends to be super active. I would say that he doesn't necessarily move around the map early on as much. It comes down to 2 supports moving to his lane and getting him activated.
Yeah.
Well, it's 2 sides of the same coin as we get into our first draft of the series. Enigma, Techies, and the DK banned out on Shopify. BetBoom, they take out the Chen, the Mars, the TA, and the Naga Siren. First phase Naga. Wow, Naga is moving up the ranks, despite not really showing up that much. Centaur, first picked by Shopify, and BetBoom respond with the Timber Saw.
Would you guys argue that Naga is kind of annoying for Timber to play against? Because he split pushes lanes, and even if you do engage on him as Timber, you can't like interrupt his ulti. So it's like, he dodges you in fights, and if you do actually catch him, he just like, oh, see ya.
I would say that even though like Timber generally doesn't like care about Naga too much, I would say that the hero is overall just too strong. Like, I actually feel like I've seen lineups where you have 2 Naga counters, like let's say Magnus +1, but Naga still does Naga things. Like, she puts the map in an annoying state, she can song to like be annoying, and she builds very good meta items. So yeah, like when you ban it from this stage, even though you're gonna get Timber, kind of goes to show the state of Naga.
And they ban OD as well, an excellent hero against Timbersaw.
Yeah.
For dealing pure damage. There aren't really items you can build against that except for like evasion and HP, but it's just not efficient. So it also could leave them open to picking a troll later if they really want to. But kind of a weird second phase bans there for BetMove.
I think it's targeted for Shopify. Yopaj has been playing a lot of that OD.
Looking at the bans from Shopify, they did their research.
Yeah.
0, I mean, they have 100% win rate on the Techies. They can flex the Enigma, and also combination of Lion plus Medusa, Lion, Medusa plus Keeper of the Light. They ran this so many times, so they want to put them slightly off what they want to pick in the game. And BetBoom, we talked about these particular heroes paired up together on our panels quite a lot. Mirana, she needs some kind of a setup. You can't just say, you know, go ahead, do your thing. But they play Mirana exclusively as a position 5, which I really like on side of BetBoom. So that's good, building into these aura items, like you get a Glimmer Cape, you get Pipe, Guardian Greaves, whatever it's necessary. They're not going full greed as we've seen yesterday in some of these games where you pick up Aghanim Scepter and then you go for like, okay, I need another item. Hex is too expensive, so you need to buy an item in between. So really like the 5 Mirana.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like Mirana 4 is not that good. I hope for BetBoom that they do pair it up with like some map play heroes, whether it's Storm, Ember. You need this guy that's... Because Mirana is basically 2 things. Yeah, she builds whatever items she wants. It's like one of the main strengths of the hero. But secondary, you want to use an arrow follow-up and Moonlight Shadow to play the map. So any map play hero I feel like would be good for them. I like both the Bat and the Rubik. I think Rubik feels great here against Timber, Mirana. More damage into Timber, good spells. It's a pretty fast draft compared to some of the other ones I've seen.
They're speeding it up. A lot of stuns. Now you have the setup for the arrow. You have good lanes. Tiny also flex pick for them. They could run it on the mid lane. We saw Kanda Tiny like once you pick up a Blink Dagger, if you want to speed things up, kill these supports early on, so keeping it as a flex for now. And it also, like, you can leave Timbersaw in lane. It's not as, I would say, meta change, of course, map change, everything changed, but Tiny can still make rotations. We've seen like Falcons make rotations when they play this particular lane.
Yeah.
3 minutes in, you'll see Crit moving around the map and trying to get stuff done, especially if it's a mid laner who can easily be killed.
And extra repositioning against getting lassoed is always good too, so
yeah,
can help you initiate the fight, start the fight in a good way. Sven has just been farming super fast lately. We saw Arteezy with crazy numbers on that. But it just seems like the carry that can farm the fastest by far at the moment.
Yeah, he also seems like fairly stable. Like, you can put him in a lot of lanes. He feels nice with like these ranged supports. Also, when you play against a hero like Centaur, I would say you need overwhelming damage. So even though you have Timber, I like this carry that eventually you get 2-3 items and you can shred through him. So
that's
I like that.
Because in games that we saw Timbersaw look less effective is because he was against some hyper single target damage heroes.
Exactly.
And once you just take out that frontline guy and actually can threaten him, you kill him a couple times over the course of the game, he just doesn't feel nearly as good.
I think you need to get some fast farmers, some Luna potentially for Shopify Rebellion, because you want to match the pace of the Sven, maybe Alchemist as well. I like Luna more because you're going to be laning into Timber. You kind of know your lane. There's a bit of a flex potential because they also run Timbersaw and GP in the mid lane, but most likely it's just going to be Miero's hero.
Well, now that you show the Invoker, it's probably more tempting to make it Miero's hero because why pick an Invoker right now? What's it synergizing with? Because this hero is not a very popular mid laner, especially when you're going blind. You don't know who you're matching up into.
It's reset, another way of resetting things. They have Centaur as well, Spirit Vessel Buyer, all these here, especially against Timber, so you have something to kill him early on. And also, all of these heroes, they have a lot of HP, so this like percentage-based damage, max HP, will be really good.
Yeah, I think the like long, like dragged out fights is what Shopify probably should be looking for. Like Lacoste is mentioning, they can get out with the Stampede, long range spells with both Rubik and Invoker, right? Like try to stall out this initial jump from Timber, Tiny, and Sven, kind of play like a longer fight. They did ban out the Luna that you mentioned. I personally feel like there was 2 heroes
Could
out of
be
mind.
Troll as well. Like, it's an okay lane, then you need to like leave the lane against Timber, but gives you some kill threat early on.
No, I'm fine with Troll. I was thinking, I feel like Lifestealer songs are rising.
Lifestealer, yeah, especially after Arteezy's yesterday.
I think especially when you... So they ban out the 2 heroes you mentioned, which means they'll have to think about the next ones, of course.
There's also Faceless Void available. Like this hero, because they have no saves. I really like that. And also, of course, the Cataclysm with Invoker. They don't have demo spells they can throw into Chrono, but some easy setups and carry-to-carry matchup. Like Faceless Void is just better. He doesn't have that built-in flash farming tool, but if they want to speed it up, there's Alchemist for him.
I'm trying to think, like, if you pick Void here blind in a way, because Bedboom could still put Timber mid and pick a new offlaner, I feel like this ban should kind of show that, because if you don't protect Void, I don't like the hero, like being blind picked in a way. Kanka is a good ban. I feel like that would have been a good response pick for the BB squad last pick into the Invoker mid.
I think they're a little weak on Disables on Shopify right now. I'm kind of worried because they'd have to use like Lasso to start every fight.
Like Chrono and a Cataclysm's a classic. I wouldn't object to a Faceless Void.
There's so much chain disable on the other side though. I feel like they do some combos into Arrow. Like Faceless Void could be vulnerable for a bit.
True.
But...
Ooh, interesting.
Okay, I mean, Rupture against Timbersaw is very good. Rupture against Sven pretty good too, because he does need to move around the fight a little bit. And then they could do like Lasso with Rupture, Lift with Rupture. It's pretty... I like it.
I wish you could use Cart on enemies and then Rupture the guy.
Get in, it's safe, I promise. You kill him.
Yeah. I'll not go over 60 on the highway. But yeah, so they need a matchup in the mid lane. And there's still Tiny, like flex possibility. But if you're playing into Quasflex, you don't have mana. I like something like a Void Spirit, I think, because it matches up nicely against all of these heroes. Good in the lane against Invoker. Silence in the back lines for these supports. I'm listening. Storm, GPK Storm.
GPK Storm.
I would say that if we're looking at a Spirit, maybe that one's just a bit better, because you could get Ruptured, I guess, as Void Spirit. But I'm looking for the same type of hero.
Oh, another reason why Bloodseeker may have gotten picked. I don't know if you noticed, gentlemen, Pango has not been banned out, which is rare to ever happen in a draft, but now you can't pick it.
That's true. I must say I'm a little surprised about the Bloodseeker. I like it against Timber, and they do have aggressive lanes. But I would say that Sven is actually one of the better carry. Like, generally, when you rupture someone, you need to stand your ground and fight. I would say Sven is good against that. Also, when he buys the Axe, he's invincible. He can still, like, move around and, like, choose his target, kind of.
It's a very good point. Maybe slightly underlooked in this one.
But they do need more damage against Timber. Like, I think the other four heroes did not address Timber well, and at least the Bloodseeker does. So kind of, the Sven matchup maybe not good, but at least
maybe also like the Invoker like changes his matchup with an Alacrity. Like maybe that then swings that Bloodseeker can still man-fight Sven with like a Basher later.
I mean, there's a lot of high HP heroes on the enemy team too, so Bloodseeker's percentage-based shard damage should be pretty good.
It got nerfed heavily.
Oh, they're going for the lane answer. So there will be an offlane Viper, I would assume. Otherwise,
GPK mid Timbersaw, Miro offlane Viper.
Okay, they want to ruin this Bloodseeker. He loves to play on low HP.
Yeah.
He can't do that against Viper tiny lane. Like, there's going to be a lot of kill threat. I think this, like, there's a way to play around Viper when you get last pick, because you like rotate one extra hero. The enemy, like, position 4 goes through the gates. You see, like, people move around. They also have Sunstrike, so that could be nice just to get something else, like having this global presence. But I really like what BetBoom picked for themselves in this one. It's also Nightfall Sven. I think he's, like, top 2 probably best Sven players in the world, right after Yatoro, and I put a lot of trust in him. And also having GPK on this Timber, every single time I watch him play, he pops off.
I would kind of mirror what Lacoste is saying. I think he's kind of on the money. I like BetBoom quite a bit more. I think maybe even for Shopify, they should look to start safe lane, tri lane for like 1 or 2 minutes with the bad rider there to try to like offset this Viper Bloodseeker matchup. Maybe I'm underestimating the Bloodseeker Invoker later, but I'm definitely leaning towards BetBoom in this draft.
The Viper against the Bloodseeker in lane should be a bit spooky, and don't forget that new Viper Strike breaks, so he's just going to lose Thirst every time he gets ultied in a team fight too.
Yeah,
so
actually that's true.
That could really hurt him in terms of his mid-game impact.
And the nosedive disarm as well.
Yeah, I think it looks better for BetBoom team myself. 3
bet boomers on my panel right now. But me, I see Viper, I see win lane, lose game. Especially last pick. Come on, you're that desperate? I gotta pick a Viper, I guess, just to make this Bloodseeker's life hell. It's the coward's way out. That's what I'm saying. Put a Shopify Rebellion for me.
It's I do think it's a dirty Viper pick. You have this tiny, you're gonna set him up, he sets you up in the lane. I'm a bit afraid for Shopify, but
Arteezy's gonna have a very, very difficult game.
Yeah, so I'm hoping for Shopify, if they wanna do well, to do something about this Miro Viper in the first 5 minutes. It's up to them how to do it, but they need to find a way.
It's all good. I heard it from Arteezy. He has faith in Yopaj to 1v9 this shit. So let me take you to 3 of my favorite people. It's the PogChamp Pandas.
Coming into this that are 2-0, and one of them is going to join Falcons in that undefeated 3-0, and one of them is going to take an L here. We already heard the panel. They were back in BetBoom pretty heavily after drafts. I mean, I even said I thought at the very beginning of this series, I thought that BetBoom was going to take it. Avery, give me a little counterbalance here. What does Shopify have going for them that's good?
They have the highest KDA player of the tournament.
They do indeed.
Yopaj #1 at around 9.7. That is just ridiculous for this late in a tournament with a lot of matches. You know who's #2?
Arteezy.
GPK at around 8.5. You know who's #3?
Arteezy.
Nightfall. And you know who's #4?
Arteezy?
It's Arteezy, that's right. So this game has all 4 of the top 4 KDA players of the tournament, and they're both the mid and carry from their respective teams.
Sure.
So I think that says a lot about how well these 2 teams are playing right now.
Yep.
And that they're both teams that play around that 1 and 2 to be the primary killers and damage dealers. They put a lot of resources, a lot of protection into the respective 1 and 2s, and they want them to carry the game. They want them to pop off in the late game. The 1v9, as Arteezy put it, these are both teams very capable of getting there. I do think BetBoom has looked a bit more consistent getting to that point, but like I said, if there's a team in this tournament with a lot of surprise momentum, it's probably Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, certainly. I quite like how Shopify looks right now. But I do think that BetBoom just looks a little bit better, and as you said, a little bit more consistent. But we'll see what Shopify does to shut down the Viper. They're immediately going to tri-lane. BetBoom are tri-laning them back. They are managing to get the first blood, but Arteezy is going to die for it. So a trade-off to the favor of Shopify for sure, but it does say something about the way that they want to keep Arteezy Bloodseeker down.
This is a good trade for Artur. He'll happily take the first blood gold. And this is an old Shopify trick. I mean, Artur loves these tri-lanes when they can get away with them, particularly when they have the favorable one-on-one, which Centaur, he will absolutely do fine in this one-on-one. It's favorable for him first, the Sven, though Nightfall might not mind the solo XP, but it's more about shutting down this Viper, right? You get this tri-lane versus a hero that does not respond well to it, really wants that 2-on-2 or 1-on-1 action where you can abuse an enemy carry. If you get a couple quick kills, you can skew some of these lanes, and then your laning phase just goes better versus a lane dominator on the Viper who really wants that early game to go his way. So kind of a nice little heads-up play. Got him a little bit of a boost on the lane. Nothing major, but hey, first blood for the Bloodseeker in a lane he would not have gotten it otherwise.
Toronto Tokyo in some trouble, cuts through the trees, but will be cut down by Saberlight. That was a BetBoom pause, but Saberlight will take full advantage of it.
BetBoom. Back to the pauses. They've had a lot of issues so far. I feel for them. No fun when your game momentum gets skewed like this. And he TP'd down there with the Mirana, so that's a rough death for Toronto Tokyo. Wasn't level 2, missed some XP because of the tri-lane. TP's down, dies. Now he's going to have to walk back out. So more solo XP for Nightfall. Guess the trash talk is going to start
sent go
early here.
Wow.
I mean, I respect that, though. Because if you're going to talk trash, you got to talk trash when you're the one getting beat down. Just as much as when you're the one doing the beatdown. You know?
Do you think Toronto Tokyo is actually serious when he's calling Saberlight a good player?
No, I don't think he is, Austin. I don't think he's very serious at all.
Bump back in. Batrider Centaur is getting some good pressure in this lane, that's for sure.
I feel like Toronto Tokyo is one of those guys who doesn't have actual bad blood, but it's like, yeah, I kind of think you suck. You know?
Yeah.
He's got a little, maybe a little ego, maybe a little confidence. Ego. You know?
It's what winning a TI will do to you.
Yeah, he's probably thinking, you know what, Saberlight, come 1v1 me mid, man. We'll see how it goes. So far, it's GPK coming out ahead of everybody, though.
Yeah, that 1v1 mid is going very well.
Centaur stomp on Centaur.
It's pretty nice. They're going to get a lot of damage on Nightfall as he backs away. No real threat of dying, but the harassment is adding up. Theolacor wants to make a break for the Lotus. Outclicked by Toronto Tokyo.
Damn. This guy's a good player.
Good player. That's what he should all chat at him.
Well, yeah, this Timbersaw is going to have free farm here, and it is a free farm Timber lane. We'll see what GBK can do with it, because I think he can affect the map a bit sooner than the Invoker can. Unless Yopaj is really willing to, you know, TP and join fights reaction-wise, but I mean, he's full of Quas Wex. It's doable. It's just he's not offering the most damage in this early game. Usually you just want to mana burn the enemy hero mid, you remove his rotation potential, you trade farm, you're happy getting the solo levels, play for the later portions of the game. This could be an explosive Timbersaw.
I'll give you another little bump for Shopify Rebellion.
Okay.
The Yopaj Invoker, that is his second winningest hero that he has in his roster. So only to be outdone by, actually not even winningest. I guess Morphling outdoes it on win percentage, but Invoker, very, very strong.
He's just a spellcaster through and through.
Yeah, he is.
And it's cool to see him thriving again, because he is a very fun player to watch when he is on.
Yep.
So far he's been on.
And it's also going to be, like, he's probably going to be building Spirit Vessel, right? Which will try and shut down this Timbersaw post-laning phase, because he's certainly not doing it right now.
That Vessel can be a mixed bag. It's super dependent on when you get it. I also think this is a game you want the Midas on Invoker at some point, because you are a lot of that scale into these three cores in the late game. Now, you need a strong presence those later fights, which means you need the levels. That's really what it's about here.
So we'll see. You can also just go Urn into the Midas. You can go Vessel into the Midas. You can go Vessel into Hurricane Pike, some of these other random builds. Witchblade, an option as well. If you have just a really fast game, Vessel into Witchblade could do some serious damage here. But again, it's all about when you get there and how many fights you can take with it. Otherwise, that item is just dead. And the Tri-Lane returns to gank this Viper.
Tossed over, missed the Avalanche, who's trying to get as many heroes stunned as possible so the Viper could output some damage before he dies. But again, Miro gets run down without getting a kill.
Again, good conceptual understanding of this map right now. That is the best target for Shopify to gank. The Centaur can easily be left alone. There's not going to be much pressure going back into him from the Mirana. You'll chip at him, but you're not going to force him completely off the lane. You're unlikely to kill him here, and that is a lot of XP going towards that Bloodseeker, who is still top of the charts here in terms of the start off that first blood. Arteezy in a good position. 6-minute power rune. Everybody coming for it. And it'll be haste for the bat. That is a nice rune.
Yeah, especially since Save was trying to go for it too. Nice toss back there. And GPK will come in and try and help and almost even kill Steel Accord, though Toronto Tokyo wasn't close enough to go for an arrow or anything.
Where does he go from here?
I think he's trying to go for... Oh.
I mean, you can't get up that hill anywhere, so... Yeah, he'll just TP out. Trade Wisdom runes here. And if you're Shopify... I mean, you're either just going to continue to gank the Viper, you're trying to create a little pressure on this Fen with a Yopaj rotation that doesn't work. He wants Urn charges right now. That's the biggest thing on the map. Your Bet Boom, you just don't want to give this Invoker an opening. And you're pretty content farming for a little bit. Again, your playmakers are really the Tiny and the Timber. So if GPK wants to rotate, you can play around that. But otherwise, you're kind of playing for Save to set stuff up. And whenever you have these static offlaners like Viper, Necro, Razor, you're probably playing a slower early game. A little stacking doesn't hurt, though. They're going to try on him.
Chain stun, but Saberlight seems to be too tanky. At least they could kind of push him out, so it's not the worst thing in the world, but...
I mean, he's a good player. You're not just going to kill a good player like that.
1 stun, 2 stun, and a bunch of right clicks.
Yes,
seen it happen
takes
to
more
players.
Takes more to kill a good, maybe a bad player.
Well, the Viper finally got him. I wasn't sure if he was actually going to get it there for a second, but the Viper finally did his job, which was shutting down the Bloodseeker. I'm not saying he was playing poorly, just more so the fact that he kept getting tri-laned and stuff. He couldn't actually keep Arteezy down, which is what the pick was supposed to do for you.
That feels good. You got that return kill. A lot of gold. And then once more, GPK will not get a rune here. 3 heroes from Shopify securing it. The downside is Invoker just doesn't use power runes compared to almost any other mid. So you're securing these runes, you're taking them away from the Timber. That limits GPK's rotation potential as resources versus EMP, but you can't really use them for much. And it'll go back top. The tri-lane continues. There's not much else to do in this early game for Shopify, I guess. Otherwise, you leave this Bloodseeker alone, he just dies.
Yeah, but this isn't a low-level Viper you're fighting into anymore. This is very dangerous trying to contest this guy on even grounds. They need the Invoker, they need that 4th hero, but GPK is also going to show up and even the odds and make it very favorable for Bet Boom.
This Viper is way too hard to fight into right now. Bet Boom know it. They're just bringing the numbers behind Miro. And Invoker just doesn't do anything in these fights. Still doesn't have Urn charges. He's only level 7. I mean, your EMP is okay, but again, you're not offering the damage, and Rubik Bat are not picking it up either. Really big early game damage problems for this Shopify lineup, and they're getting caught in a lot of skirmishes right now.
Nice toss over straight into the hands of GPK. And Whirling Death, a big burst of damage.
These are those rotations you want to see from the Timber Saw. Timber and Tiny combining to make stuff happen, while Nightfall just free farms. This early game has swung a lot, and Bet Boom are taking full control of it.
I'll be honest, this is kind of what I expected out of this series. I mean, Bet Boom, I think Bet Boom versus almost any team, you're expecting them to walk away with a laning phase advantage. Now,
They've been very strong.
Fortunately, Shopify, this version of Shopify seems a lot better at bouncing back from bad lanes.
That's true. That's very true. It's not nearly all in on a laning phase dominant performance to get the victory.
Yep.
They have more ways to achieve that now. So, yeah. Though that's still ingrained in my brain. I feel like I look at this team and they're losing lanes. I'm like, it's over.
Yes.
Just go next.
I know exactly what you mean. I mean, it was, you know.
I have orders.
They've had some comebacks. They've had some crazy wins as well.
Yeah.
That win yesterday versus Aurora. I mean, see what they can do here. As they will be behind a bit, but certainly not out of reach. And I mean, sometimes these early games with Invoker can be like this. They're a little staticky, a little slow. You feel like the Invoker's falling behind on net worth, but then you get that one random fight into the Midas and suddenly you're back. This hero can take very weird trajectories. They're going to poke Nightfall, try and get a reaction. Definitely not a committed play, but
got him on the chain
for
stun. Very nice. Batrider, no influence there. And without that damage, they can't really threaten Nightfall, even as they brought Kitrak here.
I don't know about you, but I feel like Sven has been the most obnoxious safe lane in this meta in terms of trying to go on him.
Yeah, it's, I think him and then Lifestealer.
I'd rather go on the Lifestealer than this hero at this point, to be honest. Like, maybe you get some cheeky stun chain on the Lifestealer and he dies. This hero, you stun him 4 times, he just sits there.
Yeah.
Like, his HP ramps up way too fast with just Tread's Bracer and the extra strength from the cleave.
And I think what's scarier is if you go on Sven and miss, like, he has a chance to kill you back, whereas Lifestealer early on can't quite do that. We see that damage going to work.
This safe lane is causing Shopify problems. They brought everybody down there, by the way. I mean, even Arteezy and Yopaj were lingering, but they're just staring down the lane at a hero that you cannot do anything to. And on the flip side, Arteezy's getting kicked out of lane by this solo Viper. He's a 900 HP, you know, Agi hero, whatever. It's just not nearly as fair. Boom taking advantage of both side lanes here, creating a brick wall. There's nothing to run into, and when you can't get this skirmish going for those earn charges on the Invoker, you're missing so much damage and value.
Yeah. And if you can't win those side lanes, then I think naturally you look to mid, but it's a mid Timbersaw. Like, that boy is beefy. He is not an easy gank for Rubik Batrider to rotate in and threaten.
And I don't think BetBoom care about losing all these power runes too much. I mean, they'd be good on the Timber, but again, they're not doing anything for this Invoker. So, whatever. If you're going to commit the tri-lane mid for a 6, 8, 10-minute power rune, which is what's happened, they're just going to keep farming. They'll put the tiny mid. He'll soak up some creeps. Work towards that blink. There's not a team afraid to farm their supports up and scale into that late game. And they are in a prime position to do it. It's just going to ramp up the pressure here for Shopify Rebellion to get something done. Because I don't think you're happy trading farm between Bloodseeker or Sven, given this kind of start.
No, certainly not. Who is going to have Echo Saber soon. And that, like, also that progression of Sven, Mask of Madness, the Echo Saber, and like, man, okay, you've got a ton of mana and regen, you've got the HP sustain off the lifesteal, and you're just able to hit creeps nonstop. And I feel like because you break apart the Echo Saber to get that fast BKB, you have such a limited window to keep this guy, you know, from getting to the monster that he becomes.
None of his items got nerfed, so he also has that going for him.
Yeah, that's true.
As Yopaj is baiting the Centaur, but they are not anywhere close to that. Instead, they're going to shut down Theolacor top, who was taking a lot of farm priority up here since Arteezy doesn't want to sit here, trying to work towards a blink, but they're not going to let you sit here forever, as Viper will eventually push your lane in, take your tower. Last hit 2, none of them. Oops. Good job, team.
Mage Slayer and Dragonlance is the build-up for Miro. We've got the Vessel now complete for Yopaj, but he needs charges. See if he goes the Midas now or the Witchblade. Last time he played this, he went Vessel Witchblade.
This is a hard go. You just don't have the Vessel charge. Again, really tanky target.
Oh, the arrow slips right on past both Theolacor and Yopaj. Save was looking for a toss up in the air, and he finally got it on the Batrider, so he traded his life out for an opposing support. Saberlight slowed down quite a bit. Nightfall's going to close the gap and hit the stun. They'll run him down. Saberlight, it's just, you know, you're tanky, but they don't really lack in damage when you got Timbersaw, Sven, Viper.
And Nightfall happy to collect some extra bounties here. You do get the Vessel charges for Yopaj, but you pay a heavy price. And we see how slow it is for them to go in there. Mage Slayer Viper is also going to remove a lot of the spell damage. You can just hit a couple of these heroes Remove the bat damage, remove the Rubik damage, Invoker damage. Very obnoxious item this game, despite the nerfs. Just really good versus what Shopify Rebellion are trying to do in these early fights.
Radiant are scanning.
Maelstrom finally done here. Man, this is slow. You were down 8K at 15.
Yeah, if Shopify makes another comeback off of a bad laning phase, this one is going to be miraculous almost.
That should help.
This game is getting out of control very quickly. Versus a team that is not just going to throw it back too often.
When you're down like this, I have no doubt that Shopify absolutely feels it.
I order ice cream.
Always just order ice cream?
Always cheers me up.
Okay.
That's a trick, by the way. You know, when you're on that 5-loss streak, 6-loss streak, think it can't get worse, so you re-queue and then you lose 8 in a row, just eat some ice cream.
You know what's funny? You said order ice cream. I was going to ask you, like, what move are you looking for on Shopify?
Yeah.
You say order ice cream, and I'm thinking to myself, you know, like, if you order it now, it might be here by the time the game's done.
Exactly. You know, you die, all right. You know, you hit up the Uber Eats right now, put in a couple pints, and you can have a couple pints with the lads.
Where's Tsunami?
Are scanning.
Miro going to work on another tier 1 tower, knowing that nobody really wants to challenge him. Not the Mage Slayer Viper, not with magic damage at least, and that's really all they have right now.
Radiant's middle tower is
Does
under
not
attack.
feel like they're in any position to just assail this Viper. This matchup's really tough for Bloodseeker. You just have to run in and man fight him. You're getting broken.
Yeah, the break is the really rough part, right?
Yeah, that break is guaranteed now. Maybe looking for Nightfall. He's on the deeper side. And the Midas does get done for Yopaj, so he got some of that recovery farm. As these Invokers tend to do.
Radiant's top tower
At least
is
get
under
some
attack.
GPM going. You're bringing this lead down a little bit. You're invading areas. Good deep wards for Shopify as well. If you can use them here, the Moonlight Shadow is going to help bypass it, kick you out. Though, if you look at these dire obs, they're in very good positions to go back to.
Yeah.
2 really good jungle cliff obs. Just seeing everything right now.
Okay, so they kind of had some rotations to top. I thought maybe they would make a sweep to bottom. I mean, surely, when you're rocking Invoker, Centaur, Bloodseeker, you can't just play off of killing creeps, right? I feel like these heroes need to get kills.
I mean, if you think Yopaj is the greatest miracle player on the planet, and he's going to 1v9 that shit.
Greatest miracle player?
That's right.
Invoker and Miracle are so synonymous in your brain, you made a Freudian slip?
No, I said what I said.
Okay. Do I think Yopaj is the greatest Invoker player in the world? If he wins this game, if he carries this game, I'll say yes.
That's the thing, though. I feel like you can win any game with Invoker.
Why?
Because it's Invoker.
Go on.
He'll 1v9 that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's some heroes in Dota I think always give you a chance to win. Invoker's one of them. I think Tinker is another. I think the big AoE spells are another in the right game. Black Hole, Chronosphere, like Faceless Void, I think is up there.
Yeah.
Enigma is usually up there, though obviously if Enigma's a game where Black Hole's not reliable, okay, it goes out the window.
Yeah, man.
But in the games it is, like, you just never know, right? You always have a chance. I think Invoker's in that category. You can always just outplay people in the ultra late game with Refresher and Hex, Invoker with 8 Meteors and 30 Tornadoes and 6 keyboards going at once. Anything can happen. They're going to gank Nightfall, post-pause. He'll be very upset if he dies here.
2,300 HP. Can they cut through all that?
The BKB. Get the hell out.
Yeah, I mean, that was an impressive amount of magic damage, but it still didn't really come that close to killing Nightfall.
Okay, but what if we do it again?
Yeah.
You'll never expect
If
this.
one gank wasn't enough, what about 2 ganks?
Yeah, they actually got him. I think this will be enough. Damn.
That was the best of both worlds there.
Yeah.
They ganked him a second time, got him to use his BKB, but he still died.
Really heads up call. Looked like it was Yopaj kind of gunning for it there. Like, I mean, he's low. Why not go for him? They get the BKB, they get the death. That was the first BKB charge as well. Big find on the map. It's just space for Tiny to get that blink, so the initiation power is now there for Beppu, and you're holding the shield rune on the Timber, so they are more than ready to take a fight. Probably even without the Sven, honestly. They want to sort of start to set it up now. And a lot of that, again, was that deep obs that Toronto Tokyo clears through now. Those deep wards stayed up a very long time for Shopify Abilene, and eventually pays off a bit. You're still concerned about the farm rates here, but again, you keep finding a couple of big pickoffs. Maybe you can contest that Roshan, as Betboom are going to try and find something with this Tiny Blink. Close the map out a bit. Stolen Avalanche, also really big in this game. That is a nice one.
Pushing through to mid. Shopify being pretty defensive. Seems like they know some sort of aggressive move is coming their way.
They're farming the map right now. I'm surprised Save isn't just going in here. This is the best target.
They see the spells and they got him. Toss back into the team. Hit him with the arrow too. Nicely played combo right there. Something that could be a little difficult to execute sometimes, coordinate that one. But if you get it, I mean, it's fantastic, right? Reposition the hero and they're chain stunned.
And there was a nice avalanche behind the Invoker, so he caught the Rubik too. No chance for a lift or avalanche interrupt on the Tiny. That would have saved Yopaj there. Nice find by Save. Return the favor. And the BKBs are flowing in now, so you have both of them up on your big frontliners.
He does have BKB up again, but they got him off of the lasso, and now that he is... he's turning back around. Okay, they still got him.
That was a little spooky, but...
It was a little tad bit spooky, but...
That is a combo that's going to be pretty good this game. This Rupture Lasso drag.
Yeah.
Especially if you get a 4-staff later. It's a lot of guaranteed damage. There's no saves or dispels on this Betboom lineup. So this Batrider should have a pretty good game in theory. You can just go on any of these cores, drag them. What's your counterplay? Throw out an arrow, Greaves the guy?
Yeah. They got a couple other positioning abilities as well, right? They got like Deafening Blast, Telekinesis. A lot of little small things that can synergize with the Rupture.
I like it though. Forcing reaction, though Saberlight dies, a little less good. Betboom were ready for it. But again, they're just trying to create space while the ults are on cooldown. Get something going. Pushed it a little too far, you pay the price. Toronto Tokyo, he's a good player, so he gets a tip as well.
Toronto Tokyo. I was like, did I see that right? Yeah, he all chatted ...
He's feeling it today, man. Feisty. This is what happens when your games get paused a couple times.
Oh, tip him back, tip him back, tip him back. Yeah.
I mean, the Tormentor is a good player. He's a very good player.
Wait, I remember this now. We talked about it. We came on the podcast. He had beef with Toronto Tokyo. Toronto Tokyo told him he was going to smash him on LAN. He said he was like, you know.
Yeah, these two do have beef.
You stepped like, you know.
Oh, this is spicy, actually. I'm enjoying this. Though, to be honest, if Toronto Tokyo could have tipped himself, he might have tipped himself there.
Yeah.
I don't know if Saberlight had much to do with that, but he'll take it. Yeah, this is a grudge match. We're going to get a replay of this. Like, what is he thinking here, by the way? He walks up to a full HP Tormentor with like 300 HP. I guess that's what he's thinking. I am God incarnate. You guys watch me solo this Tormentor from 400. Yeah.
You guys can't kill me, only the Tormentor can.
Free trip to base calculated. Free Roshan calculated. Instantly sunstruck by Yopaj off the scan. Map hack.
Yeah, they're so far away though. Can't do anything about this one, so they aggressively push in all the lanes. Betboom still have some heroes out on the map though, so can't actually take any towers, it seems like.
And this is, it goes back to that game, if you remember, I complained about the 5-man Roche taking when you didn't need to. It's a big deal because just having 2 heroes mid means, let's say somebody shows mid, Save can instantly go on them and you can TP the rest of the team in, and you're already looking for the next play. You're threatening heroes on the map. You're not letting them get that extra wave. These things add up. It's a way you're increasing the net worth advantage over time that makes a difference down the road when you're going to try and go high ground in a game that is not necessarily the easiest high ground.
I think the two heroes they left out on the map are pretty important too, right? Like the Timbersaw, you just can't go on this guy, so he can, you know, hold the tower or something like that. And they also have the other hero is their catch, right? So if you finish Roshan and he sees an opportunity like they're trying to push a tower, Tiny can jump and initiate that team fight while his allies TP in.
I mean, I would look at it more as the catch and the damage. I actually think they can go on GPK this game. If they're willing to bring everybody and do this lasso rupture into a Sunstrike Vessel,
yeah,
I think anybody dies to that. But you have to be willing to commit the entire arsenal, which again, you're giving up a lot to make that play that may or may not work, which they know as well, and they're just going to push it. Right now, it's all BetBoom taking control. Saw some good plays from Theolacor, but he just wasn't in a position to snowball this game as fast as he wanted, and this map's getting closed out. Oh, Yopaj.
Oh, they immediately started searching for
that
him.
dust. That almost clipped him.
They found Arteezy, though. Arteezy has to use his BKB and even used his Rupture on Nightfall.
Scatter like rats to the wind. Live to fight another day.
Well, Kitrak may not live. They do still have everybody else up. And everybody else is farming something, I guess, so.
Do you think Dota 2 should have the ability for players to pause a match on LAN and actually fight each other, like in hockey?
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, I think there should be rights to mutual combat in Dota 2.
I agree. I think that should be the next patch. Like, it doesn't change the game at all. It just adds an IRL arena function.
Yeah. Like maybe there is some sort of, like, both players have to all chat something at some point in time.
Yeah, and then they lock you in a room and you both fight each other and come back.
You know, just you know, like similar to hockey, like you're saying, just, you know, a couple of back and forth punches, but nothing that's really going to debilitate anybody, right?
I mean, no knives or anything.
I mean, I wouldn't trust Dota players, though. I feel like Dota players fight dirty.
Dire's top tower
14K. Age is still up.
Radiant structures are
Don't think you want to force the high ground too early in this game, though. It is would be very easy to throw into this lasso, rupture, invoker defense, unless you find that toss back. I think BetBoom are more than content to close out the map. Oh, Saberlight.
Up.
Star on Tokyo.
He's got another leap coming up soon. Saberlight's not going to catch him. And now Moonlight Shadow right back. Miro, can he get close enough to get a slow on Yopaj? And the rest of the team, well, the BKB is a problem. They do have detection on him. BKB lasts a while. They get in front of him. The arrow's coming and lands. Toronto, Tokyo from downtown. Snipes Yopaj.
+1 as well off safe finding, and that is a broken high ground. Now you have this opportunity to force it. You still have the God Strength active or available. Saberlight does not connect on his nemesis here.
Tower is under attack.
It's been a tough game for Shopify as BetBoom have just not given them many openings. A couple of things in the laning phase with the tri-lane that was cheeky, but outside of that, it's been all BetBoom.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They're making it known. Toronto, Tokyo
Has fallen.
currently has his hand hovering over the tip hotkey.
Oh, got a lasso down. Oh, Jesus. Nightfall is right behind that tier 2 tower. I thought maybe that would be an okay position to fight. TP out from GPK. Brilliant move there. And now it leaves Arteezy without a way to heal, and he's just cut down by Viper, man. This matchup's no fair.
Such an awkward fight. It's originally Theolacor surviving, then maybe you can turn, you get the Rupture Timber, you are around a tier 2. These TPs are in a pretty good position, but you don't have that Invoker BKB to play with, and the Rupture target just TPs out. The second you get broken here on this Bloodseeker, that matchup just sucks. There is no way around it. Straight back into the high ground. Satanic done for Nightfall. 4,000 HP. God Strength coming back up in 10 seconds. It's going to be back up before you're alive here. That is brutal.
Do you still have faith, Avery?
Dire's middle barracks.
In what?
Still believe that Yopaj can carry this game? Look, I'll take that silence as a no.
In a million simulations, does he win one of them? I'd say that's almost guaranteed.
Okay.
Now, do I think this is that first simulation?
I mean, Dota Plus would agree with you because they're saying in 100 simulations, Shopify would win 2 of them. But it is looking dark out here for Shopify Rebellion in this opening game of this series.
There's just too many problems to solve, honestly. You get this last pick Viper to shut down the Bloodseeker that's supposed to be shutting down the other cores, and I don't know, man. You have to worry about this toss-in that can start fights on that Boom's terms. Moonlight Shadow to give you vision advantage.
Do you think Bloodseeker is an appropriate counter to Sven, given the fact that Sven can get Aghanim Scepter?
I think it's okay if the Bloodseeker has a good game.
Yeah.
But if Sven has a free game, then I mean, no, right? But I don't think this is a prohibitive matchup.
Radiant
I was just curious what you thought, like draft-wise.
Bloodseeker can do a lot of magical, the Shard's extra pure damage. He can chunk a Sven. Rupture is also very annoying for that hero, even with the Ags, but it is really dependent on who's having a better game. And as we've seen here, one of those is better than the other. The smoke breaks.
Break on break. They go for the Viper. That's not a great target. Immediately pops BKB Stampede. The rest of Shopify sitting there going, Saberlight, I don't know if we can go on this, man. You jumped on hit a Viper. Now they are going to be able to get the Rupture, but pulled back in by the Harpoon. Chased after the Lasso. Tries to buy Arteezy a bit of space, but if it's not the Sven, it's the Viper. And you're right, this was not the simulation.
Close, says Toronto Tokyo. He is very happy with his Game 1 performance versus his true foe. Sends a message.
It really got beef, huh?
Yeah, they do not like each other. Saberlight started it, but Toronto Tokyo ended it with a swift uppercut in Game 1. I mean, that was just a very one-sided game. Like I said, I don't think Shopify Rebellion really got anything going there. I think Toronto Tokyo is still flaming Saberlight here, huh?
Yeah, he's very
going.
serious, man.
Bureau's like, damn, he really hates this one. He really hates this guy. What did he do to him?
Everyone's just sitting there like they've heard this like 1,000 times before. They're like, get over it, man. Jesus. Don't like the guy. That's fine.
Yeah, when GPK's sitting there, like, dude, chill, man. You know, by the guy.
We don't need to hear about your pub beef anymore, all right, man?
Yeah, add him to the list, bro. Add him to the list. But as a list that is expanding, as Toronto Tokyo maybe has a lot of foes, but for a good reason. He is showing up at this tournament. He is conquering his enemies.
If I was on a team, you said put it on the list. If I was on a team, that's what I would have my team. I would have a whiteboard in the background
with names,
and we would have a kill list. Yeah, we would have the players that we don't like.
Pretty McCarthyan of you, but okay.
Panel, what do you think about that idea? And what do you think about this Game 1? Bit of a stomp.
The only list I'm paying attention to is the list of wins for BetBoom team, because it keeps getting longer and longer. Flex on them, Toronto Tokyo. It's well-deserved, because this was a pretty dominant Game 1 performance. Nail in the coffin, probably that Viper pick. Bloodseeker was paralyzed. I don't know what that dude was expected to do.
It was also not the 24 Bloodseeker pick. This needs to be like some type of a gotcha pick. We've seen Falcons use it really well as a 24 pick when they were playing into Timbersaw, into Slark, so it looked really good. Here, like carry-to-carry matchups, Sven doesn't care too much. Kezu did mention on the panel that if you build into Aghanim Scepter, you don't care too much about it anyway because you can maneuver, but it never even came down to that because he was so far ahead. And I think the hero heroes that they have on side of Shopify, you need to be playing aggressive with these heroes. These heroes don't really farm. You can't just sit up and farm because you're going to get out-farmed. And they also lost the laning stage. There was this like big moment of hope for me that they might be able to stabilize the lane. When Teolikor moved to the top lane, they ganked Viper, but yeah, he continued to farm up. And they also, like with these moves, you see this Viper, you want to kill him. It also allows your Timbersaw to have a pretty free lane, and also Sven who can farm up, and this hero just farms way too quickly.
Like one of the breaking points on what we mentioned before the draft too is they did start with like the tri-lane top, right? And Arteezy was top of the network at like minute 8, and Miera was a little bit shut down. And they were looking to actually smoke the Invoker top and help Arteezy to stay there and kill the Viper again. But before Yopaj could get there, Arteezy actually died. And I feel like the move there could have been really good, but once they like really invest all these resources into him, tri-lane, give him top network, and then this move like collapses, I feel like from this point onwards, it was actually really hard for them to come back. Because if we think about how Bloodseeker and Invoker need to fight, Invoker like only, he amplifies what you do.
Okay.
Bloodseeker needs like the start of the fight to be, he wants people to drop in HP, right? Not stand their ground. You're doing this against a Sven and a Timber, who they can just stand their ground. It literally ruins your draft. Your heroes do not function against heroes who, they can just stand their ground. So I feel like Shopify already from the start and after this 8-minute play, the game it's just incredibly hard. I did not like their draft.
But that's just the dynamic for any hero that gets ruptured. As long as they can stand their ground, then life's fine. So what other heroes around a Bloodseeker other than... Like, I would have thought that Invoker is a pretty good +1 for a Bloodseeker to be like, oh, you want to stand your ground? Well, here's an Ice Wall, here's a Meteor.
Yeah, the thing is, Invoker needs more time. Like, also, let's think about Bad Rider. You don't deal the most damage, right? It's more lockdown and, like, long fight or drag someone in. I would say also Quasvex Invoker with a Vessel, like, unless he's snowballing, it's not really coming.
He was not getting those charges.
Yeah, and, like, by the time that they're ready, Sven, with how you build it, 3k HP minute 20. Timber, 3k HP minute 20. Like, you're not really getting, like, this first kill to break the formation of Shopify's draft, and then of Bad Boom's draft, sorry, and then just hard to play.
In a parallel timeline, perhaps that gank works out, and we see a 1-0 on the side for Shopify. But in this timeline, I've got a tech analyst to analyze why BetBoom team ended up coming out on top in this game number 1.
Thanks, Neil. Yeah, for our Predator head-to-head, we wanted to focus on the 2 carry players in both teams because the performance was very different. Look at that GPM difference. Sven has just been excelling lately in getting tons and tons of farm, even better than the previous pass now that the top carries have been a little bit reduced. And Arteezy over there, he really struggled a little bit on the Bloodseeker. He got semi-comparable in CS totals, which is impressive considering his start, but the net worth was just very different. And the KDA, not that different, but the gold that you're getting from killing towers, from getting kills and not dying, that's more time spent on the map getting those juicy high creep kills. Arteezy probably spent a lot more time in jungles, and a lot of this was the laning stage. They did do some nice tri-lane action to try to shut down Miero, which worked at first, but as the game continued, it went the other way. Miero was able to kill Arteezy a few times. Here's that 5-stack, resetting that one here. They even used Stampede there to try to get him out in time, and another rotation that happened. Toronto Tokyo was all over the place in these early rotations, but helpful to have GPK there as well. So it was just Bloodseeker dying a lot in the laning stage. Thus, he can't participate in as good a team fights for the reasons Kezu pointed out. And on the other side, Sven just got to play perfect Sven game, basically.
Although, I'm still pretty impressed that the numbers were still that close in terms of the CS, like, just even beyond how the laning phase went. Just mechanically, a Bloodseeker keeping up with a Sven with a built-in cleave.
In terms of CS totals, that could have been skeletons, small camps. I mean,
that could have been true for Sven also.
Look, killing a small camp, that's like 20 gold for each little
true.
creep. If you kill 3 regular creeps, you're getting like 40-some gold. Some of those are flag bears. So if you're zoned out of lane, having a bad time and you're jungling, your CS numbers might look comparable. But Sven's clearing a whole creep wave, getting 5 last hits, then hitting up a jungle, or getting Ancients at an earlier time. Yeah, Bloodseeker's got to get his Maelstrom first before he actually feels like he can get a creep. So the fact that GPM tells it all. GPM 700 for Sven.
Right.
Bloodseeker's was like 400. It's not even close. That's a huge difference in terms of gold game.
Difficult approach for a Bloodseeker. It seemed like an idea on the 23rd pick. I wonder how much of it did come down to them being like, oh, we have not banned out Pango, for example, so maybe we need to counter a Timbersaw and a Sven and a hypothetical Pango all in one pick.
We'll just have to wait till Shopify 2-0s BetBoom in the next 2 games, then we can ask them exactly why they made that decision.
Yes, I suppose they could 2-0 in the next 2 games.
It could happen.
They could happen. But what's happening right now is an opportunity. Oh, nope, never mind. Go sit in timeout. You think about what you did, Ted.
I will think about what I did.
I can't believe you did that. Shameful.
Shameful. Nearly as shameful as what BetBoom did to Shopify Rebellion in game number 1. Will we get a chance for a redemption? Find out after the break.
Tonight is all about you. Just go on and have what you want. And do anything that you like to. Oh, you don't even have to stop, no. You sparkle like diamonds. Yes, you do, no matter where you are. And you got everyone's attention. Yeah, you're breaking every heart, yeah. Wonder if you ever realize it's yours for you to take. Just let it show what you feel inside. Don't hold back, don't make them wait. Set the world on fire. It's your time, so do whatever you like. It's your night, you got the stars in your eyes. Let them shine and set the world on fire. Light up the sky. You look good in the spotlight. Just go on and set yourself free. And why not have the time of your life? 'Cause tonight you're royalty. Yes, you are. Wonder if you ever realize it's yours for you to take. Just let it show what you feel inside. Don't hold back, don't make them wait. Set the world on fire. It's your time, so do whatever you like. It's your light, you got the stars in your eyes. Let them shine and set the world on fire. Light up the sky. Just let the music take you anywhere you wanna go. Oh, live a life what you feel inside. Come on, baby, let it show. Set the world on fire. It's your time, so do whatever you like. It's your light, you got the stars in your eyes. Let them shine and set the world on fire. Light up the sky.
The morning light, it hits my eye. Last night we partied like it's 99. You took my hand, we danced all night. That's all I remember, we can blame nobody. Look where we are, so beautiful. This world is ours for the taking now. Not holding back, not giving in. Stay a little longer in the moment now. No regrets now. I'm not feeling sorry for anything I've done. We light it up just to watch them burn it down. And we don't need them anyway. Just take the chance, make dreams come true. Will I ever see your pretty face again? Start counting your Insta follows, cause the sun comes up again. New days they begin. So hold on to me, cause I won't let go with you. No regrets now. I'm not feeling sorry for anything I've done. We light it up just to watch them burn it down. And we don't need the memory. Just take the chance, make dreams come true. Will I ever see your pretty face again? Rendezvous is all I'm hoping for. Maybe we can meet up on the boulevard.
Dun, 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 dun. Welcome back, my friends. It's time for game number 2 of BetBoom Team versus Shopify Rebellion, where everyone was already very confident that BetBoom Team was going to get a pretty solid 2-0 victory.
Except for you, Neil.
Except for me.
Good job,
me,
Neil.
I was real doubtful. I saw that Viper, I'm like, what a terrible Viper pick. No way that thing will completely ruin all of Shopify's heroes. And by golly, somehow it did. I was shocked.
It's not always a win lane, lose game hero. He was
pubs.
He was set up for success. You know, that's the difference. He was gonna shit all over Arteezy in the game.
Yep.
Also in the lane. They tried to shut it down, but it just gets too hard. And going back to the draft, you know, a blind Bloodseeker, it's spooky. And this is why it is a spooky pick in that case.
Yeah, Lacoste, you said it was a 23. There's a wide difference between a 23 Bloodseeker or a 24 Bloodseeker.
Yeah, for sure. It's a massive difference because like you didn't know the matchup. They had a couple of flexes available. They thought he's going to be playing into Timbersaw. There was also like Timber mid, Tiny mid.
Yep.
So they could have picked 3 different roles potentially out of 24. I think you need to see like your exact matchup, and you need to ban like some of the heroes that could be, because like even carry to carry matchup, it's not good for Bloodseeker because Sven can stand his ground, pop a Warcry, have like 4,000 HP and just hit you back. So you need some like repositioning tools. I think they also lack damage because like Rubik and Batrider, they're not the heroes with the most damage early on unless you like steal something big. If you steal, you know, some Chakram, some Avalanche. But yeah, pretty difficult game. I think they need to scratch this one and just go for the next one. I was very impressed with the drafts that Shopify did have so far in the tournament, but this one, it's not it.
Do you think it's possible that if Bloodseeker just didn't die so many times in lane, that his Rupture would have been more useful? Like, let's say like he maybe dies once in lane, gets like 1 kill, jungles early, then starts doing Ruptures on these heroes pre-BKB with Batrider coming into like Flame Break Glasso. Do you think it's okay then?
I do think there's a chance. It's just very like narrow. Like they need to do what they did where he's top net worth and then like they smoke to him. They need to make sure he basically never dies, keeps top net worth, and has like a really good timing on Maelstrom, BKB, gets Alacrity. But the problem is I feel like the room of error they have in that game is very small. Like really, really small. And I feel like that's the type of problem you don't want to draft in a way like that. You want to make it easy. Few mistakes, who cares? Just go on. But that game, it's not the one.
Such as that failed smoke rotation from the Invoker.
Yeah, like there I feel like that one misses and their win rate drops by like 30%. I do still think they make cool moves in the mid game. Like they shut down Nightfall, they poked his BKB, then killed him shortly after again. But yeah, even with those plays, it's just too hard.
And the heroes on the side of BetBoom Team, I've already posed this question to these two panelists, but Purge, if I say that you can have any carry of the entire patch, like no
Crystal
bans
Maiden.
whatsoever.
Definitely Crystal Maiden.
The 20 talent is really good.
Yeah, the attack speed, really,
Yeah.
game changer.
I love that one.
Well, it's because you have 2 carries. You can make a clone of yourself.
Whoa.
Yes, the Crystal clone, of course.
And then when the Bloodseeker ruptures you, he's got to get past the clone first. You got
But
to
in
block every
competitive,
bodyguard.
viable carry picks, which one would you be happiest getting?
I think Sven is up there right now.
That's what I'm
It does
saying.
feel like he farms really fast, and SNY is pretty solid on the hero. Gives you some nice attack speed, status resistance, all that good stuff. Ags is popular, so he's got mobility, and a Dispel, doesn't have to buy Nullifier necessarily. I don't know, Sven's got to be up there. It feels like he has a decent laning stage consistently.
Yeah, he
maybe
seems safe.
Maybe it's because the off laners are more like these like stun and initiate type heroes, and Sven has so much raw HP that's less of a threat to him as a carry. If he's like an agi carry, his raw HP is just lower, easier to like burst him in these small moments, and he jungles well, so it's like Lane goes okay, you get out of the lane, go jungle quickly. It just feels like he's in a good place
Are
right
we
now.
talking about all the carries or the ones that aren't banned every game?
Well,
which carry is getting, like, Naga Siren, I guess?
Naga is the best carry of the patch.
You would take Naga over
I
Sven?
think so.
Naga's the best hero in Dota right
How
now.
about in a carry-to-carry matchup, Naga versus Sven?
I think again, like even though Sven is good against Naga, good Naga teams, I feel like the hero is so good right now with what items it builds and how good people are at playing the map that you can easily play around heroes who counter you and your illusions.
All right, I have a better question. What's the best carry in the patch that doesn't make the games boring?
Morphling with Conda.
Yeah, more Sven.
Just a good answer, actually.
More Sven, Luna. I like these heroes. They do shit on the map. As opposed, because Naga is very good but incredibly boring.
But you wouldn't put Sven above next on the list if we take out the boring carries?
I would put them right below.
Okay.
Like Sven is right up there.
He's fourth best.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds safe for me. Sounds good.
Fair assessment.
10 seconds remaining.
I think, yeah, so my favorite carry right now would be Sven. My favorite mid would be Pango, but Pango's always banned. My favorite offlaner would be Mars. 4, maybe Phoenix, I think.
Phoenix definitely. Stonks have been on the rise.
Yeah.
The percentage-based damage, some of the 4s did get nerfed. That's why we see some teams, Aurora, Shopify, opting to go for like ET5 as well, because you need some way to amplify damage. I think Shiva's nerf has been pretty heavy. No one is buying that item, so you're looking into something else, and ET fills that role.
Yeah, I think either ET or Lion would probably be my 5 of choice, based off of these past 5.
I would go with Chen, but whatever.
Oh, right. Okay, that's true. I forgot. That was one permaban that is actually high priority.
How was that hero picked 3 times? 3 teams, they really wanted to play hard mode.
I mean, if there's been like over 100 matches, like I could see like occasionally
Someone
being
trying.
like, well, we have a solution.
During group stage 1, it was 100% ban rate. I think once you came to the BO3s, you're like, we're up 1 game.
Let's try.
Let's see what happens against Chen. And then you lose.
That's one of the things I really love about Group Stage 2 personally is that Group Stage 1 is like kind of like a free-for-all. The matches are less balanced maybe, but once you get to Group Stage 2, it's like you sometimes get put in a bad position where you're like, okay, I'm now for sure the weaker team here, and I need to find something to work, and that's why I see it making sense occasionally to be like, let's shake it up, let that hero that's always been through, and let's see if we can beat it. So it's more common in Group Stage 2, I feel. We get these really close matches typically.
What I don't get is, sure, like you're banning Chen, you're maybe letting it go through a couple of games, but if you go back in time, this Phantom Assassin hero, when people were building into Ags that it was super OP, like why? I just don't get it. Like why would you want to play against that hero? I think hero had like 80% win rate or something. Because
if you can beat it, then all of a sudden you don't have to ban it. How do you know that you can maybe beat it if you never play against it?
Because I watch like 200 different games, and every single time the hero pops off. If you're in a bad spot, you're like, okay, I just got my Ags, I'll buy Divine Rapier. If things go really bad, then I'll win the game alone.
It is spicy sometimes because you can like, you know they will pick it, so you can like kind of craft your lineup around it, and people love theory crafting and being like, you know that you're the player or you're the team that beat the most OP hero.
Yeah.
But yeah, most of the time it falls flat. But when it comes to the draft, I like that Shopify put their hands on the Kunkka. It was banned out later. Last game was banned out in the second stage. It's good against the Stampede, of course. You have Xmark, good team fight. And they have played it very well, and they flex it between mid and offlane.
Do you know the lore behind Kunkka's name?
No, tell me about it.
There was a guy in Dota 1 who was making all the loading screens for Dota, and his name was Kunkka.
Like the artwork.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
Okay. See, I don't know anything about Dota 1 because I barely played it.
He's like a very big-time artist now, and so sometimes I'll see his work pop up, and it's like, art by Kunkka. I was like, what?
I think I met him at a TI once, actually, now that I think about it.
Yeah, when they had the workshop.
That's why we have Yules. He was also working on
yeah,
Dota
that's right.
1,
Yep.
Ginso, Sight of Wise.
That one's gone. We
That's-
don't talk about that one.
We don't talk about that one.
All right, we don't talk about that one, but we're actually talking about it right now. and we
Ginzo
need to
does
stop
sound
talking
very
about
cool.
it.
Sounds like a Yu-Gi-Oh card. Ginzo.
It was Ginsu.
Ginsu?
Yeah.
Okay.
But he has been stricken from the Dota record.
Unluck.
He did bad things.
Unlucky.
Back to the game, back to the draft. Kunkka, good way to dealing with Centaur. Mars is gone, so you want to have something cheap to control the unit.
Point.
Did you say that?
Yeah.
I was thinking about Kunkka. I was going back in time. But yeah, whatever Kezu said, then I'm going to add the Batrider onto that one. So
You're just gonna add Batrider
Add Batrider,
onto it.
that's
Just
it.
Put Batrider on there.
I'm adding
Stick a
Marana.
Batrider on there.
I love his point.
I'm adding Marana.
Good, I like it.
this is Yu-Gi-Oh!
I placed my Mirana at attack position.
Careful about the trap card, guys.
You know who did that a lot was Toronto Tokyo, actually. He was like in attack position for every single game.
Hey,
at the start of the
true.
last game.
Good job.
Like he genuinely did such a good job. He's a little bunny. The only thing he really sucked at, he doesn't use his shard right. When you're leaping away from danger,
Did he
you gotta
have it though?
He did.
Yes, he did.
Oh,
He
okay,
kept-
fine.
You
Yeah, he
leap
kept
away
doing-
from danger and you shoot it backwards.
Yep.
He just double leapt forward. He's not even using it right.
Yeah, but then you still have to do the turn though.
No, well,
Your
it's
hero
it's
turns.
No,
No,
it's vector
actually, it
targeting.
doesn't turn. I
It's
tried.
vector
Really?
targeting.
You have to target it behind you, but your hero stays in
All
the
right,
same
I'm going to
direction.
log into Dota.
Purge
we
loaded
go.
We need to know.
When you
It's gonna
vector
take me
target the
45
Ags
seconds.
shard Mirana, does your hero rotate in the air, thus suffering a turn rate? Or does the projectile go wherever you target it and your hero stays facing forward?
Back in the days, there was a trick with Mirana where
The-
you could shoot the,
the butt
arrow
arrow.
from their
Arrows.
ass. Yeah.
You can still do that.
You can still do that?
Yeah, kind of.
There's some people who do that.
I haven't seen that one. Oh, this one's going pretty quickly. Keeper of the Light, position 4. They kept it as a soft flex for a bit, but yeah, we'll pick up GPK Storm Spirit in terms of lockdown that they have. There is Konka's X mark. You can dodge it if you have mana, so Keeper of the Light will be pretty good with that one. And also, yeah, in terms of lockdown, they don't have much, so now they're going to pretend this Storm Spirit. I maybe also want to see Queen of Pain, because in terms of their lockdown, you don't care about these heroes. So.
Yeah.
And it also matches up nicely in the lane against Storm.
I'm surprised, or I'm curious to know how much they knew they wanted Storm to close the face, because they picked Caudle into like Conka and Bat, which aren't necessarily heroes where I feel like, wow, this screams for like a great Caudle pick. So I feel like it must have been to set up for later on. I do like that Shopify did go for the Luna. They played very well. I feel like Arteezy is actually one of the best Lunas in this tournament. The way they play the tempo is very good. But Shopify will have to... They have to deal with this Storm. He is a problem. Maybe your Conka can go mid and build an Orchid, or if you just put the Conka offlane, which is fine, then your mid pick needs to deal with this GPK Storm. Because it's not just Storm. It's Storm with a Mirana arrow, it's Storm with a mana battery and Caudle. It can be scary.
Okay, I'm ready. This
You're
is
ready.
very important.
Get off of Saberlight's face.
Hate that guy anyway.
Yeah, he's not eating gummy bears. Not
Yeah,
interesting.
he's not even eating vitamins right now.
I got a clip.
It's coming. We're
I'm
The
ready.
anticipation's killing me right now. Purge has it loaded up. Have you found out the answer, or you're going to find
Nope.
it out with us to go? Oh,
I know the answer. I'm that confident.
he's that confident. I'll tell you who's not confident. Shopify Rebellion. They're burning through this reserve time for their final ban. They're wondering. Lifestealer and Faceless Void taken out.
I mean,
We're not going to make it.
Betboom will
We'll make
need...
it, Purge, don't worry.
Betboom will need a hero for Nightfall. I'm kind of thinking that TB would be kind of cool for them, because you also have Chakra for more map play. You help your you help everyone else play the map as you want. You have a good matchup against Luna as well from carry to carry. But maybe the team fight is too hard or something. You're
Could
scared
also
about?
be Morphling. I think it's relatively okay besides ET, but anything picking into ET, any kind of carry is like, okay, I can't really get it.
Maybe. Oh, sorry. They banned Lifestealer. My bad. Brain fart. Because that would have been a pretty good pick. So it makes sense that that was taken away. What else?
It's time.
I'll show you a fart, Kazu. A Mirana fart. Hey, they do get the Caudle Terrorblade. A tried and tested
Makes sense.
duo.
Which means last pick for Spotify Rebellion.
No, Kazu. We're on a broadcast. You can't
bad.
call them
Okay,
that.
here we go. Let's interrupt this
Hashtag
important
armed rebels.
draft.
All right. When you cast the Ags shard vector targeted, she turned. I saw it. I saw it.
Wait, turn off auto attack.
Oh, you're so right. Actually, I did turn on... close your eyes.
Because I think the
Hide his
hero,
settings.
Never? Okay.
the hero might be turning because it's trying to issue an attack. Maybe just put no one behind
Yeah,
you.
well, she turned. God
did
damn
turn.
it, Kevin. I knew it.
This is why you
All
should
right,
be
but
an
look how
analyst.
big this is.
She turned. You
You're
see
right.
the turn rate?
You're right.
She has to rotate a full 180, 360 no scope afterwards. Thus, if you're trying to escape, it's not in your best interest to
Yeah,
vector
it
target it.
definitely is. It slows them. Do you know what
He
this
wasn't
does?
in the AoE.
It's a 30% slow.
His leap was further away than the AoE. Whenever he was Toronto Tokyo was getting chased.
Back
Purge
to the
might be-
draft.
That's not true.
Yeah,
That's not
Purge
true.
might be right, might be wrong on this one, but
Might
we did
be.
talk about Quap for a bit. But this Ember Spirit feels like it does so much more now that I look at it, because it's he plays really well with ET. It's a setup for his Echo Stomp. It's a setup for Torrent. We've seen Saberlight in the yesterday series completely popped off with his Kunkka, going for this like Blade Mail Aghanim Scepter build, hitting some like massive Torrents, and also pushing the limits of the hero. So many times he was playing on 10% HP. I do like this Ember Spirit as the last pick. I think they will take this on Shopify.
I am also with Shopify. Everything Lacoste was saying. I love the Ember. Very good against Caudle. You stop the tempo of the Storm. You're good against him in lane. You catch him. You have the Arteezy Luna, Saberlight Kunkka. I love both drafts, but I'm leaning towards Shopify. 60-40, it's a 1-1.
Okay. I wish there was more disable setup for the Mirana on the Betboom side. It's basically just Storm Spirit and Centaur right now, so he's going to be harder for him to get kills. So, but I'm going to go with Betboom. I think they're the better team. They're going to take this one.
How confident would you say you are?
100% that Mirana doesn't turn around.
Huh? Would you say you don't even need to watch the game? You're so confident?
Yeah, I'm that confident, yeah.
Okay, great. Give me a bet boom. I'll be bet booming with Purge. Everyone told me it was going to be a 2-0, so why should I doubt them? Now, let's get into game number 2 with Cap and SVG.
Well, game 1, we attempted to hype up the Yopaj Invoker, but this right here is the real deal. Yopaj Ember Spirit. Ladies and gentlemen, his most played hero. He's gonna pop off this game, and hopefully it'll be enough for him to push Shopify into a game 3.
Not if Toronto Tokyo has anything to say about it, as he is out for blood. He has a name to uphold, trash talk to uphold, and a reputation.
A reputation, all right.
30 seconds to battle.
We'll see if they can do it. A lot of parity in these drafts. You have this Ember bad ET that can provide a lot of skirmish power with Chain Spirit with some damage coming through. On the other side, you have this Caudle Storm combination with Mirana on top, so you can pull someone into a Vortex, Solar Bind, Arrow lands. Really deadly 3-on-3 skirmish power we've seen, and then, you know, your stunner offlaners and hard carry matchup that is favorable for the Terrorblade, but not by much nowadays. You have Luna Shard, you have this Conda build, you output a lot more magic damage. And the big thing for me is the games we saw Shopify succeed, I feel like Kunkka was their best strat. And this Kunkka ET especially, they were demolishing teams with the Torrent Storm plus Spirit going through.
Yeah.
Just overwhelming magic damage. It's not something I think BetBoom's lineup deals super well with. There's not some super fast pipe coming out. I mean, there are BKB heroes, but they're not the best BKB heroes, you know? It's not like you're getting a huge amount done with them at some timing where they all come out and you just take the map over. So I think it could be pretty impactful this game. The Ember pick makes a lot of sense. On the flip side, we've seen GPK just dominate with Storm, and now he has mana to back him up behind it. I could see him just 1v5 this game if he gets out of control. You get like a fast Parasma as well, 3rd or 4th item. You're gonna start chunking these heroes. So to me, this could be a battle of the mid laners and the off laners. Really control the skirmish, control the fight, and set it up for the carry to come in and clean house.
This matchup right here, a Luna Elder Titan. Got to be decently strong, but it's up against a Centaur Caudle.
That taunt is an abomination, by the way, and should be removed from the game. Just a random side note.
Why do you hate it so much?
Okay, first I think taunts should all be removed from Dota.
Why?
They're dishonest. And that taunt especially. Elder Titan is not a hero that needs to taunt, okay? He's a gentleman's hero. He's dignified, respectable, honest, very honest hero. This is not a hero that needs something of that caliber, you know?
What other gentleman heroes are there in Dota?
Mirana. Mirana's a very honest hero. Perhaps the most honest in all of Dota history. Shoot arrow, hit arrow. Mad cause bad cause you got hit by arrow. You know, GG out.
I think Moonlight Shadow is inherently Any sort of invisibility is inherently
No, because that's honest.
dishonest trickery.
It's an honest test of your ability to buy detection. And that's a good one. You'll learn who your friends are.
Also, global abilities are dishonest by nature. You know, have a little 1v1. You use some jackass from across the map interferes.
Dude, nobody has ever been killed by Moonlight Shadow ganking, man.
No, but they failed to get the kill.
Of how broken and unfair it was. You know, most dishonest hero in Dota?
Is?
I'm asking you, who do you think?
Who do I think is the most dishonest hero in Dota 2? Probably like Huskar.
No, Huskar's. That's not even close, dude. I think it's Tinker. Tinker's the most dishonest. Tinker players don't play Dota. They play some weird keyboard skill test. They hide in the trees and laugh at you.
I mean, I want to agree with you simply because I hate Tinker, but...
Yeah, that's why everybody hates him, because he's dishonest. There's no fair gameplay in a Tinker game.
I would kind of agree with that, but I think Huskar's more dishonest.
No, you're wrong, but we'll move on from this point. 19-4 for Yopaj. He is showing up in this game, and where is GPK? He's going for the rune. So he is getting a little beat on the region department, but not bad. You do expect Ember to do pretty well in this matchup, and so far he is doing damn well, but the net worth is exactly even. And so far it's BetBoom overall doing well in this laning phase. As his dual offlane is just getting a lot of damage in, man. Double edge. Whew. That is a good combination, especially when you get this solar bind later on. So much magical burst damage.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty scary.
I never thought about that, but what if you have Grim Coddle Centaur, you solar,
oh my
you
God.
bind them, then you double solar bind them. They're quad bound, oct edged.
What? No, it's one bind and 2 double edges, making for 4 double edges.
No, because they're soul bound, and then they're solar binded, which procs on both. So the two heroes.
Solar bind is doubling the ability?
No, because there's 2 solar binds on a soul bound, so that's 4 bindings. And then you double edge, chalk or double edge. That's 8 double edges.
What?
NA math. We're gonna move on for that.
Oh, got him in the end.
There's some NA math of Arteezy's own, as he did not calculate the damage output from this lane.
Didn't calculate the movement speed of the Centaur closing in on him.
No, wait, my math was actually correct. We'll discuss this after the game, but I was correct, just for the record. And that is turning into a really strong offlane performance from BetBoom this time around. They are taking control of that lane. Arteezy is really suffering. 13 CS. Just can't walk up. I mean, this is sometimes what happens with Elder Titan. Like, this is how you punish the hero. Because in the mid game, this hero's a monster, but his weakness is still the laning phase.
Yeah, which is funny because his strength used to be the laning phase, but, well, that's kind of where he fell off, right? Once his laning phase was no longer his strength, people are like, what do I do with this hero?
I mean, again, the problem with the hero is if this hero's a good laner, I mean, he's first pick. So this is how you punish him. Centaur, Coddle, a lot of nuke damage. You have Blinding Light to deal with the hits. Very hard lane for Kitrak to trade in and win it over time, and he is suffering right now as he watches his carry suffer. Very hard one off lane for BetBoom, and they'll try and translate it into some more map controls that can bring the supports mid. Not have to worry about their side lanes as much.
Save immediately takes it, but on the other side, trying to get Toronto Tokyo. He's got a slight coming up in 3 seconds, so he should die. We'll actually get him with the Spirit instead, just to make sure. But that was still a trade-off of supports. Nobody got the power rune, or nobody important anyway.
Save will walk away with it, head back bottom. And they're gonna have to refill mid. Yopaj burnt a lot of resources out for that.
Well, this is an amp damage blast. Didn't land though.
Well, it's got to be the Yopaj show. He's gonna have to bring this mid game back because Luna is not gonna be able to fight for a very long time. This could be a game where Nightfall can get active a bit sooner, similar to last game. That Sven was just in a better position than the Bloodseeker to join those fights. And if you remember, Nightfall was happy to go mid and join those early pushes into the tower hits with the Sven. He can do something else, or something very similar with this Terrorblade. Feels like he has the levels and the ability to do so.
Pull him back into the arrow. Nice combo. He is low on mana. Now, he does have some wand charges, so that's enough for him to throw out a remnant and could jump to it if needed. Nightfall is actually going to die. I was going to say it needs to be a Yopaj show, but Saberlight, yeah, it's not like he was doing the worst in lane and now getting that kill.
That was a really big... He was so close to 6. He was trying to kill the creeps for it.
On one side, the Kata with a blood grenade. On the other, a charging Centaur, but this is a beautiful stomp with the TP coming in. Saberlight trying to get some punish here. Has the X on Miro. They'll guarantee that kill. Not able to get a second one, but Yopaj has also had a remnant out so he could still play into mid, play for the power rune.
Yeah, they really want to save in a rune to get the refill, because that TP means you can't really go to base here, and you don't have supports dead to refill, so this is a huge regen boost if Yopaj can get it.
Yeah, Theolacor is like taking the extra step to really try and secure it. If it's top, it is Shield Rune.
Big win. Big moves for Shopify Rebellion here, as they put their fighters in a good position, and Arteezy gets a lot of recovery gold off that. There was a point in that lane, he was like 1,000 net worth back. So he's caught up a lot of those kills, and he gets some stacks going in the triangle. He's going to be a happy Luna. Never mind, Saberlight's going to steal his stacks. He's going to be a very sad Luna.
I think this is always fair.
Can we get a picture of Arteezy's face while Saberlight clears this, please?
The Kunkka is going to space create for the Luna, so you should want him to be as powerful as possible.
Is he crying, Cap? I can't see.
He just looks kind of dead inside.
I think he's crying.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
A single solitary tear trickles down his cheek.
Hey, how those stacks looking there, Theolacor?
You stacked for me, right, Theo?
They're looking great, buddy. Don't worry.
We're taking good care of them right now.
As long as the Ancients are there, honestly, that's what really counts. Because that's where you get the extra levels. And I don't mind Saberlight taking this. I think him being stronger in the early game matters a lot more.
Yeah, why would that be?
Because you want to go fight behind this Ember Kunkka. They're your catch. It's what's going to set the fight up for the two supports as well. Both these cores being strong makes ET's game better. It makes Bat Rider's skirmishing power stronger. This Luna having extra gold doesn't change a lot of that.
So you're saying he's going to space create for the Luna?
Yes.
Like I said 2 minutes ago.
No. Well, it's not just about the Luna. It's for me, it's what it does for the two supports.
Okay.
That's mainly what I value for.
Sure.
Like, Luna can always find space. You know, I don't think Luna's going to get ganked too much this game. Maybe there's some potential with Moonlight Shadow and, like, Storm Jump, but I do think these mid laners are going to clash, and it's going to be about what you can do in that type of exchange.
Yeah, the more you enable the Bat Rider, then the Bat Rider can get Blink Dagger. The Blink Dagger then enables the Kunkka and the Elder Titan to shine more. But even just X into Earth Splitter is going to be a pretty fearsome combo for Bet Boom to contend with.
And you're kind of racing towards those items as well. You're racing towards that first and second item on the Ember and Storm. And if you're Shopify, you really want to get to that Torrent Storm. That's when this lineup really clicks with the amped magic. On Bet Boom's side, I guess it's going to be, you know, if the Centaur wants the Veil Blink. He's just going for the Blink now, but he's also getting boated.
Trying to go for a Centaur is kind of difficult, but maybe they can still get him with Theolacor showing up. Bounce back into Lasso after the Stampede. What a timing grab from Theolacor.
That was sick.
Very well done, and they're still struggling to finish him off. He landed the Torrent. It's still not enough. Man, I mean, Theolacor did everything right there, and it still was not.
That was perfectly executed, pretty much. You just don't have the beam points up yet, so you're missing a lot of that extra magic burst.
Yeah. Now they've blown a healthy amount. But getting punished by Bet Boom for it. GPK collects on a kill and gets his mana refunded.
His coddles look pretty strong so far, just in this first 10 minutes. These solar binds are going to be painful for the Shopify lineup. If Save can just maintain his positioning in the fight, get multiple chakras off, like 2 solar binds, that's good enough team impact for me.
Arcane Rune, Storm Spirit with full mana. Nobody should want to be down in this bottom lane right now.
And he's looking for the first item Orchid to give you the extra kill threat here. It's going to be a really nice combination to, again, try and enable the supports behind you. You provide the extra lockdown, you can just leap in with the Starfall, put that Coddle Blast through, the Orchid amps it all up. Some nice synergy coming out. This is a very deep dive.
Theolacor dies to GPK again. Trying to get way too aggressive, even though he didn't really have lasso, so I'm not sure.
I mean, it's space for the rune, but
yeah,
I don't know. I think the 3 skirmishers from BetBoom are clicking a little more in this early game than the 3 from Shopify, though their execution is a little easier and it comes online a little faster. I think Elder Titan's a bit slower than this Mirana Coddle here. So maybe not too surprising, but it is costing you a little bit.
Radiant are scanning.
And you do have that Earth Splitter up. Remember, this is not your old man's Earth Splitter. This is a new cooldown Earth Splitter.
Wait, what happened to it?
It has better cooldown now.
By like how much?
Radiant's middle tower
Decent
is
amount,
under
I think.
attack.
Down to
Are scanning.
100 seconds.
And it used to be like, what, 120?
Yeah, 120. It might have been 130 at a way older patch. Now it's just 100, so, you know, now you can throw it out and be useless more often.
Just random time to throw out some voice lines. 14-minute Wisdom Room coming up. We'll see if anybody tries to make a move. I mean, BetBoom could try and sneak the enemy, but they're going to go defend mid instead. Oh, hopping into Yopaj here. Saberlight will pull him back with the X.
Tip him.
I don't think Saberlight cares as much about this
Vendetta at all, honestly.
Yeah, I think maybe Toronto Tokyo cares a lot more.
That's my favorite kind of beef, one-sided. Where Sabret's like, I just don't even know who this guy is. And on the other side, I hate this piece of garbage. I'm going to murder him on land.
Yeah, what's funny about that is that Saberlight said that he had beef with Gunner. And that was also one-sided. Gunner's like, I've never interacted with him.
Gunner's like, I've never talked to you, bro. That's your problem. I feel like that's most Dota beef. I run into players in pubs all the time that just hate me. Oh. I don't know who they are. I have no idea. I feel like this is
who you are.
This just happens to everybody. You just run into some guy in a pub he played with you like 5 years ago and you went 0-6.
Yeah.
And he just holds a lifelong grudge now. Something about Dota brings out the worst.
Yeah, it does.
Oh, he gets the X though.
He did, but they are ready to turn around on him. Toronto Tokyo's lurking in the trees, looking for an arrow possibility.
And they're trying to stretch this catch play, but it's just not there. You need the chains connection.
Yeah, still hunting. Oh,
okay.
They actually got him on the slide. Chains into the torrent. Got him. Oh, GPK overstaying his welcome. I mean, good read by Shopify as well.
Honestly, I think at that point, they're just expecting nothing to happen.
Look at this wraparound, too. Very aggressive. Got him on the lasso again. Midway through the mobility pop. This time the leap.
Making some moves. Telling you, this Kunkka, man, this has been Shopify Rebellion's best hero by a large margin.
What did you... I don't think I've ever asked you about this. What did you think about Shopify picking up Theolacor? Because he's an old name, right? He's been around Dota for a little bit, and this is this would have been his most high-profile team. For me, it definitely came a little out of left field. I was like, yeah, I know that guy's pretty damn good. I just was surprised to see his name there.
I'm not sure I have much to add, honestly. Okay. I don't know him too well.
You didn't play against him very much?
Not really.
Okay.
So far, he's looked great.
Yeah, he really does.
Definitely a good pickup. And Shopify knew what they were getting. Or maybe they didn't, but it has paid off. So power to them for taking the risk on that. Not something I think that roster has done in a very long time.
Yeah, considering their old method of drafting players. Man, BetBoom on a run here. They get picked off in that top lane, and then they strike back with a vengeance, man. Just group up, down mid, get pick after pick after pick, 3 in a row, take the Ancient stack away from Shopify. I mean, that was such a momentous, like, the economic damage being done there is massive.
Hit their timing with these big power items on the cores. You got that Blink Veil Centaur, and you got the Orchid on the Storm. You're buffing all of this up with Chakra Magic, so you can just go, go, go. That's 3 kills into double stack steal, into deep ward, into courier snipe, into Nightfall shows up, takes your tier 1. That was a 4 or 5k gold move right there in the last minute. And now you have a mech done on the Mirana as well. Huge momentum swing. This game was fairly stable, but that just opened it up.
Shopify, they need a bit more time. Aghanim Scepter isn't done for the Kunkka yet. Also, 1 BKB for Yopaj because he's dealing with an Orchid Storm Spirit. Luna's been farming this entire time, though certainly not keeping up with the Terrorblade. Gonna have Manta sometime soon.
Well, he had his stack stolen, man.
Dropped a Sentry right as Toronto Tokyo placed a ward, but then he also placed a ward on the high ground, which Toronto Tokyo saw.
Tip him.
Wait, the way you say that makes me think of like the Emperor from Star Wars. Do it!
Maybe he should. We need more villains in Dota.
I would agree with that.
Like, who do we even have as a villain in Dota? Quinn? That's it.
Yeah, but he's on his redemption arc now, so it doesn't really count.
That's true. Who's the next villain? Bulba? Like,
Bulba's not really a villain, though. Bulba's more just like a punching bag for the community.
Yeah, I feel bad. Yeah, I don't really know who's a villain in Dota.
Radiant's middle tower is
Like, a villain has to punch back, you know? And people, like, Falcons are winning, so people are singing Amar's praises, you know?
Yeah, he had a villain arc for sure.
Yeah, he had a little villain arc. But now people are like, but this guy's fantastic. I love when he drops items on people, you know? So, all I'm getting out of that is that somebody needs to... Amar either needs to suck more, or somebody needs to do something more egregious than what Amar does.
Like punch somebody on land.
Yeah. Let's get some Counter-Strike action going on. That's what they
that's
do.
A little, I mean, that's a little too far. I don't want to see anybody in court, so let's just keep it PG. A nice, wholesome Dota community.
Yeah,
that's
Dota 2 is very wholesome.
Yeah, Dota players are just wholesome lads.
Yeah.
This is a wholesome initiation.
Oh, Orchid before the lasso. Great reaction from
chains.
GPK, but it's still not enough.
Yopaj shuts him down on that jump. They finally find the connection, and now it's their turn to run the map.
How many heroes they're gonna get? Just
okay. I mean, I don't know if that Eclipse was necessary, but I guess he hasn't been using it for anything else, and he wanted the last hit, but he didn't get it anyway. So
he didn't get it. Yeah.
Despair.
That's also still level 1 ulti, which is kind of funny.
And that's the Ags done. So the team fight is there. The only other missing component would be the Elder Titan levels, but Kitrak, he only went 2-2, so he has full order points already up.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
I like that choice. That's very smart.
Yeah, when you're picking this hero for the teamfight amp, you need to make sure that's there for when your teamfight's ready to come online.
Yeah.
It's way more valuable than the extra points in Spirit, and oftentimes more valuable than points in Stomp, though it depends on the game. But a game like this, right, Stomp duration's not doing much for you. You're going in with the chains of the lasso, and then you just want to dump the damage in. So this is definitely the right build. And he's ready to rumble. I mean, this teamfight is scary now because you do not have the BKBs yet. Whereas Yopaj has his, and he has a crap ton of magic AoE behind him. This is the period in the game where BetBoom have to be careful. They need to push through this and get their defensive items up on the cores. They're 400 off the Terrorblade BKB, very close to the Storm one.
Oh, he went for it, Delacour. Knowing that they were going to try and collect the Wisdom Rune, just blinked on it and tried to grab, but GPK was a little too wily there. Grabbed the Wisdom Rune. I think it might even grabbed it as he was jumping through. I'll take the Tormentor instead and the Coddle's life, so it's not like they walked away empty-handed.
Well, pretty empty, as is the ET shard, so literally, as I say, the old buyback cost increase. Very nice. Sure, Kitrak's happy about that one. This is why I think Tormentor should give you the shard in your inventory.
Shadows take us.
Because it's so literally a downgrade for
so you have the
very
option to sell
specific
it.
heroes.
Like, it'll still, you can't give it to somebody else. It's only for you, but you have the option to sell it.
Okay.
You know, I think that'd be nice.
Sure. Maybe they just need to fix ET shard.
No,
because to be fair, I think there are very few heroes that you do not want the shard. Even the Mirana used to be one of those, and now I think it's worth. right?
I mean, this shard's like not even hard to fix. You just, like, you know, when you all cast it, you go in, it does like 800 damage to everybody. It's done. That's the best shard in the game, you know? It's easy.
All right, relax there. Ice Frog's not listening to this cast. They know you want your hero buffed. The funny part is it's being played right now, and it looks pretty good. And you don't even get the chance to play it.
Oh, thank you, Austin, for reminding me that my career ended horribly. They will lasso Toronto, Tokyo.
What that was.
Can he escape? He can. He can. Will he tip Saberlight?
Rabbit. He did miss an X Torrent. Yeah.
He's thinking about it. He was thinking about it there, dude.
But maybe he's thinking because BetBoom aren't crushing this game, they're actually down 2K net worth. He's like, this could be a long game. I want to keep those tips. I want to keep them handy in case there's a bigger.
Okay, man, you got to tip when you're up. You got to tip when you're down.
No. He's like, I think I'm saying
he's saving it for later.
He's saving it for a bigger screw up from Saberlight because he thinks that guy sucks, right? So he's like, oh, he's gonna mess up even worse than that.
The gank, the Glimmer Coddle gank, got him.
Stopped him from being able to blink, and the arrow lands. Not the gank duo that I would have expected, and as a result, it's not enough. Okay, blink. Maybe he's still out. What is that random item?
Items on the ground. There's a salve in the river. There's a raindrop here.
Okay. Weird.
Whose salve is that in the river? It's just floating around.
It's got to be a shovel salve, right? Just nobody grabbed it.
It's probably I bet it's Yopaj, dude. That guy, he strikes me as a guy who would just dump stuff on the ground in game. Nah.
Okay.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Taking a tier 2 while BetBoom take a Roshan.
Yeah, they got to their BKBs. So they're confident taking the fight. The third one is coming out right now for the Storm, but they have the Centaur, they have the Terrorblade, and they have Glimmer on the Coddle and Greaves on the Morana. So there really aren't that many good targets anymore, right? I think BetBoom have itemized really nicely to deal with this Torrent Storm.
This could get bad for Shopify. They're coming in a little bit too late, perhaps. They're going to be able to grab that Aegis, but BetBoom also took a lot of damage doing that Roshan, so they have to just leave. They're not in fighting shape. And it looks like they will all get out.
That was really well executed. That's a lost fight for sure. You're missing way too many resources. You get everything, you get out in the nick of time. That's also a great place for Shopify to fight with Torrent Storm, ET Spirit.
Yeah.
They're still going to try and hunt. The Ulcor wants something off this, but has he gone too far?
He did go pretty deep. The Eclipse does some damage to GPK, but could not burn through his BKB.
I mean, you can tell how much Shopify wants something in this period.
Yeah, they really want some sort of fight. Do you think, everybody resets, do you think Shopify are still down to fight? Because as you said, they just hit their triple BKB timing, right? Orchid on Saberlight with the arrow.
Oh, that's the tip, right? I mean, that's got to be. No. He's reformed.
No. No.
The Toronto-Tokyo villain arc has ended. Started game 1, ended game 1. Now a reformed gentleman.
I don't think somebody who said, when I see this guy on land, I'll bash his face. I don't think
it's an actual quote.
Game 2.
The fact that's an actual quote is just ridiculous.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Professional gamers are silly sometimes, you know. Because you know it's just like the Quinn Ramses thing, right? They're gonna get into an elevator together and they're just gonna not say anything to each other. Oh! Okay.
He is X.
Is the X gonna pull him back in time though? It's not. He is dead to run. Now,
there are some smileys.
There's some smileys.
Yeah, that was. I mean, you got him.
He did.
He got him.
Read him like a book.
Yeah, that was. I don't know. You can't even complain about that.
No.
You just got. You got.
Ulcor on the run. And he is out successfully, but Shopify in a little bit of rat mode right now.
Is rat mode going to do it? That's the big question. Can you get to enough scale in this Ember to turn this game? I don't know, man. You still have this Terrorblade Luna matchup that's not that straightforward for Artur.
Yeah. I mean, it would be a lot more straightforward if the ET could actually put his minus armor
of course,
aura on the TB, but he can never actually get that close.
Elven Tunic going to help a lot as well.
Do you think that the phylactery build helps the Luna?
Well, I think it does, but you have to be in the type of game where you can get to use it without the fight ending in the BKB durations. And that's not always so simple, especially with the lineup BetBoom has where they're just going to jump somebody and try and all in them. And they have a lot of capability to do that, and there's not really a save on Rebellion's side here. The save is the stomp coming through or you lasso the target that jumps. Like maybe you can lasso this BKB Storm and burst him. If you have enough physical. It's iffy though. It is very iffy. A lot of pressure on Shopify supports to carry the load in this team fight. That's what it feels like. You have to connect these ults and stomps.
Arteezy is very focused.
Yeah, he looks...
He's got to be dead, right?
He tried to Manta dodge and...
Did you see GPK? GPK was like, there's no way this guy is alone. I'm going to go catch somebody else. But no, Arteezy was very much alone.
Gets recalled 10 feet. Recall's nice this game, too. There's a world you can TP the Storm to Fountain and bring him back in a fight.
Yeah.
It really comes down to it. Buyback recalls could also be a factor here. Just playing the map, it's nice when you have this type of pickoff game.
How does the Luna ever take this fight against the TB? Yopaj had BKB, but...
and Save is just doing so much work on the map right now.
Yeah, he is.
He's creating so much threat on his own with this recall and the Solar Bind. Amping up these burst kills. Just nowhere safe. This map completely collapsed in the last 5 minutes or so here. I mean, the lead's only 4K. That's the crazy part, but you look at how confined Shopify are right now. Just nowhere to go. Toronto Tokyo is just hunting wards.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Well, they've taken all the tier 2s. I don't imagine BetBoom is going to go high ground against a Batrider Kunkka until they have another Aegis in their hands. So we're going to probably reach some sort of little slow period here where both teams are okay with farming. And then we'll see another Roshan attempt and see whether or not Shopify can contest that. As you said, their lineup is really good about fighting around Roshan.
Yeah, especially if you can get the jump with the bat. And you pull someone into your squad, force BetBoom to jump you where they don't have all the initiation power together. You do have the Conda up on the Luna as well. Like, your single target burst is not that bad on Shopify's side. It just has to, it's very reliant on the bat, whereas this Storm can just set stuff up. He can go back out, get his mana refilled.
Yeah, I feel like we haven't seen the Lasso Earth Splitter combo yet, right? So, like, there is still that possibility of Lasso pullback into Torrent or Torrent Storm with Earth Splitter going off. Like, they could very easily 100-0 somebody.
Absolutely. They got some vision. That's the target they want.
They got the Storm Spirit. Oh, he force-staffed into an arrow, and they can't quite finish him off. The Earth Splitter is not going to be there to stop GPK from popping his BKB. They're going to still kind of fight around this area. I'm a little bit surprised Shopify is able to think they can keep playing this at all. The Orchid onto Yopaj is going to last long enough for the pullback to land, and he is dead. 2 heroes, now a third. Sableline's going to be next one run down. Got another Torrent Storm off, but it's certainly not going to kill that Centaur.
I mean, that was the Torrent Storm. He never casted it on that initial go.
Really?
And
he just casted regular Torrent?
Storm just never got stunned off that lasso.
Oh, because Force Staff into the arrow.
The arrow clipped the bat and they were trying to boat him, but this Centaur Stomp also caught everybody on the backside. BetBoom just very ready for that initiation. They had everything going for them. Arrow lands, Centaur Stomp lands. the counter initiation was just gold. And then to find Yopaj off a single vortex here into what looked like another arrow chain stun. Man, Toronto Tokyo is making his presence felt in this game. Doing work in these fights.
Yeah, it certainly is.
And Daedalus done for Terrorblade. BetBoom taking control of this game too. Just giving no openings, it feels like. Seems very disciplined. Arcane Rune. That is a good one.
Yeah, you already have constant mana resupplies from this Coddle.
He has so much mana to play with in the fight. 2 sources of disable off the initiation. And even in a scenario like that, he doesn't die off the lasso. I mean, what are you afraid of? You also have the Shivas that's just going to amp everything up even more.
Thanks to the recall, they can stay pretty grouped up too. They'll play for Roshan. I think Shopify don't really have an option here. That last team fight doesn't inspire any confidence, but they can't afford to give BetBoom
Look at the split.
Roche attempt.
Arteezy's not with the team.
Yeah. BetBoom's going to get here way before Arteezy is here. They go straight for the Kunkka. They're going to be able to blow him up almost immediately. Yeah, Theo Lacour gets off the lasso, but it does very little to stall this damage out. Yopaj just needs to find a way, and it's BKB through the gate or attempted. Doesn't actually work for him.
Man, BetBoom with all the angles this game. They're just ready every team fight. They're the ones getting gone on. They're ready to back him up. They take the smoke angle. They're the ones that catch Shopify sleeping. Start the fight on the Kunkka. That's the easiest team fight of your life. No Torrent Storm, no Boat, no Blade Mail, no Halberd. The Olacore is instantly smashed down by Nightfall here. And again, Arteezy's not even there, but I mean, I think he's lucky not to be there. Toronto Tokyo making sure his camera's clean for the victory shot.
You guys see this, right? Make sure Saberlight can see me. I want him to know. I want him to know it was me.
Gonna send him a personal video later.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
10-21, 18,000 net worth lead for BetBoom in this series. They're already 1 game up, so they're looking at a potential 2-0, which would put them tied up with Falcons at 3-0 in series.
And Divine Arteezy seems like the last hope here. Perhaps the last hurdle for BetBoom to get through, if he can get there. He still found a decent amount of farm in this game, but it has been at the expense of lost team fights. And they're just smoking down mid. They want to force the end game before this Luna can get there. I mean, Nightfall, he's slotted, man. He does not need more time.
They have 4 minutes of Aegis timing here.
I don't think we've seen a single Torrent Storm do anything this game.
Yeah.
They just played around it beautifully. The window where they didn't have BKBs, they didn't take the fight. The second they have BKBs, they're taking fights. Half these fights have been starting on the Kunkka. So much backline jump between the Centaur and the Storm. One of them has found him every time.
Look at this next step. Toronto Tokyo is going to get Pipe now, which you talked about how Pipe is more effective because of Elder Titan's presence. Natural order.
Yep. Very, very strong item in this game. That Yules can also catch this Kunkka X, so you're limiting some of that potential too. You're gonna push it. You're a little worried about this high ground push with the Bat Rider pulling somebody in. But I don't even know if Nightfall dies, man. This guy's so damn tanky. And you risk getting Yules on the jump. They're just gonna start on him.
Is he dead?
They Yules him, but it was early.
Off, so he will get back to the X.
I mean, honestly, yeah, Saberlight tips him like, that Yule saved me, brother. Thank you.
Arteezy's not even coming back right now. They are really playing for this Divine Rapier timing. They're just going to give BetBoom this one. The team is going to try and stall it out as much as possible, but Arteezy has enough for the Relic, but still needs the other component.
Get a little backdoor period. Meta is running out. You've only got about 10 seconds left. Can Chakra magic the TV, get it back up pretty fast, so you will still have another meta for this Aegis period for sure. I don't know if Nightfall cares. Getting drained.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Drag him in, have a bit of a poke.
I'm gonna wait for the meta. Again, they can just speed it up here. Not gonna be long.
Okay, there it is. Divine Rapier is done, and they did not lose the lane of barracks, so well done. I mean, Saberlight got a little helping hand there from Toronto Tokyo, but he did do a good job stalling things out. They did see the Divine Rapier, or should have, because of that deep ward.
He sold Mom for it too, so he lost a little bit of value to make sure he's ready for this fight. Has a feather for some extra evasion. Looking for that level 25 talent. I don't know how impactful it is this game, but some extra mini stun might not be too bad.
I actually think maybe you take the blessing damage because it helps the Ember's poke as well as your own.
I just always feel like 20 damage is just irrelevant. Like, what does 20 damage do for a level 25 talent, you know? This mini stun, if you ever get nagged, can just chain stun somebody forever. They're going to risk it. They're going to push out a base. I've not been able to clear this area of wards. Do have one of their own.
I mean, you're certainly not going to win this game without taking some risks if you're Shopify.
For sure.
So, can't blame them for having to push out here.
The question is just like, who frontlines? Nobody's been able to frontline or tank the jump from BetBoom this entire game.
Yeah. It kind of has to be Saberlight, but BetBoom are more than happy to...
Yeah, they just all in him.
All in Saberlight and take out that big team fight to Sable.
Feels like you have to bait a jump somehow or get them to misstep. That Boomer just is not misfiring at all. Continuing to play very patient, very disciplined, grouping on the map. I mean, they may even wait for the next Roshan here, to be honest. I don't know. Look at how defensive they are playing. Sable's going to pause. He's going to make sure his camera is working. So he can send a video back to Toronto, Tokyo. Oh no, his headset. Okay. Wireless headsets. Gotta charge them.
You're talking about how defensive you're talking about BetBoom, right?
Yeah, they're on the very defensive orientation for how strong they are and where their obs are. Just do not want to give any chance of a comeback here. Second Rapier queued up for RTZ. He knows what he has to do this game. He has to land the Conda of a lifetime.
GPK is going to go Kaya Sanj, bot it out fully, and then Pipe is kind of getting close there for Toronto Tokyo. So those are significant upgrades in survivability. Man.
Full Hex for this Keeper of the Light. Oh my god.
That is always dangerous with Coddle's extra cast range.
Just guaranteed somebody is getting hit by it in the fight. You're not even going to see it. Don't get that D ward. Only ward on the map. BetBoom slowly bleeding Shopify out of this game.
The prize is mine.
Man, again, had to take some risks, but it is wild seeing RTZ just push so far up here, kind of by himself, away from his team with this Divine Rapier in his hand.
I mean, what's crazier is there's a dire obs on this hill right now.
Yeah, they have seen...
They're just not smoking to it. Like, BetBoom just refused to take this fight into Rapier without getting the next Roche. Like, sure, you have full vision like that. You just go in with the storm, jump somebody, you kill them. It can't be that high risk, right?
Radiant's bottom barracks
But they just refuse. It feels like their calculations are this game is won off the next Roche. So why risk anything into like this random Rapier maybe doing something great?
Now they're gonna
risk it. Okay, so their ward died. They're gonna now jump without the ward.
Log Sape over, got the Luna! Side device already out down to half HP, and he's done. He is done. Divine Rapier on the deck. Yopaj did manage to collect it.
Yeah, what a heads-up play.
But are they even going to be able to hold on long enough for the Luna to come back?
Yeah, he has no buyback. So it's not doing much for Yopaj here, though it looks cool.
He dropped it on the fountain. Lasso pull back into tier 4s. I mean, they're going to need to use all of their other buybacks.
These jumps into arrows. There has been no answer the entire game.
That'll tot away, try to push back the TB, but the Saberlights, Kunkka just, yeah, those final shots. Oh, he's still not dead. GPK makes a jump for it. Now he gets changed up underneath the tier 4s. Saberlight stays alive and almost gets GPK killed. He actually runs forward to try and get him, and they do manage to get the Storm Spirit, yes, but Storm Spirit is only one of the cores. It's Nightfall you got to worry about here. He gets stomped.
Low, no Sunder.
Very low. Can they keep him from being able to run away? Theo Lacour is going to jump forward. He actually blinks into that one with his swift blink. They do manage to take out the Bat Rider. He's got that extra evasion going out. Yopaj is working him bit by bit. Nightfall's getting lower and lower at TP away. Nobody there to stop it. They're going to try and collect on the Centaur kill instead.
You want something here so bad.
Yeah, really badly. But you got to be careful. You can't be greedy. After all, the Luna is almost back up. You just need 10 more seconds. You bought the time for him. You don't have to do this anymore. Yopaj, though, has been burned out of his mana. He's making a run for it. Arteezy, he has that Divine Rapier, and now he's in the mix. He barely got away. Holy crap. He bought back and lived with like 100 HP. One swing is all it took to take him out, but he didn't quite go down. That final hit dodged by the zip away. They are going to be able to run down more, it looks like, as Glimmer Cape, no detection.
No stomp. Didn't have the mana for the stomp on the ET.
Oh, no.
Just ran out of resources. This fight went on so long. What a hold from Shopify, honestly. I thought that was GG. You recover the Rapier, though. Sick play from Yopaj to do that in the middle of the fight. You get it back on Artur. You kill the Terrorblade on the recall in after he jumps as a product, and it forces a GPK buy because he feels like they're committing to try and end the game. Almost dieback on this Storm.
Man,
how did that go so weird for BetBoom after killing an enemy carry with no buy?
I mean, I think a large part of that is just the power of Ember Spirit poke with Elder Titan.
Yeah, under tier 4s with 4 buybacks. I mean,
yeah,
I guess that'll do that.
The damage adds up.
Did end up getting the Arteezy buyback in the end.
They are just all inning. They're like, guys, please let Roshan spawn. And it will spawn just barely fast enough that they can comfortably take it without the TB's influence. So they'll get their hands on an Aegis, which Arteezy needs. No buyback there. Yopaj does have enough gold for his. Only guy on the squad that has it.
Dang, I mean, props to Shopify for somehow getting to Roshan down 30k in this game. I still go back to that whole period, though, where they had the deep vision. They didn't make the jump. It seems like BetBoom were content waiting for the next Roshan and using that to end the game. And then they decided to take the fight after the vision died, right before the Roshan spawn anyway.
Yeah.
Well, which it still worked out because they got the Luna for free, but then into these buybacks it doesn't. And now you gave an Aegis to this Rapier Luna, who we saw absolutely demolished that Terrorblade.
They don't jump for Yopaj. They jump for somebody else. It's going to be Saberlight. Saberlight, psyched up, can't get any spells off. Again, he dies so fast in every one of these initiations. The tanky Kunkka dropped low every single time before a single spell can go out. Shopify going to have to play this 5 versus 5. They do have the Aegis on the Luna, so in some regards it's even, but
he has a Refresher Shard too, so he could have double BKB, double Eclipse. Not insignificant. He's Manta baiting, looking for something on the side. They'll get a 2-man stomp, but this is all stalling for the Kunkka.
Or is he going to go for it? The Lao! Instant sight! He got the lasso, yeah, but he has no movement speed to take advantage of that pullback, so now he's dead as well.
Really heads up play by Miro as well. Just finds the host stomp on the Luna. Destroys that entire play conceptually. They wanted to drag Nightfall into an Eclipse, and you could see the idea. But BetBoom just too fast at both ends of that play. Meta did wear out. You bought time for your Kunkka to come back up. These stomps are stalling the push significantly. Remember, this is not even Megas on this lane. BetBoom are going to back off. Shopify continuing to hemorrhage a gold lead. As this lead goes to 30K now, but
Radiant's top tower
they are holding on. They are making this game weird.
Yeah.
Which is what you want to do in these positions.
Yeah, when you're... Well, now, Bet Boom, if they were skittish before about, you know, making a smoke move around that nice ward that you were pointing out, I have to imagine not having buyback on your Storm Spirit is going to keep them from taking a team fight until next Roshan. Or at least until the buyback is back up. Level 25 is coming in soon for GPK. Level 25 is almost there for Yopaj as well. So we'll get the 2x overload attack bounce. We got the Luna, did go for the plus damage, plus 20 damage on the Aura. And Yopaj will take the Sleight of Fist charges.
Interesting. I mean, I guess it's double the damage for himself.
It's crazy how
sense, I guess.
Remember when this talent used to be 100% like similar pick rate but the other way?
Times have changed. I mean, these heroes are still ginormous on Bet Boom's side. You saw that Ags fly out for the Coddle as well. Just more annoyance in the fight.
Yeah.
They have such a level advantage, such a net worth advantage. I mean, are we gonna get to the point where you want another Divine on Yopaj? Is that worth it?
Yeah, I that's what I was looking at his item
double
build.
Sleight to Fist plus the Luna, or a second Divine for Artur.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
This is an all-in build, right? If you get the beam off on a target with the Conda, if you get that shard off, you get the Eclipse, and you're just hitting, you get 1 or 2 hits, somebody's gone. But if you get jumped,
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
there's no save for you in this game. Absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
You cannot afford to show. You cannot afford to get jumped on this Luna. But we're going to wait for the Aegis to expire. Absolutely no world in which you take a fight into this Aegis.
So Arteezy hits for 1,032 damage. The Conda gives you 75% of that is 774 damage. So 774 plus 150. So you're getting close to just being a 1,000 damage nuke every single time.
Yeah,
just from the Conda
24.
part.
Not bad.
Toronto Tokyo Moonlight Shadow actually hit him with the torrent.
Give him the tip. Tip.
Do it. Walking around with a gem, even approaching the high ground. That's bold. I mean, they obviously know Shopify is out and about on the map right now.
Smoke from Shopify. Have to make something happen with these Divine Rapiers.
They get to the high ground here. Arteezy, they're going to blow up Toronto Tokyo. Almost one-shot him. They got the sight, though, onto Luna. Is there any saves? There's nothing. Double Divine Rapier on the deck, and even Yopaj can't recollect all of this. No matter what he does, at least one of them is going to go to the Terror Blade. And that has to be it. There's nothing left. You dropped way too much net worth, and you have no buybacks, so... Who got the other one?
That's why I was looking. It's still there. They just left it.
Oh.
No, Toronto Tokyo will grab it. Yeah, a nice little reward for him. This is where you all chat 1v1 me mid, bro.
Damn, that would be a baller move.
Well, this Mirana hurts.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
No buyback for the Luna. No buyback for the Kunkka.
They know they can end the game whenever they want. Boys are just having some fun, waiting for Shopify to GG out. You say, if you don't GG out, we'll force it. Get the Bat Rider. Theolacor not able to find an opening to get a drag back into the fountain. Shopify's only real hope at being able to hold this one out.
You got to drag Terrorblade in the fountain, drag the Storm, somebody. Even then, they're going to have buybacks soon. Gold-wise, you can recall them in. This is a slow push, though. I mean,
yeah.
What is happening? Be BKB just so he can refresh it, so he can free up the slots. All right, Nightfall is just going to force the
Okay,
G here.
it's stomped. GPK jumps to the back line. Yopaj is in the mix, trying to do what damage he can. Terror Wave goes out. Yopaj has already popped his BKB, but the scythe hits him as his BKB wears out, and he has to use his buyback now. Tier 4 is down. Forced to have to get Nightfall back, uses the Sunder, back up to full HP.
Toronto Tokyo laying into the Ancient with his own Divine Rapier.
That's true. He was actually doing a decent amount of damage there. Another jump in from Miro. Trying to go for Saberlight. No follow-up this time around. Scythe of Vice goes out onto the Elder Titan. They'll blow up the Elder Titan first. Orchid now onto Luna's in there with the Eclipse, but you don't have your Divine Rapiers, so you really don't have the damage.
He has a refresher.
He's trying to kill the Mirana just to get his Divine Rapier back, but he can't get him.
2 empty slots. Just no firepower left. Those rapiers were your Hail Mary, and they did not work. BetBoom will end this game with a 66k gold lead. That is extremely high for rapier reasons, but a very one-sided game as well. I don't think Shopify got much done in that game compared to game 1. Like, they had a little signs of life at the end. I don't know if it really changed too much of that win probability, but very convincing series overall. This was just the GPK show. He goes around, he jumps the target, you vortex him into arrow, there's no save, everybody's BKB'd, so you can't interact with him. A lot of that time it's Saberlight your team fight because nobody else wants to frontline. Either the lanes had to go better here for Shopify so that they can play more aggressively with the Ember instead of storm jumping them and get more value out of that chains early, or you just had to get better vision out of the map. I don't know, but if every fight is the exact same with GPK jumps, you core hero dies, you're left in a 4v5.
Yep.
That just happened over and over and over 50 minutes.
I also want to give a shout out to Miro. I think he had a very solid series as well as newcomer to the group. Looks very good, but BetBoom take it 2-0 over Shopify with ease.
And with that result, they join Team Falcons as the only 2 undefeated teams so far in Group Stage 2 here at DreamLeague Season 22. And Shopify Rebellion suffer their first loss of the tournament. Although if you watched yesterday, you would have thought that they may have suffered 2 losses at this point. But technically, they got that win. This one is not even a technicality. This was a loss. And despite Arteezy's best efforts to farm up rapiers, Yafet style, couldn't work out. The Luna was just outmatched.
Yafet style.
Do you like that
back
reference?
The memories, absolutely. Lose Divine Rapier, farm another Divine Rapier very quickly in a couple of minutes, and I think we figured out what GPK stands for. It is gonna punish Conka. Him and Saberlight, they were going back and forth with the tips in this game.
Yeah.
Some old chat going on in the first game as well, but yeah, very clean execution from BetBoom. They are cocky for a reason. Right now, they, besides Falcons, they do look like the hottest team at the moment in terms of like execution, the team fights. You see this position 5 Mirana, he's playing with GPK throughout the whole game. You have this Keeper of the Light to replenish your mana constantly, and just pretty standard, pretty easy combos. Like, this is nothing out of ordinary, something that gives you like wow, but the way they execute some of these fights, how they outnumber opponents, how they move across the map is really on point. And I think Cap said it in the end with Miro. There's a good reason why they decided to pick this guy up, because I think it's pretty similar to when Team Spirit decided to pick up Laurel. A lot of people were like, what the hell is this guy doing?
Yeah, who's
this guy? But there's a reason why they picked him up, and after losing Pure, people were saying that this is their best player on the team. Miro, he's definitely up there with the skill.
Yeah, no, he's playing really well. I want to commend BetBoom on like their mid game. They kept catching Saberlight throughout like the entire game, whether it was in a team fight first or in lanes first, because they identified, okay, he's their entire team fight. We're just gonna kill him first. They kept doing that, but I feel that Shopify still in the mid game, they have these conditions to take fights, but I feel like they didn't. Okay, they tried once where Theolicor lassos, forces back, and then like unluckily goes into an arrow, so that sucks. But all the other times until they had a rapier, I feel like they didn't really do much. And I still feel like they had the conditions to at least try. And I want to commend them too. They're down 30k gold. They buy like 1-2 rapiers to like try and come back in the game. I personally really like this. I feel like there's not enough of the aggressive item builds going on where you're behind, your win chance is like 2%.
Yep.
Now you buy this crazy ass item build, which at least now maybe sometimes you can push it up to like 8%, maybe 10% instead of like, oh guys, let's wait 40 minutes and hopefully the enemy team screws up. So overall, I still like what Shopify were kind of showing, but the mid game, I feel like that's what they need to work on.
Well, maybe it was just so difficult going up against this man who we've been praising quite a bit during, well, not only this performance, but all of BetBoom's performances. Miero, congratulations on the 2-0 win. We're talking a lot and saying that you've been doing a great job on this roster, Miero, but I don't think I've gotten the story. How did you end up on BetBoom team, going from 9 Pandas to here?
I think after TI we disbanded 9 Pandas, and I was just playing pubs, and then they invite me in the team, like their coach writes me, so I joined. That's all.
And then was there any tryout period or at all, or they were like, Miero, we want you, we think you're a good match, come on board?
No, they say like they don't need some tryout, they just checking for other options and just decide. That's all.
Well, I think they must be very happy with the option. Although, who made you dye your hair? Did Toronto Tokyo make you do that, or is this you made the decision? It's a great look.
I just want to change my color of hair, that's all.
It's a different era. So brown hair Miero was 9 Pandas, blonde Miero is BetBoom.
Yeah, the next one will be purple.
Purple, I can't wait. Let's see what it looks like. As for right now, I got Purge standing by for a quick question for you as well.
Sure.
Hey Miero, you had 2 great performances in your games. I felt like the laning stages were definitely in your favor. Is it difficult to lane Viper right now, in your opinion?
They tried to start this tree, like pressure us from the low levels, but we also start with 3. So I think that wasn't a difficult lane, so we did well, and their game was a bit rough from this point.
Okay, and I noticed you maxed out Nether Toxin first, Viper's second skill, over your other 2 skills. Is that just a sometimes thing for you? What do you like about the skill?
I guess the skill was nerfed last patch, so you should max it to scale your networks. I think it's great.
Okay, and then in the second game you played Centaur, you had a super good lane against Arteezy. Was that laning stage difficult for you, or did it just feel comfortable because it's Centaur?
We watched a lot of replays from our games with the Coral plus Centaur strategy, so we made some opinion about this lane, and we just compared to our game, so the lane wasn't difficult.
Okay, great. Thanks so much.
Now, when you say that you watch these replays, is it you and Save? Is it your whole team? How does a replay analysis work on BetBoom?
We're watching a lot of replays from other teams and our teams also, and talking about Dota on bootcamp. So I think this is enough.
But is it your whole team watching together, or is it just you and your lane partner?
Sometimes we watch together, but usually we watch by ourselves. Like Save calls me to watch it, and we're watching. And also, this has happened with the Toronto Tokyo and Nightfall.
I see. And then I guess one last comparison between the two. So your 4 position on 9 Pandas was Antares, right?
Yeah.
So how does Save versus Antares compare for you as an offlaner?
I think Save has much more experience in the competitive Dota, so it's much easier to understand all things in the game. So I think it's with Save play much easier.
Right on. Well, it's showing up in your gameplay. Miero, congratulations on the 2-0 victory. Congratulations on being undefeated so far in Group Stage 2, and best of luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you, bye.
See you later, Miero. It's the beginning of a new era for him, and he's making it look very, very good right now on a BetBoom team. What are the people on the internet thinking about right now? That's what always has me, that's what really gets my juices flowing, you know? And that's why I got Pyrian Flax, social media enthusiast on the internet.
Bring your flowing juices to me, Neil, and I shall indulge them. I believe we have a graphic to look at. I want to show you something first of all, because look who's on top of the MMR charts.
Watson!
It's Watson, and who's number 2?
It's Quinn.
It is indeed Quinn. And then, who's
King.
number 3?
King.
King.
Who is it?
Apparently...
Sumail?
No. Is it Supreme, I think, is the kid's
No,
name?
it's Satanic.
Satanic.
AKA
Okay.
Butterfly.
And how old is this lad?
This guy's like
16.
He's like a phenomenon.
Wow.
So I'm sure we'll be seeing some of him. But looking at that list, this was actually, I saw it in a news article, but somebody posted it on the subreddit. There were some comments. Look at this comment here. Who the fuck is King? I can't read from here, Neil. You're going to have to read that.
40-year-old boomer, also known as Satanic, was the response to that. And the original post said, thank you. I thought it was the manifested version of what Yotoro thinks of Ame. Who the fuck's King?
Who the fuck is King? I think that's funny. I think it's funny. Just remember that name, King. Because I'm sure we'll be seeing, he'll be dominating someone. BZM style, turning up 16 years old and crushing noobs. So talking about players MMR. Oh, wait, there's one. What does that say?
Is this the famed forced 50% people talk about?
Of course.
I love his nickname.
Huh?
Toasty Sniper.
Oh.
What is this in reference to,
So
Pyrian?
the idea that you win a game and then the game makes you play against someone hard to force you back to
Correct.
50% win
Which is
rate.
how it works.
Not the case,
What?
of course, as we all know.
Doesn't work
not
that
the
way.
case.
This is a dumb myth. No.
Those are the things. Gaben is hand calculating win
Yeah.
probability, and he's also hand giving me the 4 worst possible teammates to make sure I lose the next game.
Well, apparently not. Here, I want you to move on. This is the next bit, okay? We have looked at the average ranking on and we were going to show that at the end. All right. What does that say? I can't read that.
Is that
from here.
Pyrian Flax's Tempest double?
Yes. That is definitely not Avery. That is my Tempest double.
Are you the Dire or the Radiant version, Ted?
Oh, I'm Dire for sure. Actually, wait a second. Avery's pretty mean.
Pick your poison.
You're Radiant, Pyrian.
You're Radiant.
I'm
Look at
Dire.
this
No,
face.
no,
Look at
no,
how
I'm
radiant
Dire.
this face
Avery's
is.
lovely. All right, so this was what I wanted to do. I have the average sort of ranking of all 5 players on the teams.
Okay.
So for each team, we've added up the rankings. The lower, the better.
The lower, the better.
So which team, and you guys feel free to chip
Is this
in.
MMR? What are you
it's
talking
like
about?
on the leaderboard,
So this
1
is
out
on
of
the leaderboard.
100.
So if you had
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you would have, what is that, 9 times 15 would be your team's rating.
Yeah.
Okay. So we've got the numbers. Which team do you think has the worst score overall? In other words, the highest number.
That's currently in Group Stage 2?
They're currently in Group Stage 2.
Purge, you go first.
We're not talking about MMR, are we?
No, listen.
Well,
listen,
sort
it's
of.
very simple.
Indirectly.
Imagine the ranking on the leaderboard. So 1 or 2 or 10 or whatever. We're adding up those numbers. So the lower, the better, because that would mean you have more players with low ranks.
It's
Do you
an
understand?
indirect way to say MMR.
Yeah, so it's basically what I said.
Purge, what's your guess?
No, you said, is it MMR?
Who has the lowest ranked
The
players
lowest.
right now?
By this metric. Without looking it up.
You're really thinking about this one,
I'm going to
Purge.
say OG.
No.
I have no idea.
Okay. Kezu?
You guys need teams? You forgot?
They're in Group Stage 2 or what?
Yeah.
Aurora,
Let's
Extreme
go with-
Gaming, Team Spirit.
I
Game
would have said
Gladiators.
Aurora.
No, it's Game and Gladiators.
What?
Oh, I mean, Ace is actually like ranked 1 Gillion.
He is
This guy didn't
ranked
rank me.
898.
Yeah.
So
Wow,
everyone
I'm
else in there,
stupid.
Darachio's 218, Celery's 192, Tofu's 34, Quinn is number 2, obviously.
Tofu's 30. I thought Tofu and Ace are constantly duo queuing. How is Ace like 10 million rank and Tofu's
don't know.
34?
It's probably because it can't be on the same team
Smurf
every
stuff.
time.
Yeah, the Smurf stuff. They
Shame.
cannot find party queue games anymore.
Shame.
Aurora are second from bottom.
Okay.
Then you've got Extreme Gaming, then Spirit,
Okay.
then OG,
Okay.
then Shopify Rebellion,
Nice.
then Bet Boom,
They're not
and
first.
then,
I thought they
and
were
then
first.
Falcons.
Falcons is number 1
yeah,
right now.
Crit is 152, but they have 3 lads at the top 10. You got Amar, Malrine, and Skeeter are all in the top 10.
They've been grinding. No.
Yeah, and then Snaking
No
is
wonder they're
32.
doing so
So
good.
Crit at 152.
Crit is bringing the average down?
Crit at 152
Because he
is
brought his
bringing the
North
average down.
American
Yeah.
rank with him.
But he's still up there, man. He's still up there.
up
So
there.
yeah, Falcons average is 40. Their
134.
total is 41. That's pretty crazy.
Impressive.
Yeah. But so Falcons and Bet Boom, probably 2 of the best teams we've seen so far.
That's
so perhaps
reflected in
MMR,
It's not a number.
not just a number, actually does mean something.
Huh. Imagine that. What a concept. Now, if you want to join the conversation, you can do so by using... No, we don't have a hashtag. But you can at ESL Dota 2 on YouTube and X.
I love X.
You can also do hashtag Road to Riyadh. Can't
Hashtag
you?
Road to
You can
Riyadh.
chuck that in there too. And of course, ESL on Instagram. My boy Munt with the memes.
we're watching them. As you see, we have social analyses after every single series.
Analysis.
Analyses. We want to know what you're talking about so that we can ridicule you live on air in
Or,
front of many people.
or share in your glory. If you got something cool that you post out, I don't make fun of people. That's not my vibe. I like to enjoy, I celebrate the victories that we all collectively as a species have created.
What was Chris' rank again?
134?
You're telling me you're not making fun of him? You're
Absolutely
saying
not. Love my boy Crit. What a lad. He is an Arsenal fan, but I'm not going to hold that against him.
How about in terms of hero fans, Karian? Because obviously we've been having you investigate a great many of the memes, but we actually have you creating some memes during our media day.
Oh.
Do you know what I might be hinting towards, Karian?
Yes, I do. I believe I was partnered with Brian.
Partnered with Brian.
Yeah.
Now, what for? I could only imagine. Pyrian and Brian, what kind of antics did they get up to during our media day here at DreamLeague?
Welcome to the 1v1 challenge. This is 1v1 challenge with a difference because, as you may have noticed, there are 4 of us. I am partnered with BSJ. Brian, how are you doing?
Great.
And we are up against Kezu and Sunsfan.
You will destroy
High
them.
five! Ooh, don't high five. And the plan is it's 1v1, but one of us controls the keyboard, myself, and Brian controls the mouse in this instance. And we're going to play 3 1v1s, and that's pretty much the setup. We're going to start off with Pudge. So some rules: no runes, no wards, no blocking.
Move
no
the courier
cowardice.
closer.
Yeah, you need to do it.
What do you mean? Oh, there's the courier selected. It's selected. Move it.
Okay, go back to hero.
Okay, there you go. 240 hertz.
Oh, let's go, baby.
Well, have you turned up the monitor or something?
Yeah, I'm hooking.
I thought you weren't supposed to buy that.
Yeah,
We don't care about that. We don't care about that. No cheats.
I did not enter. I purposely turned off cheats. I know who we're playing against.
Okay, go ahead and get your last hits. I'm just gonna sit here and do nothing.
You hitting Brian?
I'm hooking. I'm hooking.
Hooking?
Hooking.
Nice. We're doing good. Deny? Fuck. Okay, deny. Deny?
Yep.
Yeah!
Oh my
Deny?
God. All right, nice.
Okay. You're clicking too much.
This is good damage.
Oh, rotting.
Hitting Brian?
Quick. Just fight it out.
Okay.
No,
We're gonna back off.
Yeah,
Maybe use the salve.
Press shot.
Look at this. We get a whole way.
Okay, send it.
I forget the keeper.
Why you bracer? Okay, open the shop again.
Wait, it's already moving out.
So
Type bracer.
These guys are noobs.
Type bracer.
I'm gonna take.
Okay,
Buy your
Okay,
shit. Wait, he's already coming.
Look, he's chilling. He's chilling.
I'm taking.
Okay.
Let's get him. Let's get him.
I actually forget that I have to
All right,
fucking
wait, courier.
I'm thinking it's all you.
No, go ahead.
It's me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Keep the courier's
He's looking for it. He's looking for it.
Oh, we got the race cream. No, they go. You make the cream.
Oh, shit. Fucking idiot courier. Courier. He's just baiting them. It's fine.
Okay, we need.
Cardi's a smart boy.
Let's go for it.
Good dodge. Good dodge. Go for it. Yeah.
Okay, go.
Yeah. Get him.
Okay, we need to use a tango.
And deny? You're not sending. You're sending an empty.
I think we
courier.
want boots.
Yep, it is empty.
Oh, yeah.
That's true.
What?
I was trying to use the courier. Fuck. Yep. Man, they fucking suck, man. They
We
suck
meant
ass.
to do that.
We didn't want to hit you anyway.
You keep bringing the courier back. That's why.
I'm gonna stop. Yeah, first wave.
Oh,
I'm hitting.
Yep. I'm hitting.
yeah, we're going for
Hitting.
this. Yeah, we're going for this.
Oh boy.
We're backing. We're backing.
Okay.
Wait. Oh, it didn't actually deliver. Stop.
Press the button.
There. Because you keep canceling it.
You don't know it.
Here, remember.
So calm over here.
Hooking.
It's just so serene.
Yeah.
We're just both chilling.
They're trying to hook us, I think.
Yeah,
we're trying to hook
they
you.
can try whatever.
We're
they
huge hookers. Love me some
Oh,
hookers.
the level 6.
We have the timing. Okay, we
Careful.
have to hold it on.
Yeah.
Getting destroyed on CS.
Is there a time limit on this?
I think we should say after 8 minutes.
28 minutes.
8 minutes.
I can see no change.
Eat him.
Yep. Yeah, Hook.
Yeah.
Hooker.
Passive.
I'm gonna keep hitting it.
Nice.
Yes.
We have hooked. Oh no! That was my fault. We're losing.
Yeah, it's not going well. All right.
We need tango.
We need items, Shannon.
What do you want?
We're on
Rapier.
this. We're on this. We got
I
this.
want one more bracer for the ride home.
Why is the shop such a challenge for them?
Stop! You asked me to use the courier. Hey, pay attention! Look what happened! They did this instead of us!
Okay, we're chasing him down. We're committed. Turn on passive.
Eat him! Tower! Come on, you piece of shit!
We're disengaged.
No, keep going! Don't stop!
Back. Okay, wait.
That was good. That was good.
We don't have mana
good.
for hook, though.
Yeah, we don't have mana. We don't have mana.
Okay, we're...
No!
8 minutes, we're done! It's 8 minutes!
So who wins?
You guys have lower HP.
No. What's the CS over there? We have the coolest hook, so...
We have 50 and 8.
Yeah, totally 50.
We have 26 and 2.
Yeah, we're 49 and 21. Holy shit.
That's round 1. Round 1 goes to Flax.
We had the wrong setting.
You clicked it, though.
Setting. They blame the setting.
Yeah.
We took the time to arrange that.
We won, right?
Yeah, we won.
Pretty sure.
Totally.
That's 1-0 to us.
Impressive performance, Pyrian.
It was all Brian, 100%.
Which part? The mouse or the keys?
So we set it up. We were very clever. We set it up so that he could do everything.
They were sweating before the game, if I'm going to be honest. But they won. I'll take the L. I'll take the L.
We considered the situation. Brian was like, okay, put it on so I can use right click to cancel or something like that.
Deny. Right click deny?
Yeah. But it was also so that he could stop moving and stuff like that. There was some setting that he wanted to set up. So that basically he had slightly more control than he might have otherwise.
Way too sweaty.
And I was obviously on keys. So the problem was we had to turn quick cast off because otherwise it's just crazy.
Sure, yeah.
But I think we actually had it on.
We also had it on.
And I was just because I was like, I don't use quick cast. He was like, well, it's going to be almost impossible otherwise because it's going to have to be click and then another click. So we had to set up quick cast. So I just had to hope he was facing in the right direction when I pressed hook and out it would go. It was great. It was really fun.
Now, quick cast also makes it way funny because I'm like, oh, in the hook now, you press this, you left click again. Like, you just put the mouse where you want the hook to be, and you just hope that when you tell him hook, you put it at the right spot.
Just like you'll see on the subsequent ones with different heroes.
Oh, that was just round 1.
I will say that towards the later rounds, we started doing better. There's a more competitive game than this one because this one was garbage.
Okay.
I will also have to flame my partner. Hopefully, Shannon will be with me on a panel once. Because I don't know what buttons he has for the courier. Because he may just have no hotkeys. Because every time I needed to bring an item from the shop,
you didn't know how to.
It literally, like, he kept moving my hero.
Why don't you mouse click the button in the bottom right? There's like a little courier button.
Deliver all
because
items.
I need him to put the items from the stash to like.
No, I'm pretty sure
it does.
It's for noobs, dude. You just press that button, it grabs all the items, and it flies them out to you. Just press that button.
I didn't even need him.
That's true.
You gotta watch more low tier streams. They use that button all the time.
That's my bad. Because I usually, I press 2, I press whatever button to retrieve it, bring it to me, and it goes back.
Yeah,
I got a question.
Free hotkey.
Was that a magic wand in 1v1 Pudge? On one of those Pudges? Did I see that correctly?
We both had one.
They've got Flesh Heap, though. There's 2 spells. They do cast Flesh Heap.
And it did
It was actually not that bad.
But it's honor
You make
rules.
it sound like we're idiots, but it was actually okay.
What about Orb of Venom?
What about
Jinky was not in this 1v1, bro.
Raindrop is also banned from 1v1s, right? These are honor rules of 1v1s.
I remember us mentioning that. We said no creep blocking, no
runes, no wards.
Yeah, that was it.
He came freshly from Bed Boom Dacha, where
That's
there was
true.
like 50 games of 1v1 played. So
To be fair, I didn't cast him. Apparently, you were there, so you were better than
it was
me.
me. Okay, so you could have asked for the rules.
That's true.
And then break them like Boxy did.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was kind of cheating. It's like, you cannot destroy wards, right? Like
that was one of the rules, is you can't
then
destroy wards.
He bought sentry wards so that his creeps destroyed them.
Oh, that's clever.
That's what I'm saying.
I didn't destroy the wards. I just put a sentry down.
No, I think it's dumb.
I think that's
destroy
clever.
wards. No, it's just
Right, but he
it's
didn't destroy wards. The creeps did.
Do you know how
is
big that
Boxy in
is?
charge of the creep? General
He was also
Boxy?
denying his own sentries. You place a sentry, and where there's nothing happening, you kill a sentry, which also means that it shows up on your creep score. Because
That's true.
If you didn't get any kills, that's where you get the
deny,
extra.
though,
It's a deny,
right?
Yeah.
Did he do that?
They did, yeah.
I mean, you get 100 gold and like a lot of XP, and I feel like he cheated personally. But they told the admins, and they were like,
yeah, we don't see anything wrong in this one.
All right.
He's got that OpenAI levels of tech. Whenever OpenAI was like putting wards in front of the tower
to
aggro,
tank the tower. Yeah,
you got to think outside the box.
insane.
Or you could just be Nisha and actually be the best 1v1 mid in the world.
Yeah, that helps.
We haven't heard. We haven't seen the OpenAI bot. I wonder what happened to it. Do you think it's still there, plugging away?
Who knows what kind of horrifying things it has imagined since then?
Spending time on other things.
Maybe.
Scraping art.
Maybe one team is practicing against it right now. And they'll come out.
Yeah, I like to think someone out there was like,
You never
like
know.
to buy the singularity. And now they scrim against the AI and
Forever.
get better and better and better. Yeah.
Well, that's a good point. Maybe that's why Ex Machina was removed as an item for everybody who watched Ex Machina as a movie. Like, we know what happens
It's an
with
Oscar
AI.
Isaac banger.
Didn't see it.
Shame.
It's a shame.
Spoiler.
It's about a guy who used to be a mechanic. Now he's an ex-mechanic.
Yeah.
That's what
It's about sex robots.
That
to be
sounds
honest.
really good. I like his theory more. I'll watch your movie, Ted.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
friends, as you can see in the bottom right of your screen, there's a fair amount of time.
Oh.
Yeah, that screen. There's a fair amount of time before the next series begins. So I'll actually leave it in your camp, friends. Purge, you just did 2 shifts. You want to stick around for another hour shooting
Yeah,
the
of
shit
course.
together?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, what do you want to talk about, Purge?
Talk about?
Yeah. What do you want to talk about? I mean, we don't have
The
to.
campaign for North Africa.
I don't think he's familiar.
We could. No, oh, well, I am.
Oh,
I am
you
now.
are? Oh, dude, did you know they made a Wingspan spin-off called like Wyvern Span or something like
I
that?
think I did, yeah. I
Yeah,
thought
I
it was
saw it.
somebody stealing the idea, but no, it's the same company. They're just
It's the same
making
company.
fantasy.
Yeah.
Let's just talk about board games, something that's
All right,
fun
let's
to do
talk
in
about board
person, but
games.
not fun to watch on
Campaign
a
for North
stream.
Africa is literally a board game.
All right, do you want to tell people about it, Ted?
No,
'Cause I don't think
no.
anybody played that one, Ted.
No one's played it. That's the thing. If
Oh,
you
it's the
listen
one-
out there,
okay.
if any viewers out there, if you've ever played the board game Campaign for North Africa, the one that takes 1,200 hours to play, let me know. Send me a tweet or a
That's
message
like-
on Instagram.
Like, you could get good at Dota, or you could play this one board game badly
So
the
what's
first
the
time.
longest one that you guys have played? Is
That's
it like the
the-
game?
that's one of the
Oh my
longest.
god, Wingspan is this bird game?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I played it at the OG hub, like where we cover TI with OG's manager. We played it for 10 minutes and it was Kitrak, me, I think Uragi, and Bonkers. 10 minutes in, me and Kitrak rage quit.
Why?
You rage quit
We
Wingspan.
did not enjoy this game. After 10 minutes, will you play some bird? He does something.
Yeah, it's because you only played 10 minutes. It's an engine builder, and you're like,
Yeah, I
oh
don't wanna
man,
play
my
a
engine's
12-hour
not a
board
Ferrari
game.
right away. It doesn't take 12 hours.
Okay, I rage quit and played ping pong. That was good for me. I prefer ping pong.
I'm offended.
you have to move instead of playing a bird.
You play Dota for a living, mate.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Don't make out you're some athlete. I'm more of an athlete. I play Dota.
I didn't
Yeah,
say
he's
that.
an
Not
esports
like you
athlete. What
board
do you mean?
game
He
players.
was. He played professionally. He was a professional e-gamer.
Right. But it
Right.
still didn't involve running about. He didn't have to be on a treadmill, did he?
I'm just
He
saying,
wasn't
playing
100
bird.
meters
details.
Dota. He was doing the Dota.
The bird game sucks, okay? I
does
didn't
not
like it,
suck.
I quit. That's
I'm just
your
saying you
opinion.
can't
Bad
say
opinion.
that it's bad because you were playing ping pong, which involves moving around.
No, I said I prefer playing ping pong.
I have that on my buy list. Now I kind of don't want to buy it.
Yeah,
After
don't
this-
do it.
It's legitimately
Listen
good.
to him.
He's
Rate it
vouching
out
for
of
it.
10.
Don't buy it.
Out
All
of
right,
10,
are you
how
gonna
bad is it?
Out of 10, it's
this
an
guy-
8 out of 10
He
bad.
played 10 minutes. He has no opinion. He played 10 minutes. It's not enough time.
Okay,
the-
first of all, the
the first
introduction.
impression is what
Before we
matters.
played, it took 30 minutes for Bonkers to explain it to us.
Well, that
Okay.
might be
And
Donker's
every time,
fault. That's-
every time you played a card, everyone had to ask a question of, okay, and now how does this influence this and that, and in the next round, it was no.
I have a question.
Go for it.
I have a question. Have you ever played a board game before?
Yes.
Which board games?
Is Monopoly your favorite board game?
No.
I
I
thought
played
it was-
Monopoly. I played Catan. Is that how you say it in English?
Yeah.
Yeah, Settlers
Yeah,
of
that
Catan.
is a very great.
These are like
Okay, his
Really?
opinion sucks.
Okay, we're on different.
Bad opinion.
I like that game.
this is
different
like
sides
very
in this
low
war.
skill.
Okay, tell me some of your other ones that you've played.
I really
Candyland.
like
All I'm
Wingspan.
the Candyland. That's old school.
High intensity
what
gameplay.
Candyland
I'm just saying that you're complaining about the first time you played a game, you had to have the rules explained to you.
Oh, you guys are
and
reading too much
that it
into it.
wasn't immediately gratifying.
You got-
10 minutes into the
Yeah.
game. I
You-
mean,
you got all the worst parts
1
of the board
hour
game.
and 30 minutes, including instructions.
Usually for instructions, the best thing to do is to watch a YouTube video because people like me will sit there and try to explain how to play for 40 minutes and everyone's bored out of their mind.
yeah.
Correct.
You
There
should
are
just
these
watch a
how to
YouTube
play,
video.
10-minute how to play Wingspan, 10-minute how to play whatever. There's a bunch of YouTubers that do that. You
Watch
can look
that
it up.
shit and
Well,
then play.
if OG win, I can flame their manager because his instruction, it sucked. I was sitting there for like 30 minutes listening. I was like, okay, let's play.
So you're saying that in the time it takes for the next series to start, we may be able to teach you Wingspan.
That is correct. In 51 minutes,
We could
make
we
it
could
happen.
even get in your
Yeah, we
rage
could
quit.
rage quit you multiple times.
We can.
Rage quit
I mean,
a
you guys
board
can
game.
keep going. Sure.
I would be so offended if I sat down to play a board game with people and they gave up like 10 minutes in. I would be so personally offended.
Okay.
Kev
So
takes
fucked
board
up.
games
So
quite
fucked up.
seriously.
He's big on board games.
I
I,
know.
can
Fucked
tell.
up.
Yeah.
Because I would be annoyed as well. Especially if it takes like 4 players, you're the last guy.
You guys
like
make
you
it
only
sound
have
like
4
we had a
people.
date night to play this board game. They were like, "Oh, we need a +1. You want to play and try it out?" I was like, "Sure."
I
40 minutes
guarantee.
in, I'm like, "This is not for me. I
I
don't want to
guarantee
play."
that manager cried when he went to sleep. Guaranteed.
No, this guy doesn't care.
You traumatized him.
Alan doesn't. He doesn't.
All right, I need to give a shout out to one of the guys who makes a really good board game. He made Tainted Grail the Fall of Avalon. I don't know if you guys
I'm sure
played
he's
it.
watching, yeah.
Yeah, he's definitely. Well, he is a Dota fan because I
cool.
reached out to the company and I was like, okay, I don't get this like Kickstarter thing because I can't buy it. How do I like get? Because I wanted to have like these deluxe versions. Like I wanted to have these painted miniatures and stuff.
Ooh.
And he's like, you know what? I watch you guys.
Lacoste for Lacoste, I'd do anything.
So he sends me like just bunch of stuff, and
Wow.
you know I thanked him for that. But yeah, if you want to check it out, definitely worth it because
What was it
this
called
game,
again?
Tainted Grail: The Fall of Avalon.
Didn't they make a? Wasn't there a video game called
Like I've
Tainted
heard of
Grail?
that.
Is that
Yeah,
that
there
one?
is. There is one as well.
You sort of you loop around again and again. It's like a roguelike almost.
Yep.
Yeah, I played that.
But one of the best ones I've played so far, definitely Gloomhaven. It's the one that you can invest a lot. It's a bit of an older side right now. It was the best rated board game of all time on BGG.
I would like to hard disagree that Gloomhaven
It
should
was.
be
It
the
was.
best
It's-
rated game
it's
of all time.
definitely in top
It's
5.
incredibly slow and tedious. I really didn't enjoy it at all.
What's your best board game?
We don't want to know. I'm
It's-
talking
it's,
super
Campaign for
deep
North
cuts
North
nerdy
Africa
shit.
one.
It's not Campaign for North Africa because I can't say I've never played it, but I am into like extremely awkward military kind of tactical strategy World War II-y board games and tabletop stuff. It's ultra nerd stuff.
Have you
Nothing
ever
fun.
played Axis and Allies? It's a classic,
Yes,
I
of
think.
course I played Axis
I played that one when I was in high school. We didn't
That's
really
like-
know what was going on.
That's
but
like Babby's first introduction to World War II grand strategy games.
I just
right?
wasn't sure. That's the only one I ever played.
Have you seen the guy that made a sequel? I can't remember what it is. We played it on Tabletop Simulator. My God, this is so complicated. Look it up. Axanella is a sequel. It's got some funky name. It's ridiculous. Like the complexity of some of these games is insane. The one I want to play is Twilight Imperium. That's a game I want to play. That's like 12-hour playtime or something crazy like that.
Why are you such a masochist?
Because if you're playing with people, I'll tell you what, it is a really fun way to spend a day with people that you like, just chilling. You get some lunch in, then you get a couple of beers in, you play the game. It's chill, it's something to do. Just a way to burn time. What else are you going to fucking walk around outside? Play ping pong?
You have to be careful you don't invite a Kezu to the day, though.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
To ruin everybody's
To
day.
abandon the game. Oh, it's not a big deal. I was a little bored, so I abandoned. No big deal.
I think I know what he's doing. He's like, I don't want to take part in this conversation. Maybe he knows a lot about the board games and he doesn't need to do anything. Even if it feels for like good 50 minutes, he can be on the side and he can be excluded
just
from
a-
the
it's just
conversation.
a-
Something that Synderen and Sons fan did
That is
when
true.
they had to fill.
They threw on purpose.
Yeah.
So I just hated it, so I quit. There
Big
you go.
difference.
If you don't like something, you don't have to do it.
Yeah, exactly. If you don't like it,
Let that be a lesson to you at home. If you don't like something, you don't have to do it.
Kezu, don't you like it when like the mechanics synergize? Like you get some like Elder Titan, you pair it with like a Veil of Discord, and you get some magic damage on top, and then
Why
when you
are you
use
guys
your
still trying to
spell,
convince me?
it's like
I
3
don't
times
wanna
better.
play this
I'm
game.
not.
Do you
I'm
like
out.
that aspect
Did
of
you
Dota?
like the art, at least, in Wingspan or Wyvern Span, whatever
No.
it's called?
I mean,
No,
sure.
not-
It just didn't interest me.
What was your favorite bird?
Who doesn't like birds?
I know. You know. Here's an old school name. Draskell never liked birds.
No.
He hated birds.
And I like
Who
Draskell.
doesn't like birds?
So he'd
Birds
see
are
your
great.
sweater and just beat the shit
He'd
out of
hate
you.
this, yeah.
That's it.
Spit on you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I personally find this conversation scintillating, but I'm getting told that we have a video, which I guess we can show you instead.
It's of Wingspan, Neil. I knew it.
We found a 10-minute tutorial on Wingspan for you
Or
at home.
dummies.
Or alternatively, it's pro players guessing the rank of some plays.
Oh my god, dude. There's no difference. Okay, judging right away from the clip, I see she has a magic wand and a branch and tangles when she's in mid. That makes me think it's kind of low rank.
It's gonna be a Taro quick buy. He's trying to last hit the axe right now. This is respectable gameplay.
She's gonna make a rampage here, isn't he? You got a rampage, I think. You get a rampage.
Eat a tango, bro. What are you doing? Eat a tango, eat a tango. Hello?
Eat the tango, eat the tango. That he's getting a rampage. No way. No way. How is he getting a rampage? It's so weird.
Maybe Ancient or below Ancient because the Lina didn't eat the Tango. I don't think he's immortal. And they have Pudge and Axe and Ricky. They're shit heroes. So I think it's Arshan.
Mechanically, like, I thought usually these videos are kind of like bad and the players are bad, but like that was like, I'm gonna say immortal.
He has pretty good mechanics. He's like auto-attacking and moving. But maybe that's like normal nowadays. I don't know, I would say like, it's like legend.
I would say Divine. He hit his spells, so that's a start. He has like some different item build on mid, so that's like not a very good player, but you know, it kind of makes sense, like Stick versus Storm. Some kind of beta scientist, like some guy that thinks he knows something, but you know, Divine, I say Divine.
Oh, Ancient? Oh. Okay.
Well, guess I'm bamboozled a little bit. Maybe I should have said Divine, but I don't know, like that doesn't strike me as ancient, because that person's like target priority was good. He actually tried to last hit as well. That's when you know when someone's actually like next level good, because like you only care about yourself when you're out there playing these pubs. Like it's you versus everyone else, including your teammates. So you're trying to get all that gold, funnel it into yourself, and that's a mindset thing. So I thought that's like an immortal mindset.
Okay, Ancient. It's just starting items first of all, and like the way like the enemy moved in as 2 instead of 5 people like at the same time, it made me feel like it's kind of low rank. There's just 2 dudes running in and then it's a fight breaking out.
I mean, the guy can be a Smurf for all we know. Still exists? I don't know.
Okay, Aghanim's Rush. 16 minutes in, there's 40 kills already. Okay, Curse. He's getting focused.
Rampage again.
He's gonna kill them all here, isn't he? Oh yeah.
This guy looks like he's playing with like 27 APM. Oh, the GG well played spam. Oh, this guy must be good.
I think it's Divine. All the heroes like pretty good and meta. Immortal or Divine, because the hero was good and this guy has a good build on Beast. Like he knows how to play.
It's hard to say. I mean, I actually can't predict rank off this video. Like, it's pretty hard. There's a lot of elements to it that, first of all, there's like the backspacing in the beginning where the dude is like, he sees them and he moves back, which is like a good reaction, like instinctually. Then he gets cursed. But I don't know what the hell the enemy team is doing. Like, I don't know why they don't just kill this guy. So that's like a separate issue. Like, I don't know what the hell they're doing. So, alright, I'm gonna say Legend.
This one was impossible to guess. I tried to figure out who's the enemy mid. It's like weird. I think this is a kind of low rank as well. I would say it's like Ancient, maybe?
This guy's immortal. He has a normal item build. Clicked his spells well, I guess. And he's buying an Orchid. He's playing against... It's kind of a good Orchid game. Kinda. So... Divine.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. The thing is, I would have done one lower than that, but then I saw that GG well played in all chat, so I'm like, alright, that's a 1-up. That Lina was definitely a better player. This guy, no offense to this dude, you know, all respect to this guy, you know, but I'm saying that Lina, you know, the quick buy, the last hitting, that was beautiful.
Fuck, so close. His farm was like way too good for an Ancient player, maybe.
Yes! Gets in.
You guys don't know anything what you're talking about.
So you didn't even
10
throw
minutes.
any
You
cards.
guys ridiculous.
No idea
He
what
quit
you're
after
talking
10 minutes.
about.
How can he even say that he has an opinion?
Because you guys haven't played a single good board.
Oh yeah, what have you played,
Yeah,
buddy? You
exactly.
ping pong. You ping pong.
Exactly.
You
You had to
playing. You
quit
ping pong.
immediately.
Yeah, I see. You guys think you're cool ganging up 3-1, huh? You think you're cool?
Kevin, what
Yeah,
did you think
suck.
about
I don't even need to say anything. That's how wrong you are. It's so obvious.
Kevin, what did you think about the content that our editors lovingly crafted for the viewers at home and for us to enjoy by giving pro players some insight on ranks?
What content?
I mean, it was interesting that they were all rampages. That kind of like throws things off a little
Oh, you're
bit, but
paying attention.
but it makes the clips a lot better to watch. I think one comment that I said to you guys that the pro players I think often misestimate is they were trying to judge how meta the quality of the heroes were in the game, and I think the average player up until like 5 to 6k somewhere in there, they sometimes are more flexible. Like some players do only pick meta heroes, but it's like a smaller subset. Some people have comfort. It could be slightly out of meta and they'll still play it because they feel stronger on that hero. So
I think single queue, solo queue, I think you're definitely right. I think a lot of time in solo queue there's less coordination. People pick whatever they want. But I think a lot of parties, some parties go out, they're like MMR assassins. They'll come out and just lose games. They'll beat you. You'll lose MMR against these guys. They only pick these specific heroes they're all amazing at. Or they'll have come up with some fiendish lineup. and that's their whole plan, is to ruin other people's evenings. That's how it feels.
But it does happen because if you lose games, it feels really bad. And then someone in your party's like, Flex, he's like, why don't you pick a good hero? Pick a fucking good hero. And you're like, oh, God.
But the other thing that, because first of all, I agree with you that pro players like overthink a lot of this stuff because they see like, wow, this guy is good at last hitting or like his mini clicks are good. But the thing is, I've like even coach like single, there's a lot of different aspects you can be good at Dota. Like just because your little clicks are good or wow, this guy hit a light strike array on Lina, like, it doesn't make you an immortal player. And I think sometimes the pro players, they tunnel vision on like, wow, he did this good, therefore he has to be divine.
Don't you think their idea of what like a Legend 1 player is actually like is like they just think they're such dirt that they can barely even click the buttons. Because you're right, they're often like, oh wow, he hit that Sunstrike. Okay, this guy's good. It's like he's played 10,000 hours of Dota. He's gonna land some spells occasionally, but their idea of how bad everyone else is so low.
I had a big misconception of like what MMR is actually like which rank. Because a lot of the pro players...
Look at him talking now about Dota 2. Like
now he's in the zone.
Yeah, why didn't you give up yet? I'm surprised you're still here.
Yeah, maybe you guys should make some good points. How about you, Lacoste? Let's see if you can make a good point.
Good point about... I didn't even watch the video. I was checking the games because Gloomhaven is...
Oh my god.
ranked number 3. And speaking of ESL 1 Birmingham, which is coming up shortly, there is #1 game on Board Game Geek for all the geeks out there.
Birmingham Brass.
Birmingham, yeah.
Birmingham Brass. Or Brass Birmingham, yeah. I played that. I played that. That's a hard game. That is quite a hard game. I also played one. See if you can figure out what it's called. You have to move horses across America or Argentina or something like that. I can't remember what it's called. Silver Trail or something like that. You got a bunch of horses or cows. It's
Great
cows.
Western Trail, maybe.
Great Western Trail. You get the cows. You get them on the train. That's a hype game. I know I've sold it very badly. I apologize for that.
We love cows.
But that is a fun game. It's either cows or horses.
Wait, you sold it? What do you mean you sold it?
You made the game?
You sell them. I've sold it as in I've pitched it. I've sold it to the public.
He was describing the game as like, guys, you're going to love this game. You take cows across America.
Like I'm trying to sell people on an idea, and I'm making it sound lame, but it is good.
And the CEO of the company is like, sold.
Get this guy.
$10 million. I don't sell my games. I don't sell my board games. Even if it's a shitty one, it's still going to be there on the shelf. It has a...
Ooh-la.
Good it's in your trophies.
It definitely is. But yeah, you said you played something that you really liked with Fate Beyond.
Yeah, one was called, I assume the pronunciation is Carcassonne.
Carcassonne, yeah.
It's the village
Plays
in
all
France.
the intro games, man.
Manon is gonna kill you.
I played
pronounce that
a lot of Dota for a lot of years.
How do you pronounce that? That's how we pronounce it in America.
How do you pronounce?
Carcassonne.
Carcassonne.
Let's check.
That was pretty close to what I said.
It's Carcassonne. That's how you pronounce it.
Yeah, now he's nailing it.
And there's one more other game. There's one more other game where you have to like move around the map. You can like play some dragon card, or you can like block off the end. Like everyone has to like move around the map.
It's a hero quest.
Dragons are basically birds. So you're fine with dragons, but if you throw down a bird,
they're
it's
very
like,
similar. Yeah, this is another banger.
And birds are basically dinosaurs. Therefore, dragons are basically dinosaurs.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Sure. Did you play Agricola? My kids love that game. You might like that. It's quite a sweet little game.
I haven't.
You might need to start with something simple.
It's a village building game.
Yeah, because these games are hard.
You can buy pigs. You can buy little cows.
Do you like breeding
animals?
animals?
I want to play the cow game that you talked about. That sounds really good.
Do you like breeding animals and humans and play Agricola?
And humans.
Yeah, you got to make kids.
There's a action, give birth action or something. Expand family. I don't remember what it's called.
Baby action.
Give birth action.
And your kids haven't asked you about that? They're like, this is how it works?
Yeah, I'm like, yes. You just roll a 6 and
whoever goes first and blocks that square is the one that gets to have a child that round. No one else.
But only one baby per season.
Heaviest board game you played?
Heaviest?
Yeah.
Like emotionally heavy or physically heavy?
Physically.
So, Star Wars Rebellion.
I killed a dog in a game. That was pretty heavy.
Because I have, it's called, I haven't played it yet, but it's called Oathsworn Into the Woods or Into the Deep Woods. It has like 20 kilos.
Oh, wow.
What the hell? Of what?
It's just like a lot of stuff inside.
Are they like miniatures and like
miniatures, like a lot of books. There's like multiple different scenarios. You can play that for like, I don't know, hundreds of hours.
Have you played any of the legacy games before, which I believe is a term that like you can only play it once.
Legacy?
And then it like, what?
There's a Sherlock Holmes game where you can play a single player, you can play co-op.
Sherlock
That's quite
Holmes,
fun.
Consultative Detective. You play it once and then you know what's going to happen.
Yeah, like so it's like you're trying to solve the case. But obviously once you've solved that case, you can't play it again.
Right.
So it's like a co-op-y board game. You go around and investigate the crimes and read the clues. That's a lot of fun. That is a fun
I mean, you can play it, especially if you're dumb like me. I can play that every, like, 1 month. What I played.
Like, wow, the pieces already opened up here. Someone must have had a lot of fun.
Then I asked for a refund because they sold me the game that is not brand new.
Oh, yeah, of course. I've seen this before.
The game's faulty, guys, please.
I played Star Wars Rebellion. That's good. You play as the Rebel Alliance and you play as the Empire. And you have to, like, the Rebel base is on one of the planets in the galaxy. And you have to move the Empire fleet around. You've got, like, all the character cards. That is an awesome game. You have, like, proper fleet battles and ground battles. And there's all kinds of heroic moments and everything. Like 500 miniatures in that game. So you open it up, it's like, oh my God, there's all these pieces. Yeah, I played another one. It's like a naval game. I can't remember. See if you can find it. It's like a Cthulhu themed. You're at sea. You have a ship. Like
what am I? Like what am I?
Just
You are
you
the
are
expert.
board game.
Type
Google
that.
it.
I know that
Just
much.
type that. Type board game Cthulhu naval sea ship. Monsters.
Write that down.
Dragons. Someone in
Thrown a
Twitch chat
couple.
is typing it right now, but we can't see Twitch chat.
It sounds like you guys have more chances to play super nerdy board games than me. I'm usually playing with like my parents and my siblings.
Well, if you
and
come
their partners,
to the UK, we'll go down to Bristol and we can play all kinds of the nerdiest
I will
board
play
games
with
you've
you
ever
guys.
seen.
If the game
No,
doesn't
you're not
suck, I
invited,
won't
Kezi,
quit.
no
All
offense.
right, so
Oh, I
10
see how
best
it is.
Cthulhu board games that aren't Arkham Horror.
Yeah.
So we can check this out. Mountain of Madness.
No.
Nope.
Ship of Madness.
Tool of Wars Duel.
No.
Gates of Delirium.
No.
Keep going.
That
We'll get
May
it.
Die.
No.
Eldritch Horror.
No.
Shadows over Normandy.
No.
Keep going.
Evil
Never-
High Priest.
No.
Unspeakable Words.
No.
It's a great content.
Lovecraft Letter.
No. These are all nicknames for my
Pandemic
penis, by
Reign
the
of
way.
Cthulhu. And that's it. It's not that. You didn't describe it well.
Death May Die.
Unspeakable Horror, I was going to go with.
Okay. Friends, we have a second part to the Guess the Rank video. Are you excited?
Oh, thank God.
Nice. Let's watch it.
Oh my God, dude.
There's no difference.
Shiva X, the fuck.
Good. Saving his teammate.
Okay, saving some dude. Sunring 2 targets. Hey, where's the Sunring going? Dude? Chill out.
What? The mischance.
Sven, Murta, Phoenix. This one is hard because the hero is actually fine, but who buy Axe on Phoenix? I think it's Legend or Ancient because no one buy Axe on Phoenix like that. The Phoenix doesn't pop their spell fast. I think it's below Ancient. It's Legend.
Let's go with Legend again. I'm gonna say that clip was kind of like compared to the first two, you know, this one is like I can do this while sipping a few beers and, you know, my feet up. So I'm gonna say that's like also no quick buy, and he also didn't cancel his Sunray spinning around. So let's go with Crusader.
Okay, I think this is a low rank as well. Just the way he like didn't press Shivas before Egg, the way he uses Sunray. This is for sure lower than the other two. I'm just scared because it might be like a high rank game and I'm like flaming pros, you know. That would be awful. Yeah, I think it's Archon or Legend.
Is between Ancient and Divine. I mean, he didn't use Fire Spirits before the egg, so he didn't really click the spells like in good order. I'd say Ancient.
Oh.
Oh my God, dude. I feel like last time I did this, I also failed miserably as well. Like, I couldn't get a single video correct. It's kind of sad.
Guardian. It's like hard because I never play like against those people, so it's like weird.
People that play Phoenix usually don't go Aghanims because it's a really bad item. So when I see second item Aghanims, maybe that should ring a bell.
So he's obviously owning the game. He's 11-minute diffuser blade, ganking enemy carry.
Tower is under attack.
Oh my. Oh God, what is the second swashbuckler, dude?
Radiant's bottom tower
Missing
is
all
under
the spells, but it's okay.
It's Hurl.
Okay, what are enemy doing?
I feel this camera movement is very weird. On the roll on this Dazzle should have been better. Oh, that was a good cancel, bro.
A really well skilled game.
Yeah, it's Hurl for sure.
Still trying to think. I'll tip it in to help. I mean, I think this is a... I feel like this guy is smurfing. He should get banned. That's what I think.
How is the Fusel not like changed, like this item? How is it not like been changed in any way? Like it's actually crazy. Like Pango has been like in every major final, every LAN event for like 2 years. But this guy, I'm gonna say he's legend. This time, like accurately, I feel like this guy is a legend player. But his role in Dazzle is just sussy bussy, and his swashes, like he's not using the thing where you swash ahead of the guy to do 5 attacks. I'm gonna say legend.
This guy probably smurfing. I think he's not that good. Maybe Ancient smurfing. It's not Immortal smurfing.
I would say the level of this game is like very low. Maybe I would say it's Crusader or Archon, and this guy is probably like Divine. I'd say it's Archon.
I mean, there is some Medusa, Drow, Bounty Hunter, Zeus supporting the enemy team. Legend. I'm feeling ashamed.
Yeah. The heroes so shit on the both teams.
Jesus Christ, he's smurfing, dude.
Harold. Bro, there's no difference.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
It's a smurf. Yeah, the guy's a smurf.
They report this guy, dude. This guy needs to get sent to like get his account banned or some shit. Like my account got banned, this guy deserves to get banned too. Get this guy out of here. The thing is, like, Pango players are probably like spammers. Like people don't casually play this hero. They live and die by this guy, like this hero. They live and by the Fusel Blade. They only play Pango. Like they're probably higher skilled in their bracket. They're just only a Pango players.
Oh wow. You guys actually...
You're saying
Come
that
on,
this is
not again, man. Shut up.
That's not the best board game of all time.
It's getting ridiculous.
Same story again. I hate this.
I mean, you
panel.
have to try to at least play this game.
Lacoste!
Yes.
We just watched another great video from our esteemed ESL editors. Guessing the rank. Give me your reaction.
Ban the Smurf. I don't know. It definitely looked like a Smurf because the enemies, they looked horrible. This is like bots pretty much. But he was playing well. Like he was.
We all
playing...
started somewhere, Lacoste. Be kind to the heralds out there.
No, I mean, the thing, because
They were pretty bad.
My friend owns a gaming cafe, and there's like a lot of Dota players there. So one guy, like my friend calls me, he's like, you have to check this out. Like you gotta come. I'm like, okay, what's going on? So he says, this guy has 79 MMR. I'm like, that's not possible. That's like literally not I thought it was humanly impossible to have this low MMR. So I come there and I watch this guy play. So he's playing like this with one hand, goes to the base for no reason. He's playing Drow Ranger mid, goes to base, checks his phone, comes back to a lane, talks to a friend for a while. That explains it, but I also didn't know that you could have like, let's say statistically, you know, we talked about some statistic yesterday with Dr. Neustadel and everything.
Right.
About
Dr. Neustadel.
on stream, but I think that like even if you start at 0 and somehow magically you're gonna win 4 games, there's gonna be a lever, there's gonna be like somebody who's gonna give up and you're gonna be able to win the game. So I thought it was not possible, but apparently there's a lot of people who have sub 100 MMR.
How does he have fun playing that though?
People like different things, okay?
People like different things. Therefore, Neil, don't even discuss things.
Shout
I
out
don't
to all
like
these
that
people,
argument, Kev.
sub 100
People like different
MMR.
things.
Getting below 100 MMR, that's an achievement. Because I'm not sure how it's possible.
It's worth asking.
It's very possible.
Yeah, it's an achievement.
What is he enjoying about it? He's barely paying attention to it. He's not even
PC
trying.
Cafe with friends, having a good time.
He's not playing with friends.
No,
He's
he was
checking
playing
his phone.
solo, and then like the friends came in, and he's like, "Oh,
Okay,
hey guys,
so he
how
was
you
playing
guys
with
doing?"
friends? Okay.
No,
No,
he
the friend
wasn't
is just
playing.
around.
No,
right?
yeah, the friends are around. He's playing alone.
So
But his
all I'm
friends are
saying
there.
is, he may as well just play a clicker
Some
game
people
on
that
his
he
phone
knows.
Yeah.
or play a mobile game. Like if you're not
Play
going to
cookie
engage
clicker.
with it at all, I'm just saying, why bother?
Look,
It's
I'm
it's
just
worth
saying
asking.
our perspective and the perspective of players are very different than some other players. Some people are very casual, some people are much weaker, and you have to understand that like our separation is so wide that I get it seems crazy that someone could be 1 MMR, but some people just don't have some of the skills that it needs. Like they don't have the attention span, they don't process information quickly like all of us do by playing it a lot. There's a lot of things that just make you a bad player.
But then why play Dota?
maybe that's what he's into right now. Maybe he thinks Dota's cool because he watched
is he
TI and
into
he saw Neil screaming on the stage and he's like, damn,
I'm sold.
I want to play that
Purge,
game.
you got me.
Like,
I love this
it doesn't
guy.
take much. And maybe he stopped playing it after a week because he lost all the time. Who
I'm
knows?
just saying, this guy is equivalent to Kezu's wingspan experience.
Yeah,
all
that's
right.
pretty
Where
true.
he's literally like checked out. He wants to leave. He doesn't want to listen to the explanation.
Yeah, what's your wingspan?
Please,
MMR,
OG, please. OG, can you guys start the game? Like, stop making me be on this panel. Thank you. I don't want to hear wingspan one more time. One more wingspan, I'm leaving.
Production just said 22 minutes.
They said Neustadel.
Did you know it's on Steam
They
and
said Neustadel. He's going to say wingspan. I can't hear you.
Well, I don't have to say it. It's on Steam and also
didn't
the
ask.
Google or
Didn't
Apple
ask.
Marketplace. We can play it when we get home if you want.
Yeah, I
We
don't
can
think
play
you
it
have
right
a wingspan of the attention to play some of the board games. So.
He hasn't got the
guy.
attention of a bird.
This guy right here.
Do you want me to download it actually on my computer right here? I've
I
got
have it
It's
too.
right there.
You have the
Wingspan. It's 1.38 gigabytes. You want to see? I could just download this right now, baby.
Put it up on the leg. Production, put up
it up, guys.
wingspan on Steam on the LEDs.
Let's just
I
create
don't think they can do
desktop.
that.
Whoa, they're.
Can
No,
they?
he's actually installing it.
We're doing it.
Oh, it's such a
we
short
can't do it.
install.
I will play it for sure.
Yeah.
I'm really hyped right now. I know
This
you
will
guys
be your.
can't tell,
This
but
will be your tech analyst segment.
Do you want me to buy for you right now on stream?
yeah, I will play it.
You're gonna be on this computer. I don't want to hear about
What a
OG
waste
versus
of money.
Stream.
Yeah. Buy
You
it
need
for
to stop
Kezu.
the download.
Why?
Stop the count.
It
We're
seems like-
lagging.
yeah, we're lagging.
We're lagging out.
It's a really good joke.
We're lagging out.
You guys want me to say wait until it's finished downloading before I say something?
1 gig. What the
it's just a
heck?
simple gig.
How is wingspan 1 gig?
Those bird
A lot of-
PNGs
there's
are
bird
high
noises.
quality.
2 hours to explain, man. They need to download all the info
Bird
about
noises.
this dumb bird game.
There's
It's not
no
done.
developers. Do you guys even try for efficiency in the file size anymore?
Yeah, whose fault is it? Is it
even
me?
on the list
You know
of
who
things?
tried?
Let's make wingspan not a gigabyte. It doesn't need to be a gig,
New GTA is gonna be like 500 gigs or something.
but it's gonna be POG.
Compression is a lost art, and some may argue that filling during a Dota panel is as well. Friends, we will be back in 15 minutes
With
with
Wingspan.
OG versus Extreme after the break.
feeling good. Wake up with no alarm, brand new kind of charm, and fresh hot coffee in a big old mug. Can't wait to get my face in the morning sun. Yeah. Make a list, check it off, doing only what I want. 'Cause there's nothing better than making waves. I'm front and center in my own parade, on parade, on parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into foot. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling. Hold up, windows down, rolling with the classic sound. Spent $5 on Walmart shades. Can't wait to stop traffic in my own parade, on parade, on parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into foot. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling.
Just got the news that you're still in town, looking for a safe place to hide. Well, you better close your window and lock the door, 'cause I'm gonna get you tonight. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, I'm close, so get ready and watch out. Love has a way of seeing through all of your wants and the shadow of doubt. So just get dressed and know for sure I'm on my way to take you out. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, I'm close, so get ready and watch out, 'cause here I come.
Welcome back, everyone, to more board game discussion night here on DreamLeague. See, the thing about Wingspan is...
yeah.
No, I'm kidding.
I've really gotten up to speed. Don't worry about it.
We're done with that. And now we're getting into the Dota, the last match of the night with Pyrian Flags, Lacoste, Kazu, and myself. We're going to bring you to Extreme Gaming versus OG. Extreme Gaming versus OG. Now, I have not had the pleasure of actually covering any Extreme games on the night shift.
Same.
That's because we've been on the same shift, Ted.
Yeah, same. None of us have casted them.
So we are experts at this team, right, Kazu?
They've got a lot of X's in their name.
They do have a lot of X's.
Little tip for you.
Yeah, don't worry. Lacoste already made that joke with the XXS, XM, whatever it may be. Many X's.
Yeah, that's how we think. That's how old people think. When you have nothing smart to say, you got to look into different stuff.
That's true. But to get into the series, I believe we have the technology that I, as a tech analyst...
You got a clip for me.
I have something to show because...
All right, sweet.
You know, everyone's like, oh, Ame God, him and Yatoro is the best carry. They always have top net worth. But I want to highlight the support. You don't just get free farm as a carry because, wow, you're all so good. I want to highlight this play. It's 155 in the game. So DY goes over here, places a sentry to block the hard camp and unblocks his easy camp at the same time.
I love that ward.
Now, when you speed up, bam, half pole. What does this mean? Ame free farm. Speed up the game. 3 minutes. Let's see what's going to happen. Again, he's in a nice position. Dave is going to run over because he's like, I want to block this camp. Boom. Gets stunned right before. 3-minute mark. A new camp. And not only this, he's also taking full attention from the two cores. Like, oh, look, Ame free farming in the tower. I can free farm right now. Goes back to the easy camp. Another half full. And look at Ame's network. My bro, top of the network. Now we go later. He's going to help mid. Comes back top. Half fulls again. Let's pull up 7-minute mark. Ame, top net worth. Wow. Ame is so good. He really killed those creeps in the tower, didn't he?
That's all Ame. That's all I learned from this.
So if we are OG right now, we need to understand that DY, he will go for this sneaky little play where he will try to block this camp and unblock this one at the minute mark. And they need to deny it. Otherwise, Ame, minute 7, top net worth, and Reddit gonna go crazy all over him.
Okay, so I've got a noob question.
Is it about wingspan?
No, I played POS4 a lot, and I'm pulling that hard camp to try and you know, pull my wave. I do that. The half pull, as you call it, is there a consistent way to do it? Because sometimes I do it, I'm like, oh, just got the range creep, that'll do nicely. Because they don't come and investigate. When the range creep's missing, they think, where'd he go? Oh, well.
There's 2 ways to easily do the half pull. Either A, you get the timing and you hold them, like you pull it like 20 or 50, those are generally the timings, or you let the creeps hit you once, because then they stand still and basically do nothing. And then you time it with where the wave is, you run, and then when it's close, boom,
well, the projectile's like flying towards you.
Right, but it will still only aggro.
It depends on the range.
It can also just be a melee camp.
Yeah.
It takes practice and timing.
Okay, all right.
If we have 5 minutes together, I'll get you 100% success rate.
Okay, I was going to talk wingspan with you if you had 5 minutes together, but sure.
No, right now Kazu's been dropping some wisdom, and I want to supplement that wisdom with a wisdom rune presented by the U.S. Air Force. Ame is yet again the topic of discussion, and you know why? It's because he has the most career games on Phantom Assassin. You wouldn't consider Ame to be his Siggy to be Phantom Assassin, but he has the most of all pro players, tied with Q. Wow, tied with QO? That's actually quite surprising.
That's a relic right there.
Yeah, well, QO was way back in the archives.
14 and 15
Maybe
we're talking
16
about?
still.
I think 16-ish.
Okay.
Loader very persistent there with the 48% win rate on PA. He's still picking
He was going to make it work one day.
Still picking it.
Ahmed tried to play PA 3 times this tournament and only sitting at 33% win rate. 3 games, I think I said it a few times, only played when there's Mars on the enemy team. Like, this is the matchup they like to have on paper, but I don't know, because there's probably going to be this particular matchup in this series, because Whisper Mars, he's going to grab it every single time he can in the first phase.
There's also a new build that I've seen Ame cook up, or I don't know if he did it in the games that you're talking about, where it's like 3rd item Revenant's Brooch.
Yeah.
And
third item?
Yeah, like it's like Fury into Phylactery, Kanda, Revenant's Brooch.
That seems like a huge meme build.
It looked good. He won like his last 4 pubs on it. It can't be that bad.
Would you only do that against high armor opponents, or can you? Okay.
Then it makes the most sense.
I see.
You're not building Deso most of the time when you're playing into these like Morphlings. There was a time when people were trying to theory craft and just get like Maelstrom against TBs and Morphlings. So this is a good substitute item.
Well, let's see if he's going to whip that out against, as you guys mentioned, potentially the Whisper Mars, because they are going up against OG, who is a team that maybe reeling from last night, because boy, that was we had two heartbreaking throws of last night. Gaming Gladiators comebacks. That's a much better way. Two heartwarming comebacks from Falcons against OG and Shopify against Gaming Gladiators. The Falcons one was it was two comebacks slash throws against OG.
It's like in game 1 they got Huskard, right? And then in the second game, like this happened, which I'm just gonna say it. This only happens to you one time in a tournament. There's no way that you're gonna give away. This is your win. You handed it to them. At the end of the day, hopefully they still understand that we played against Falcons. We actually did good until the last 10 seconds where BZM got a heart attack or something, lost control of his hero, got lasted in the fountain.
But like, what can I do next? Like, what's the thing that I'm gonna do after we get this dub? He's like, I'm gonna gather some friends. We're gonna play Wingspan. No, need to stay focused. Lean forward, stay focused until the game is done.
Otherwise, this happens, and then you get 2-0'd. Although, who knows what have happened. I mean, Falcons, we are considering to be one of the front runners of this tournament, so maybe if it went to a third game, Falcons would have taken it anyway. And it's only series score that matters so far in Group Stage 2. But
I mean, they're the highest ranked average team by MMR.
a very wise social media expert did tell me that. So the bar is set that high. So no shame in OG losing to them. It's just maybe some shame in how they lost to them. But, you know, they got strong mental. I'm sure Seb made a rousing speech after that.
I'm sure he did. And also, like, we should understand, like, they're 0-2, but out of all the teams in the lower half, I feel like they've looked pretty good still. They play both Bad Boom and Falcons. Like, come on. They're, like, two of the best teams here. So, you know, don't be too harsh on yourself. It's only been, like, 2 series. They're fine. I believe in OG. They've been showing some good games, some good drafts, so I still have faith in them. They're chilling.
All right, then...
They do need a win here. Like, they do really, really need a win.
It was the two
I'm not saying they don't.
opponents.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, the Extreme Gaming also not the easiest team to have to come up against. Also one of the better teams.
This would be probably third for me. So, you know,
I don't think you ever go into a series and Seb, like, gathers the boys, and he's like, we really don't need the win here.
Yeah.
Mentality coming into this series.
I think that's a
Let's
great
lose,
mentality.
guys. Win together, lose together.
Yeah, we can just chill on this one. Who cares? Well, look, Falcons are 3-0. 6-0.
Undefeated.
Haven't dropped a game. But they almost
could have dropped one.
Yeah,
should have dropped one.
But yeah, OG, obviously, I'm saying they need a win. Obviously, you want to win every game. But the point is, if they lose here, that's 0-3. How hard is it to recover from that?
People talk about free wins against the lower ranked teams. Why can't you get free losses against the best teams? They're just getting their free losses out of the way.
Sure.
Get these out of your system in day 1, 2, 3. And then surely your mental will be rock solid for the rest of the tournament that you're not traumatized.
Like, if you guys had to compare Aurora and OG, they're both at the bottom 2. Who's better?
Yeah.
I put my money on OG like 10 times out of 10 times.
Yeah.
No?
Lacoste
doesn't seem very
sure.
convinced.
I don't know if it would be 10 out of 10. I would definitely give OG an advantage in that one. But yeah, Aurora, after having excellent Group Stage 1, Group Stage 2, not as much. Now you're playing against the better teams, and I think it shows. They also got slightly figured out the way they play, and this does happen with the teams that like study you a lot. Extreme Gaming, they are the team that are most unpredictable in terms of picks because they have by far the highest hero pool in this tournament. OG is definitely down there in the terms of teams that are still left in the tournament. Falcons, they're a different story. They're like, you know what, we can pick the same heroes and keep winning with them because their strength comes from different things. But OG, you know, if you look at Ari, his hero pool is very limited compared to Jinkyu, who played like 14 different heroes or something. He can play anything, so you don't know what's coming up. It's very difficult to draft against Extreme Gaming.
But according to Ari in his interview, he was saying that he hasn't really had to dip in his bag of tricks yet because he hasn't had any need to. Yeah, now it's
Get
time.
in there. Get in that bag of tricks.
In the interview, he was like, you know, I was kind of like a one-trick pony when I first entered the scene, but now he's kind of enjoyed expanding his repertoire. He just, in his words, hasn't really needed to show it off yet. It's time to start showing
saving
things.
strats, saving heroes as well. Classic excuse.
But if like he's getting his hands on like Hoodwink and Tiny every game, so I kind of get it.
I think that's fine. Yeah, that was my follow-up thing where he's not gonna get banned out. It's not you're gonna focus him heavily. Maybe in the second banning stage, or if you're like I don't know planning on getting a Magnus for XXS, you might ban out the Rubik, so that's one of the heroes that you will ban in the first phase. But other than that, I think a lot of his heroes will still be available to pick. The ones that are strong, so he's picking strong meta heroes, and I don't have a problem with that, but, you know, some hero diversity should be there.
Encouraged.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Like, if I look at Extreme, they had a draft where they ended up with Timber, AM, OD. That doesn't really impress me. I don't know if you guys saw that game, but that draft, to me, looks a little all over the place. So while Extreme are very good, and they have extremely good players, I do think their drafts are a little more volatile compared to, like, your Team Falcons, your Team Bad Booms and whatnot.
Yeah, that Anti-Mage game was not the best overall game for AM. It does feel like you need to have 4 good heroes that can keep them busy until AM comes online. And it didn't happen.
Unless you lane AM with Razor, then it's very good.
Well, now don't bring that up, because it's still a very painful and raw memory. I don't want to ever face that again in my life, but thank you.
You're welcome.
That is my wingspan. Okay?
That's
I don't
good.
ever want to see
I'll
that.
make sure to mention it 30 times during this draft.
10 minutes into that game.
Fair point.
All right, game number 1 has begun. And an IO first phase respect ban against Seb. Wow, Extreme Gaming. I don't even know if I would consider that doing their homework, because he's only picked it like a handful of times and not first phase.
No, I personally like it. I mean, I would say Seb's IO is a bit 50-50. You know, sometimes it owns and sometimes...
It is 50-50. He played it 2 times at DreamLeague, 50%.
There you go. It's not like it. It actually
I also
is.
rather talk about relocates for a good one. You know, half the time, BZM just ends up with 5 heroes and dies.
Yes.
So what can you do?
That does happen.
But IO is one of the few heroes that can break open the game and make the game very different. So I like the ban.
Is that because you can just make an immobile hero suddenly like a Spectre-style global ganker?
I would say anything that allows heroes, first of all, to speed or skip timings. I think both Magnus can do that for your carry. They don't have to go Battle Fury. Or IO, you don't have to build lifesteal. You come online faster. And the fact that you can be anywhere on the map, it just changes the entire game, which is very annoying to play against.
Well, what am I meant to say? Uh-huh.
No, I'm just mimicking you guys.
Well, he's mimicking me.
Am I?
Didn't have a good point, so...
You just have to roll with it and keep going. So, Batrider is one of the heroes that could be first phase. I like that hero a lot. What do you think the...
Could Batrider be a wingspan?
I was about to say, what's Batrider's wingspan?
Yeah, you brought it up yourself.
I was setting myself up. What's Dragonite wingspan?
It's gotta be...
Oh, that's the biggest, sure.
It's gotta be huge.
It's the biggest one in game.
What about Viper?
Not as big as
Jakiro?
Wait for the big black dragon on DK.
Big black dragon's the
BBD, once that comes out.
Jakiro with Giant's Ring, is that bigger than Black Dragon?
But what if the DK also has a Giant's Ring?
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying, is there a... Yeah, you're right. It's pointless.
I heckin' love Wingspan.
Yeah, what if Tiny is hanging off of Dragonite's right wing? Just like, because he's super heavy and he extends the wingspan.
Why is he hanging off it?
I don't know. He's like just flying. He's the captain. His Tiny Airlines. He's boarded Dragonite Airlines. He switched the company. I don't know.
That would be amazing. There should be a hero, a bird hero that picks heroes up and deposits them.
I like that.
Yeah, let's do that.
You remember the Harpy Scout? The one that was able
Helm
to
of the
fly?
Dominator.
Yeah.
So this is where you ban Rubik, I think, for OG. And this is also a flex pick for them because they played it on Sebastian. They also play it from the offlane. So,
dude,
not necessarily.
That's true. They did play.
Have Extreme banned out 4 support heroes? I don't think I've seen any team
They
ban
watched my
4
clip.
support
Guys,
heroes.
Supports are the new carries. Supports
you
are
go.
underappreciated. Ted, are you a support or core player?
I'm a 4. I generally play 4.
See, this guy gets it. He knows that he's the real carry in his games. You make your carry shine, but they get all the spotlight anyway later.
Well, yeah. I mean, you can also really ruin their lane.
We don't talk about that.
Okay. So Hoodwink, that's been like an RE hero. And
Yeah.
They've just decided to remove it, which makes sense. Seb's IO, they've removed that. They don't want to face Enigma, which is fair enough. There's the Batrider.
They banned 5 support heroes. Does that happen?
I don't think it happens.
It's not happened yet.
No.
It's mostly the offlaners that you want to ban in the first phase.
Well,
but
OG's doing that for them, luckily. It's like, you keep banning offlaners, we'll keep banning support.
The gentleman's agreement.
Unless they want to take Rubik, I think you ban Rubik here, because Rubik's pretty good against Dragonite. You steal his Breathe Fire, you steal Stun, Breathe Fire plus Fate Bolt, you lose like 50% of your damage.
So you want the OG to pick it, right? That's what you're saying?
Or ban it.
Or ban it, yeah. I'm fully on board. I do believe that makes a lot of sense. I like Magnus against DK. I get like he's a bit annoying even though he is tanky, but again, taking any hero out of position and breaking their lineup is of course very good. And like Lacoste mentioned, Mag is actually a flex pick for them. Probably the only team that plays support Magnus.
Puck ban is the last option for OG.
Puck is just a wild hero. This hero is so... Like, it's definitely up there with Phantom Assassin when the hero was broken, Lina when the hero was broken. You have phase shift, you have extra damage. It attacks. You get the Parasma, you apply it to everybody. You get, like, insane scaling. This is one of the best scaling mid lane. Might be the best scaling mid hero in the game.
Probably, actually, yeah.
No, this hero scaling is
this
very
guy's
nasty.
good.
Yeah, this guy is...
5 seconds remaining.
It's kind of terrifying to think that Puck is the best right-clicking scaler from mid. And there's the Rubik. You were expecting it to show up. OG did not care about it. Instead, they went for the techies, and Extreme were like, okay, fine, we'll take the Rubik.
It's a godly Rubik game. You're playing against Magnus, you're playing against techies.
Yeah.
If you steal mines, that's just your area of control for like good 6 minutes or so, where you can choose where you want it. That's the power of techies, because you can see the smokes coming up, but you can defend Roshan easily, especially if you are staying ahead. So, great Rubik game so far.
I would hate if OG keep this draft where only Magnus can go in first. Because then the Rubik has the easiest game of his life. You need to help your bro out. Like pick a Storm or have carries that can jump in or Storm.
What about a Primal Beast?
That's
We've
one
seen,
job.
that
Anything.
kind of thing,
Anyone
yeah.
that can go in, I'll be happy with it because you have to do it. Like if you're handing away Rubik like this, right? Lacoste is telling them already all the reasons why it's good. You need to deal with it in some way. Help a brother out.
We've seen a lot of Phoenix this tournament. Got to be up there with most picked. Got to be up there.
He's rising, at least. I feel like at the start, he was not there, but now he's definitely getting there.
He's not in the top 5, Ted, I'll tell you that
He'll
much.
get there.
Shut the hell up. Somehow Marana is on there. 50% win, 54% win rate. That's impressive.
So, sitting at only 22 matches, Phoenix, 52% win rate.
It feels like every game. That's so weird. Maybe it gets, does he get banned a lot?
Not that much.
Wow. Maybe it's just an evening crew thing. I know what it is. You're playing games in the night. Everybody's kind of misses the day. You pick Phoenix.
There you go.
The sun. That's what it is.
And then they pick Luna. Doesn't matter. Phoenix overrides everything.
But then they can pick Night Stalker. Wait, too bad.
Yep.
Phoenix overrides
still
everything.
the strongest one.
Nothing beats the sun.
I'm always a bit surprised. I've seen this a few times. You pick this ET into heroes that already own you in the lane. Maybe the biggest purpose is just the spirit, like the aura rather later. Because if Extreme want, again, they can lane the Phoenix into the ET. Bedboom did that with the Caudal, like kind of countering it a bit. So at least this is their idea. The ET morph, a fantastic dual lane.
So you have counter to morph in your lane. It's a good morphling game. Where's that Phantom Assassin with Revenant's Brooch?
Maybe it's coming.
This would be the time.
10 seconds remaining.
Although in terms of
Dire team
Morphling plus Magnus plus ones, maybe Morphling not the most ideal option, but Faceless Void gets selected on Extreme.
It's a godly Faceless Void game. I like this one.
Yeah.
Like you're giving Morphling a target he can turn into, but Time Walk is really good against all of these heroes. Against Magnus, techies, I don't think you possess a kill threat. You're going to have a lot of chip damage, harass Void. When he's paired up with Phoenix, not the strongest lane early on, most definitely, but yeah, Faceless Void is pretty much the king of this game.
Yeah. This is, I would say, a little bit scary for OG. Their last pick definitely needs to help them with that. I mean, they will see from Extreme where this DK ultimately goes. But yeah, you need to craft an answer. Another hero that can go in, maybe an Orchid builder to try and shut down Ame's Void in like the early and mid game. Because their lineup is very scary.
Let's see if they ban some Sniper, you know, because right now I don't see heroes who can close the gap on Sniper. Morphling can get like relatively close, but the build that I've seen, because it also depends what OG wants to get from the mid lane. Extreme Gaming, they did play that Sniper quite a few times. 4 games, 100% win rate.
Yeah, XM's been doing work on it.
I was thinking maybe OD, because then it's another layer of save, but
that will not be around. I will say Extreme's next ban will maybe give us some info. Like if they want Sniper, I feel like you need to ban heroes that gap close.
I would love if they want to go for Sniper potentially. I think it's a good Void Spirit game for OG because the only Void's always going to be good against you, Dragon Tail stun, but I'm thinking about early Silence, some early Aghanim Scepter against Faceless Void, Phoenix, Rubik. You can easily jump the backlines. You did mention, Kezu, that you want to see a hero who jumps in.
I would, yeah.
Somebody that goes in first.
Before you saw Quinn's game yesterday, would you be this eager to suggest Void Spirit?
Yeah, I still think the hero's good.
Okay.
It has quite a few good matchups on the mid lane. If we're talking about, these Invokers, Pucks, Void Spirit does love to play into those.
Yeah. I mean, there is a way to... If Extreme would really want, I feel like it's kind of up to them. They can pick a mid or just, right, like put the DK mid, pick a new offlane or the other way around. I think either's fine. Whichever they feel like gives them like more tempo in the game or like more space rather for Ame to keep farming would make them pretty happy.
Do you care that much about damage in the chrono, or you think Phoenix and Void and DK solve it?
They have an okay amount of damage. I feel like this last pick doesn't need to really fulfill that role.
Mid laner's getting removed. OD gets banned. Storm Spirit gets banned. Leshrac gets banned.
I think it's very important in this game for Extreme to try to contest the stacks for OG. Like Morphling doesn't farm Ancients, but Magnus does, if this is the offlane Magnus, which it should be, judging by the bans from Extreme Gaming, and I feel like that they need a different mid laner. There's a potential you put this Magnus on a mid, but, that's a couple of patches ago. So he can farm those stacks, and I want to see either blocking those stacks or try to get in an extra hero. Let's say you get Rubik, you get Dragon Knight, you can pretty easily kill the big stacks that they're going to have, and they're going to have a lot of stacks in the triangle. Why do we still call it a triangle? There's only two camps. Sure. What is that? Just a line?
It never died, the term.
What would you call it?
Can't I still go for it?
A line. It's like between the two camps.
The Radiant line.
Yeah.
And the Dire line. They're invading the line!
There's the Schnipper you were talking about.
XM's signature. He's 100% win
good.
rate.
They have nothing. Like you have Harpoon, Blink, but that's like 7,000 gold we're talking about.
And there's a lot of layering around the Sniper too, right? You can protect him with a defensive lift, Chrono, Sunray, Egg. I mean, I feel like OG kind of... they have to pick a hero that jumps. You mentioned the Voice Spirit. I would have loved Storm, but they banned up themselves. Conker's out too.
What if you could unban one hero?
Veto. Veto my ban.
You spend 30 seconds of reserve time and you can unban one of the... just be too OP.
Zero can go in, but Sniper would be able to kill it. Pango has not been banned.
Ooh. A different spirit, but does the same thing. Has the built-in silence, so you don't have to get items, which is fine. This hero has... I don't know if the hero has been picked at all. It is the first one. Okay. I do like what Extreme Gaming have, but this could set the tone for the game. If BZM starts getting those kills off, Sniper, he can't really defend himself. So even with the support rotations, we're talking about Rubik, who has lift. Phoenix doesn't provide you with much early on. It's not like he can stun anybody. So if Earth Spirit rolls in on top of Sniper, I kind of like this. I expected it to be a Void Spirit, but this is also a hero, I guess, at the moment.
Yeah. I actually really like the surprise from OG with the Earth Spirit. I like it a lot with the ET. I'm expecting them to really gank up on mid together, ruin the Sniper, because like Lacoste was saying, they can't really help him. I will just go with OG for this game. I'm not too sure, but I like the surprise.
Definitely something that caught me off guard, but I would still lean towards Extreme Gaming. I think that like late game belongs to them, and I've seen them play some like really long games, make some huge comebacks, so I think it's possible even if the lanes go pretty badly for them.
I'm also going to go with Extreme Gaming. I think Void, yes, Morph can actually be that ultra late, big boy carry, but I think Void is always just that threat. Because if he chronos the Morph and he can't save him, that's it. Game over, so I'm just saying Extreme.
Now, oftentimes I just do my prediction for the sake of aesthetics. But screw you, Kazu. Actually, I think that this 100% XM Sniper is going to continue his 100%. This one's for Wingspan, buddy. Give me an Extreme Gaming. You see the wings on that logo?
That's beautiful. What a Wingspan right there.
Well, I'll show you something else that's very beautiful. It's game number 1 of OG versus Extreme with our casters. It's Cap and SVG.
Behold, game 1 of Extreme versus OG is about to take forth. Welcome, little boys and girls, to a game of Dota 2.
Yeah, keep going.
Can't really go any further. Because my other intro was talking about is the fact that Extreme, you feel like, I think it's pretty clear. One group is stronger than the other.
A glorious battle between heroes of our age. It will not only extend past this realm, but surely bring a tweet from Seb after the action is culminated. So good.
Can't wait for that tweet.
I'm gonna get hired for a voiceover. Just mark my words. What a draft, honestly. Last pick, Earth Spirit. The balls.
That's
the balls to pick the ball man. Damn. Okay, that is a lot of damage.
Mono, you good?
He got stick charges, so that was actually an equal trade. So that's how Morphin works.
Yeah, if he Morph's full agility and he pops those charges, he'll be full HP again.
He'll be half. You think I'm joking? That's literally how this hero works. I have suffered against this hero so much in like, look, he's fine. Yeah, nice harass there, nerds. He's literally better off. What is this abomination of a hero? Makes no sense. They just dealt 3 forces damage, and all it did was give him stick charges.
It's a dumb hero. I concur. I also thought Earth Spirit was a dumb hero. When they brought back the invulnerable ball, I was like, this is cancerous as hell, man. Like, what is this? This hero is just, you can't touch him half the time. When he gets like the Octarine build and stuff.
Then they nerfed him.
You
gotta remember, the biggest nerf to that hero was the cooldown on roll not activating until you roll.
Right.
So his chain stun potential went out the window, which was a big component of it with the cooldown reduction builds. So that nerf still exists. That's why this hero fell off. We're gonna see if BZM can overcome it. I'm worried though for 2 factors. I mean, one, I think the pick's really cool. It makes a lot of conceptual sense. It works really well with the Elder Titan techies going in. It gives them a frontliner that can start the action, tank up some of the spells. Really good versus the backline support duo, and a gap closer versus the sniper, which should do okay on lane. There's 2 problems though. One, again, the way Extreme play this sniper, he gets really tanky a lot faster than these physical damage snipers.
Yeah.
He might not care if you roll him. He might just shrapnel you, hit you back, and so what? Grenade, dodges a roll, he's chilling. The other thing is time dilation. Time dilation just... I mean, you want to repick your hero when you get hit with that.
Yeah.
It's like the worst spell.
There are some other problems in there, right? It's like you're going to be rolling into potentially Supernova. I think the Aghanims could actually kind of be a problem for the Earth Spirit sometimes. This little stun that comes out.
Yeah, it's annoying.
I mean, part of his deal is supposed to be able to like outrange you in some ways, right? Just from a distance, roll on in.
Yeah. I think BZM helps solve the sniper problem a bit in like the supports, but he does not deal with Ame. Because I feel as though the nerf to the roll still is going to prohibit him from just completely controlling this void in the fight.
Yeah.
Even with some Octarine later. But we'll see if he can have a fast game. That's the one thing it gives them. It's a very fast-paced hero that can abuse power runes and out-rotate the sniper heavily and just use an early ult to skew these side lanes. They have the mag buffing up the Morphling, ET Spirit going through with huge amount of Conda burst damage. There's a lot of synergy in this lineup, and they can easily just win off that alone. Comes down to some good outplay in the fights. Scale-wise, though, yeah, I mean, Faceless Void is going to be terrifying in this ultra late game, and we've seen Extreme Gaming be very comfortable with this Phoenix plus Ame stun hero setting up those late game fights.
Roll on to XM, get a little low. The blood grenade might just give him the kill. Not quite. Another roll up in 3 seconds, but Jin-Q is now here. The shrapnel looked to slow him down.
Or does it?
He's going to kick. Oh, wait, he kicked a creep, but it did not go far enough.
That's a misclick.
Why didn't he kick the boulder? Yeah.
Maybe he was trying to kick Jin-Q out of the way so he can roll, but I feel like you just kick a boulder there and it might have killed that sniper. It was close.
Maybe.
Either way, good pressure. You get the Rubik TP, you get the sniper low. You'll get a rune here, regen back up, and maybe still have threat on him mid. you're winning one of the side lanes. So big plays from BZM. Not as big as he'd like, but still big.
What I wanted to talk about at the start of this was the fact that the groups seem a little bit more favorable. Group A is definitely performing better in the secondary group stage than Group B. XM is going to be hit by the blast off. I'll return the favor with some support pressure. Holy crap,
He's not dead.
BZM is still not able to get. Are you kidding me? I thought he was dead for sure. It's a first blood double kill turnaround.
Lord. The quacks come through in time. Just as I was talking about, this sniper is tankier than you think.
Yeah.
Shrapnel does its job on that tower dive, and ooh, that is brutal. That is so much extra early game for the sniper versus what was supposed to be a counter pick in a fast-paced hero. That just set BZM back so far.
Yep.
And again, you want this hero to have a good pace here because he will eventually have to play into the supernova. He will have to play into the time dilation. You need dispels. You need tankability.
BKB, XXS blocked out. Man, Ari's making some nice roll. Shinkyu barely caught him just before he touched the ground. That was surely the death of Dragonite if he did touch the ground with that blast off.
That's why I like watching Shinkyu, man, because a lot of other Rubiks, they would have just lifted him mid-dive. But he waits till the last moment just to demoralize you further.
To give you hope.
Just to style.
Away.
Exactly. I respect that.
I'm going to try one more time. OG is 0-2 in series, but in this second group stage, they have only played against Falcons and BetBoom, the best teams from Group A and the best teams in this second group stage right now. So while their record is not that favorable, they came from a tough group, and they've only played against teams within that group. So it'll be interesting to see the rest of the group stage, how they fare against some of the Group B teams.
Tough road. But all roads are tough if you want to win a championship.
The kick! Oh, that was sick.
From downtown.
BZM knows his angles.
Seb's courier, though? Does Seb's courier know the angle?
Seb Courier carrying a tweet.
Look at it.
Oh! Right in.
Sacrifice to XM.
So that man comes from a day and age where there was only one courier, you know?
That's a nice way of saying he's too old to micro it. I will say,
Seb wouldn't even be insulted by that. He'd be like, yeah, I'm too old to micro my courier, and yet you still lose to me.
Whatever. You know, the thing about people who've lost in Dota, they have nothing left to lose. That's dangerous. Fighting for the rune.
There's nothing left in life to lose after you lose in Dota.
This man can't take anything more.
Wow.
I mean, they should get this with the double stun. Yeah, nice to cure. But they lost the other one to DY, so...
Radiant are scanning.
Equal trade in all things. What I was going to say is I have seen a lot of safe lane carry courier deaths. Because people just send it.
Yeah.
And it runs in front of the big camp and dies. And you know you can just shift-click the courier behind your tower first.
Yeah.
And prevent that every time.
Yeah. Dota players are lazy, man.
They really are.
I mean, a serious answer to that is there's a lot of factors going into a Dota 2 game, and you're trying to consider them all, right?
Yes, but if you want to be the best, it starts with building the best habits.
Wise words. What was like a relatively simple thing that you were harped on your team to do?
That was
courier
that.
thing?
Yes.
It was couriers?
I yelled at my carriers for 10 years to do that.
Did
they never did it.
never micro his courier?
And he lost his courier every goddamn game. And then you know what the conversation is after? Damn, I lost my courier. Lane was hard. Like, no shit. That's why you should run it behind the tower. I'm getting frustrated talking about this, but that double damage did nothing for BZM. Does find an illusion rune, but he's looking for the urn charges.
Oh, he's going to rotate.
Yeah, he won.
TP to bottom. Kill the Dragon Knight. Tomato's already full agi to try and take advantage of this initiation. BZM can't hit him with the stun, hits him with the slow.
This is This is just not working.
No, this is not. I wonder if things just went differently in the mid lane and
what a
maybe
flank.
if it would work, but DY coming in from behind. Now he's in front of BCM. BCM pops the illusion rune, but it's going to be a second power rune that does nothing for him.
I mean, at least he gets the urn charge because he died, but that is not how he wanted to get it. And this mid-earth spirit has just not worked out at all. It looks anemic, for lack of a better word.
Yeah, lacking power.
The mid lane did not go his way. They ganked for him. It didn't go his way. These power runes have not gone his way. He can't connect on the rotation. Bottom just doesn't have the reach. This tower is dead. This early game is not working out for OG. But they do have a very strong mid-game lineup. And Magnus can sometimes accelerate you back towards there. So I don't think they're stressing too much right now, but BZM is in Struggleville. And he's on a hero that isn't really known for catching up too much past. You get like a sneaky Midas and you can come in and clean up a team fight.
Yeah.
Try and force the issue again.
I mean, if the Earth Spirit looks anemic, this sniper just looks full of vigor. And I'm a big fan of this mid sniper that Extreme has been running, and I'm wondering what other teams are going to... Has anybody else done this?
I mean, they play the hero, but not in the same way.
Yeah.
Something about it is just working better. Extreme understand its strengths. They play around it really well. They itemize very directly on it. And they're not afraid to play it with other really heavy scaling carries, which I think is the biggest difference. Again, they're using it as a 2 or 3 spellcaster more than a right clicker.
Bonk.
No egg here.
Still having a rough time finishing up these heroes. Is BZM going to die to the assassinate? Toss back into it.
This is...
Instead, can he finish off Jin Q? Now, Jin Q is probably going to... No, he's not going to... Oh, the great